Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Championship. I am Matt Bamonte. I'm going to kind of walk you through what happened yesterday. We obviously had tons and tons of great magic. So what we're going to start with here is everyone that was qualified for our championship. I'll show you both pods, and we'll take you on a journey to where we are now. So if we're looking at the left side on pod A, Maxx, Kominowski, and Mullaly actually skipped right into stage 3, which is where we're going to begin today. We said goodbye actually to the rest of that top row there, and Derek Davis and Adam Wasburn-Moses, as they were the two lowest point totals for Pod A. And then Nicole Dubin, Ivan Espinosa, Zach Allen, and Zoe Riederman all battled it out in stage 2 to get to stage 3. On that right side in Pod B, Jesse Robkin and Raja Sulaiman joined Connor Mullaly and Maxx Kominowski into stage 3. We also said goodbye to Joseph Bernal and Mac Endress, while the rest of those 4 players, Piper Powell, Will Kruger, Andrew Elenbogen, and Theo Jung, battled it out in stage 2. What we're going to show you now is the structure here. That way you can kind of follow along with where we're at. So I mentioned stage 2 was that double elimination, 3 rounds of modern, where if you won 2 of your 3 matches, you advanced into stage 3, which stage 3 is going to be double elimination again. We are getting ready to kick off 3 rounds of Pioneer. 2 wins in this stage, and you advance to the last stage, which is stage 4. 2 losses, and your tournament ends. But we are into the top 8 players remaining here in our championship. And those players are going to be Connor Mullaly, and he's paired up against Zoe Riederman. You're going to have a Jesse Robkin paired against our defending champion, Ivan Espinosa, with Raja Sulaiman facing off against Andrew Elenbogen. And then our last matchup there is Maxx Kominowski versus Nicole Dubin. And it sounds like the players are just about ready to get started. So I'm going to send you down to Dom and Mason to get you kicked off with our first round of stage 3.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NRG Champs 2022. I'm your host, Mason, joined with Dom. Harvey, Dom, how you doing?
Doing good. Excited to be hopping in the booth this morning for some Pioneer, getting to see a lot of people who I've got to know a lot better over this past year duke it out for the money and the glory that's on the line. And we have an interesting matchup to start this off. We have Mono White Humans in the hands of Jesse Robkin. And this is the most popular deck for the Pioneer portion of this tournament, one of the most popular decks in Pioneer as a whole. And then on the other side, we have Ivan Espinosa, who, if that name means anything to you, and if you've watched him play before, you would think, okay, beautifully foiled out blue-white control deck or something like that. But he is actually zagged instead of zigged here. He's gone with the green-white Angels deck, which is a bold choice because you have some really, really good matchups and some really, really bad matchups. I think consensus is this is one of the really, really good matchups. We'll see if Ivan can make good on that promise there.
Yeah, when Ivan picks a deck like Angels, this is sort of one of the matchups he's wanting to play. See, the cat can't even let Dom show his face right now. That's how anxious Dom is for Jesse here in this future match we're going to have today. Jesse is the underdog in this situation. She is on the play, so the game's going to be a lot closer than maybe if she was on the draw. But it's a situation where they're playing a lot of similar strategies, except all of Ivan's creatures are unblockable when he attacks, and Ivan gains life in a racing matchup. So if you're watching this matchup, it's going to be an anxious one. Meanwhile, on the other side of our bracket or backup match, we do have Raja versus Andrew Elenbogen. Andrew Elenbogen on the exact same 75 as Jesse Robkin. Those 2 players work together for this tournament. So there's another mono-white matchup there. And then the Rakdos matchup, this is a bit of a contentious one, right, Dom, about like what players think is actually like who's favored across the whole match.
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask some of the Rakdos experts, they would say one thing, the Mono White experts would say something else. And that's another odd choice to see in one aspect from Raja, who is well known for also playing very beautiful control decks and piles of cards affectionately titled Black-White Rajas, or whatever the color combination is on that particular day. But he is rocked up with a rather conventional-looking Rakdos midrange deck, but Raja, one of the best players, I think, in the tournament, an amazing player in general. I know among the commentators, when we were each giving our winner picks, he was the most popular choice, and he was mine as well. So excited to see how he does today. He sailed into day 2 as well. But over here, we have what looks like a keep from Ivan Espinosa and maybe Jesse Robkin agonizing over her hand here on the left.
Yeah, it does look like Jesse is, taking a second to make sure that she has like the tools she actually wants. This matchup, like mentioned before, is pretty bad, but Jesse does have, Skyclave Apparition, Brutal Cathar, things that can answer those marquee cards from the Angels deck. There's a few cards that they're wanting to resolve and really sort of start snowballing them. And if Jesse has the right start, she can maybe invalidate those. But looks like maybe she's got a little bit of a risky one here. I'm looking at like a plains and 2 mutavaults from a pie, and it looks like she is going to mulligan.
Yeah, Mutavault is an interesting card in this mono white human deck because I think it is one of the draws to the deck and one of the most powerful cards to have access to in the format. Even with a monocolored deck, though, it can still mangle your mana base sometimes. Where if you want to be unloading these white 1-drops, and Mutavault doesn't let you do that, and if you're building towards something like an Adeline or a Skyclave apparition, as you say, if you draw 2 copies of Mutavault, well, maybe you just can't even cast your spells despite having all the lands you would need for it.
Mm-hmm. Dom, I have a question for you. How do you feel about both these players, if whichever one wins this matchup? Because I feel like, while in this situation, Selesnya Angels is really favored versus Mono White, they're 2 decks doing a very similar thing. And it looks like the rest of the top 8 outside of mirror match situations are pretty good for them. Does that assessment seem right to you?
Yeah, I think that where these 2 decks really diverge is in their control matchup. We had quite a few control decks in the field yesterday, and most of those, if not all, seem to have dropped off, is my understanding. So there might actually be more fertile ground for Angels to exploit compared to the humans deck. But I got to make it out of this match first. And so Jessie coming out of the gates fast with Recruitment Officer, and we'll see if she can stitch more together after this. It looks like only 3 cards left in hand, so a pretty depleted hand to start off with. And this is a matchup where you really need pressure backed up by either one of those removal creatures like Skyclave Apparition, Brutal Cathar, or Brave the Elements to break open a board stall. But we definitely got the aggression side of things that accounted for so far.
Yeah, and multipliers together, and then Bishop of Wings. This is one of the cards that makes the matchup so hard. Just a 2-mana 1/4, and whenever an angel or a cleric enters the battlefield for Ivan's going to gain 4 life. So you see Jessie already, if she doesn't draw a card like Thalia's Lieutenant here, or some sort of removal creature for the Bishop of Wings, her attacks are very, very awkward. She's going to need to throw away a creature to push any amount of damage, and the most she can push is 4. And guess what, Dom? Ivan's deck has angels in it, so that's going to get invalidated very quickly.
Yeah, it's the text on all of these angels is scary enough. The Bishop of Wings, Righteous Valkyrie, so on and so forth. But also just the numbers on them. For the mono white humans deck, a 1/4 blocker is pretty good against a board full of 2/1 creatures. And so, yeah, we see Jessie not even wasting a Brave the Elements. I think she correctly identifies you got to do it here, but just needing to do anything she can to push damage through. And that's what it comes to here.
Yeah, another big point, maybe if you don't watch a lot of Pioneer get into it, is when the Angels deck hits 27 life, a few cards get activated. So Jessie's using her Brave the Elements here to use her mana and hopefully try and top deck something like Thalia's Lieutenant and run over Ivan, and just trying to prevent Ivan from getting those extra bonuses at the same time.
Yeah, if you let the Angel set get to that crucial life threshold, well, even if they can't kill you immediately with their attack, you're probably not making any good attacks yourself anytime soon. So it really is important to try and keep them below 27 life. Easier said than done, though, given this start. And this collector company from Ivan, I think even just 1 Angel would be enough to really put him far ahead. And okay, yeah. We've seen enough, I think.
Yeah, double Resplendent Angel, that's going to make another Angel if you gain 5 life. The 2 Bishop of Wings trigger, that is just going to put Ivan way at the top. And you see why this matchup is so rough for Jessie. I think the only thing I would like different is if Ivan upkeep that collector company, but besides that, incredible play on both part with an amazing matchup. So yeah, this is sort of why this matchup is so rough. Jessie obviously mulliganed to 5 and had a rough start, but even Dom, if we gave her 2 Thalia Lieutenants in hand, that game was going to be really tough.
Yeah, if you work through the conclusions of that collected company turn, the 2 Angels come in, each of them gains 4 life from the Bishop of Wings, so we're up in the mid-20s already. And then at the end of turn, both Angels will trigger again because we've gained more than 5 life this turn. Both of those will put another Angel token into play, and each of those Angel tokens will gain 4 more life from the Bishop of Wings. So already our life total has ballooned out of control. We have a lethal board next turn, and there's just no coming back from that.
Yeah, one of the best decks in Pioneer for playing against the Mono White Humans deck. Ivan's got to be incredibly happy here. Let's check out the sideboards real quick and see exactly what these players are doing. Let's start with Jessie Robkin here. She has a little bit of a teched out Mono White deck this weekend. Dom, is there anything in the sideboard that you really like versus this Angels deck?
The Brutal Cathars are fairly obvious here. The Declaration in Stone as well. Maybe you want some portable holes, which don't really kill the Angels you care most about, but can tag a Bishop of Rings, can tag some of the cheaper cards that start that curve off. And then you start to look at things like, well, a lot of these Angels have more than 4 toughness, so Destroy Evil potentially works its way into the equation. I don't think you can afford to sideboard too much, and the deck as it stands looks decent as it is, so I imagine it's just adding some of these marginal removal spells, including that Declaration Stone, hiding down there as well, and then submitting again, getting to work.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see what she does here. Because like you said, you can bring in a lot of this removal, but then you need to keep your aggression. But also, most of your 1-drops fall off really quickly, and your Thalias are kind of awkward. So it's a really weird, like, okay, well, my Thalia can be good, but then my removal's bad. It's going to be a really hard match to navigate, even on the sideboarding side here for Jessie. Hopefully she came prepared for this matchup. Let's check out what Ivan has. We know that he's already, strategically favored in this sort of matchup, and you get to see the deck here. And you also see some quick notions of Ivan brought 4 Amarius Call and then 2 of the other tap pain land, the Skyclave Cleric. So he has a lot of spells and a lot of lands despite not looking that way.
Yeah, the Cleric is funny. It's almost the kind of card you would board in with your control deck against a white aggressive deck in a format like Standard. And now this is just incidentally in this deck for free and works so nicely with all the other synergies you have going on here. I imagine for Ivan, his own Brutal Cathars will work nicely here. And then the portable holes as well, more 1 and 2 drops. And the human deck that you want to take out of the way early and keep up with. But really, if you force Ivan to just resubmit the same 60 cards, I think he wouldn't be too upset about that either.
100%. Yeah, I wonder if for Johnny, the strength of the pride comes in this matchup. It's the Johnny that if you have more than your 20 starting life total, you can one-sided Wrath of God your opponent. I know that's like a card for the mirrors quite often, but maybe that's something that we'll see here. We have to see what Ivan does exactly. Maybe that's a play draw situation. As Jessie Robkin looks at her hand, and Dom, I think Jessie has 5 lands in this opening hand, so it's going to be. Oh, I guess it's only 4. Okay, well, like better by the second at this point. A little bit of a rough one.
Yeah, you kind of need everything at the right moment to piece together a winning draw in this matchup for the human deck. And so you can get that on fewer cards. You can mulligan if you need to, but you'd rather just have it already out of the gate. So Jessie will lead off here on Dauntless Bodyguard, and we'll see how impressive this second turn is. Luminarch Aspirant. Okay, this is one of the cards which does actually let some of your smaller, motlier creatures be able to tangle in combat with all these 1/4s and 2/4s and so on. So one of the more crucial cards there, I think.
Yeah, I think Jessie just has a 1-2-3 card with Adelaine, and so she kept and just kind of hoped to like, hey, I'm going to need to draw spells one way or another. Let's just make sure that I'm doing something on the play that matters. And she drew the Mutavault, plays it, and then gets to start smashing it for some 5. Yeah, this is plus the token trigger here. You get 6 damage. Once again, keeping Ivan away here from the crucial life total number. And Ivan, gonna need one of his more powerful 3-drops here to actually sort of stabilize. Otherwise, Jessie, despite having all lands in hand, has a good amount of pressure on board. And there's Righteous Valkyrie.
Yeah, so that by itself, not too bad at stabilizing the board, but against Adeline and Luminarch Aspirant, Adeline itself, I think, might actually demand a trump block on this turn if it's depending on its sizing. And okay, that decision has been made for Ivan Espinosa. That Righteous Valkyrie not around to block, and this is going to be, if not a lethal attack already, it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, it looks like Jessie is attacking with everything, and there might be a situation where the players announce the Luminarch Aspirant trigger but haven't put the dice on. If not, it'll be a little awkward there. But Ivan also, even if she misses it, yeah, he's at 5, no board pressure. I think he could collect a company here, and he's going to need to hit some real good stuff to stabilize. And that just shows how bad this matchup can be, right, Dom? He has no board behind here, and if he hits the right things off Coco, we might have a game again.
Yeah, this is one nice thing about the Prosperous Innkeepers that Ivan has added to the deck is they let you accelerate out a collected company on turn 3 or one of these big Kayla's Reconstructions, which is the addition from Brothers War, this souped up collected company where you can really aim as high as you like. And yeah, if we hit the right cards with one of those, could be right back in it, but it's going to have to be impressive, and it has to be right now.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you see Ivan taking a second. He clearly has some options. I think he has a Skyclave Apparition in hand, and he was just sort of doing the math like, okay, if I kill your Brutal Cathar and block, what happens if I kill the Adelaine? And determines that, hey, no matter what I do, I'm going to die here. And we've got some fast games going here, Dom. I think that's a turn 4 kill on both sides so far, and not always what you expect from the Pioneer format.
Yeah, I think this is one of the criticisms some people had is that the threats have outpaced the interaction to the point where a lot of matches do devolve into I just do my thing, you just do your thing, and we see who can do it more quickly. And if you just watch this match, if this was your introduction to Pioneer, could see why you might think that. But I think especially after sideboarding, even in these matchups, there's more interaction. Things get a little grindier, as the kids like to say. So hopefully we can see a competitive game 3.
Yeah, hopefully. And, we have a little bit of eyes. I can see that the players are shuffling. I see that Jessie has gone back to her sideboard, and I watched her switch some cards. We got a little play draw sideboard situation going on. That's always exciting. I'd like to pull up her deck list real quick here again, just so the players can see that. Me and Dom are beautiful, but Magic is a little bit better. And I wonder, Dom, if maybe this is like a portable hole in the draw situation coming on. Maybe Jessie thought, like we talked about, there's too much removal if she's on the play. What do you think is happening here?
Yeah, I know that Jesse and Anderw Elenbogen, who worked together for this event, put a lot of focus into, do we actually want to have different tools on play versus a draw against a lot of decks? So in the mono green matchup, for example, I believe they do like portable hole on the draw and don't like it on the play. I think the theory being on the play, just want to curve out as fast as possible, don't want to take time off of your own development to swat an elf out the way, but on the draw, maybe that's a necessity in order to keep up. And I can imagine something like that being a play here for the Humans deck in the Angels matchup.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's a little awkward because unlike against the mono green deck, for example, the Angel deck doesn't have any 1-drops except other portable holes, from their side of the table. So it gets a little weird in the lineup there. So I could totally believe that when you're on the draw, it's just like, okay, well, I really want to hit Bishop of Wings, and so 1-drop into 1-drop Bishop of Wings is like an actual curve. So hopefully that can happen here. That's honestly, Dom, my biggest criticism with the Angel deck. I think if it had a 1-drop that you could play 2 or 3 of, you would be all about this deck in Pioneer, or at least a much more, commonly played deck.
Yeah, its curve effectively starts at the 2-drop slot, which is not fatal in a format like Pioneer, but it's sort of ideal. And as you say, if you had a good 1-drop Angel would be ideal. We have I think it's Segovian Angel from the Modern Horizon sets, I think, as a nod to that. But even just another good 2-drop. We saw Giada from Sheets and New Capenna really help to juice up this deck. I think another card in that range would be a big pickup. But as it is, you have your portable holes. You can board up to more of those in the matchups where those are good. And sometimes you have things like Deafening Silence or what have you against the other half of the format.
Yep. And we're going to start things off here with the Skyclave Cleric there tapped for Ivan, and then Jessie has her faithful Dauntless Bodyguard back in the fold. And looks like this game, Jessie has Destroy Evil for maybe some of those more powerful 2-drops, along with a Thalia's Lieutenant. That's one of the cards we keep talking about where maybe that allow her to push through enough damage. It's sort of some of her best draws. Looks like Ivan and her shortcut. We have a Bishop of Wings straight into, looks like Destroy Evil for Jessie and get her little 2 damage. And we saw her do this a bunch yesterday, Dom, where she sort of is liking to have these hands that have, a 1-drop, and then maybe she plays another 1-drop, but then just starts interacting a little bit and then slams the Thalia's Lieutenant and runs over the opponent.
Yeah, I think the issue is you really need to be applying pressure at the same time as you're casting your removal spells, because Ivan has these Collected Companies and Reconstructions, however many he's left in the deck, to work towards in the mid game. And then even if you're just casting your 2-1s and getting in there, a single 1-4 block on the ground or a 2-4 Valkyrie or whatever could stop you in your track. So yeah, even this here, look, Ivan is in really no danger of aggression anytime soon after that turn 3.
Yeah, the Innkeeper into the portable has a treasure lined up for the next turn. And it looks like, Jessie is going to play Hopeful Initiate and then Dauntless Bodyguard it up so it can be indestructible if the time needs be, and pass the turn back to Ivan. And I think Ivan is sitting on 2 of the Amiria Skycall lands. So those are going to get really strong if Ivan can live for a couple more turns and generates 2 Angels. Otherwise, we've got some tap lands to play.
Yeah, you're never going to bank on getting to 7 mana, and that's even pre-Thalia against the white aggro deck. But in these really drawn-out games, Amiri's Call can come up, and this is a deck that has some comments of Nykthos in it. So you get a Bishop of Rings and another double-pipped Angel or something like that. You can work your way up there surprisingly quickly.
Yep. And we see Jessie here cast the Thalia's Lieutenant with the trigger on the stack. She's going to animate her Mutavault so that she can start slamming in here and then training up the Hopeful Initiate. As we do get a double block on the Dauntless Bodyguard. Dom, what do you like to kill? The 1-3 with a 1-1?
Yeah, it seems like letting that Valkyrie get even bigger is going to be a problem in the long term. So I think just get that one out of there, even if the Innkeeper can be a nuisance if there's a follow-up Collected Company or something like that.
I think so too. It does look like Jessica has Destroy Evil in hand. So yeah, maybe she's going to try and kill that so that if, Ivan plays another, Giada or Youthful Valkyrie or something, she can kill the Youthful due to it growing. And Looks like Ivan drew that Pain land for turn, if I'm not mistaken, which means Ivan is, has this Resplendent Angel and then not much else when it comes to the form of gas.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a spot where you are realistically getting close to casting that 7-drop sorcery, because it means you're flooding out pretty bad here. And this is one thing that can happen to the Angel deck. You need enough lands to cast your relatively expensive spells, but then sometimes you do just draw too many of those and don't have much action left over.
Yeah, I think just to do Skyclave Apparition, so she's going to be able to eat the Resplendent Angel and then destroy Evil the Youthful Valkyrie, slam in here for 4 damage. A huge turn, but Ivan's in the unenviable position of untapped land gives him 2 4/4s. Wow. Yeah, how often are you wishing to draw a land when you're getting attacked by this many creatures?
So here's Skyclave Cleric, which can gain a little bit of life back, but Jesse's creatures are at the size now where they can just happily rumble into that Skyclave Cleric. So you always got to be a little cognizant of Collector Company if your opponent's passing the turn without doing anything, but I think Jesse sees the coast is clear here.
Yeah, I have to imagine that she would think that, last turn we would have Collector Company to grow the Youthful Valkyrie, maybe like an instant speed instead of playing the Resplendent Angel. Maybe she's worried about Ivan trying to set up a Coco turn, but she's also in the unenviable position of, if this game goes long, he's just going to draw more creatures. So I bet you we're going to see an attack for maybe everything but the Skyclave Apparition. I'm not sure, Dom. What are you thinking?
That sounds smart to me. Yeah, and this is a draw to the modern white deck is your curve is lower and your creatures all do things by themselves. You don't need to get this angel together with this enabler. You can just play your creatures and get to work. And past a certain point, you don't really care which of them lives or dies.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a little off screen there, but Jesse's Mutavault is a 2/2, which means due to the Illuminarch Aspirant counter, it's going to be a 4/4 for the triggering training on the Youthful. And we're going to be a slamming in here. And it looks like no matter what Ivan does, he's going to go to 2 life this turn or die if he chooses to block another creature, which I think Ivan will figure out not to do as our reigning champion here. And Jesse Robkin has Ivan on the back foot, but with a card like Collector Company or Kayla, and Ivan extends the hand. Jesse Robkin moves on, needs to win one more Pioneer game to lock up the top 4. Congratulations to her. We do have a backup match we're going to hop to in a second, but Dom, we were really worried about Jesse going to that, and she was able to overcome it.
Yeah, Jesse has to be feeling wonderful after that. You've beat what is maybe your worst matchup left in the field, and you have that top 4 in your sights now. Only need to win one more match to lock up your seat there. So I don't know if momentum is a real thing these days. I'll leave that to the scientists and the physicists. But if it is, I think Jesse has it.
Yeah, my pick to win the tournament, Jesse Robkin, only one more away from top 4. Let's go on over to the other feature match area. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of Jesse and Ivan as the day continues on. As we jump into the middle of Raja versus Anderw Elenbogen, Raja is playing Rakdos midrange, Anderw on the mono white humans, the exact same 75 that we saw last round because Jesse and Anderw did work together for this event. This match is time shifted, but I think still being played in real time, so we might catch up to them. That could be exciting. But Dom, what do you like about this Thoughtseize? What are you thinking Raja is going to be doing here?
I like that for us, we don't have hand cams. We do have Thoughtseizers to give us perfect information about what's going on here. And the cards are a little clustered up, hard to make out exactly what's going on. I think that's a Thales Lieutenant kind of nestled in there. And is that the one-off Extraction Specialist towards the right as well?
I think it is. Yeah, these players a little worried. They kind of thought there'd be 3 or 4 Rakdos players in the field. So they decided to put one Extraction Specialist in the main deck just because, it can be fine in mirror matches. And in this matchup is quite nice.
Yeah, there are so many good 3-drops that this human deck has access to that the competition is really steep. And so a card like Extraction Specialist, very good, doesn't have automatic place in the deck the way that something like Adeline does. But as a nod to the Rakdos mid-range matchup, it's one of your better cards there. And so just having 1 or 2 copies and then drawing them is the crucial part. Is really nice. And we might see Raja feel obliged to take it because if you take something else, well, all likelihood is in a few turns, it's just coming back with a specialist as a 3-2 on top. So may as well just take the specialist and get that one out of the way, I think.
Yeah. And this is a tough hand here too, for Raja to take from. Ivan basically has everything that he wants. And if you don't take the specialist, like you mentioned, you're just going to get the other thing back. So it kind of comes down to that or Brave the Elements. So interesting start here. Dom, do you think that this game 1 is the one that matters so much in this matchup as the Rakdos deck is able to change post board, or is it sort of always a grind fest no matter what?
So both decks get access to some appealing tools. The Rakdos deck, you get some actual sweepers like Extinction Event or Ritual of Stone is the big one here. You don't just have to trade 1-for-1 anymore. And then on the human side, you get the 4 copies of Wedding Announcement. And this is the matchup that those are squarely targeted at. If you have a turn 3 Wedding Announcement, very difficult for the Rakdos deck to grind its way through that. So both decks have cards that they're excited about. I know that Anderw has one smash up already, I believe, in the Pioneer rounds yesterday. And so just looking to run it back again, beat his longtime friend and rival, Raja Sulaiman, both staples of Michigan Magic, to try and book his seat in this top 4 as well.
Yep. Yeah, and Dom Anderw is probably, our most accomplished mono white player in the field, and Raja is no slouch either. Has lots of great accomplishments. One of our most picked people when it comes to the commentator picks to win the tournament. So this is going to be a really good game of Magic. These players have played against each other a lot and have played at the highest level a lot.
Yeah, Anderw is a Pro Tour champion in large part thanks to his prowess with attacking with small white creatures, and so looking to run that formula to success once again here. And I know that he has been fairly high on this mono white humans deck in Pioneer for a while. And so if you had me predict what he would submit for this tournament, I think it would have been near the top of my list. No surprise to see him embracing that for this event.
Yep, as we see Roger here thinking about turn 3. Dom, just a little fun fact, those planes are the one that won the Pro Tour. He took them out of his sleeved up Pro Tour deck that he keeps and put them in this one to win another championship. As we do see Roger use the Blood Tithe Harvester, take down the Thalia. And then Graveyard Trespasser, the 3/3 that could. This is a card that keeps seeing play in this deck, despite every time a new set comes out, someone's like, oh, this is the card that goes. It just stays around.
It just does so much, and that's before it transforms into the other side, which does even more of those same things. So you see it here. The graveyard hate part, not really relevant, but a solid blocker, solid attacker, a little bit of life gain to boot as well. Just the perfect recipe to stabilize this board.
It slices and it dices. As we see Andrew Elenbogen play Luminarch Aspirant and slam for 3. Trying to offer Raja the trade like, hey, let's not worry about, the Graveyard Trespasser. Let's just trade now. It could be fun.
And this is what the human deck wants to do, is to, ideally with Silas Lieutenant, is to create a board large enough that removing any one creature doesn't fix the situation. Because in game 1, the Rakdos deck has a lot of removal, 1-for-1 removal, doesn't have any sweepers. And so if you have to deal with everything individually, sooner or later you run out of cards and time to do that.
Yep. And Recruitment Officer, which we have 2 on the board, has added so much to this matchup where before, the mono white deck floods out, you hit a couple lands in a row, you're in a really bad space. Now, when you hit 4 lands, sure, you don't want to be drawing lands off the top, but at least your Recruitment Officer will let you refuel your hand. And in some cases, it gives you more looks at your Brutal Cathars and Skyclave Apparition so that Shieldred doesn't just solo you when played.
Yeah, Recruitment Officer, a really nice pickup from this deck from Brothers War as well. Good in the speedy games, good in the grindy games. Hard to ask for anything more from your 1-drop.
Yep. Dom, does Raja have the full art Doomblade in hand?
Really putting me to the test here as a commentator. I think, yeah, that does look like it.
Yeah, well, at first I thought it was Death's Mark, and then I realized that's not in the format. So I think it has to be Doomblade. Man, I'm really slacking today. Normally, I know the cards in the booth really easily, but Raja's putting me to the test, as he is Andrew, and saying, hey, I don't really need to block. I'm going to attack, trigger, exile your Extraction Specialist here, gain a life, and would you like to take a 2-for-1?
Just offering that up on a platter. I think Andrew will likely be able to sniff this out. Any removal spell, whether it's Fatal Purge or Stomp or whatever, would make that a very bad trade. So, yeah, Andrew's just going to let that sail in.
And yeah, that is Doomblade. I'm able to read off the top there. I actually love that choice for this small field tournament. If you don't think there's going to be many other black decks in the normal field, like there would be in, an open event, then this card's actually just the best removal spell, especially if you think, Ivan's going to play Angels, which a lot of the competitors knew Ivan loves the Angels deck. So they had it high on their list of things that they could play against. So, having a card like Power Word Kill, which cannot kill Angels, is a real liability in a 15 other player field.
Yeah, a really smart call by Raja, and it's an interesting choice for that 2-mana removal spell because all of the options in Pioneer have downsides to them. You don't have Terminate as a nice, clean way to kill everything. You got to pick something, and whatever you pick is going to have a weakness to something in this field. And so, Go for the Throat is an option that just came back into the format. That one, not great against Sky Sovereign and a Seeker's Chariot from something like Will Kruger's Gruul deck. So whatever you pick, there's going to be some deficiency in it. And if you think only I essentially am going to be playing black creatures, then this might actually be the best one.
Yep. And it's working out. I mean, Raja is into our top 8 here. And, in this spot, most of the cards would work out pretty interchangeably. But if Raja has to end up playing Ivan, he's going to be very happy to have those Doom Blades. And only Maxx, really, in the rest of the top 8 is a matchup where the Doom Blade could even possibly be, a card that ends up lining up poorly. As Ivan went to the tank here on his 3-mana turn, sort of just thought, and is now going to attack. And this is the thing we saw a lot yesterday, Dom, is that in these sort of matchups where it's not just creatures, the mono white player, when they get to about their 3-mana turn, really thinks through, okay, what am I going to do over the next few turns? And then starts to execute quickly because they're planning out the next 3 or 4 turns of combat. Looks like Raja just has a land in hand. Is deciding maybe I need to kill this 3/2 recruitment officer just so I can peel off the top and not let you take over. But gonna take the free chump block on the 1/1 and just take 5 damage.
Yeah, we saw Raja make this attack last turn, which was a little aggressive in the sense that, the trespasser was taken out of commission as a blocker, left the room open for these 2 officers to start crunching in. But you have to be willing to shift your role quickly in this matchup if it comes down to that. And, if you don't make this attack now, there might not be a clean spot in the future. So Raja sitting on, I don't want to say a comfortable 10 life, but he's got a little bit of wiggle room. But we're at the point now where a Brave the Elements out of nowhere could just be lethal on the spot.
Yeah, and I think Anderw does have Brave the Elements in his hand, right, from the mulligan. I don't think he's used it yet. And you see Raja crack that blood with a Blood Tithe Harvester in hand and Adelaide on board. That makes me think that we might be right about the cards in hand as Raja, is taking a look and has Blood Tithe Harvester and one unknown. And it's so awkward. Maybe this is why we saw Raja attack. Is just he was trying to, gain a little life and knew his blocks wouldn't be that strong. Maybe he'll attack again. Just, if I can't block, I got to gain life somehow.
And that is 10 damage just on the board for Elenbogen, factoring in that token from Adeline, leaving aside any other creatures or any Thaddeus Lieutenant or anything like that. So, yeah, Trespasser rumbles in once again, leaving the Misery Shadow back.
Very heads up from Raja there. And it looks like Raja maybe thinking about bluffing a creature removal spell to maybe get Anderw not to use the Brave the Elements this turn. If he plays the Blood Tithe Harvester, Anderw only needs to be afraid of Fatal Push, which doesn't really threaten his good friend Adelaide, and knows that Raja would probably do it on his turn to play around the Brave the Elements they both know about. Yeah, I guess if both players know about Brave and Fatal Push is on the table, it's really up to the couple Doomblade copies in the deck to kill the Adelaide for Anderw to even think about playing around anything in order to maybe save Raja a turn in the old posturing game.
And if Anderw decides he doesn't want to go for it just yet, he can afford to do that. Just attack with Adeline, which has Vigilance, biggest creature on the board, threaten a trade at the very least. So if you want to go for lethal with the Brave, you can do that. Otherwise, you can just sit back and use it as a defensive tool as well.
Yeah, I think Andrew's thinking about if he wants to block the Graveyard Trespasser and basically disrespect the card, Bone Crusher Giant or a Braid. Both players are kind of stopped, and Andrew's the one moving around here. So I think that's the situation around. Adeline is a 3/4, and Anderw knows that Bone Crusher Giant is a card that could really turn this game on its head, as it is sort of the best creature hate spell in Pioneer.
And yeah, here is the post-combat Blood Tithe Harvester for Raja. So Coast is essentially clear now. There's no Fatal Push active. I guess you could pick off a Recruitment Officer, but that's not your ideal use of that card. And wow, here's Thaddeus Lieutenant too.
Yeah.
I think has it all here.
Yeah, Anderw, it looks like he just has it rolled up. He's going to double check the Fatal Push. I think Anderw, and like you mentioned, Anderw and Raja know each other. They both have a lot of respect for the game. And Anderw, I think, would be like, okay, well, this Adeline can just attack forever right now and be, a little unimposed. So Raja probably would have Fatal Pushed it on his turn. He knows I have Brave. How bad is this even if I cast Brave and he kills my 4/3 Recruitment Officer? And we see Anderw attack trigger and then probably is going to do something in response here. Yeah, it looks like he's tanking again about whether he should Brave or not now that he's got his triggers off. And it looks like Raja maybe is getting allowed to move to block. So really disciplined play here from Elenbogen. Not going to take the risk of Roger trying to trick him with a fatal push and just potentially lose his best card.
Yeah, the calculation might be, if I go for it and it works, great, I win the game. If I just don't go for it, even in the face of a removal spell, then how likely am I to lose? And I think Anderw assumes his own position is commanding enough that there's no reason to set up a potential blowout when I'm on course to win the game as it is, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually super smart too, because if Raja tries to, let's say, double block the Adelaine and just remove the biggest creature and the thing that's growing without Lieutenant, well, then Anderw can be like, all right, Brave, I know Fatal Push can't kill this this Adelaine. And yeah, I might lose the damage, but then I kill 2 of your blockers. So in the next turn, we're in this same exact position, essentially, except I had this huge Adelaine again. So really heads up here, just allows him to sort of hang out and think about what he wants to do. So it looks like Raja is going to line up this block. You remember Mystery Shadow does have a +1/+1 Twitch chat before I think Raj is throwing away his creature. So he can kill that recruitment officer if he wants. And it looks like he's rather to keep the Blood Tithe Harvester around. Do you think he's going to use his accurate ability on something, Dom?
You would love to be able to pick something off with that if you could, but I think this is more a case of I need to survive the turn, but then I also need to be able to win the game. And then if, I have the Harvester, I have the Trespasser, if I find a removal spell for the Adeline or something, then maybe you can stitch it together. Otherwise, you're just treading water with your one creature, and that's not going to be enough.
Yeah. So we do see Misery Shadow get activated. Opens up the door. If Anderw wanted to, he could Brave to kill the Shadow and keep the 1/1 token. That would mean he could not Alpha Strike without drawing another Brave on the next turn. But maybe Anderw wants to have that here. Really complicated and hard games. This is the thing we see from the mono white deck, Dom. Yeah, as we see Anderw decide, like, yeah, I'm going to get rid of this and keep my board presence. You don't have enough board wipes in your main deck. People always say these decks are just so easy, you just don't think, but they're incredibly hard.
Yeah, this is essentially trading the Brave for a 4/3 officer and a 1/1 token. And that seems like a pretty good use of your card if you don't have a lethal Alpha Strike lined up with it next turn.
Yeah. We see Roger crack the blood and going to pick up his cards. Andrew Elenbogen up a game here. The mono white deck just dominating our feature match area right now. And, Andrew was on the play there, which is pretty big in these sort of matchups. Anytime you're playing a Savannah Lions deck, you're going to want to be on the play there. But still, looked pretty good for a matchup that can be really tough. I guess that's what a Pro Tour champion does. Let's check out the sideboards, though, real quick and see what it's like. We have Raja's Rakdos deck here. Yeah, you'll see that, he does have a Doomblade Go for the Throat split for the field. So a nice little addition there. But, Don, what do you like from the sideboards?
So Raja, I think, has these white aggro decks squarely in mind. We've got a Ray of Enfeeblement and 2 copies of Rending Volley as additional very strong 1/1 removal spells that can hit Adeline on the turn it comes down. And then we have an Extinction Event and 2 Ritual Officer. Those are the really big pickup in the matchup. 2 BB sorcery, destroy all creatures with mana value 3 or less. So might sweep up something of yourself, but you'll take that if it means destroying the opponent's entire battlefield at the same time.
Yep, I love it from that. Let's see what Andrew has real quick. Here's this time shift so we can get back to the area. Andrew, once again, same deck as Jesse. We talked about winning announcement. Is there cards besides winning announcement that they want, Dom, or is this a 4-in, 4-out situation?
You could maybe discuss some other options, but yeah, I think by and large it's the 4 wedding announcements and that's it. And it's just about shaving around the edges to make room for those.
I love it. Well, let's get back down to the Magic. I want to see some more, and we got more Magic to play today. Reminder that, this is a top 8, but not a traditional one. That's why we call it Stage 3. The loser of this game has to lose one more time against the loser of one of the other matches. So, for example, we have Nicole and Connor having a rematch right now, and the loser of that game is going to play Ivan, and the winner is going to play Jesse, since that happened here, and same for Max on the other side of the bracket with Zoe. So, we're going to see nothing from Raj on turn 1, then hopefully initiate for turn 1 for Andrew. Raja taking a think here, figuring out which 2-drop he wants to play, and sequencing with this deck matters so much, especially when you're on the play. It's your best chance to get in some chip shots.
How would you sequence those 2 blood cloaks? Would you lead on the Dissension one, or would you start on RTR and then fake out with a Dissension on turn 2?
Yeah, I would lead on the RTR. I love where your head's at on that one. That's when I started too, and it shows weakness, right? Like if you have a Dissension, you want to flex on camera. And so maybe Andrew's thinking, oh, he doesn't have, his good draw because he doesn't have the Dissension. So now when you play it on the next turn, bam, really throws Andrew for a loop and has him start thinking about things he shouldn't be thinking about. So I would say it's strictly correct.
Yeah, these are the mind games that you see at the top level of competitive play.
Mm-hmm. Don't even get a start on what they would do at the Pro Tour. It's crazy. As we see a Bone Crusher Giant stomp effect taking care of that Thalia and then attacking for 3 here with Blood Tithe Harvester. And
here's Adeline. And Roger's attack without Harvester means the 1/1 can rumble in and survive through the next turn as well. So that's the risk that you take, and Roger knows that, but getting punished for it a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like Raja has his Reckoner Bankbusters in and Fable the Mirror Breaker in his hand. So has a Fatal Push, and so if he wants to, he can start cleaning up this board, but doesn't have that Ritual of Soot, which would have been, the card that we discussed in the sideboarding that, really swings this matchup on its own. Do you like just developing the Fable here or sort of getting a lot of things going? This seems like a really complicated turn. And if players can't tell, we're playing at 2 times speed here so we can catch up to everybody. And even in that case, Raj has taken a good think on it.
Yeah, my first priority would be getting this Adeline out of the way. And so we're starting by looting with the blood. We pick up a Dreadbore, so just a nice universal removal spell. Maybe earmark that one for the Adeline instead. We'll see.
Yeah. Looks like Raja is going to cast Fatal Push on the Adeline. Has, the Haunted Ridge, and looks like he's going to develop his Bankbuster now. And I'm curious to see if he rumbles again or if he's just going to hold back on D. And it looks like this time he's, he's like, I've been attacking you a lot, getting hit for a bunch. I am off it. I'm going to just pass the turn.
Yeah, when you have the Bankbuster providing cards turn by turn, you have the Bone Crusher Giant on its adventure waiting to return home. You have to like your odds in a longer game. You just want to make sure you don't get punked out before that. And so, yeah, we keep up one blocker in the Harvester, and then that can turn into a bigger blocker in the form of the Bankbuster if it needs to.
Yeah. And Andrew, the classic, like we talked about, Dom, we get to turn 3 and we start planning for the next few turns. We can think about double spelling, how we want to attack our sequencing, but taking this little bit of time is something that everyone at home can do when they get to these harder turns with mono white and just any deck really, and just plan through a couple turns and then start executing quickly. You're thinking the same over multiple turns. It's just giving yourself a minute to really think through the implications.
And there is the wedding announcement, the most important card, I think players on both sides would argue, in this matchup. And so we'll see. I think Raja might need to start aggressively digging for Extinction Event or Ritual, so just to be able to clean up the board in a turn or two.
Yep. Yeah, wedding announcement's going to make a couple 1/1s and draw some cards, depending on what's best for Andrew, then turn into a Lord effect for the remainder of the game. As we do see Raja, despite having some removal spells in hand, just drew a card with the Reckoner Bankbuster, maybe looking for some specific card in mind, like Ritual of Soot, but now just has a bunch of spot removal. And like you mentioned in game 1, Tom, that's really hard to be enough to actually beat them on a white deck.
Yeah, we're using a Dreadbore to kill a 1-drop potentially, or a Stomp. Okay, that works as well, but falling further and further behind just on the board here with what we have, and Andrew still has a few cards left in the tank, 2 Mutavaults there ready to spring into action when they need to as well.
Yeah, and I think Andrew has 2 Thales Lieutenants, so we might see a lot of different options here. Andrew could go Thales Lieutenant attack, could also just hold up the Recruitment Officer and activate and make more tokens and be like, listen, if you have Ritual of Soot, I'm in a terrible spot. It is open decklist. These players know that. And I can just sort of rebuild my hand. And then when the time's right to alpha, the time's right to alpha. As we do see Adeline come on down here. Yeah, so Andrew, lots of different plays he can do here. I see does slam with everybody now.
Yeah, and this game has just been a bloodbath so far. And the Adeline, the ability by itself is annoying. And then I think if Roger doesn't have yet another removal spell to answer it, then we can see this game end very, very quickly.
Yeah, Raja just has a couple spot removal spells, so you're going to see him activate the Reckoner Bankbuster and draw another card. And now we're back in the tank again about what we're supposed to do. Very awkwardly, Dom, all Blood Tithe Harvester being multicolored means no matter what creature we play, Brave the Elements is good off the top. So, it's not even like we can play Bone Crusher Giant like last game and maybe diversify against Brave. No matter what, we're going to have that one be, a pretty annoying card if you're Raja Sulaiman.
And Raja at 12 facing down the 2 tokens, a Recruitment Officer, 2 Mutavaults as well. And then that wedding announcement, when it transforms at the end of this turn, even those lowly 1/1 tokens can attack into the Harvester and be substantial threats in their own right. So, yeah, this is a real uphill battle for Raja here. And I think unless he pulls something out of the hat on the next turn, if it gets to that, then I think Andrew is going to be moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, and we've shown just, despite playing multiple bad matchups over the last 2 days with this deck, Andrew Elenbogen has just overcome both Will Kruger and Roger Sulaiman in our tournament. Just, playing really tight technical Magic, making sure to, win that dice roll and be on the play, but still making the most of it and making sure to keep hands and do the right stuff. And it looks like Andrew is once again tanking over for the next 2 turns, trying to figure out, do I need to animate these Mutavolts? What do I need to do in order to win this game? Because Andrew knows this is really good. Raja drawing a card with Reckoner Bankbuster every turn is not exactly how Raja wants to draw it up at this point, as we do see Andrew just attack for 2. I love it. So easy to slam with everything, but he'd rather have the bodies, and that's the type of high-level Magic we'd love to see.
Offering the trade here with the Harvester, and Raja might feel obliged to take this here.
Yeah,
there we go.
It's so awkward. As we do see Andrew, Accurate Recruitment Officer, double check to make sure, you don't want to get a GRV here, and he's going to have to reveal the creature he puts into his hand as he grabs Extraction Specialist. Oof. So his one of fun of great for this matchup. That's a good one to find on your trade.
Especially if one of Raja's ways to get back in the game is Rich Assert. Not exiling creatures means that you have your pick in terms of what you want to buy back from the graveyard. So even if Raja finds a sweeper, Extraction Specialist into buying back Recruitment Officer, well, that is a pretty impressive board once again by itself.
Yeah, and Raja picked up a Shieldred for turn, so he has a couple options available to him. He has one more Dreadbore, I believe, so he could do something like kill a creature, play a Bone Crusher Giant or a Fable. He could slam the Shieldred. Lots of options available, and Raja, while under the gun, is not out of things yet. This black-red mid-range deck plays so many different roles, and we've seen Raja dominate on our series with the control decks, and not surprising to see him take a very controlling role, despite this matchup maybe calling for it as well.
Some people refer to this as a kind of subtle aggro deck, in fact, where you have your Blood Tithe Harvesters and Mystery Shadows and so on, and you can play this aggressive game if you need to. In a matchup like this, you usually will find yourself forced into this defensive role. That's one that Raja usually is very much at home with, but if you don't have the tools to actually play that role, then it's not an appealing proposition.
100%. And looks like we're just going to play the Fable of the Mirror Breaker after killing the Hopeful Initiate. And it looks like Andrew back to figuring things out. I think
and
Andrew...
let's see, if Andrew has an untapped land, fires up all the Mutavolts, those are all 3/3s, and then so it looks like it's lethal if Andrew just has a land, and if he doesn't have a land, he has spells, and that's not good news either.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do think this is a lethal situation here. Raja's lining up blocks, maybe looking to get a trade here versus actually just eating something. But once again, those Mutavolts are 3/3s thanks to the flip boarding announcement. So we are attacking 4/10 here, and yeah, Raja has been defeated. So we're going to head back here to the booth. Congratulations to Andrew Elenbogen. Moving on. Tournament not over for Raja Sulaiman. So don't worry, Dom. Your pick to win still alive. He needs to lose one more game to be out. But he needs to win the next 2 if he's going to make it to our top 4 double match elimination bracket. We're going to take a quick break, go grab a drink, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Good morning again, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Series Championships. I am Matt Pamonte. Thanks for joining us early this morning. We just kicked off round number 1, about to get round number 2 underway. I wanted to give you an update on all 8 of our players who are still battling for our championship here, and you'll see all of their records. At 1-0, Andrew Elenbogen, Jesse Robkin, Maxx Kominowski, and Zoe Riederman, all 1-0, looking to win this round and be into our final stage of the tournament. And then Connor Mullaly, Ivan Espinosa, Nicole Dubin, and Raja Sulaiman at 0-1. If they lose this round, the tournament comes to an end. If they win, they're still alive, just have to win another match. So we're going to get ready to jump into round number 2 of stage 3. I'm going to send you back to Dom and Mason to get us kicked off for that round.
Yeah, and hello and welcome back. We have Maxx versus Andrew here. Rakdos mid-range once again versus Andrew Elenbogen. He ended up on that side of the bracket, and that's just how it goes sometimes. But as we've seen all weekend, Andrew Elenbogen, our Pro Tour champion of Mono White here, very good at piloting these sort of decks and has overcome it at every point. Let's see if he can do it one more time.
Yeah, Andrew's saying to all of the Rakdos players in this tournament, I know that you think the matchup is good. That's nice. I love that for you. I disagree, and I'm about to show you why exactly I disagree.
Yeah, as we do see Maxx lead on a Reckoner Bankbuster here, and we see Andrew play a Luminarch Aspirin, get a counter, and pass the turn. What does Maxx need? What happened last game? We saw Andrew beat Raja, both incredibly strong players here. What is Maxx looking for in order to actually take over this game and come out on top?
So I think one thing that is more important than it might appear at first is just the creatures. If you can get a board of a Bonecrusher Giant and a Shieldred or something with that Bankbuster as a colorless blocker that can get through Brave, at that point, you maybe don't have to deal with each one of these creatures individually. You can just rely on your bigger blockers to come up the ground or to allow you to take the more aggressive role if you want to. I think the issue that we saw for Raja was never able to stabilize behind blockers, and so had to just dreadball this and fatal push that, and eventually just run out of time, run out of room. So we'll see if Maxx can make it on that approach instead.
Max's deck seems to be fully foiled, even the token. That's sending a message to Andrew for sure. What the message is, though, I'm unclear.
I think to us in the booth, it might be sending a middle finger shaped message, because we are going to have to really put the work in to identify what these cards are. I'm taking your word for it. That's a Reckoner Bankbuster. That's the only thing that makes sense, but can't say for sure, can I? Because
Dom, let me let you know something. I might not be the funniest, the smartest, the best insight person on any commentary anywhere, but I'm most handsome and I know all the cards. So
you are all of those things as well, but also just running out the score here.
Hey, can we get Dom a raise? I need him in the booth more. Anyways, it's Andrew here doing the classic turn 3 in Pioneer with Mono White. Time to think through exactly what we're going to do. And once again, if you're at home and you're loving the Mono White deck like I do, take this to heart. Just taking a little bit of time, think through your turns, exactly what to do, and then capitalize off that, because it pays off in a real way and can be very helpful.
Yeah, you're watching the Mono White deck play one of the most important matchups in all of Pioneer in this high-stakes environment, with one of the best Mono White players we've seen at the helm as well. So a great learning opportunity, and just great entertainment for us in the booth as well.
Mm-hmm. And reminder, one of these players, whoever wins here, is going to move on to our top 4 stage 4. They're going to be done playing for about another hour. The loser isn't out. They just have to go and play the winner of the people who went 0-1. We see a Dreadbore on the Adelaine from Maxx, and just a passing of the turn.
And this Aspirin has been allowed to survive turn after turn, and so maybe the coast is clear in terms of any other removal spell left over, and Andrew can smell blood there and move in for the kill.
Yeah. It looks like Andrew's thinking if he wants to maybe make a more aggressive play here. Does have a Mutavault in hand as well, so can maybe get a little firing up action if he's really feeling frisky. Looks like a Hopeful Initiate. Pretty funny into the flank of a Reckoner Bankbuster.
Yeah, if Andrew had the 4th land there, it might actually be feasible to just kill that Bankbuster right away, stop it from both drawing cards over time and being a formidable attacker / blocker as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Andrew's going to, not to be predictive here, I wonder if he's trying to trick Maxx in some way of attacking with the Aspirin and then, remove counters to kill the Bankbuster if it tries to block. If not, just dome for 4. It's a really tricky spot for Maxx to figure out too. And if he doesn't have a kill spell, he basically just gets 4 damage on the house. Really tricky plays here for Andrew. And this is the little things that can go a long way here, figuring out exactly how you want to do this.
Yeah, we've seen these mono white aggro decks in the past where you just flood the board with your creatures, and then past a certain point, your 1 mana 2/1s don't do anything. One of the nice things about this mono white humans deck is all of your creatures have these abilities that give them greater relevance going on. So Hopeful Initiate, you have that naturalize effect, that disenchant on a stick, Luminarch Aspirin, boosting creatures over time, Recruitment Officer, a nice mana sink, Dauntless Bodyguard protection. So you get to these points where it's turn 6, turn 7, even the 1-drops are all good draws in their own ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we see Luminarch Aspirant crashing for 4, like we talked about. And Maxx is sort of in this spot of, what do I do?
Yeah, very few simple turns at this point in the game here. And so, yeah, Andrew will remove the 2 counters from the aspirant using the initiate to kill the Bank Buster. And one thing worth noting about the initiate, doesn't have to just remove counters from itself. So if you have a wide board all with counters thanks to Thalia's Lieutenant or aspirant, you can really pick and choose where you want those counters to come from.
Yeah. And we do see Maxx falling down to 18 here because it does lose 2 counters right away. So, it's kind of an interesting spot where Maxx loses the Bank Buster, but did make it so Andrew didn't cast any spells this turn, which, if Andrew had a more powerful card, which we'll see right now with Thoughtseize, he'd have Skyclave Apparition and Adelaine. He got to sort of buy some time and make his Thoughtseize more relevant. So it isn't exactly clear who came out ahead on that one. And Maxx is able to turn one of his, cards at this point in the game that's pretty weak into a real card there.
Yeah, the Thoughtseizes, in a weird way, almost get more important post-sideboard because of cards like Wedding Announcement, which you can't just point a Dreadball at or point a Fatal Push at. You need to actually preemptively deal with those permanently. So in game 1 here, you'll be happy to use it just to snipe an Adelaine, which by itself would demand a removal spell instead.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like Maxx does have an Abrade here. Just going to take the Lunar Aspirant. And this is what the difference is when you have just a little bit of board presence and the opponent, doesn't have those double 1-drops into a Lord effect that we saw against Raja here. Maxx is, behind the 8 ball when it comes to life total, but the board's fairly stable.
Andrew does have that Skyclave Apparition that Maxx knows about, so if we want to start getting some damage in, we can Apparition the Harvester, fire up Mutavault, attack, trigger the training on the initiate, get in for 4. So a nice chunk of damage, and it looks like an appealing line, but could get all undone by a Fatal Push or something like that. So a lot to consider here for both players.
Yeah, and Andrew knows that if Maxx is very afraid of the Skyclave Apparition, he could have just used the Bloodtithe Harvester to kill the Hopeful Initiate right away. But then Andrew's thinking, well, what if Maxx has a card like Shieldred? Can I even beat that card if I play my Skyclave Apparition now?
That's the thing too, is the Harvester by itself, not really scary. Graveyard Trespasser, Shieldred or something, much more concerning. So got to think about exactly what to use that Apparition on. Don't want to waste it and then have the game get dominated by a Shieldred.
Yeah, and we do see a 1,010 off the top here for Andrew. Good draw there. Plays his Mutable, animates it with itself, uses the planes to the other one, and now has a huge board and gets to, start to try and move to combat. And if he does, Bloodtithe Harvester can trade as Immutable, but that Hopeful Initiate is going to be quite large.
Yeah, the Thalia's Lieutenant, the perfect draw there for Andrew Elenbogen. That Hopeful Initiate, if it gets to attack and trigger the training, already bigger than the Harvester. And then, okay, we do see that one fall to a Fatal Push. And then Harvester trades off with the Mutavault. So we've simplified the board a little bit, but Andrew still has that Skyclave Apparition left in reserve. So even just a top-decked Shieldred or something like that would not be enough to stabilize.
Yeah, as we do see Castle Lochthwain off the top for Maxx here, so he's going to play that one. Looks like he's got some spell he's thinking about. Maybe he's thinking about activating a Castle Lochthwain here to try and find something else to play, but he's going to pass the turn for now. Decides he wants to see how much pressure he's going to be under off the top. He knows Andrew's only other spell in hand that is a Skyclave Apparition, since we thought so 2 turns ago, and it looks like Andrew drew Thalia and is going to cast it, before animating the Mutavault. That way, if Maxx wants to do something, he maybe can't Fatal Push and Castle Lochthwain if he wants to kill Mutavault.
I think this is a quick creature land check on the other side. There is a hive nestled in behind those beautiful woodprint Kamigawa basics. So just some Mutavault getting to attack in here for 3, but that's fine as well.
Yeah, still get a good trade there, and if Maxx wants to activate Castle Lochthwain, it really depends on what the castle draws for Maxx here. If he finds a card like Shieldred, he's incredibly happy as he activates Blood and discards the Swamp. And
this is cute here. We get to put the Blood activation on the stack. You discard the card as a cost, and then in response, Maxx is going to activate the castle just so he loses 1 less life from that activation.
That is some great technical play. Those are the things that really matter. 1 life can literally be the difference in this matchup, especially with a card like Brave the Elements here. Looks like Maxx did pick up a Haunted Ridge, and I think a Bone Crusher Giant as well. So, yeah, it is a Bone Crusher Giant. He's going to stomp the Thalia's Lieutenant, paying the 1 extra for Thalia, and play this Bone Crusher, and that's a crushing play here for Maxx.
Literally and metaphorically, yes. We'll see if this Bone Crusher Giant is annoying enough to eat that with the Apparition. Seems like that may be the line here. There we go.
Yeah, and this might be a moment too where Andrew's like, listen, I want to hit Shieldred more than anything, but I need to actually make pressure on inroads. And if I just don't attack for 2 turns, or I lose this Mutavault to that, then I'm going to be in a much worse spot. So we do see Dauntless Bodyguard protects the cycle apparition. That way, if Maxx has something like another Fatal Push or a powered kill, we don't get a 3/3 token back super easily.
Yeah, an impressive board for Anderw once again. And unless Maxx has some high impact play on this turn, we have some pretty nice attacks, even into the face of that Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, we definitely have Animate Mutavault, and swing with that. I guess we could attack with everything. And if he wants to trade 3s for 3s, then that goes a long way, where you could try and block the Skyclave apparition and essentially, kill the Dauntless Bodyguard. A lot of different plays available to Maxx here. And Anderw gets, dictate sort of a little bit of the rules of engagement for a minute.
And even if Maxx doesn't die right away, there are so many crushing top decks that Anderw has in the deck. So another Thales Lieutenant, let's say another Adeline. Even a lot of the lands, like Castle Ardenvale, will be very difficult to beat from this position too.
Yeah. Maxx is going to need to sort of have these attacks go his way and draw something like Shieldred plus Removal Spell. As we do see another Dauntless Bodyguard come in, and it looks like this one's going to be tied to the Mutavault. So that means, if we try to offer the Hive trade, it will just kill that Dauntless Bodyguard if Anderw prefers to go that way. Looks like we might be having, before attacks effects from Maxx here. Tough turn. Misplaced Ginger turning in his grave over here to see this happen, as we see an attack with the Mutavault.
Wait, he's dead?
Ginger's dead on the inside. if you play that many Moto Leagues, we got to help him. We're starting a GoFundMe. It looks like Maxx is like, okay, I'll block your Mutavault, and Anderw gets to decide if he wants to kill this Hive.
We are pleased to confirm Misplaced Ginger is alive and well, and probably streaming the Pioneer Challenge today with Rakdos Midrange at some point, but we'll watch us instead, stay in our comforting warm glow over here.
Yeah, I imagine, Ginger's actually watching our stream on his stream. Classic him moment, as we do see an attack and then sacrifice the Dauntless Bodyguard. So we cleared up the one Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but it has given Maxx that pivotal turn we talked about, where if he can draw something like Shieldred here, he can maybe start to stabilize. Looks like he doesn't have much. He's just going to play that Haunted Ridge and then pass the turn back to Anderw.
One nice thing about this Mono White Humans deck is the Anderw and Jesse list has 23 lands as opposed to the stock 22, but you can afford to do that in your low curve aggro deck because you have so many mana sinks and so many of your lands do additional things. So you see Mutavault there, one of the best cards in the format and in this deck. 2 copies of Iganto, Seed of the Empire, letting you make some kind of funky semi-bluff attacks. And then Castle Ardenvale in the slower games, Sheffet Dunes as well. You get to have close to perfect mana, and a lot of your lands that make that mana do other things as well.
Yep, and we see Anderw being like, listen, the game state hasn't changed that much from my side. I'm just going to tackle this Mutavault and let you decide if you want to trade Hive again. And it looks like Maxx like, yeah, I want to respect Brave the Elements here. I'm going to block and see, what happens. Well, it looks like we have an animate. Maybe priority's been pressed to Anderw, and Andrew's thinking about using something like an Iganjo of his own. I think the list plays 1 Iganjo. Maybe it was 2. I'm mistaken. If it is a 2 situation, then this is a blowout for Anderw. Yep, this Maxx is going to decide to actually declare blocks there. Anderw draws a land and passes, and you see Anderw not wanting to bluff this with a card like Recruitment Officer. He wants to just get his lands down, and then if he has a chance to play that card and start activating, he'll be happier for it. As Reckoner Bankbuster was the draw for Maxx here, and we see him immediately activate it, looking for some action. As I do think that Bankbuster should cost 1 more mana because of Thalia. Maybe we can.
Should. Yeah, we will inform our table spotter about that, get that looked at real quick. And then, there's a lot of 3-drops in this deck, right? It's infamous for that. So that 1 mana can make all the difference. And part of why Thalia is so strong as well. If that 3-drop is a Fable or something instead, then even that through the Thalia attacks could not be deployed this turn.
Yep. Yeah, and luckily Maxx has a lot of mana, so that extra Thalia is just a little oopsie poopsie in the morning. These players have been playing all day yesterday and got up quite early today to game, and we're gonna see Maxx. I think he drew the card he's been looking for, Shieldred here. With the Reckoner Bankbuster too.
Yeah, that impression is gone now. I mean, it's still there, but not available to tag the Shieldred. And so now, unless Anderw can find some other great top deck on this next 10 or 2, Shieldred can finally threaten to stabilize the game.
Yeah, it's unclear to me what's happening. Oh, it looks like Maxx, the stack was clear. And so Anderw isn't going to lose 2 life.
Important to clarify that at all times, yes.
Yes. And, luckily for Maxx in this position, the 2 life will matter over the course of the game. But for right now, as long as he doesn't miss that gain life trigger, he's going to be in a much better position. If you have to miss one, this is the one to miss.
Yeah, this is the stack empty meme is the kind of thing which people keep quoting and running into the ground, and then in 2 years, you'll say it to someone at a tournament, and they'll just look at you blankly with no understanding of what you mean at all, and you're going to feel bad about it.
100%. As we do see Maxx, it looks like Maxx is at 2 mirror life totals weren't updated. Meaning,
wow.
Huge difference.
Not enough then. Okay.
Yeah, also probably why you saw Maxx kind of shrug at the losing of 2 life to Anderw. He's like, I don't know, man, I'm dead. You have a Thalia, and I have no kill cards in hand. So we're going to see Anderw Elenbogen win that game, go 1 up over Maxx here. Anderw just, playing the bad matchups, doesn't care, just wins every single game 1, and then game 2 and 3 has winning announcement and hopes to go the distance.
Yeah, some timely top decks to press the advantage from Anderw, but you're seeing the strength of this mono white humans deck even in the longer games. That game lasted 8 to 10 turns from each side, somewhere in that range, and the mono white deck felt comfortably ahead at every stage of that.
Yeah, well, let's check out what Maxx has in his sideboard and see what exactly he can do. Here's his list. He's opting to have a bunch of power work kills. We saw Raj have a split last time. But besides that, pretty stock. The biggest difference is Maxx has 3 Reckoner Bank Busters in the main deck. I think he expected more Rakdos mid-range decks and put his 3 Misery Shadows in the sideboard.
Yeah, I think the draw to the Bank Buster is great in the mirror, great against all of the control decks that we actually saw be the most popular archetype in this Pioneer field. And then even against some of the other creature decks, this is a sideboard plan that a lot of the Rakdos players have turned to, is board in the Bank Busters and all of your removal and play this more controlling game. And then sometimes the Bank Buster as this, 4/4 attacker or blocker can be the biggest thing on the board as well. So super flexible card, really nice pickup for this deck, but not one that's going to save you if you're that far behind.
Yeah, it is nice how it works against Brave the Elements as well. What do you think we're going to come in from the sideboard here?
So those Rending Volleys, those are automatic. I would imagine the Misery Shadows as well. And then Extinction Event is nice to have access to a sweeper, but there's a big difference in this matchup between Extinction Event and Ritual of Cert. Bearing in mind, there are a lot of good 2-drops in the human stack. Thalia's Lieutenant, and then Luminarch Aspirant 2. And then also lots of 1s over here, lots of 3s over there. So Extinction Event not always going to sweep up everything the way that you might need it to at that stage of the game.
100%. And we saw Maxx actually eliminate Adam Wasburn-Moses earlier in the tournament, and he brought in his Misery Shadow, so we'll see if he does that again. Meanwhile, from Elenbogen's side, we went over this matchup last round. Maybe you just joined us here. Elenbogen does have that 1 Extraction Specialist main deck. Besides the 4 wedding announcements, which are pretty stock, Dom, we've seen Anderw play a little bit. Do you think he's bringing in the Pruducathars or the Destroy Evils or Deckenstone, or do you think he is just doing the old 4/4?
So definitely the wedding announcements, and then depending on how much you're concerned about things like Shieldred and these bigger blockers, then you could look towards something like Deckenstone. Destroy Evil, it hits Shieldred, it hits Fable, but there's stuff that it kind of misses in between, so not sure if you want to turn to that one. But yeah, I would expect things like Cathars to be shaved, maybe some of the 1-drops in favor of the wedding announcements and the Deckenstone.
Love it. Well, the players are shuffling up and should be ready in a second. Get excited today, everyone. Once again, the winner of this match will be into our stage 4, which is the top 4, where they will be playing 2 out of 3 matches, and it's alternating between Modern and Pioneer. We're going to go over that a little bit more with you later, but essentially, one player is going to get to pick what format they're playing. They lose, and the loser gets to choose, make that decision. So a lot of really exciting magic to be happened left today. Some really high-level games to be had, and one of these 2 players is going to make it. I believe our backup match for this round is Jesse Robkin versus Zoe Riederman. 2 friends battling it out in the Pioneer section. One of them is going to make it. Zoe did beat Mullaly last round. We didn't have a chance to update you there. Outside of our players to watch leaderboard, but that is how that one broke out. So, Zoe or Jesse, 2 friends who played all the team tournaments together this year. One of them is for sure making it to stage 4, which is very exciting. And for the case of Jesse, her teammate Anderw Elenbogen for this event might be there as well, which is, I would say, at minimum, an impressive showing.
Yeah, they were very happy with their preparation for this event and the deck list that they settled on. If they get one representative in the top 4, that's great. That's a good weekend at the office. But if you can get both of you in a small field like this into the top 4, you really feel like you did it.
Yeah, 100%. And, despite us both trying to trick them into playing Amulet Titan for this tournament, they stuck to their guns and been paid off in Modern in spades playing their, innovative Temur Breach deck that's a little bit more grindy for the expected field compared to, the normal sort of Jeskai Breach that Jesse has been, championing for the last year or so. It does seem the players are mulliganing and getting ready to game here. As it looks like both players do have a fairly good mixture of lands and spells, and so they're going to keep the Haunted Rich tap for the start for Maxx. Hopeful initiate for Anderw. Maxx is back on the turn 2 life. Got to figure out which of his, various 2-drops he wants to actually play here and sort of, maybe have to throw underneath the bus if something like a Lunar Gasper comes down. So Blood Tithe Harvest are the best one for doing that.
Yeah, keen to see how many Bank Busters are still in the deck after sideboarding 4 Maxx here, but not going to see that just yet. Blood Tithe Harvester as the deck's marquee turn 2 play.
Yeah, it looks like Anderw has a Thousand Lieutenant in hand, and it's just going to run that one out and just off, potentially offer the trade here, he's thinking. Yeah, does that tell you anything when you see a Thalia's Lieutenant like this on turn 2?
Maybe suggest that Anderw has a 3-drop rolled up and is trying to curve 1 into 2 into 3. Also, sometimes if you just have a handful of Thalia's Lieutenants, then you want to start deploying them and then having them see each other by the mid game. So wouldn't read too much into it just yet. Maxx going to lead with Fable on turn 3. We'll see if Anderw has his own 3-drop enchantment in Wedding Announcement to flip that script back on Maxx.
I love this. So Maxx has the fully foiled out token. You can see it on the top there, but Maxx did win our showdown. So Maxx has the official NRG Fable, the Mirror Breaker token, with his friends and teammates Theo and Connor. Connor playing for his life right now in Pioneer in the lower bracket, fighting Ivan, I believe, on Angels versus Lotus Field. But Maxx is, letting him have a little time this on here in the feature match area as we pass over to Anderw.
And that is the kind of matchup that really heavily favors the Lotus Field deck, unless Angels comes packing a lot of sideboard hate, which it looks like Ivan did not for that matchup this weekend. So I imagine Connor will be happy with that pairing, hoping to get an easier win there and then play for his life in the tournament next round to try and make the top 4.
100%. And we're seeing Anderw. What is it, Dom, turn 3? And what are we doing? Taking a think.
Head in the hands. Yeah, this is the nice thing about having these wide cameras on the table is you get to see those elbows on the table, head in hands moments as players try and figure out what the line is.
Yeah. I think we should call them team elbows on the table. Elenbogen and Jesse love to do this, where they go for a think and they just rest their head on their hands, just sort of lean over the table and be like, okay, what's happening?
Yeah, Elenbogen's on the table here, resting your head in your hands. There's something there. I'm going to workshop that joke and try and get back to you by the end of the broadcast. But for now, as Anderw is deep in the tank, looks like a 1-drop coming down this pipeline here.
Yeah, looks to be a hopeful initiate. Got pulled up to the front. Now it is going to grow the Thalia's Lieutenant. We might have a double 1-drop situation so the Thalia's Lieutenant can grow. It is Dauntless Bodyguard too. So now we can grow the Thalia's Lieutenant and grow the hopeful initiate if we want to. Question is, though, who are we going to try and save, quote unquote, with the Dauntless Bodyguard?
This is a mannerism you see from Anderw quite a bit, is he'll be ready to deploy a card after coming to that conclusion, and we'll just kind of bounce it on the parapet at the edge of the table before it, leaps over onto the board there.
Awesome, great. Yeah, it looks to me like from the way we're posturing the card that the Dauntless Bodyguard is going to be attached to the Thalia's Lieutenant, which makes the most sense given the, the hopeful initiate can't die this combat, that a little double block situation happening. We'll let you know for sure if changes.
We have a game-changing fact being conveyed to us by the chat here. Apparently, Elenbogen with 2 L's is German for elbow, so the Elenbogens really are on the table here.
Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Well, all I heard of you, we're happy to have you here and letting us know those facts. Make sure to click follow. That way you don't miss anything. We're going to have Magic for a long time today. Like I said, our top 4 is best of 2 of 3 matches. So we are going to be here for a bit with a lot of high-level Magic, and we're excited to have you all here today as Maxx is taking a think.
I think around 800 people in here learning some German vocabulary, learning how to play mono white humans in Pioneer. Lots of education going on this bright and clear Sunday morning.
Yeah, how to sequence, your Shocklands 2, Dissension, Guild Pack, GT. How are you going to sequence them? We're here to help you with that too.
Yeah, if there's a Guild of Ravnica Blood Crypt as well, all bets are off. I don't know how I meant to sequence that one.
Oh yeah, well that's the secret one. You'll know about it when you know about it. Secret lair, other guild Shocklands.
We got those intergalactic space Shocklands now as well. Like lots of ways to have 4 distinct arts and printings of Blood Crypt in your deck if you're someone who's built like that.
Some people are built differently, and then there's also there's another whole secret layer Shockland set that they had for like some artist. It's just a lot going on. As we do see, a no blocks falling to 14 here, and a Fable the Mirror Breaker gonna get some rummaging on. Looks like Maxx is just double checking here. Maxx is starting to fall behind, and these rummages off the Fable the Mirror Breaker are super important to get correct. So just taking a second to be like, okay, even if I draw 2 lands here, am I happy with this exchange, or do I need to maybe trade a spell over here? Very easy just to discard lands, but sometimes you need a lot of mana. As I think he palmed a Shieldred there for a second, decided the best of it. Blood Crypt with the Expedition art, and then, one of those power word kills going to the graveyard.
I forgot about the Expeditions too, but we'll add that one to the increasingly long list there as well. And I think Andrew has to like his spot here. We have the 3/4 Hopeful Initiate, 3/3 Thales Lieutenant. We're going wide as well as going tall, and then only 2 lands so far. I have to imagine once we find that 3rd land, then there's a powerful 3-drop of some kind waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, and you see Maxx here. He needs to attack because his land in hand is Castle Lochthwain with no swamps in play. So if he wants to play the Shieldred this turn, he is going to have to attack with the Goblin. Luckily for him, the Goblin attack isn't the worst thing in the world. It can trade with the Dauntless Bodyguard if Andrew wants it, which would then expose the Thales Lieutenant. So, pretty easy attack, but one that he unfortunately is sort of a forced play in order to get his marquee card down.
And we can confirm that Connor did win that Angels matchup. And so he's saying he has a clean win and in for top 4 next round against whichever of Jesse and Zoe loses their heads up that's going on just a table away from this one.
Yeah, awkward spot for Connor there where both matchups are rough, mono green devotion and mono white. Losing to Zoe just 30 minutes ago to be in the spot to have to beat Ivan, but still alive for our top 4 is our player of the year. And we're going to see what happens with those players here in just a minute. As we do see a stomp on from Bonecrusher Giant there into a fatal push onto this Hopeful Initiate, and Castle Lochthwain passing the turn. Yeah, it looks like Maxx is just going to, hold the treasure and just wait a little bit. Yeah, the Bonecrusher Giant not in play quite yet, but soon enough.
Yeah, Maxx really got to simplify the board on this turn, and so there is the 3rd land, and it's a good one in Mutavault for Andrew Elenbogen. And we'll see what that 3 mana leads to here.
He has 2 Thalia Lieutenants in hand, so we could see, an animate our Mutavault, grow it, and then play another Thalia Lieutenant. Also, if you have something like Adeline, that's going to take over this board very quickly and grow the Thalia Lieutenant a similar amount. Looks like we're thinking about maybe Mutavaulting, trying to figure out exactly what our attacks are here. Elenbogen is starting to, he has a full grip, but the board is starting to get away from him a little bit. And Blood Tithe Harvester plus Fable the Mirror Breaker is a combination that can really take over this game. So Andrew knows he needs to get his creatures big and get the damage in now so that Maxx doesn't just have forever to do what he wants.
This is 3 mana for Wedding Announcement. Okay.
Yeah, looks like maybe Andrew is wanting to develop the board a little bit and maximize his mana so that if he draws another land, he'll be able to actually, double Thales Lieutenant and slam for more damage.
Yeah, going to be hard to grind through Transformed, Reflection of Gihiji plus Blood Tithe Harvester, so aiming to either find a way to break that up explicitly or force Maxx to maybe chum block with a Blood Tithe Harvester, something like that, or go so wide that you can even fight through it, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's the plan, is to hold these Thalios Lieutenants in hand for a couple turns, build a couple bodies, and then surprise Maxx with a burst of damage. Wouldn't expect anything less from Andrew Elenbogen, our most accomplished player in this field. He's a Pro Tour champion playing decks like this. He knows what he's doing as Bonecrusher Giant comes back from the adventure.
Yeah, didn't see it all the way over there. That was a pretty long and distant adventure, but it's back home now. And a 4-3 is decent stats on the board that's going to be gummed up by 2-2s before too long.
Yeah, and I think Andrew drew Skyclave Apparition. Oh, it looks like he drew a land. Okay, maybe there was one already in hand. I just missed it. But Andrew here has some more mana to work with. Does have the Thalios Lieutenants like we talked about. Looks like he did have Skyclave. That's a big draw for him. He now gets to either kill the Reflection or the Blood Tithe, or the Bone Crusher as well. But going to take the Reflection, get that underneath his Skyclave Apparition. Now, he doesn't have to worry about the infinite Blood Tithe Harvesters. And yeah, just going to trigger his wedding announcement. It looks like at end of turn, make another 1/1 and sort of grow the Thalios Lieutenant in the board state here. And it's got set up pretty nicely for our good friend Thalios Lieutenant off the top. Or from the hand, I should say. Oh, Fatal Push does destroy the huge Thalios Lieutenant.
Yeah, Maxx doing what he can to contain the bigger creatures here, make sure he always has the biggest thing on the battlefield at all times.
Yeah. And Maxx is going to need to find some way to start stabilizing the board and putting pressure on. Looks like he does have a Bone Crusher Giant, so he's going to swing with both his creatures and start the race off.
Yeah, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and Maxx certainly living by that philosophy on this turn.
Yeah, as we do see Maxx swinging here for 7. If this attack goes unblocked, which is a fairly reasonable play off the, just off the top there for Andrew. Andrew's down on life, and while he does have a big board presence, Maxx has Bone Crusher Giant in hand, which is, if there's no Brave the Elements for Andrew, which we know from our perspective there isn't, but for Maxx he doesn't know, if this Stomp resolves on this Skyclave Apparition, the board swings instantly in the favor of Maxx, especially if he chooses to cast, his Bone Crusher Giant off the adventure, and then has lethal damage actually being represented on the backswing for Andrew.
A nice shiny Castle Lockthwain just glaring its way into our hearts over there, and it's going to be tapped to cast a Stomp on the Skyclave Apparition. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. We get a 3/3 illusion back from the Apparition, and can maybe now cast a second Bone Crusher as well.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty easy trade in for the treasure if you have no other play, but Maxx maybe has something like an Abrade, another power word kill in hand, is maybe wanted to save for something like an Adeline off the top, and just be okay with the board state not being as dominant for him. But it looks like he is going to take that aggressive role, and like I mentioned, on the board now, we do have lethal damage from Maxx. So Andrew can't all-out attack because the wedding announcement will draw a card, and we'd have to, the Mutavault wouldn't be there to block, but getting dangerously close. And this is what you mentioned, right? You need to have a good mixture of creatures and interaction so that the time can turn. You can actually start putting pressure on your opponent. Also, from Max's perspective, you hate to see Andrew not activate the Mutavault, at least to get the counter. It just means, oh no, what's coming if we don't want these counters? And it turns out to be more Thalios Lieutenants, more counters.
Got to make sure we have enough dice over there, putting our table spotters to the test. And now that wedding announcement is going to transform to buff everything even further. So I think Maxx is in a position where really need to find one of those copies of Extinction Event that I imagine were sideboarded in. And it would be devastating here as well, because the lieutenants and the tokens both have even mana values. 0, I'm told, is even. And so you could clear all of those up, leave yourself with 2 Bone Crusher Giants, and really be in a commanding lead.
Yeah, that is a great point. So that's a card Andrew needs to be thinking about. I wonder if Andrew's going to attack just 1 or 2, because obviously both his creatures would trade, but then he would draw a card and not make a token, which is, this weird sort of aspect to this deck here and playing with wedding announcement. It looks like Andrew decided to leave some of his creatures back on defense so he doesn't just get Alpha Strike killed, and this will let him grow his 1,000 Gems instead of, drawing another card off the wedding announcement. Maxx drew a Swamp. Something he might be interested in playing. Maybe he wants to just discard it to the Blood. A lot of different options here. Kind of the cool thing about this Rakdos midrange. Oh, yeah?
Yeah. 2 mana 4. The Harvester, maybe. Bankbuster. Blood Tithe Harvester. Okay. That can juice up the first Harvester and help let it take down something larger like this Thalios Cannon.
Yeah.
But That's a 4-4. There's now a 5-5. Do we only have 2 blood tokens over there?
Yeah, we only have 2 blood tokens. He forgot about the thing. And Maxx with a little bit of an oopsie-poopsie, hand in head.
Elenbogen's fully on the table there, head buried in the hands. Yeah, I think Maxx kicking himself over that mistake.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. You can't make plays like this, right, Dom? If you're going to play at the highest level, and everyone makes mistakes, just like Hannah Montana said, we all have those days. But if you do this thing versus someone like Andrew Elenbogen, you are going to get punished. As we see Adeline come off the top there, which is going to grow the Thalia's attendance even more. And now Maxx is in a terrible position.
Yeah, always good to have a Hannah Montana lore expert here in the booth with me to patch in some of those gaps in my knowledge. So I think we make a formidable team here in the booth. And this is a formidable attack force for Anderw, who even if that Thalia's lieutenant had died, I think would still feel pretty good about this position.
Even if that one is off the board, it would be a nice spot here for Anderw. And, we're going to see some moves for attacks. It looks like Maxx is maybe thinking about, it looks like Andrew was thinking, okay, I thought Maxx maybe was trying to do some pre-combat, possibly pop a blood token situation. Looks like we are going to swing in with some tokens here. I think that 1/1 is the one that's triggered from the Adeline that's being attacked, since it does just get eaten by a Bone Crusher Giant, but hard to know for sure. Oh, no, it looks like that was a real one. Okay, that is the wedding announcement one. And then Andrew's lining up his attacks before he triggers his Adeline token. Things look to be final, but they're not actually final until the Adeline gets triggered / Maxx picks up his cards. There will be an attack trigger from the Adeline that Andrew can miss. He might clear the stack. As the token comes in, and now the Thalia's lieutenants get even bigger.
Yes, the stack is now empty, and those lieutenants are growing yet again. A 6-6 and a 4-4. No, a 7-7 and a 5-5.
See, it happens to everybody.
Just keeping you on your toes.
I love toes to be like on top of them, like standing up. It's so great. As we move the blocks,
those are pretty good as well. Anyway,
yeah, they're attached to your ankles, which is super good. Like, I love being able to turn.
Although close to that is the Achilles heel, which is your one weakness, as it turns out.
Yeah, well, Achilles heel and my great smile are my 2 weaknesses. I just sometimes if I look in a mirror and I smile, I just get stun locked for an hour. It's a real problem. Anyways, we see the blood get popped here after the block. Looks like he's maybe banking it all on Extinction Event, which once again would kill everything but the Adeline. So sort of a big draw there potentially. Looks like Maxx drew something. Might be a moment where Maxx let his emotions get the better of him there. Seems like he could have drawn a Fatal Push or something like that if he was going to do this and get another card, but decides instead to pop the Swamp. It's got a plan. Plan might just be Extinction Event or bust. He drew another Swamp, has a Bank Buster, I believe, in hand, or maybe it's a different card, as it looks like we did draw Extinction Event. Let's name even, and we've got a game on the board again, Dom.
We do. I mean, that Adeline is still pretty ferocious, but there is the Mutable, which is a 3/3, lest we forget, as a lethal threat there in its own right as well. So still a very tense game, and it seems like we're saying this every turn. One tiny top deck from Anderw could break this whole thing wide open.
Yeah, and this is a spot where, Anderw is able to attack, and we have to double block the Adeline if we actually want to kill it, or else we're going to take a bunch of damage. And the Mutable off the top, actually very strong because it forces another attack on the next turn, and without really losing too much on the board state here. And that, you have to chump block with the Bone Crusher Giant. You trade with the other Bone Crusher here, and now Maxx is in the exact same spot he was last turn, except he has no Bone Crusher Giant. So he's going to need an Extinction Event, but then if he does, the Mutabilis on the board, Dom, can he get out of this?
No, he can't. It looks like, the hand being revealed. Last quick check to see if there are any options, but Andrew Elenbogen slicing up, or Mono White slicing up 2 Rakdos decks in a row. Andrew Elenbogen moving on to the next stage of our tournament here.
Yeah, so congratulations to Andrew Elenbogen. We're going to hop back in the booth. I think we do have a backup match. We're going to have producers let me know here in a second. And okay, so here's what's happening. Jesse and Zoe are in game 3. It's just about to start. Let's hop over and watch that right now. The winner of this game will join Andrew Elenbogen for sure in stage 4. The loser, it's going to be still live, going to have to play against Connor Mullaly for the chance to make stage 4. Let's go check out that match. Wait a second. Dom, how you doing while we're waiting? There we go. We're back. No, you're all good, producer. Don't worry about it. It looks like Jesse's on a mulligan to 5 here. These two friends tested a bunch, played a lot of the same tournaments, basically teamed for every team event together this year.
Yeah, these two teammates, friends, often seen traveling from the Chicago area to these tournaments together. So both fixtures of the NRG series over here, and one of them about to lock up a spot in the top 4, depending on how this game goes.
Yeah, and it looks like, once again, this is game 3, so Zoe is on the play. Jesse took a mulligan and has drawn something that's really sparked some interest from her. She's figuring out exactly what she wants to do. Jesse, no stranger to this matchup, has done really well with mono white and has played a lot of high-stake mono green matches here, as it looks like she does have portable hole and is considering playing a 2-1 instead. Maybe Drew
now, Mason, when both players are using the same sleeves, do you think there's any merit to shuffling them into one big pile and playing same deck Pioneer for this game, for this decisive game 3?
I think it's the only way to play it. I'll just keep it a stack, If you're not doing that, are you really playing Magic here? So we do see a Wolfwillow Haven come down for Zoe and get the mana on, as Jesse does have Luminarch Aspirant. But yeah, Dom, I would only play that way, and I think it should be actually all 4 decks Commander style for our finals. So maybe 2023 NRG Championship will have that, as we do see a Kiora come down, a land from Zoe, as we're doing a little shortcutting here, and, just have a 7 loyalty Kiora that's threatening to have a bunch of mana on the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like at the very least, so he has a Storm or a Cavalier ready to go again, use all this mana on the following turn. And this is why, even though most mono white players say they really like the Green Devotion matchup, and when Green Devotion was more popular, this was one of the main reasons to play this mono white humans deck. You can never feel good against a turn 1 elf when you're on the draw, almost no matter what you're playing or what the matchup is.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a constant, and you're just so far ahead, and you force them to either stifle their own development or you to be really far ahead. Looks like Jesse has a double 1-drop, but has a mutable in hand, but has Thalia's Lieutenant. Maybe she's thinking about, okay, do I deploy a couple things, or I animate my mutable? What am I needing to exactly do to set up to win over the next few turns? Because she would have really loved to have a Plains here just to get, her 2 1-drops even out of hand.
Yeah, Mutavault, one of the best cards in this mono white deck. Also does come at a cost, though, even though for the most part it slides seamlessly into the mana base.
Yeah. We do see Zoe here. I think Zoe was on a 7-card hand, but she's kind of put her hand down. She's just waiting to slam whatever big thing she has whenever Jesse is ready. And it looks like Jesse's going to choose to play a Thalia's Lieutenant here. And so maybe that when she, plays a Adelaine or double 1-drop, it will actually grow off the top, trying to maybe use more of her mana since she is in sort of a tight spot here when it comes to that. And
Zoe, I believe, was our only Green Devotion player in the entire field here, which a few months ago would have been shocking, when it felt like the whole story of the format was Green Devotion versus maybe Rakdos, and maybe that was it. Mono Green has really dropped off since then, but Zoe still, carrying the torch for the deck, and has been one of its proponents over the course of this entire series over the past year.
100%. And we see that Zoe with a lot of decks, her modern deck is Living End, which you would say the same thing about, just a couple months ago, one of the best decks in modern, and one that, you just don't quite see as much, but she brought it here today. I was like, listen, I got here playing this deck. You might know I'm playing this deck, but you're going to have to mean it when it comes to Graveyard Hate if you're going to beat me. And we see her in our top 4 here as she reveals Elder Gargaroth. You hate to see that one in that zone if you're a Zoe fan. Rest going to the graveyard.
I think if you're a Zoe fan, you have a lot to, not to like in this game as well here. As Cavalier draws off Kiora, finds another land. We get to follow this up with an Old Growth Troll, trigger the Kiora again, and then Storm the Festival, waiting in the wings for next turn. So really fantastic board here for Zoe. And I'm not sure how Jesse plans to get out of this.
Yeah, Jesse drew a Thalia for turn, and this is going to look to be a Brave the Elements game, I think, Dom. If she's going to get out of this, she's going to need Zoe to just sort of have creatures that aren't the card Elder Gargaroth, which Zoe only has one of in her deck. She has actually 2 sideboard cards, Dom. She has Vivian and Gargaroth that she brings in some matchups as strong Storm the Festival hits. So we know we don't have to worry about any more of those in his open deck list. But yeah, I think Jesse's in a really tough spot if she doesn't start drawing incredibly well very soon.
I do like the Gargoth a lot. You see some of these mono green lists. The sideboard is 15 artifacts. I'm just submitting the same 60 cards most games, and I don't need to think about it. But I think that maybe you don't need all of those artifacts, and if you can improve your top end for Storm the Festival and some matchups, that's a really nice spot to be in. So Gargoth going to hit the bin here, not going to participate in this game, but this Storm the Festival will hit another Cura and another Cavalier. Wow.
Yeah, and the way this works is that Zoe's going to actually have to draw 2 cards off that one Cavalier entering with the 2 Kioras. It's very weird, but is how the game works despite, there only being a core. And then we're going to resolve this. I think the players probably also shortcut it for everyone at home and said, hey, we both know that the higher loyalty Kiora that hasn't been used is the ones on the board here, but I'm going to finish resolving this for the sake of, making it easier for us to move forward. And Sky Sovereign off the top too.
Oh, geez. Yeah, those 2 Kioras only on the battlefield together for a brief moment, but that is long enough for both of them to see the Cavalier and reward you accordingly. So here's another Ogre Troll drawing a card. And is there a Nykthos to really raise the roof on this game?
Yeah, I think
Not
so.
Just
and
yet.
Yeah, it doesn't have it here, but also doesn't really need it. Just has a lot of mana and is pretty far ahead on board. And we're probably going to see Zoe start taking an aggressive posture so that she can actually beat a card like Brave the Elements here. And she has such a commanding board that she can pretty easily do that, as we do see her tap her Llanowar Elf and to play the other Llanowar Elf. A moment of maybe, said we tapped the Wolf Willow Forest, but didn't. 2 friends, and everyone sort of knows what's up. It's really easy in those spots, right, Dom, when you're playing your friend, really like, yeah, we both know it's tapped, even if we physically didn't do it.
Yeah, you can shortcut in a way which maybe is a little confusing for us as viewers and commentators, but what matters is can they follow it there at the table, and it seems like they definitely can. We see Zoe attacking for 9 here, and this is one thing about this mono green deck is you can win through these elaborate Karn, Kiora, Pestilent Cauldron loops, and so on, with the Chain Veil can work its way in there and what have you, but sometimes you just play some big boys and you get to work, and that's gonna be good enough.
100%, as we do see a Luminarch Aspirin come off the top, and Jesse's in an interesting and awkward spot where she can make her Luminarch Aspirin a 6/6 and it could block a Cavalier. But Dom, do you know what comes back if we block the Cavalier? The Gargler.
Anything.
The Gargler. As we do see an Oath and Nissa off the top, and I think Zoe drew her second Sky Sovereign console flagship. Zoe, a big fan of that card.
Oh, that's Nykthos. So that's okay. Quick count, quick maths. That's 16 devotion, 17. Okay, we've seen enough.
Yeah, we're moving on. Congratulations to Zoe Riederman. She's going to be in our stage 4. So Jesse Robkin, not dead. Maxx, not dead. Those 2 players are going to battle. So we're going to see Jesse versus Connor as one of our 2 matches next round because they're the only 2 people left in the room. And we're going to see which one of them moves on. And then Maxx versus the other player. We'll confirm exactly who Maxx is playing. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. So go use the bathroom. We'll be right back here with some more Magic the Gathering.
All right, quick recap of the energy structure for the championship 2022. All right, we're starting stage 1, Saturday, the bulk of Saturday, round robin. The players are split into 2 pods of 8. They're going to play the other 7 players in their pod, 3 rounds of Modern, 4 rounds of Pioneer. At the end of that, the bottom 2 players in each pod are eliminated from the tournament. The top 2 advance into Sunday morning to stage 3.
In stage 2, the remaining players are going to play 3 rounds of Modern. 2 wins advances you to stage 3. 2 losses causes elimination of the tournament, and you are out. Seeding is based on the results from our Modern rounds.
Okay, stage 3, Sunday morning. Second set of double elimination, 3 rounds of Pioneer this time. We have the 8 players remaining in the event. 2 wins pushes you through the top 4, 2 losses, and you exit in the top 8.
The finals is exciting. We have top 4 players playing a best of 3 matches. So they're going to need to win matches twice. Players alternate formats, choosing play and draw choice, starting with the highest seed, 1-2, 1-2. Winner is our NRG Champion of the Year. We'll be right back with more action in just a few minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the NRG Series Championship. I'm Matt Pamonti. I'm going to quickly get us into our players to watch leaderboard, which is also our top 8 currently. And we're going to see who is battling it out to get into the next stage. And we will show you who's been eliminated from our tournament in just a moment. Here, we'll bring that slide up for you. So you can see Andrew Elenbogen and Zoe Riederman both get to 2 and 0. We said goodbye to Ivan Espinosa and Nicole Dubin this round. Now, the 4 players left to battle it out is going to be Jesse Robkin, Maxx Kominowski, Connor Mullaly, and Raja Sulaiman. And it sounds like all 4 of those players are ready to battle down in our feature match area. So I'm going to send you back down to Mason and Dom for our last round of this stage, and we'll be in the top 4 shortly.
And let's start off. We have Jesse Robkin versus Connor Mullaly. If you're a fan of the NRG series, you have seen this a bunch. These 2 players have played multiple times. We saw them actually play at our last showdown in Kentucky, where if Connor had won, which he did, he became our player of the year. So he won that one. And Jesse Robkin, if she had won, had a chance to win out and be the player of the year. Look like those players are waiting for the go ahead from us here. But yes, they have a little bit of rivalry. They're 2 players who are pushing each other. And ultimately, it's friendly. But Connor is someone who is very competitive, Dom. Takes it very seriously. He has a wall on front of his computer, Dom, where he has like things put up for people he wants to be and stuff like that. And he prints out tweets, when people dunk on him. He's like, I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna take you down. We love the competitive drive. However, Dom, there was some tier list discourse about the NRG event competitor, and Jesse Robkin said my tiers are ordered. And in B tier, she had herself as number 1 for the B tiers and Connor number 2. Connor took that personally, made it his phone background, and his mission this weekend to prove he is better than Jesse once and for all.
And we're going to see a matchup which tends to end very quickly either way here. Mono White Humans versus Lotus Field combo. Connor, one of the premier Lotus Field grinders for, I would say, the past few years now, even when it's kind of taken a back seat in the Pioneer format, Connor has been one of its proponents. And now that it is squarely in the top tiers of the format once again, great time if you're a Lotus Field expert, as Connor certainly is. And his list for this weekend that he worked on with Piper Powell, much more focus on goldfishing quickly. You see Hope Tender there, if we can bring that up. 2-drop, which lets you exert itself to untap land. So you pair that with, there we go. You pair that with Lotus Field, you're threatening more consistent turn 4 kills, even turn 3, if everything goes according to plan there.
Yeah, much better in the goldfish. And this is why sometimes you won't see players play this, is because they're worried about, things like Rakdos mid-range killing the Hope Tender and you're being down a card and wasted some time, in a matchup where your time is actually a little bit pressured somewhat. Here in this field, Connor and Piper did not expect that. So they went up to, I believe, 3 Hope Tenders in the main with 1 in the sideboard and no Vizier Remedies to draw a card and cycle away to untap a land. So
yeah, this list also much better place to fight against these aggressive decks. So you see our main deck Languish, a recent innovation where a lot of these decks are going to have a sweeper that they can Dark Petition for, Mastermind's Acquisition for, and then 2 depopulates in the sideboard. That's your Wrath of God effectively there, and then 3 Elder Gargoth as well. So you can really transform into this deck that doesn't need to combo in order to win. Still needs to get to Lotus Field, but beyond that, you can pick and choose how you want to close out the game from there.
Yeah, and it looks like Connor is going to exert his Hope Tender to untap some lands after playing another Hope Tender and then Sylvan Scrying. And I'm going to guess grab the card to Lotus Field, Dom.
Deck's called Lotus Field. Don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah. Just say, yes, sir, and move on. As we do see the Lotus Field in her hand, and Jesse is under the gun. It isn't a for sure thing that Jesse is going to die on the next turn, but it is pretty much known that Connor has the mana to play Lotus Field, copy it with Thespian Stage with the floating mana from our lands being sacked, and then on the next turn have access to at minimum 12 mana.
Yeah, and you see why that trade-off of making yourself worse to removal in game 1, cards like Fatal Potion, Bone Crusher Giant do have targets now. In return, you get this massive burst of speed if your Hope Tender lives, and right now we have 2 Hope Tenders living, so all bets are off for next turn.
100%, yeah. And we see Jesse Adelaining up over here and just making sure she knows where she wants to put it, just thinking through her whole turn, making sure she's, doing everything right here. The rounds are timed at this portion of the event. But, plenty of time in this matchup. Both players sort of know what's going to happen here. They kind of know this is like a turn 4 matchup either way. And it's a thing where, because the players know this, they're going to mulligan and play accordingly. And they also know they can take a little time to think through the turns. We saw Connor even take, a couple minutes there to think through what he was going to grab and do. Jessie feels pretty good about this matchup, by the way. I helped her and Andrew test. This is something they were kind of hoping to see. They thought there might be 1 or 2 Lotus Field players. They kind of thought maybe Will Kruger might play Lotus Field after his recent success with the deck. But I'm sure, Jessie is happy to see a Lotus Field player here, as there was only 1 in her and Andrew's pod in the pod stage.
And we see in some of the other mono white lists, so Nicole Dubin's list had some copies of Tomic, Distinguished Advocate, a card which is fantastic against both mono green and Lotus Field. Jesse's list and the list that Andrew's playing too don't have that. And so I think Connor can breathe easy in that regard. Still can be a tough matchup for Lotus, especially on the draw. But this list that Connor and Piper have come up with, very targeted at beating these aggro decks. So we're going to see if that plan can go through here.
Yeah, it looks like Connor is pulling out a notepad, a pen and paper, because he is trying to keep track of his blue and his green mana with untapped with Hope Tender and just make sure, okay, I'm going to plan this out real quick and make sure I can actually do stuff, because it looks like he is dangerously close to actually having that Sultai ultimatum. We might just see Connor, play his Lotus Field this turn and then just pass and hope to not get, Thalia Lieutenant plus Brave the Elements. But even that might not be enough to actually win the game. Does look like Connor's going to take a minute to think. Jessie, hands and head, team elbow on table, doing their classic.
Yeah, so one issue at the moment here is we want to copy the Lotus Field with Thespian Stage, but if we do that in response to the trigger, then we don't have that mana left over to exert the Hope Tender. So we don't get full value out of the Hope Tender just yet, but between the activation there, and then if we can work in a copy with a stage, maybe we can finagle our way up to enough mana for whatever the payoff is. Usually Emergent Ultimatum. We see the full 4 copies here in this list, but sometimes you have to get there through other means as well.
Yeah, it looks like what Connor did is he floated 1 mana and untapped his Lotus Field, floated a mana with the other land he sacked, and now has 4 mana. And so he can either Mastermind's Acquisition from hand, he can go on an adventure with the Fae, he can copy Thespian Stage. It looks like Connor's just taking a second to double check. Okay, am I just dead right now? If Jessie off the top plays Thalia's Lieutenant plus Brave the Elements, we know Jessie has neither of those cards, although she might not need Brave the Elements now that we've tapped both Hope Tenders. And it does look like Jessie has, by my count, 11 damage, Dom. Is that what you have as well?
So let's see. Assuming we animate the Mutavault, that's 5 from Adeline, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got a counter in there. So it's already overkill, even with nothing being added to the board. And Jessie has a grip full of cards over there. So I think it is now or never for Connor.
Yeah, I totally missed the Mutavault, Dom. Great catch there. I was thinking we need a thing off the top, but we don't. So Connor Mullaly in a little bit of a tricky spot here. Maybe he has to cast this Impulse in order to try and find another blocker.
It looks like, is that Oda? No, that's okay. I thought maybe Odawara there, but no, it's Impulse. So gonna use that mana, see what we can find.
And Connor's dead. He's picking it up. Wow. Connor has respect. He's like, listen, Jesse's going to remember the trigger. If I'm going to remove this wallpaper and be the better player, I can't, rely on that. And he's going to go straight to the sideboard. We see him flick those Elder Gargaroths to the front, Dom. So when we start sideboard discussions, we know exactly what he's doing. But also, wow, this sort of shows the problem with the Lotus Field deck, right? Sometimes you can have everything going and you're just still too slow for these fast decks, even when they have, let's be honest, middling starts.
Yeah, Jessie didn't have Thalia, which is the main disruptive creature in the matchup. Couldn't kill the Hope Tenders, either one of them, with a Apparition or a Cathar, anything like that. We're just playing some creatures in attack and crossing our fingers, and that was actually good enough. The Lotus Field deck does have a fail rate of sorts, even after it has its namesake card and some of the other pieces ready to go. Yeah,
well, let's check out the sideboards of these players and see what they have going. And yeah, if you're a Connor, that was your game to win, and you need to really clutch it up here. So we see Connor's, we talked about this already. He has 3 Hope Tenders in the main deck. really trying to be faster and to try and win matchups like that, and does have a main deck Languish. So, he wasn't just dead there on that last turn. If he had drawn Languish instead, he could have done all the same plays and cleared the board and been in a commanding position. However, he didn't. So, Dom, what do you like in the sideboard here besides those 3 Elder Gargoyles that we saw Connor slam to the front?
I would say the 2 depopulates as sweepers that you can cast off Lotus and any other land, and maybe the Ugin as well, just as a card which it's not a combo piece per se, can't find it with Ultimatum or anything, but sometimes you get 8 mana and you cast Ugin and the game ends. And maybe we want to pursue that angle. How we find room for all of this is another question. Maybe shaving down on some of the more expensive combo enablers like pour over the pages, something like that. But yeah, I would think Elder Gargoyles will come in, Sweepers will come in, and we'll just be a kind of weird combo-y RAM deck in these post-Cyborg games.
Yeah, we have Joe Lissette on the coverage team. We got to cover Connor yesterday. He talked about how in a matchup where your opponent can't take away your wish target, sometimes you trim one of those. So maybe one of those is going to go away. Probably Mastermind's Acquisition, since Fae of Wishes being a 1/4 is actually a huge body in this matchup. We'll have to see what Connor does ultimately in the match. Let's check out Jessie's sideboard real quick. As we've seen her list a lot because Andrew Elenbogen played the same list. They did not come prepared with many sideboard cards for this one, Dom. Is there anything you really like out of the board?
I guess the only thing that stands out is the 2 copies of Riederman, where a lot of the payoffs and some of the enablers for the Lotus Field deck do cost 4 or more, and if you can tax those, then you can really certainly mess up something like an Ultimatum, for example. And then maybe the Declaration in Stone. You know that Connor is going to have 3 Elder Gargoyles, and the Hope Tenders can help to churn out these explosive combo turns. So just a way to remove those is going to be appealing. Same logic, maybe these Skyclave Apparitions turn into Brutal Cathars along the same lines.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what's going to happen here. These Brave the Elements can sort of answer a Gargoth unless it isn't lethal, and then you're in a very awkward spot. So I think Declaration of Stone plays the exact same role there. And yeah, Brutal Cathar is a human, so it just triggers your other stuff too. So, worst comes to worst, got that going for you. It looks like the players are mulliganing. Looks like they've Captain Jesse. Looks to have a fast start here with a couple 1-drops and a Thalia's Lieutenant. Can't quite see what Connor has, but he started with Battle Against Recovery. That spell is the land. We're trying to get Connor to flip that over here when he has a second. I see this play Blast Zone into Hope Tender.
Yeah, Blast Zone, another land, which has kind of worked its way out of a lot of these Lotus Field lists. But if you think there's going to be a field full of these aggro decks like Mono White, then worth adding that one back in, and we'll see if it can do any work in this game.
Yeah. Also a great card to answer, a Damping Sphere, if you're trying to fight through that from the mono green deck. So a card that has a lot of work here, as we do see Connor doing the thing on turn 3. It's going to exert the Hope Tender.
So this is 5 mana for potentially Elder Gargoth.
Yeah, and maybe it wasn't
a big boy.
Yeah, turn 3 Guard Girl. The big Gargs. And if Jesse has Declaration Stone, she's in a really good spot. If she doesn't have that or Brutal Cathar, she's in a bit of trouble. And she has Riederman in hand as her 3-drop of choice this turn. Oh, it is Brutal Cathar. Sorry, I was hiding out from underneath there. Jessie just taking her time, and I love that. Behind the scenes, Jessie had lethal versus Connor. If she had done a little bit differently back in Kentucky, she rushed through the turn because she thought she had the game won, lost the game because of a mistake, and vowed to never make that mistake again there. So I love that she took the time to actually double check and make sure, hey, I do want to remove this Elder Gargoth, right? This is the thing I need to be doing, even if it is clearly the play from above. Taking that extra 1 second doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, and so with the Gargoth trapped under the Brutal Cathar, Connor needs to come up with something impressive, but if there is a sweeper of some kind, then we stabilize the board and get the Gargoth back and force Jesse to answer that once again. So this could be a very swingy turn in either direction here for Connor. We see the Thespian stage, so that can copy the Lotus Field, work towards a big turn on the following turn, but we might not have time to get all of that together. We'll see.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jesse has Riederman in hand, so getting a sweeper might be really hard after this turn. Obviously, Hope Tender plus Lotus Fields, you're able to get a lot of mana, so that might actually invalidate it. But, Connor maybe has a chump block with one of these if something like Thalia comes down. Thalia's Lieutenant. And I think we actually have both Thalia and Thalia's Lieutenant in hand. So Connor might be under a little bit of, a small amount of taxation, but if he has to spin his wheels for a bit, it could add up. As we do see Thalia's Lieutenant come off the hand here. And this is another moment of, wait, they didn't activate Mutavault. Please activate Mutavault. I really don't want you to use more mana.
Yep.
Yeah. And Jesse double checking here how she wants to do this. Yeah. She's just going to wait to play the Thalia. That way, Connor doesn't know that he maybe needs the Hope Tender. As Connor is getting beat down in one of his nightmare matchups, we have the training activate here. This is 11 damage. Connor is at 14. Looks like Connor is going to keep his life total high and then have a Thalia come down here for Jesse. And now Connor has basically everything set up, but if he has to spin his wheels for a long time, he's going to be in trouble. So I guess, Dom, I hate to do predictive cuffing, but I was saying I think you probably have to start with copying the Lotus field.
Yeah. All right. So here's 6 right here.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we have free reign to build towards whatever we want. But the question is, what is that at this stage?
Yeah, and it looks like Connor does have a core of the page.
Is that alternate art Ugin hiding out in the back there?
If it is, things are not looking good for Robkin. There's a dark petition. That is that alternate art Ugin. That's that fancy one. And yeah, Connor does have another exert available. You know, the Hope Tender is back from being exerted now. So looks like Connor's going to start off with just pour over the pages. It's going to not generate any mana thanks to Thalia, but he is going to get some more looks, figure out exactly what he wants to do. So he does seem to have found another Impulse, an Odawara, and a Arboreal Grazer, a little Blocks Diamond, as you like to call it.
Do I like to call it that?
Oh, yeah, all the time. You're just texting sometimes Blocks Diamond.
I'm learning so much, not just about German and elbows and feet, but about myself here. It's a really transformative experience.
Yeah. Love to learn. And if you're
enjoying... We do want to thank the 1,000 people who are currently in the chat watching us, following along here. And if you're not following with the capital F, go and fix that right now. Smash that follow button down there so you can see how the rest of this tournament plays out. And then as our series heats back up again over the course of 2023, make sure that you stay on top of all of the developments there as well.
100%. You don't want to miss any of the action. It's going to be an exciting year in 2023. First events in March. We'll get more into that later on today. But right now, let's see. I figure out exactly what Connor's doing. It looks like we maybe have a spot where he's going to just cast the Ugin and then minus. It feels like there's something I'm missing. Oh, I guess Connor's afraid of Mutavault.
Yeah, that Elder Gargoth can threaten to jump in the way of the Mutavault. So we have that line of insurance ready to go. Also want to make sure we're not all in on that, though, if there is some other, like a Declaration in Stone or some other removal spell. So going to see if we can find that Arboreal Grazer maybe can take one for the team or some other line of defense against that.
Yeah, so it does get on play here. And this is going to be very close to lights out if Connor can untap with both these things in play. So Jesse's going to need to have a really good draw and, smart call on your point there, Dom, in order to realize like, hey, this Ugin might just be good even if we can't combo with it, quote unquote. Jesse, I'm thinking about Jesse's outs, Dom, and I think it might be that Connor gets a bunch of GRVs. I don't know what she could actually do to get out of this. What do you think, Dom? Is there anything?
I think we got a game 3 coming up, which is great. I mean, if you are a Jessie enjoyer, you want her to close the deal this game. But if you just want to watch some good magic here as we try and decide our top 4 players, then a game 3 down to the wire with all of that on the line sounds like a great follow-up here.
Yeah, I think these two rivals are going to be back at it again as Jesse does have a Luminarch Aspirant, can put the counter on the Mutavault as well so that, if Elder Gargoth lost Vigilance, it could attack through. But I think with the Ugin and everything in hand, Connor just needs to probably -2 again to play the other Gargoth, gain 3 life on the attack, and then move on to game 3 and hope to win on the draw. Looks like Connor might just actually try to win the combo way. Legally, you're allowed to do that, but also, come on. Just get the big gargler in there. Dom, do you gargle at night during your teeth routine?
I am the greatest. I'm the greatest Gargadon. It's me. It's been a question in Magic lore for so long. I'm happy to clear that up for people. And so, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Wow. I learned so much so fast. I'm so glad we're teaching each other things. That's really the best part of Magic, is making friends and meeting people and learning stuff from them.
So we have Dark Petition, and we certainly have Spell Mastery. We'll see what Connor wants to dig up with that. It, honestly, from this position, might just be another copy of Elder Gargoth.
Yeah. And let's see exactly what he's going to grab. Looks like, yeah, he did bring in the depopulation like you talked about. Looks like he's grabbing a Boseiju. Well, that makes sense to me. Just, that kills the Mutavault, which is like the one quote-unquote problem still presented to us.
Yeah, Boseiju was a really incredible addition to this Lotus Field deck. Not just a searchable answer to cards like Alpine Moon and Damping Sphere that's a lot cheaper than having to crank up the Blast Zone and sacrifice the Blast Zone, but you can just play copies of Boseiju, copies of Odawara, have these solutions to all of these different problems, and then at their worst, they're just lands that you play and then sacrifice your Lotus Field. So can weave those seamlessly into the mana base and make the deck a lot more flexible in the face of resistance.
100%. And looks like, yeah, Connor's just going to use the rest of it. Has the Gargs. From Jesse's standpoint, looks like Connor grabbed Gargaroth, right? She's like, oh, yeah, he tutored. He got another one of these. Reality, it was the Boseiju. So that's going to come and matter here. And then Connor, the Gargaroth has Vigilance. The modern-day Baneslayer Angel going to gain 3 life, it seems, putting him up to 6. And Jesse down to 14. And she is going to be in a rough spot. Yeah, she just draws, doesn't see anything that can possibly get out of this one. And she's going to just stop wasting her time and go on to game number 3 and be on the play and see just how the difference is. The last 2 games, Jesse's been on the draw. It's a big difference. And she killed with just enough time and almost killed Connor if Connor hadn't drawn the Ugin. So going to be a big, big difference for her to be on the play in this game number 3.
Yeah, if you have a fast out on the play, you almost don't need disruption in a lot of games because that Goldfish can be fast enough. So Connor will really feel under the gun, put to the test, and his version of Lotus Field, as good as any I've seen, at keeping pace, breaking serve on the draw. We've got the Grazers, Hope Tenders, a lot of Sweepers, and Elder Gargaroth as a card which can sometimes stabilize the board by itself. But even with all of that, I think Jesse has to feel happy about her position being on the play in this game 3.
Yeah, you're still definitely favored. It is interesting, though, looking at Connor's deck list, how much worse a card like Thalia is against him, just because he does have the Hope Timber to untap the Lotus Field on the regular and just has the double untap with the Exert. So, cards like that are still good, but does make the equation and mulliganing a little bit different for Jesse. So it's going to be interesting to see how she adapts to that. I do see both players sideboarding right now again, so we might be seeing some on the play, on the draw situations happening. I know, like we mentioned earlier, Jesse and Andrew are pretty big on those. So that's exciting here. But yeah, Dom, who are you picking in order to win this here in game number 3 and move on to our stage 4, our finals essentially, and who's going to be going home?
Even being on the draw, I think I'm going to choose Connor just because, the Lotus Field deck has its fail rate built into it. But if it gets past that hump, I think this list is very well equipped to stave off the white human horde here. So I'm going to pick Connor. I imagine we're going to differ on that front, though.
Yeah, I'm picking Jessie. She was my pick to win the tournament as it was. So it'd be a little bit of a heel turn for me to switch now, but I am all in, all chips on titty pills. Jessie Robkin that's where I'm going to see win the tournament, as it does look like those players are just about to start playing. Let's jump to the feature match area.
More talk about heels and feet. It just never stops with Mason on this broadcast, but we will see.
Oh God.
Someone is mulliganing here. It looks like Connor potentially, or is Connor just shuffling Jesse's deck?
I'm not. Jesse has the lighter orange sleeves. Connor has the darker orange sleeves. It might be a situation where Connor decided to do a couple more shuffles real quick.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if the whole one deck game thing with Lotus Field would actually be interesting to watch, but maybe it would. Who knows? Use hidden strings as a trick to get your damage through.
Well, you're a cipher and you attack, it gives your creatures vigilance.
Oh, it sure does.
Yeah, I know all the cipher tricks.
Sylvan Scrying for Mutavault?
Hello? Sylvan Scrying for Castle Ardenvale. Dream big.
Or Iganjo even, yeah.
Oh, a little bit of a removal spell situation. I guess with the 2 different color sleeves too, the shared deck combo, you're going to get to control your opponent's draw step, they really need a creature to win, and there's a light orange card on top. You cast your Sylvan Scrying, get a little shuffle going. It really changes the metagame up.
If you resolve a Merchant Ultimatum with a mono white human deck, there's a lot of options for you to choose between. So maybe this matchup would be better to watch than I'm giving it credit for.
Yeah, that's super true. Yeah, I tried to convince Jessie to play without sleeves this weekend against Red Black. That way she would know when to draw her winning announcements, but she thought it was a little Bush League. So we'll have to see exactly what she decides to do. As we do have a Rakdos mirror, we're still going to show you. We have Raja versus Maxx playing right now. So Raja did end up staying alive. As we saw, Maxx lost to Elenbogen. Those two players are playing a mirror. So no matter what, there's going to be a Rakdos player in the top four. Great news for Connor, terrible news for Jessie, as the top four is a double format, double matches situation.
We did see her teammate, Andrew Elenbogen, just cleave through back-to-back Rakdos decks en route to booking his seat in that top four as well. So I wouldn't write them out just yet, but we do see both players mulligan here. Who do you think that favors in these baseball games?
I would guess that it favors whoever was on the play, to be honest, just because it's so much of a turns game. But Jessie didn't have a 1-drop and has multiple 2-drops here. Has a Destroy Evil in her hand. Guess she's getting ready for Elder Gargoth and Leer potentially. As we do see our Boyle
here's the Grazer.
Yeah, that's going to put a stonewall to Jessie's aggression. She drew a Lumeric Aspirant, so she's going to be able to keep attacking, luckily for her. But Connor now has this Lotus Field untapped on turn 3. And, Thalia, not going to be the best against this Lotus Field, but not the worst either. Not going to allow Connor to double spell, but he still will get to do what he's going to do in the developing turns.
Yeah, we might see Sylvan scrying here for a Thespian Sage to work towards that angle in a few turns from now.
Yeah, and it looks to be the case. Jessie ripped the Mutavault, slams it. She does have an Adelaine and double Brutal Cathar in hand with Destroy Evil. So she's got a little bit of an interesting one where, yeah, she can play this Adelaine and build up a wide board, or she can Brutal Cathar, clear the Arboreal Grazer, and slam in for 5 damage here. So really sort of her choice. I guess the Adelaine is more damage over 2 turns. So weird
the
situation.
Adelaine is more damage, and also you may want to save the Brutal Cathar for a Hope Tender or something, which kind of sneaks underneath to Destroy Evil, but could be threatening in its own right.
Makes sense here. And we do see an interesting play from Jessie there. She's going to put the counter on the Adelaine, basically saying like, hey, if I put it on my Luminarch Aspirant, you just get a chump. Not going to really matter. Heads up play for her to make it happen.
But I think also knowing that Connor does have a copy of Languish in his deck, and Dark Petition could work its way towards that. So hedging against one of the possible sweepers in Connor's deck does also have 2 copies of Depopulate, which could sweep the entire board regardless. But nothing here, no sweeper, no Elder Gargoth even either. So Jessie will get a nice hefty attack in this turn. And if let's see, if Jessie goes to destroy or get the Arboreal out of the way, doing some quick math here.
She's really close.
If it's not lethal, it's very, very close. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, it's exact lethal.
With the turn 5 kill here, just cleaving up Connor's slow start. And Jessie Robkin is going to be moving on to the top 4 with her teammate, Andrew Elenbogen, with her other teammate and close friend, Zoe Riederman. Yeah,
it's kind of a star thing there. Congratulations to Jessie. Connor, Mullaly, our player of the year. Good run there. 2 friends there holding hands, talking about it all at the end there of the match. But yeah, congratulations to Jessie Robkin. Looks like she's going to have to stay on that background there on the wall for a little bit longer for Connor to overcome that demon. And a great run there for Connor as well. Congratulations there. Let's go to our backup match, though, and let's see who's going to be joining Jessie, Andrew, and Zoe in our top 4.
Yeah, we know that the answer is going to be a copy of Rakdos Midrange. The question is who's going to be behind it. And this is one of these grindy matchups that you hear so much about.
Yep. As we do see a Thoughtseize get cast here for Maxx. And, Maxx jokingly puts the Krakas in the graveyard as Raja's writing the hand down. This is a time-shifted match, so we should be able to see all 3 of these games. And, yeah. Thoughtseize for Raja.
Gonna make a nice groove in my chair here, settle in for a nice long mid-range mirror between these 2 exceptional players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we do see a Thoughtseize. The Thoughtseize, kind of a somewhat common play, just be like, well, I've got some pretty good tools. We're going to be grinding some games here. I'm going to not let you take my best tool from me instead.
Yeah, it used to be said that these Thoughtseize effects were not at their best in these black mid-range mirrors. I think that really has changed in recent years just because the cards are also good now. And you want to take the Fable, you want to take the Shieldred or what have you that you might not be able to deal with otherwise. Because if that thing is left uncontested, could just win the game by itself. So especially Reckoner Bankbuster, another addition to that list in these mirrors as well. So yeah, I think Thoughtseize is actively a good card in these mirrors in a way that maybe it would not have been 5 years ago.
Yep. As we do see Raja just play a Misery Shadow on 2. See Maxx there getting his life total ready. And going to play his Blood Tithe Harvester. Kind of a funny thing happens now where Raja just gets to attack if he wants to, and Maxx can't really block unless he's willing to trade Raja's whole turn for his card, which he might be down for. Not quite sure what Maxx's plan to be there, but sort of a funny little interaction here with these shadow effects.
Yeah, that is a line which is, you don't often see it, but it is often looming over the game, is if I attack and they block and I have to sink an entire turn's worth of mana, well, maybe that's a card's worth of value in one sense by itself. So that line is always on the table. Not something you see come to pass often, but worth keeping in mind.
Yep. Thoughtseize here again. Looks like we picked up a land and another Graveyard Trespasser as the 2 new cards. I wonder what Raja's going to get. He's been, doubles time speed, and he hasn't really given us a good look at his hand. I can see a Fatal Push and a Bone Crusher Giant, so maybe one of these Shieldreds, the Shieldred's going to go, but it's really awkward no matter which one he takes.
Now, I know there's always this question of Jund guy versus foil Jund guy. I think the foil Jund guy has to be the hero in that story by default. But in this case, Maxx is not the foil Jund guy. He does not own these Rakdos cards. He's just deploying them on camera for this tournament.
100%. And how do I say this? He is just taking a modern trend and moving it to Pioneer in a way that is both innovative, classic, and classy. And we love to see it from Maxx in every way.
So Fatal Push will take down Blood Tithe Harvester. Misery Shadow can crack in as a Grizzly Bear.
Yes. And looks like Raja missed a land drop? Or yeah, Raja was on the play. Yeah, so Raja missing a land. Something that is somewhat important in this matchup, if it happens for multiple turns, you can sort of miss for one turn and be fine. Yeah, Raja finds a Haunted Ridge into Fable the Mirror Breaker. That's going to let him catch up on mana as he uses the Maxx token. Hopefully, for the team of Maxx, Theo, and Connor, Maxx is the only one alive. We just saw Connor get eliminated from our championship out at the top 8 here, but Maxx is the sole remaining player from that showdown winning team on the board.
You're someone who has had their likeness put on a token in your day. Do you shed a tear when you have to point a Fatal Push or a Stomp at yourself?
I have often been like clues and things like that. So when I melt down or something like that, it really hurts to see a bunch of me goes. But to answer your question, yes, every time. Haunts me in my sleep.
I'm not on a clue. I am clueless, some people would say. And those, I wish I could argue with those people, but I really can't.
Yeah, as we see Raja discard double Bone Crusher Giant. No one to double stomp this Graveyard Trespasser.
Yeah, it never feels good to point removal at Trespasser either. So ideally you want to match it on the board and validate it on the board. But yeah, sometimes you have to grit your teeth and just chuck your removal spell and another card into the void to get it out of the way.
Yeah. It looks like Raja's in such an interesting spot where, he has a Graveyard Treasure, he has a Fatal Push, and he can use the treasure to trigger Revolt, but doesn't really need to. And now, his Graveyard Trespasser answers the Croxa. And so we're going to see sort of a weird sort of stall out moment here for the next couple of turns. But Maxx does have Shieldred, which sort of forces Raja to do something proactive sooner rather than later.
We'll see if both players successfully track day versus night over the course of however long this game ends up being.
Don't get me started on day is night and night is day. Maxx picked up a Bone Crusher for the turn. So little bit of tricky situation going on there. Means we have the Fable the Mirror Breaker covered, so we don't need to worry about any sort of infinity shenanigans there because Raja does have another Fable in the hand. And Looks like Maxx is just going to take a second to double check the next couple turns of pre-planning. It's just going to get a Shieldred and be like, hey, you're at 12. I've got a couple turns to win, and I've got the dominating board presence. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, you kind of expect your reflection of Kiki Jiki to die on sight in this matchup, but if it doesn't, then the world is your oyster. And we'll see if Maxx can deal with that when it comes back around to him again. And another Fable here from Raja.
Yep. As we see, Raja grab the Shaman token, another Maxx to the battlefield. And yeah, Raja's in an interesting place. He did have that fatal push, so if he wants, he could attack and then get rid of the Shieldred that way, but looks like he's going to choose to save it for right now. A little awkward to have, your Fable of the Mirrorbreaker be discard 2, draw 2, anything like that in the face of a Shieldred. So we might see Raja not use that as much, as the words Pioneer instantly jump on the screen to cover Maxx, letting the players know that we have big old Pioneer going on. Love Pioneer. And if you love this coverage, by the way, click that follow button. That way to make sure you don't miss anything, and make sure to check out the NRG store online to pick up some good deals, as we do see the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker get stomped.
Yeah, they say like and subscribe. You could like or subscribe, one of the two, but really we would prefer both. So embrace that and be one of our fully fledged supporters here.
Yep, as we do see the Fable take up to 2. Raja's going to take a second. Looks like he does have 2 spells and a land in hand, and he's a little stuck on mana. So might be the old Fabled, if you would, use no chapter of Fable 2. And Maxx in a commanding spot. I think Maxx is also, stabilizing his life total thanks to Shieldred and really forcing Raja to do something here. Look like Raja discarded only 1 card, I believe. So just down to, it looks like he did discard 2. Okay, so down to 6. He is really under the gun. He needs to find some way to answer the Shield. It makes you think that I misread his hand and it wasn't a fatal push there. That's on me. As we do see Raja move to combat, it looks like, with his Graveyard Trespasser, maybe just trying to gain a little life too, eating the other Graveyard Trespasser there and being up 2 life.
Yeah, this is one really tricky thing about dealing with Shieldred is if you don't already have the answer, then sometimes you feel obliged to go digging and drawing cards in search of the answer, but you're getting zapped for 4 or 6 life in the process.
Yeah, and we're going to see a double treasure moment here. And it looks like we're going to use one of those. Looks like, okay, maybe we drew the fatal push off the thing, but we're going to now fatal push the Shieldred so that can't get in the way of blocks. And looks like Maxx is going to take down a copy of himself. And, if Maxx has a land, if Raja doesn't have another creature play, looks like maybe Raja felt like he announced the Graveyard Trespasser trigger while doing it and is saying my life total is at 7, you're at 19. I'm sure this is going to take care of it. It is a time-shifted match, so we can't do anything along the lines of getting a judge involved or cutting away. Looks like we're just going to take a second here. Looks like those players are just waiting a second. Yeah, from the body language here. And this sort of thing happens. Sometimes you say it. You got to make sure the stack's clear. We saw Maxx mix a Shieldred trigger earlier today. While, all these players do know each other and we've been grinding all year to get to this point, and you want to have the casual fun too, there is still a level of like, hey, we need to make sure we do things correctly. This is an important match of Magic. It's $5,000 to the winner, and the difference between making top 4 and top 8 is a sizable chunk of cash. I believe it's about another $400 difference. So, this is a $400 match at minimum going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're going to come back to the booth real quick here. Let's pull up Raja's decklist because he had a more innovative take on it. So it turns out this is time shifted. We can't fast forward at the moment. It's going to be a couple minutes on that. So we're going to look over these deck lists here. This is Raja's deck list. And Dom, we mentioned it before. He has the Doomblade. The only person in the field that matters against is Maxx here, but also has Liliana the Veil. Do you have any thoughts on that card? Because I think if we told people, 6 months ago, Liliana is going to enter Pioneer and maybe be a one of, they would laugh at us.
Yeah, this deck already was glutted on 3-drops before Liliana was spoiled, and then the moment we knew Liliana was coming back to Pioneer, the thought was, okay, but I guess we have yet another 3-drop joining the roster here. Instead, though, it's kind of been edged out of these sets over time, and so the fact that you see even the first copy in Raja's deck and then another one on the sideboard that itself seems like a surprise at this point, which is kind of wild to think about. But from what I understand, you have these Rakdos experts like Mr. Ginger and others who say that if you want to beat the mirror, Liliana's one really good card there. So again, can't play too many copies, and this is the same kind of thing we were mentioning with the Delver decks and Legacy yesterday. Is you can really bias your deck against the mirror, but only to a point, and you have enough kind of generic answers and so on that no card can really dominate the game in quite that way. But Maxx has come prepared with his own ways of doing that, and so Maxx is fielding the full 3 copies main deck of Reckoner Bankbuster, a card which is one of the go-to sideboard cards in the mirror against some of these other slower decks. And Maxx says, you know what? I think this is good enough in the mirror and also just good enough as a general card that I just want to have these, start these, and then that also frees up some sideboard slots in the process.
100%. It also has a weird dynamic. Ranking or Bankbuster lines up very well against the Liliana. It's a 4-power creature that you can play on turn 2 that you cannot edict, and it draws cards, so it invalidates some of the low resource games the Liliana Veil tries to create. So really favoring Maxx there on that perspective, not even counting the fact that Doomblade is just only able to kill Bonecrusher Giant and Reflection of Kiki-Jiki out of Raja's deck in this matchup. Luckily for him, he has not drawn it yet, so it's not a huge problem. Let's pull up Max's deck for a second there if we can. I know Dom, there, just talked about it and talked about how we do have these 3 Bankbusters. That's a huge edge. Has these power word kills. That's a huge edge. Is only on 1 Dreadboard, though, so maybe Liliana could take over a game. But Dom, if I had to pick one of these 2 players to win, I really like Max's side of the table. And I'm assuming you might still lean Raja since he is your pick to win the tournament.
I think Raja made a good calculated gamble that there aren't going to be that many other Rakdos decks in the field. I don't know if Maxx explicitly made the same gamble, but just in case, he came prepared. And I love that we even have the 4th Bankbuster there in the sideboard. Like, he wants that card on turn 2 every single game, and he's much more likely to be able to do that. Also has an Abrade to win these kind of Bankbuster fights as well. And then, yeah, I think Maxx is maybe a little better set up overall in the mirror, but it's the mirror. The games go long. Lots of chance is for better draws or better experience to come into play on either side.
I was going to say, yeah, Maxx here has 3 Castle Lockline, which is a big thing when it comes to draws as well. But you mentioned experience. Maxx is someone who's very experienced in Magic Online, but relative to the field and everything, sort of newer to competitive Magic. I believe it's about 2 or 3 years for him really trying, which is, a good chunk of time. Meanwhile, Raja Sulaiman has, barely missed Pro Tour top 8s, has a bunch of good Grand Prix finishes, is someone that is very well known for being a very skilled and tight player. Heck, even on our series, he almost top 8'd 4 events in a row, Dom, being defeated by Harlan Fear, who just showed up to one event to play and was the only person who could stop Raja. So there's a reason a lot of our commentators picked Raja Sulaiman to win the event. He's an incredibly skilled player and brought 2 decks that leverage that skill incredibly well.
And this match also has big consequences for the rest of the top 4 too, where that you're getting a copy of Rakdos Midrange for the Pioneer portion in there no matter what. But for Modern, you have Raja's very innovative take on Blue-Eye Control on the one hand versus Is It Murktide by the writer of the Is It Murk Guide, Maxx Kominowski, on the other side. So if you're someone who likes to match up against one of those decks, not versus the other, and you're in the top 4, then maybe this match has big implications for you as well.
Yeah, big to remember too that like in the top 4, we're playing 2 out of 3 matches. So we're going to come back to the booth here real quick, but yeah, it's 2 out of 3 matches. So importantly, when you're playing, you get to pick which format you're going to play first as well. So Jesse Robkin, I believe, is the higher seed is how it worked out or something like that. So she's going to get to choose whoever her opponent is. I'm not quite sure who yet. She's going to be like, okay, I'm going to play Temur Breach versus, your deck or whatever. And if the matchup is bad, I'll play Mono White. So a lot of different variations there. We're back down here. It looks like Raja, the judge ruled that Raja did renounce the trigger, even if like maybe the cards didn't touch the zone right away. So Raja up to 7. Looks like Maxx decided to block one of the 2/2s with this 3/3. Pretty basic stuff there. And then Raja has a Blood Tithe Harvester, making it so that, this activation of a Hive of the Eye Tyrant would not be immediately lethal as Raja plays his own Hive, and Maxx very quickly untaps and draws. He knows that he is very close to having this game wrapped up.
Yeah, with that long break, I got myself in the mindset of, okay, we're going to sideboarding, we're going to see some game 2s and maybe hopefully a game 3 here. We are still in the midst of what could be a very competitive game 1. So got a long match of Magic ahead of us here, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that's important in this matchup, from my understanding from talking to Misplaced Ginger and watching his stream, is you want to be ahead on board so that you can take time to do your card advantage stuff. And Maxx was that way for a few turns with Shieldred, got Raja low, but now Raja has a commanding board presence and a Fable the Mirror Breaker soon to flip with a Blood Tithe Harvester. Now, Maxx is going to drain Raja back down to at least 6. We might see the trade here with the Blood Tithe Harvester. But we could also see maybe Raja take the hit and try and flip it over and start making a bunch of copies. Looks like Raja is going to think about what exactly he wants to do over the next few turns here. Something we've seen from all our players this weekend, Dom, that we keep talking about is they're taking their time to think through 2 or 3 turns before making an action.
Another Harvester for Maxx, and is that another Fable left over?
Yeah, I think Maxx is a Fable, but he looks like he's sizing up maybe getting a Bone Crusher Giant in play just so the Graveyard Trespasser doesn't start running him over. Kind of an awkward spot, too, because he's out of cards.
Yeah, you have the Harvester, which could maybe threaten to jump in front, but do you want to try and guarantee that? Looks like we're just going for the Fable, thinking going to want to dig for a more high-impact play next turn, perhaps. Work towards that reflection of Kiki-Jiki as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be a spot, too, where Maxx is like, listen, I'm going to do this. You're not going to trade your, Graveyard Trespasser with your Fable flipped over and you have no gas. So I'm going to force you to have a good draw step if you're going to want to be attacking and forcing me to trade. Otherwise, I'm not going to be flooding out for a little bit here. Even if he does, though, I guess he has double Bone Crusher Giant to play off the adventure and get the board presence back on his side. Kind of an interesting spot to be in.
Yeah, Maxx can fill the board with stuff, but none of that stuff is especially impressive given what's going on right now. But Raja also kind of on empty, so could come down to who finds, the first Shieldred, the first Castle Lockthrain could really help to break this game open as well. But Raja also only on 6 life if those life totals are up to date. So Maxx could set up with some big all-out attack and really get in range of Raja's life total.
Yep, and it looks like Raja did draw some... Oh, is this like a Shieldred? He's using 4 mana. Oh, looks like it's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant activation. Okay. Raja's like, listen, I need to be aggressive here and force Maxx on the back foot. I guess probably, respecting that Bone Crusher Giant that's on adventure there. And also, it flips to Knight, so then we'd have a Gluttonous Trespasser, which is a 4/4, and that's pretty huge, especially when you start copying Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Mm-hmm. And with Maxx being out of cards, even if he does find a removal spell for the Glutton, well, you won't be able to pay for the ward. So that Glutton might actually survive through this entire turn cycle and really define what's going on the board here.
Yep. Yeah, we see Raja get rid of Fatal Push. Even though he got rid of one of the Croxes, he wants to leave the creatures for the Glutton. Good tight tentacle play. Maxx here just takes 5 on the chin. It's like, okay, I'm not going to win by sort of trading off here. I'm going to need to be the aggressor. And Maxx is admittedly very close to having, a lethal or near lethal attack, especially when you activate his creature lane. It could be his Hive or his Den, the Bugbear. He's got both in play. So a lot of options available to Maxx as he is going to rummage as well. A very common trend in these Rakdos decks is you getting a lot of choices all the time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we've already seen Jesse Robkin and Andrew Elenbogen, 2 teammates who were together for this event, both booked their seats in the top 4. They now have a 150 card mirror because they're going to be playing both formats in our top 4.
Oh, wow.
Ahead of them, they are prepared for that top 4 round. And now one of these 2 players here, Maxx Kominowski, Roger Sulaiman, going to take that other seat going up against Zoe Riederman in the other quarterfinals.
Dang. All right. So the winner of this is going to play Zoe Riederman, and Zoe's playing Living End. So that is a interesting matchup no matter what happens on the modern side of things. And it's playing mono green. So I've got a feeling that if Zoe's the higher seed, we're going to see some mono green versus Rakdos Midrange from old Joe and Drake here in just a little bit. But we're not done with us yet here, as we do see an attack with the Fable. And looks like Roger's trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. And it looks like Roger's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
man, I'm the block.
Usually here you would think, okay, well, this is 2 damage plus 2 from a Bone Crusher Giant. But then, again, the ward could not be paid for. So you don't even have to worry about that. We're going to see Maxx just play some cards out, develop another Fable and a Bone Crusher Giant, and turn it back into day in the process.
Yeah. If you're at home and you're watching this, it looks like Maxx made a bad attack. But really what he did is he shrunk the Graveyard Trespasser, saved himself some life. And if Raja outthinks himself, pushes a little bit of damage, as it does look like Maxx is taking a second to maybe ask a judge question away from the table, or maybe use the bathroom, everyone's human.
As we wait for Maxx to return, let's go over the structure of this top 4 quickly, because we mentioned both the modern and the Pioneer decks could come into play. What exactly is the mechanism for that?
Yeah, so the way it works is the higher seed gets to choose. They're going to be on the play and choose the format, and then the loser of the first match picks what's going on for the second match. So we're playing 2 out of 3 matches here. So, for example, we know Andrew Elenbogen, higher seed than testing teammate Jesse Robkin. Congratulations to those two to making top 4. One of them is going to make the finals. In this situation, Andrew Elenbogen is going to say, okay, look, I'm the Pro Tour Mono White champion. You're the Breach Master. I'm going to guess I'm going to play the Mono White Mirror instead. And so they're going to play, and whoever loses, let's say, Elenbogen loses somehow in that matchup, and he goes, okay, look, I lost that time. We're going to play Pioneer again. And then he beats Jesse, and then Jesse gets to go, okay, well, it's my turn to pick, and I think I'm going to be the better Breach player than you. So I'm going to pick Breach. And that's how that format's going to work. So you're going to pick Pioneer or Modern and play matches. You need to win 2 out of 3 matches. So for Zoe's situation, we're probably going to guess to see her pick Mono Green, although she is playing Living End, which she is a master of, and has some medium to good matchups depending on where you stand on those sort of things in the top. And sorry, with the winner of either match here. So Zoe in a great place as well, as we do see
Andrew,
the blood.
Andrew does go around saying, I am the Pro Tour Mono White champion quite a lot in my experience. It's not okay. More and more people are saying this. It's just Andrew saying it and saying it about.
yeah, and he says it a lot too. It's weird. We're like at dinner, and he's like, "I don't know if you know this, but no." But jokes aside, we get an attack here for 5, 6 damage total thanks to the Graveyard Trespasser trigger to put Raja up to 7, and that one of Lily on the Veil. We mentioned how it can be important here, coming in clutch there as something that both answers Max's thing and makes it so that Maxx has a removal spell. He's not going to be able to sandbag it. He's going to have to use it right away.
Yeah, so that Fable going to the 3rd chapter, I imagine will transform in a second here. There we go.
Does Maxx have 2? Does he have 6 Fables? Or 8 Fables? He has 4 Fables and then 4 backsides de-sleeved? This is the ultimate Jund foil router situation. That's just absurd.
If you have 8 foil Fables, well, that's your kid's college fund right there. That's a very good investment.
Yeah. As we do see a Shieldred off the top, a huge draw from Maxx there. That is the kind of thing that he needed to see.
It's a shame that Max's mysterious benefactor couldn't pony up some foil Shieldred as well. But, you biggest can't be choosers, right? If you're borrowing a deck like this, you take what you're given.
That's true. Yeah, it might be a chance for Maxx to do better in the future as we see Raja fall to 5. And, this Graveyard Trespasser is going to be really hard to kill with its ward ability and Liliana the Veil in play. Looks like we have a lethal situation for Raja. Raja's like, hey, man, I got this treasure. I'm going to activate. I'm going to attack with everything. This has menace. You can't block everything. And I'm going to kill you. He might have some other thing that's happening. But
it's 3 menace and then one damage, 1 drain from the Trespasser. Yeah, so Raja going to deal exactly lethal there. And if you think back to a few turns ago where Raja started to attack, you was firing up that hive early, and it seemed like, okay, well, this is a surprisingly aggressive line. I think Raja saw a few turns down the line and was thinking, okay, I got to get this game over with. Don't like my odds in a longer game. And at the end of the day, a few turns later, each one of those attacks added up to exactly lethal for Raja's side. So that's part of why you see Raja, one of the most respected players in this field, and the most popular pick among us commentators for a potential winner. And he is still very much in the mix, a game up in this Rakdos mirror between him and Maxx, looking for that last seat in the top 4.
Yeah, it's hard to pick against Raja. Like I mentioned, he is probably our second most accomplished player in our field. He just has so many great results and has proven himself time and time again for nearly a decade now on the Magic scene, and just someone that, you don't want to be sitting across from if your win ends on the line. Unfortunately for Maxx, that's the case. Let's quickly check out the sideboards real quick here and throw them up. And we're just going to hyper point out the cards. We looked at these during the judge call real quick. This is going to be Max's deck list real quick. We kind of talked about it in before. We're probably just going to bring in like the Bank Buster and call it a day here. Has most of the cards actually pre-boarded in this matchup. Let's take a quick look at Raja here as we do want to get to our players and get to our top 4 ASAP. From this side, Dom, I think it's pretty much just Liliana the Veil and the Bank Busters, right? Basically making his deck look more like Max's.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. You are not going to get up to the full 4 Bank Buster. That's something Max's list can boast that yours can't, but those Lilianas can do some nice work as well. Also, you identify Castle Lochthwain as a big deal in the mirror. 3 copies in Max's
Yeah,
only that one, it looks like, hiding out at the bottom there for Raja.
100%. Let's get back to the feature match area, as these players are already starting up. They're hungry. They want to eat lunch real quick and then play their top 4. This match has already been decided. Once again, it's a time shifted match, so don't worry. These players are getting a break between now and playing. Looks like Maxx decided to bring in Duress as well. Makes sense. Maybe, expects a lot of non-creature threats from the board. Unfortunately, Raja here has only creatures. So Maxx maybe upgraded his Thoughtseize to Duress and got a little got here. Oh, I guess he took that Thoughtseize. My mistake there. So did have a hit, but it was another situation of discard the discard spell.
Yeah, we mentioned these Thoughtseize effects are picking up more stock in the mirror just with how high impact each of these individual cards are, to the point where Maxx now boarding in Duress as well. And that makes even more sense in the post-Cyborg games where you want to snag their Bankbuster. Raja has 2 Lilianas as well. Lots of high impact targets alongside the usual, Fables and whatnot.
Yeah, there's a lot of Magic theory that's been coming into question recently. Just because 10 years ago it was right to side out your Thoughtseizes in the Jund mirror doesn't mean it's right 10 years later, especially with a different design. And it's cool to see players sort of question that, especially these, younger generation of Magic Online Zoomers have success with it and, be rewarded. As we remember the war trigger here, we're going to discard a land after we upgrade the Graveyard Trespasser. Sort of a Drago situation there. Maxx wanted to make sure he was ahead on board when the time came for his Shieldred on turn 4. And I think he has got it lined up. Yeah, plays his Castle Lochthwain and plays his Shieldred and passes the turn. Raja down to 18, and now onus on him to do something.
Take 2, sack MD, and now Raja has, it looks like his own Shieldred that he can fire back with, or if he has a removal spell instead, well, now you get into this interesting debate of, do you just try and have the Shieldred mirror match going on, where all of the triggers are cancelling out, negating each other, or do you just try and get rid of Max's Shieldred before it can get out of control?
Yeah, and it looks like both players have agreed, like, hey, our Shieldreds are going to trigger, and we're just not going to make each other do that. Also, funny enough, it actually does matter if the life totals are low enough, which one triggers first between active and non-active play, like Asnap situation. But for right now, it doesn't really matter, as it is nighttime, since Maxx just played a land and passed the turn, has his Castle Lochthwain activation up and ready to go if he wants it, but also has a bunch of spells available to him. Do you think Raja will attack with his Shieldred?
Ooh, we're stomping? Stomping Maxx?
Stomp.
Okay. And then what else have we got here?
Yeah.
Just casting it and passing. All right. So it is day.
Yeah.
Once again.
Huge.
And yeah, you see the pens being picked up and put down again. Just not much point when Shieldred's dueling across the board here.
Does look like Maxx chose to activate Castle Lochthwain. I think he took 3 from that. And now has a Reckoner Bankbuster. So he's going to have a much easier on the mana and life way to draw cards as he plays a Blood Crypt there, Expedition style. And looks to be in a pretty solid spot here. Raja has a little bit more board presence, but, Maxx has more cards, and Bankbuster is going to continue to go that way.
I wonder how many ways each player will have of actually getting Shieldred off the board, because Fatal Push is it's a fine removal spell. It's not match up. It's not that inspiring. And then you've got some of the bigger ones. I imagine Raja's Doomblade has found its way out of the deck. But beyond that, if a Shieldred sticks, it is surprisingly difficult to remove sometimes. We're seeing Raja, I think, with the second copy of Bonecrusher Giant in hand, hoping the Maxx just tries to eat it with the Shieldred here.
Yeah, and this is such a hard spot for Maxx, right? Because for Raja, and this is why Raja is one of our best players and one of the people so many people watch, right? He attacks, he might not have anything. He might have Fatal Push to get revolted. If Maxx takes this 4 and gets stomped, another Bonecrusher gets in play, Maxx is really far behind on life total, so he might just have to take this block. Raja's like, okay, sounds good. I'll do 4, and then after damage is assigned, I'm going to then pass the turn. It looks like Maxx has nothing, and Raja didn't have another stomp in hand. It was just a bluff attack as Maxx activates the Bankbuster. And I thought and Raja held the stomp, just wanted to play around, I guess, Maxx killing his own creature or something. Holy moly, articholi. I guess he did this in response to the Bankbuster activation on the stack maybe there in order to make Maxx lose a life off the draw, but instead didn't. Wow, that is an incredible play for Raja.
Yeah, Roger knows that Maxx is going to do something at the end step, whether it's castle, bank blast, or whatever. And so timing it nicely, but Maxx had the fatal push, and so all the shielders disappeared, all of the would-be shielded triggers disappeared. The sack is now officially empty. We can breathe easy.
Yeah. Whew. And Roger, once again, almost calling Maxx out, right, Dom? He's like, listen, if you just want to get your free one for zero friend, you have it. You have priority. And just sort of said Maxx won't pass up that sort of value to get another card and gets rewarded for it. And Maxx is going to have to hold that one, as he is now, still ahead on board currently, but could have been much further ahead, as Roger has just lands and fatal push in hand. He does have a Bone Crusher Giant on adventure. Oh, it looks like he actually drew Croxer for the turn. My mistake. Looks to be holding here right now. Crox is a good way to trigger Revolt. Also, it's a situation where he doesn't quite have the cards to come back from graveyard, and there's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant on the other side.
Yeah, it looks like we are a card away from escaping the Croxer at present, so we're going to try and set up a turn where we can play the Croxer and escape it all in one motion there. And if that happens, then Croxer can really dominate a board by itself, the same way that something like a Shielder can.
Yeah, and look at Max's deck and think about it more. I think I was talking about Maxx was expecting a lot of mirrors. I think he was really expecting a lot of blue-white control, because thinking about the Castle Lockthorn and Temur, they're nice in the mirror by all means, but there's a lot of situations in games like this where you sort of fall behind a bunch, and taking 3 damage, to draw a card is a lot. But against blue-white control, it's pretty free. And we did have 3 blue-white control players in Pioneer, so Maxx pretty rewarded there. And it's not even like it's completely punished him here. He just needs to make sure that he can actually cast all these cards.
Yeah, Foil Fable joins the Foil Bankbuster here. It is day. Thank you to our table spotter. Or no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, it's end of turn still. Raja might do something. It's weird there's not a day-night removal spell. Like this one cost 1 less of its night. It's just kind of weird. All right, now it's day. As we do see Raja draw a Haunted Ridge, I believe, and now has the correct cards for Croxa. And, Maxx had pull ahead on cards, but if he's going to have to discard real cards, otherwise he's going to lose a lot of life, because this is sort of a face-up play for Raja here, as Maxx sort of knows, there's nothing you're going to really do besides Croxa me, so I can just draw this card here and make perfect information. But I also know Croxa is coming. Oh, we got the pilot token ready to go. Maxx picked up a swamp.
And Raja is at a fairly comfortable life total. Maxx is not. And so you would kind of like to just start throwing some lands away to these Croxer triggers. But there's a finite number of times you can do that before Croxer does you in regardless.
Yeah, we saw Maxx start with a discard of a land here. I guess, basically saying maybe I have to keep this spell. Maybe I'll discard it, if he plays it again. But, oh, wait, it's swamp something in hand. Maxx might just be on all lands and is going to have to rely on this Fable of the Mirror Breaker to get out of it if he discards the land to keep the 3 life, which he does. Yeah. Maxx down to 3. That means that attack trigger is potentially lethal. Now, Maxx gets a lot of redraws, but we're in a crazy awkward spot here for Maxx. Raja plays the land and now passes the turn.
Okay, what's his first card?
I think it was a red something.
That's it.
Yeah, he definitely has... Oh, he had the Thoughtseize. He's going to discard that. Double check with Roger, hey, you didn't want to respond, right? Roger's like, yeah, no, you're good.
Head in hands again. Usually has been a good sign in some of our matches so far, but I think Maxx is staring the end of his tournament squarely in the face.
Yeah, unfortunately, Maxx is not part of Team Elenbogen, which is elbow on table, as we learned. And that means it's going to be a bad day here, I think, as he can maybe play a land, cast a spell, activate Castle, and draw something like a Fatal Push. But he's going to be on the razor-thin lines with the rest of the game. And with Den of the Bugbear and Hive of the Eye Tyrant in the grave, in the mana base, Maxx is going to need a lot of really tight, really good draw steps and turns played to get out of this one. But someone who is known for doing that and plays these high agency decks like Murktide in this very well and could get out of this spot. Maxx is by no means not used to these positions.
Yeah, I don't know if we can even get a card out of our hand so that we could castle it again just to look for the push. Yeah, I think it's just all lands all the time, and you can't unload those faster even if you want to. So I think Raja's going to send Croxer into combat, and we are going to have our top 4 decided here.
It looks to be that way. Yeah, Maxx maybe kicking himself for not keeping the Thoughtseize so you could at least chump block. Seems a little unclear. It seems like he's thinking. Yeah, he's shaking his head. It makes me think there's something going on here, maybe on the upkeep of Raja that he was thinking about doing, but maybe he's just planning to discard the card. Did Raja pick up his second Kroxa? Oh, it looks maybe that was a Fatal Push instead. Gonna be an awkward turn no matter how you slice it here. Raja also might be thinking, well, maybe this attack trigger just works, but I don't want to rush that. I know I'm going to get at least a little bit of value here.
Well, you know, if Maxx had a removal spell, then your Kroxa's not getting into combat. So I imagine we're going to see the tentative hand motion. Can I attack? Can I attack? And if the coast is clear, then Raja knows what the deal is. And then if Maxx is sitting on that push or that power word kill or something, then we'll have to reveal that before too long here.
Yeah. It looks like Raja's basically deciding, do I want to activate the Hive of the Eye Tyrant? And, you know, I have to do that before I'll know if my Kroxa is going to get an attack. And if I do that and he has maybe double kill spell or I use my mana, am I going to lose this game? Because Raja is so far ahead right now on life and on cards. You know, Maxx has more cards seen, but a lot of them are lands, which aren't mattering too much here. As we do see Raja sort of, you know, timidly a little bit even for him, sort of be like, yeah, okay, Hive. And Maxx is like, all right, well, now that we're doing this, power word kill your Kroxa. Yeah. And that means that Raja will not be able to kill with this Hive of the Eye Tyrant. He could attack and eat the Goblin token because it does have Menace. So it's going to force a double block. But
well, if Raja has a removal spell of his own, then we're not going to get to 2 blocks. And so that's going to seal the deal even with the Kroxa dying here. So
it only seals the deal if Maxx tries to activate the vehicle, right? He has two tokens right now that he can just throw in the way.
Well, so let's see if Maxx goes to animate the Hive, and then we have is that a pilot token that can? Okay, so
yeah,
shields are up, defenses are up, going to be okay regardless.
Yeah, Maxx taking a really risky line there. If Raja had Fatal Push in response to that crew, Maxx had lost the game. So really risky line there. Personally, I would be too much of a coward to do it. I would just have taken my double block, but you see Maxx here. Oh, and Raja maybe missing that it was lethal. Maybe our life totals aren't correct. It's possible maybe the player's at 4. And then Raja's going to cast this Kroxa, and Maxx just has a land. Maybe it is just 3 life, and Raja is like, whatever. Maxx is going to attempt to draw a card, draw a spell. He stays alive.
Draw a spell off castle.
He drew Fatal Push. He's alive. But Maxx is at 1. He has a flip Fable and a blocker. He could maybe pull out of this game if you draw something like a Shieldred here or a Bone Crusher Giant.
Graveyard Trespasser, maybe?
Yeah, Graveyard Trespasser would be great against that Kroxa as well. Make sure that Raja doesn't get out of this game. What a crazy game we've had. Let's get ready here as we are. It looks like it's going to be one of the final turns of this game, unless Maxx drew some sort of interaction here as Raja draws a Blood Tithe Harvester. Raja, gets to activate the Hive of the Eye Tyrant here. It's going to force a double block if there isn't a removal spell, so the board's going to be clear, and then Raja will have Den of the Bugbear, which creates 2 attackers. One's a 1/1, obviously, which is all he needs. And
do we have... is there at least one Hive hiding out there for Maxx in those beautiful foil lands there?
I think there might be near one of the castles. It's a little hard to see, but I think you are right. So I guess Maxx still has a chance to clean things up. It looks like Raja's actually going with the Den.
Den of the Bugbear instead, and this makes some amount of sense, right? Because if Maxx is at 1, that Golem token is a lethal threat too. So,
yeah, this makes sense. You just you force the Hive to trade with the Bugbear, so then you minimize that, and then looks like he's actually going to keep his Hive. Interesting. Okay, I guess he wants a Hive for a Hive. Makes a card like Graveyard Trespasser a little bit worse off the top, but doesn't have that. We have a Blood Tithe Harvester here, and Raja, you cannot forget, has Kroxa in the graveyard with at least 4 other cards right now. So no matter what we draw for turn, we can discard it to blood and get it going here as we drew another Fable the Mirror Breaker for Maxx. So he's going to need some spell in hand in order to not die to the animated Hive and the escaped Kroxa. But I guess currently Raja can't do both.
Hive answers the Kroxa, but then if you animate an attack, well then Raja can animate his own Hive and then has... You got to field 3 blockers between the Menace there and the Harvester, so...
And this is what we talked about too when we talked about how Misplaced Ginger talks about, hey, in this matchup, being on the board matters a lot. That's because of things like this, where you can have all the card advantage, but if your life total is too low, you can't use in this matchup. People just have stomps, they have Croxas. It doesn't actually work out that way. Great insight there as we do see the escape happen. And we know with only one life, it is game over with the Elenbogen. And
There
Raja
it is.
Sulaiman wins. Congratulations to Raja. He is going to be moving on to our top 4. He's going to be joining Andrew Elenbogen, Jesse Robkin, and Zoe Riederman. He's going to be playing Zoe in a match. We're going to be seeing that in just a bit. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break here. But first, thank you so much for NRG for putting on this event. This is going to be the end of Dom and I for this part of the tournament. You're going to have Joe Lissette and Drake Sasser take you home for the rest of the top 4. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity and getting to work with you all in the NRG series this year. Dom and I joined kind of late, but I think I speak for Dom when I say we've both had a great time. We've loved being here.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, always an honor. And we have a great top 4 to watch work its way towards the final one here. We're going to crown a winner, give them a nice chunk of change, and the bragging rights that come with being your NRG champion for the year. So before the day is done, we are going to have that for you. And Joe and Drake are going to take it home.
Thank you all. We'll see you all in just 5 minutes. So make sure to follow. Don't leave. Get some water. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon. I am Epimonte here at the NRG Series Championship. We got a little refreshed with some pizza, some pasta, a little bit of soda. All the players have done so as well. I wanted to take us through a journey about how we got to the point we're at. So what we're going to do is talk about the structure real quick of the tournament as we're getting ready to enter our 4th and final stage here. So there are 4 players still left in our tournament. We started off with round robin with all of our players being available into that. We said goodbye to some of those players in our double elimination second stage of Modern. Did the same thing in our double elimination stage of Pioneer, which brings us to our finals playoff here in stage 4. And what that means is the top 4 and the finals are going to be best of 3 matches. So what that means is players are going to alternate format choice and play and draw choice, starting with the higher seed. Now, what I can tell you is both players that had the choice here chose to play Pioneer. So we will be playing a couple matches of Pioneer on camera here in just a few moments. I did want to tell you what the players are playing for because we haven't really talked about that too much other than the obvious championship. So you can see here the 12 players that have been eliminated from our tournament, all listed there, taken as around $400 to finish 16th and 15th, which was Joe Bernal and Derek Davis. You can see the rest of the players and their prize payouts. The remaining 4 players going to at least walk away with $1,500. Second place going to walk away with $2,500 and a nice $5,000 payout for first place, whoever our champion is today. Now, for those 4 players, you might be wondering who's remaining. If you couldn't do the subtraction yourself, don't worry, we got you covered here. I'm going to show you those top 4 players we do have remaining in just a second here. And you're going to have Andrew Elenbogen, Raja Sulaiman, Jesse Robkin, and Zoe Riederman. I think you're going to hang out with Joe Lissette here in a little bit, and me and him are the only ones actually eliminated from the picks. So 3 of the players that have been chosen are still in the top 4. So good to the rest of our my commentary colleagues for those choices. And Zoe Riederman sneaking into the top 4, maybe a little underdog story. So good for her. All these players definitely mainstays here on the NRG series throughout the year. So great to see them getting ready to battle it out. And it sounds like to me the players are all set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you down to Joe and Drake Sasser, and they're going to get you started here in our top 4 playoff.
All right,
we're
thanks,
diving
Matt.
right in.
Yeah, and here we go. So, okay, Drake, you're here with me for the rest of the day. Morning, everybody that's been following along. We've got a top 4 quarterfinal match with, either my information is wrong or I think we have a name incorrect. This is Jesse Robkin versus Andrew Elenbogen.
Oh, yeah, you can't mistake that rock there on the right anywhere. That's definitely Andrew Elenbogen sitting in that seat. And, when you're down to this top 4, you're looking at the best of the best players that, are even on the NRG series at all. The tournament itself is already the best of the best. We've eliminated,
careful there,
12 players.
Yeah.
And now we're down to the final 4. And these players, when you have the best of the best working together, it's very likely they're going to make it deep. Both of these players, a 75 card mirror. And so I think higher seed can end up mattering a lot, given that there's not a single card difference between these 2 deck lists.
Yeah. So, okay, let's talk about that. So we have mono white aggro humans here in Pioneer going first, obviously significant if you can get on the board quickly. Anderw, not so much though. Like, has he already lost the advantage from going first, not being able to attack here?
Potentially. I think his turn 2 is a little bit underwhelming. We've seen this happen a few times with the mono white deck where, if you have a 1-drop into 1-drop turn, Mutavault does a lot to disrupt your mana development in that case. And so here going 1-drop into just another 1-drop is much less exciting than, say, Jesse's turn 2, which is Luminarch Aspirant. You could, of course, do that with Mutavault, but obviously not something Andrew had exposure to. And getting Luminarch Aspirant into play as soon as possible starts beefing up the table. And yeah, we see Jesse already willing to get frisky with this hopeful initiate. And no blocks from Andrew suggests potentially he has a way to beef up this team. Maybe something like Athalia's Lieutenant involved in the mix. Does have land 3 either way, but there's a lot of cards in this mono white deck that reward you for just having creatures in play. So trading, not usually something this mono white deck is excited to do.
All right, so an attack in there for Andrew, and like, okay, here's Athalia. So yeah, not coming with the power cards for the matchup here. So I wonder, he obviously kept his hand. Well, actually, with 2 cards left, maybe he didn't keep a very big hand.
Yeah.
And Jesse here with a second Luminarch Aspirant, and this now the initiative can start growing with training, and this is a lot of pressure here on Andrew. And yeah, Jesse's start certainly fairly impressive, although without a third land.
Yeah, the land's not necessarily that relevant if your creatures are kind of already doing the work for you. Luminarch Aspirant, much better than cards like Thalia, Guardian of Thraben in this matchup. Being able to grow your team every single turn, that's something you don't have to spend mana on. They just do it for you. So, Jesse, we see just flush full of, great spells. I think we see Brutal Cathar, Brave the Elements. So this early damage that Jesse's getting across is going to end up mattering with a potential big Brave the Elements later on. And Andrew, looking to swing the tides a little bit, here comes a full attack. Now suddenly interested in trading with a lonely 1-1 Aspirant left to block.
Yeah, well, the Aspirant's obviously individually better than probably any of the cards on Andrew's side of the board over the long term, like you were saying. So maybe Jesse lets all this through, and it's got to be sizing up, how much time is it going to take before Jesse's able to kill Andrew with Brave the Elements? Mutavault playing a relevant role there as a potential blocker. But
yeah, that one, no color you can name to get through a Mutavault, as that one is colorless.
All right.
Doing a little bit of thinking here. Blocking, I feel like, can't be great.
No.
Once again, Jesse a little stuck on lands. And as I mentioned, Aspirant doing a lot to grow her field without any extra work. But the follow-up for Andrew is one of the better cards, I'd say, in this matchup. In Brutal Cathar, going to take care of the bigger Luminarch Aspirant. It's going to take a lot of wind out of Jesse's sails.
Yeah, so definitely Andrew would have really hoping for a trade there, as Jesse would have put herself pretty far behind, unexpectedly losing the second Aspirant. But she doesn't fall for that. So maintains one on the board, maintains presence, has a Brutal Cathar in hand of her own, but without the land to cast it. And we see the Thalia there. That's fairly unimpressive at this point. This is a swing game already.
It's harder and harder to cast if she deploys her own. Then it's not even on the table at all to cast. Whereas maybe it's time to start pumping the brakes, look to block, and use maybe the Brave the Elements to block. Also have the option of Thalia's Lieutenant, try to grow the whole team and just keep that snowball of growing creatures going. But very quickly falling behind. And I don't know that you're super excited to have a Brutal Cathar flip if you just choose to play nothing. So have to imagine Jesse's going to deploy something here.
That almost doesn't even seem like an option to let the Brutal Cathar flip. Andrew with only 1 card in hand, maybe it doesn't turn back over right away. But yeah, this is tough. Now, 45 seconds ago, seemingly we were thinking, can Jesse how close is she to Brave the Elements for the win? And now it's reversed on Andrew's side.
Yeah, I maybe incorrectly analyzed a little bit that the land's not mattering too much. You do need your third one, as Brutal Cathar, as I mentioned, one of the better cards for taking the wind out of your opponent's sails, and Jesse has no shortage of them, but does need her third land drop eventually to start casting them, as she crashes across yet again for what looks to be 7. Big attack.
Yeah, 7 coming across here. So acknowledging that Brave the Elements is going to beat her anyway, there's no reason to hold back all the blockers, or even any that you can. And let's see, if Thalia's Lieutenant lines up a block on Andrew's biggest creature next turn, Jesse looks like she would probably survive. So yeah, this play, hoping there's another land in Andrew's hand, this may get her in the driver's seat. I don't know. This is tough to call.
Yeah, I think with Jesse missing land drops, she's accepting, okay, I can't beat just everything, right? If you have, I'm going to lose to some subset of cards basically no matter what. This is playing to win, not deploying the Thalia, all that kind of stuff. Brave the Elements is on the table to just kill Andrew next turn. So provided Andrew's hand is a little bit weak, which is something she needs to have in order to win this game, given that she stumbled, she is setting up a play to win. This, really shows quite a mastery from both of these players. We've talked endlessly about Andrew winning his Pro Tour with a mono white aggro strategy. And Jesse, been playing mono white all season. We've seen her dispatch of many a strong opponent with the same deck, got to work with Anderw, so now knows all the tricks of the trade. We're going to see some really tight play, and I really like what we've seen from both of these players. Anderw kind of looking somewhat ahead going into this turn, but the game could be stolen by that powerful Brave the Elements we know Jesse has.
Well, yeah, and from Andrew's perspective, you're looking at the sport, can you lose to anything besides Brave the Elements? And I feel like the answer is probably no. So again, there's another incentive to continue attacking because just blocking in this matchup is, you're somewhat at the mercy of your opponent deciding whether you can block or not.
Yeah, Brave the Elements immediately could just take blocking off the table, regardless of any cards that care about you keeping creatures in play, things like Adeline and Thalia's Lieutenant and the like. So you're blocking. Despite all of the creatures, you would expect a lot of attacking and blocking. You see a lot of attacking, not so much blocking, but a few, and we've seen this so far in this game alone, a few critical blocks can make a big difference. Even just getting a single block off can get you those valuable life points you need to be able to get that final attack in and win the game, as we see Mutavault maybe being fired up here.
All right, it's an all-out assault here for Anderw. Going to force a block and then presumably play a creature's second main and hope it's able to get the job done. But we know that's
trading with, I think, the only thing it can. So a reasonable block there, but has to block because that was an attack for 10. A follow-up Brutal Cathar would be brutal. And it is not. It is Extraction Specialist, but I think Brave the Elements is just dead. And yeah, Jesse, upkeep, snap it off. Look, you're dead to this. Okay, draw. All right, fine. Bonk. And that is one dead. Anderw didn't even put the counter on it. Look, you're dead. You're dead. Go away.
Yeah, I mean, so Jesse Robkin picks up the first game, but her pledge to play the most accurate tournament of her life, she missed the counter there. It's over.
Whatever, Joe. That literally could not matter. Thalia in play. Things absolutely don't matter. Fine, I'll actually turn my creature sideways for the camera. And Jesse able to steal. I say steal, but Anderw on the play had a powerful turn. Every turn, it seemed like, each player was able to switch the favor towards them. And Jesse, as we mentioned, did play to win, got rewarded by winning that first game. And I think that's an important one to win in this match and is going to do a lot to dictate the rest of the texture of this, potentially 3-match series. Right. We're not, one match doesn't decide who advances. It takes 2 out of 3 matches to decide who advances. First 2 matches is going to win this one. And I think that's an important game to win for Jesse.
Yeah. I mean, stealing on the draw is pretty big. All right, let's go ahead and bring up the deck list.
Remember, same 75, both players. So it's the same deck, both players. How are we sideboarding?
Yeah, so you see there the some of the unique choices, like Extraction Specialist, not in the stock build, not every build, not the full set of Brutal Cathar's main deck. The remaining ones are in the sideboard, where I'm surely going to see those come in. Wedding Announcement's likely to join in order to be able to go wide and just provide staying power, grinding power. So the harder question is, what do you not like?
Not in love with Thalia's. I mean, that card doesn't seem like it is the best thing you could be doing on turn 2. I mean, look at the, double 1-drop is usually better. Thalia's Lieutenant, Luminar Grasper, all way more impactful to shifting what's going on board than Thalia Guardian of Thraben. So I'd imagine we're going to trim a little bit on that angle. Otherwise, there's not a ton else I think you want to get rid of. Maybe you shave some of your 1-drops on the draw if you need to play more of a reactive game. We've seen this in aggro mirrors across Magic's history, where the aggro player on the draw has to take a little bit more of a control role. They can't necessarily rely on just being able to come out the gate harder than their opponent because it is literally a 75-card mirror. So maybe we see some of the worse at blocking 1-drops trimmed. Maybe some of the Savannah Lions type effects. Recruitment officer is the one I'm looking at, I guess. But overall, I would expect, even if there's some play draw shifts, it's still not going to be dramatic. Maybe 1 or 2 of the 1-drops get shifted for some removal spells that you otherwise wouldn't have in your deck.
I mean, you're cutting a land when you're going second here. If you think you end up in a longer game, if you think you can get away with it, that's one way to potentially have a denser deck later on. I mean, there's all kinds of small edges here. However, both players likely be doing the same thing as they prepared for the event together.
Yeah, I have to imagine they did come up with a plan for themselves. I mean, Mono White, a certainly prevalent deck in Pioneer, and has been since. I mean, we saw it really do well in the regional championships earlier last year. And really, it's just been a mainstay of the Pioneer format since. Jesse, like I said, done a lot of winning on the NRG series to qualify for this event with Mono White. So these players, no stranger to the deck. I'm sure they had a plan even before they started preparing together, and definitely probably converged that plan, and likely sideboarding the exact same play draw may change, but either way, they're aware of each other's plan going into this.
All right, so players still shuffling up. Here we go. If you're just joining in, this is going to be best 2 out of 3 matches. So still best 2 out of 3 games for this Pioneer match. And then we will shift, and it will be, this was Anderw on the higher seed. So Jesse would have the choice next, although, again, playing 75 mirror in both formats, it's whatever format I guess they're more comfortable with is what we're likely to see, is there's no edge to be really gained matchup-wise either way.
Well, I was I say talking to, it was more of a Twitter exchange. I saw a Twitter exchange with Jessie where she was mentioning that likely she's going to have to, on the play, choose Pioneer and Mono White again, because being on the play with Mono White is the biggest advantage in these kinds of mirrors that you can get. Right, being able to come out the gate strong, kill your opponent, snowball the game. It's just something Mono White's very good at. So being on the play specifically is something very powerful for Mono White. Being on the draw in the breach mirror doesn't matter as much. Play draw matters less in that matchup. So whenever the players have a choice, I believe for this particular set, I think both players that are on the play are going to choose specifically Pioneer and the play, obviously, so that they can be on the play with Mono White.
Well, that bodes poorly for Andrew Elenbogen here, having already lost Game 1.
Exactly, right.
On
Like,
the play,
that's what I was talking about earlier. If that's the biggest advantage and he more or less just lost it, then I have to feel like Jessie has to be really excited, even though, I mean, this is a potential 3-match series and that's one game. I think she's really excited to win that one because it was one that was probably the most likely of any given one for Andrew to win.
All right, so Andrew with no 1-drop this time. Luminarch Aspirant, that's great. Well, that's out of here.
Easily taken care of for 1 mana, no less, and a 1 mana follow-up. A great start for Jessie once again.
Yeah, this is Andrew's kind of getting falling behind both games in the early couple turns here, even though he fought back in game 1 and looked like he had chances. Here, okay, well, we're going to need a 3rd land. Do we have it? The answer appears to be no.
Well, that didn't matter for Jessie last time.
That's
but
true.
Jessie also had 2 white sources, which we've come up multiple times across the weekend. The Beautiful, it's very powerful, but certainly not without cost, as we see Andrew considering what 2-mana spell he wants to play. It'll be another Luminarch Aspirant.
All right. That's something that does mean that Jesse can probably just attack through here. Andrew unlikely to be willing to trade off his better creature just for a 2/1.
Once again, hemorrhaging very valuable life totals. You know, Brave the Elements always on the horizon for stealing a game. And if this is Adeline, oh wow.
Oh boy.
Okay, well, here comes a 1/1. Have to be excited to block that one, but 4 damage still going to come through. And Adeline, still a very large girl. There is the Resplendent Cathar. Yeah, there we go. Get a good look at that one. Vigilance, X4 to start with. That X is going to be 3 because it cares about the number of creatures you have in play. One of those, cards that kind of disincentivizes trading because you want it to be as big as possible because it gets to just rumble in. Vigilance means no tapping, so it can do attacking and blocking. It is usually the biggest thing going on the battlefield in these kinds of mono white setups.
Yeah, this card is a house. It just puts out so much damage and it's so large. And we'll see. I don't know, Andrew. Removal spell. Okay, 3rd land found. Is that Declaration? Okay, Declaration takes out
Stone.
Adeline. Yeah, wow. Okay, that's good. Definitely gonna need that counter on that Luminarch Aspirant. So 3/3 is much more able to block these little bodyguards.
True. Does tie up a lot of Andrew's turn though.
Okay, wow.
An attack for 2.
Yeah, nice, aggressive. So push the counter on the 2/3 blocker is just as good at handling the 2/1s as a 3/3 Aspirant would be, and able to push through 2 damage here. So nice turn there for Andrew.
Doesn't look like Jesse is going to be pumping the brakes anytime soon. I think we have potential to do 4th land, play another 1-drop in the form of Recruitment Officer and Brutal Cathar, which would be a pretty nasty turn. The thing is, you want to get in damage, which involves getting the Hopeful Initiate out of the way. But the card that is the best card on Andrew's battlefield is the tapped Luminarch Aspirant. So you kind of have to choose what angle you want to take as far as removing the best thing or pushing damage, with which how high Andrew's life total is. Pushing damage could be a bit risky. Oh, or we could just have 2 removal spells as there is Portable Hole to take care of the Hopeful Initiate. Yeah,
I mean, you say Andrew's life total is high, but it's dropping. I mean, not in huge chunks, but for a turn is adding up, and half of it's gone now. We'll see when we get to the point where a 1-shot from Brave the Elements becomes possible. We're not there yet.
Definitely not there yet, but Jesse definitely snowballing the advantage. A lot of removal spells. And this is something we called out during the sideboard games. There's going to be a lot more removal spells involved. So the interaction going to be cranked up quite a bit. And we're going to see the games actually slow down pretty dramatically as a result. Players are going to have less pressure because they're looking at removal spells in their hand, and creatures that do interplay are more likely to get removed from the battlefield. So individual card quality begins to matter a little bit more. And actually, I think that's an argument for keeping these recruitment officers in your deck because they can provide a little bit of extra value as the game goes long.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we actually see one activate at some point during this weekend. I don't know that we have yet. There was an opportunity yesterday, but it didn't happen. As the player just attacked for the win instead, unfortunately. Some people don't understand priorities, man.
But yeah, you're one of those dirty control players that would rather take game actions than ever win the game.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. But yeah, anyway, we haven't seen one yet. Or at least I haven't seen one yet in my rounds.
Jesse's too far from it. She does have a clue that she's liable to crack here, I think. Has a Brutal Cathar, but after that, her hand's kind of out of gas as Anderw adds a Thalia's Lieutenant to grow the Luminarch Aspirant. Wonder if we're going to spread out counters here or just try to make this Luminarch Aspirant as tall as possible. Looks like we did just put it on the Thalia's Lieutenant as we go back to Jesse, who did crack the clue from the Declaration in Stone, and looks like she drew a few good ones. I think that's another Brutal Cathar and a Thalia's Lieutenant, all of which excellent cards in this spot.
Yeah, Lieutenant, certainly. I mean, 3 creatures on the board, plenty to make Lieutenant powerful. Let's see. So Cathar Lieutenant, what do you like here? There's still the other removal left to block, although it does trade off with any one of Jesse's creatures. So that may be a trade that either player is willing to make, especially on Jesse's side. Clearing out the colorless creatures.
Yeah, I like using my mana efficiently. I think I want to deploy the first Brutal Cathar here. We have a backup in case there is something really scary like an Adeline. And we can go ahead and get rid of this snowballing card. That leaves Anderw kind of low on gas. All of his cards left aren't really, getting better on their own, like cards like Adeline and Luminarch Aspirant do, where they just kind of create extra advantage without you really having to do any more work. All those cards kind of being checked is, I think, a big part of this mono white mirror, just to try to slow down the gas pedal from Anderw Elenbogen and eventually flip the script and move towards actually winning the game. Although Jessie has had a good enough draw that she's just been applying pressure the whole time anyways. We see another attack here for 6, and Anderw definitely interested in doing some blocking.
Yeah, being able to trade this Mutavault off is probably beneficial, so you don't want to just hold mana up for it every single turn. Trading is really, with more cards in hand, anything you can trade off is probably good, right?
Yeah, I think so. And especially being behind on life total, you need to just preserve your life total and hope to draw out of the problem. Like Anderw just was able to exchange a land for a creature. I think that's going to be a good exchange, provided the game can go on longer. And Brutal Cathar, the perfect card to help with that, as it takes care of that first Brutal Cathar, and Luminarch Aspirant going to return to play. We'll see where he wants to put the counter. I think Brutal Cathar already a juicy target to be removed anyway. So yeah, I think we're supposed to put it on the Aspirant as we go back to Jesse, who we know has another Brutal Cathar. So we just Cathar to Cathar to Cathar everything. We're Catharing everything. It's all gone. Nothing matters.
Well, these Cathars have a habit of jumping. I mean, I guess, well, yeah, we'll see how likely they are to eventually trade off in combat. It may be never if these players have their say about it. All right, here's another Adeline. Okay.
Yeah, another Adeline. Yeah. We had the choice of Brutal Cathar here. Instead, chose to Adeline, and I think that's a sign of strength. It's saying, all right, I'm already ahead on life total. I think I'm still ahead on board. So I'm going to get my snowballing advantage card going and keep the pressure on your life total while, I still have this Brutal Cathar in the tank for any scary thing you can play. At any time, I can just Cathar your Cathar and then get my other Cathar back and just kill 2 of your things right there. So just keeping that in the tank, continuing to apply pressure with Adeline, I think definitely shows Jessie's confidence in her board position at the moment. No shortage of lands drawn by both players.
Right. So let's see. I mean, it's unfortunate that these Adeline tokens so far are just getting picked off immediately in combat. So no way to build up go wide board presence. No one's drawn wedding announcements. So Adeline is actually fairly small for this late.
Yeah, I mean, only a 2/4. It does still have a lot of toughness. So blocking is still very good with the Adeline. It checks a creature and does reduce the ability of Anderw to start to flip the script and turn the corner as far as life total goes. I mean, you look at this life total difference. Sometimes that doesn't matter as much in games of Magic, and that's kind of, I guess, one of the more confusing things about Magic is life total is not always indicative of who's winning. But in this case, it matters quite a bit. When we're dealing with attacking, blocking creatures and every life point mattering, I think those life totals is something that Anderw certainly has to consider when trying to eventually start attacking, because we're not winning this game if we don't start doing some attacking. And Brutal Cathar interested in getting in there.
Yeah. So does this represent Iganjo?
I think that's a bluff of Iganjo. I didn't see one in his hand. It may just be a bluff. I can't actually tell. And as Brutal Cathar follow-up's going to go ahead and take care of the Adeline as we got 2 points in. Could have done that beforehand.
Right.
Chose to attack first, selling potentially an Iganjo. I love it. That's so sick.
So yeah, if that was a bluff, then I mean it's pretty convincing.
Oh yeah, I mean that was Jesse supposed to do.
Yeah.
And Brutal Cathar of Jesse's own gonna come back, and this is about to flip the board dramatically. And I think this game may have just been about who's the last person to deploy Brutal Cathar. As we see, the Brutal Cathar, eat a Brutal Cathar, and then comes back with Adeline, and the Thalia's Lieutenant follow-up is gonna grow her board, and suddenly this looks completely lopsided.
Oh my goodness, what a turn. All right, Jesse empty-handed, Anderw untapping.
All right, you got to have a good one. I think it has to be specifically a removal spell.
Mm-hmm.
He already did sell an Iganjo, so that may add some complications to attacking and blocking, but no attacks there from Anderw. And passing the turn back, Jesse takes a draw step. If Andrew's at 3, I mean, I don't know what we're doing here. Chefnet Dunes, crack it. Let's go. It's go time.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. We have our brutes too. Why not?
Right. And then with Adeline with a token on it, so it can't even die to Iganjo if that is in fact what Andrew's other card is.
So the consideration is if you can't attack with your brutes, right? Because he's sold that there's an Iganjo, and clearing the Brutal Cathars would be a huge problem. Yeah, okay. Well, this probably just changes that entirely, where it's just, okay, everything, plenty of lethal threats. It's like the question is it still lethal if you say I can't attack with my brutes to play around an Iganjo? And I think the answer now is, yeah, just nothing matters. You can just attack with everything. As we see, yep. Adeline's Vigilance, sure, that grows the things more because the human does enter. And now, even if he does have the Iganjo, I think we're still getting a 3-power creature through. And Andrew gonna scoop him up, and Jesse wins the first match very convincingly. Now, of course, it is not over, but what a dominating performance from Jesse Robkin in the first match where she did not get to pick the format. She did not get to pick play draw and was able to very quickly and cleanly 2-0 her teammate for this tournament, Andrew Elenbogen.
Yeah, okay. Now, so from Elenbogen's perspective, or actually, let's go. What format are we playing next? Who has choice now? Is it this? It's the second player. So which would be Jesse?
The second player. So Andrew had choice of play draw and format there. So now Jesse will have the choice.
So Jesse has choice and priority. So I mean, you said she referenced the fact that going first, Pioneer was the right way to go. So. I mean, we saw Andrew.
I think we're likely to see another mono white mirror this time with Jesse starting on the play. And I mean, if her performance looks anything like that one, this could be a quick 2-0 sweep in these matches, in just mono white mirrors alone. And I don't know, if you're the self-proclaimed mono white Pro Tour champion, as we know Andrew Elenbogen to be, does this harm your hubris a little bit, or are you satisfied that you've given the secrets to a worthy opponent?
Can you be a self-proclaimed Pro Tour champion?
Is that how it works? Pro Tour champion. That's true. The mono white is
I agree with that part
there.
But I mean, self-proclaimed. Some people make a lot of claims, but Pro Tour champion. You can't I can't be a self-proclaimed Olympic medalist. That's not how it works.
Sure, you can claim that. You are allowed to claim that. It just may not be true.
I mean, you run in different circles than I do. I don't know. There's different levels of boasting that's tolerable, but. Yeah, okay, self-proclaimed Pro Tour champions, so says Drake Sasser. Andrew, if you're watching this back, I acknowledge that you actually are a Pro Tour champion. Drake may not.
Semantics, Joe. You're getting me on semantics.
Yes,
I'm excited to see high-level Magic either way, even if it involves mono-white creatures. Not normally my style. I prefer Izzets and spells and blue and red. No white, please. But, mono-white creatures, this stuff's, definitely masterful. I think aggro decks in Magic as a whole get a little bit disrespected as far as their difficulty goes. And so everyone's like, blah, blah, blah. And they just want to excuse losing to them all the time, because if you face down either of these opponents out in the wild in one of our NRG Series tournaments next year, this year, whenever, you are going to lose. I'm here to tell you that right now. I don't care who you are in the comments. It can be anybody. If you're in chat right now, you play either of these opponents piloting a mono-white aggressive deck, you are going to lose. These players are that good. And, it's a skill difference. Don't think they got lucky. They did not. They beat you. So, to see these two juggernauts face it off here in the top 4, as we are playing for quite a bit of money. Maybe we can get that slide up and see exactly what these players are playing for. Remember, it's best 2 out of 3 matches. Normally, you could just win 2 matches through the top 4, then the finals, then go home. Absolutely not here. This is best 2 out of 3 matches, and we see these players locked in $1,500. Advancing to the finals gets you a minimum of an extra $1,000. You see second place there getting $2,500, but first place gets you upgraded all the way to $5,000, and a $20,000 prize pool for this small of a tournament is some high equity. There is a lot of money on the line, and of course, a very all-important invite to next year's championship event just on the house. These players all worked extremely hard to get where they are today. Getting another invite is maybe even worth more than the money to these players who can easily spend that playing tournaments and winning money and what have you.
No, yeah, and yeah, the re-invite. I'm glad you mentioned that because that's such a big deal. I mean, having to just not prioritize, how all your finishes. I'm sure a lot of these players throughout the year were just like, okay, what do I have to do to get into the championship at the end of the year? I mean, you could still come play all the events, but it's just more relaxing. It's not less stressful knowing that the invite's already locked up. I had that privilege once in the SCG version of these events, and it was just super super comforting knowing that that you didn't have to perform in any individual event. It was just less stressful. All right, let's talk about next year. Let's talk about if you want to play on the NRG Series next year. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you want to try and get into this championship, you can see there we are, January 14th, 15th. That's right now. The 20K championship, same style of next year. First 3 events of this year. 2 in Chicagoland or in Mundelein, Illinois. That's kind of like the home base. March 25th and 26th, and June 24th and 25th, and then also in Minneapolis in late May, 20th, 21st. So those are the first 3 events on the schedule. Formats we've announced close to that. You can expect the first formats to be announced fairly soon, the next couple of weeks, I'm sure. But that's where you want to be. And if you're just enjoying the content, you can't make it out to play. Perhaps you live on the other side of the planet and you can't justify the flight to play in the NRG events. No problem. We'll be here live bringing you the coverage every weekend. Drake, Absolutely. This is exciting stuff. You played in an event like this. We both played in the same one in 2019. How did you feel like preparing for this event differed from, let's say, a normal event that you would just attend? Was there anything struck you as different that you took away from it?
Absolutely. I mean, preparing for these events is unlike any other. Normally you're playing Magic Online against random opponents. You're looking at metagame breakdowns, all that kind of stuff. When you are preparing for such a small field, especially these players that you've played against all year, there's a lot of reps back and forth. You know how these players play. These aren't even random opponents. You know exactly what kind of strategies these players have been playing. You've played against them before. Like, I'm sure there's no shortage of familiarity between all of our competitors. You can start to predict a very concise metagame, and you can start to work with some of the players that, you feel like you're going to be able to leverage as far as getting into like this event. Like we saw, right, Jesse and Andrew working together when I played the 2019 Players Championship alongside you. I worked with Zach Allen, who was also in this event. So that shows how great he is. I think that was a good choice. And Harlan Fearer. And so preparing with other people gives you insight into some of the decks that are going to be there because you're working with them, but also gives you another person to bounce ideas off of, and you just have one of the best possible testing partners for the event. It's completely different. You can spend a lot more time doing productive testing because you know the kinds of decks you're going to be up against. It's really cool. And we've seen some players make some sometimes questionable, sometimes bold and rewarding choices with their deck building coming into this weekend across the board. And that's what makes these events so special and so cool.
All right. So Drake, we have some news from the table. Okay. Modern is going to be the second format.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring up the Modern deck list. I'm not going to get tired of saying that, by the way, that they're singular. So the Temur Breach deck will bring up Andrew Elenbogen's copy. Jesse's is identical. And so this is an example of what you're talking about, working on an event, coming up with something that's not quite the same. Jesse, well known for playing the Jeskai Breach deck all year in Modern. Temur Breach the choice here. Giving up Teferi for Ren and 6 is one of the more significant changes in the deck list. What do we feel about this?
Oh, I like it a lot, Joe. I mean, we were talking so much about Andrew and his mono white mastery and giving all the secrets to Jesse. This is where Jesse gets to give all the secrets to Andrew. Jesse, it's those, if you're familiar with Modern at all, Jesse is the Breach master. She's done a ton of work with her grinding station Breach strategies in the Modern format and has said over and over again that Urza's Saga is a big piece of the glue that makes this deck work. So including the powerful Ren and 6, multiple calls for that card to be banned, I think, in Modern from various sources. Either way, we know it's powerful. Being able to pick back up your sagas and just have that plan, just slam the door on games, I think is a big upgrade for this deck. And of course, Ren and 6 can pick off small creatures that are problematic and all that, what have yous. So this deck now has a much more powerful, fair game plan. that can help supplement the combo win condition that happens once enough things have gone to the graveyard and all that, what have you. Underworld Breach, of course, the card the deck is named after does allow you to kind of pick either mode. You can either get a ton of card advantage by putting all your cards back into play, or you could just straight up combo with some grinding stations on the spot and win the game. So a lot of cool angles this deck can take, and Jessie, certainly the master. And I think maybe that's what made her pick Modern here, is her mastery of this deck, and specifically this deck list on the play, being able to, kind of put Anderw into turf he's a little more unfamiliar with, but of course has done no shortage of winning with it this weekend so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. I like to clue in on the choice. The choice of win condition changed. I mean, Grape Shot could have been played in the Jeskai version, obviously. Instead, Thassa's Oracle was played. So are the Jeskai versions playing the wrong kill condition, or is this, something that might get paid off because of the format, because of what you expect to play against? Let's go ahead and get the archetypes listed on the screen, updated there. We are playing Modern, so we are not playing White anymore. We are playing the Temur Breach deck, and Anderw consulting 6-card hand. So we didn't see the mulligans in game 1 of Pioneer, but it looked like Anderw might have been down a card, and he is again going to begin the format short 1, but that's nothing that you can't overcome.
Absolutely. And I do think that we are looking at Grape Shot still as the kill condition, which I do like a lot. As far as being able to function as a reasonable card. We've seen this happen. I mean, I played a lot of Gift Storm in Modern, so that's kind of where my familiarity with Grape Shot comes from. And part of the power of Grape Shot as a win condition is that not only is it winning the game, but also it just works as a real Magic card. There's no shortage of creatures that you could just kill by going like turn 2, okay, bobble, Grape Shot your X2 or whatever, or just straight up Grape Shot a bunch of X1s, that kind of thing. Grape Shot works as a real Magic card. And so when blocking and attacking doesn't matter as much, Grape Shot, both easier to cast than a Thassa's Oracle, and it's just going to get the job done the same way the majority of the time.
Yeah, we actually saw it cast Grape Shot. We didn't see it combo killed yesterday evening, but we saw Grape Shot cast for value 3 times. Yeah, it's great. And each time, just doing with the free spells in the deck, it can just do. We never saw it do anything spectacular, but it's something. And like you're saying,
better than blank cardboard, which is what a lot of combo kill conditions end up being, right?
Yes,
and that's where you see these fair combo decks come from, right? When your combo pieces can function as fair cards, your deck becomes more powerful by being able to glue in some fair components and start to pivot between the game plans.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the ideal 1-drop is Ragavan, basically in every deck that has it. Jessie doesn't have one, but puts a Stomping Ground in untapped. Certainly threatening, and then also not cracking the bobble. Then maybe that suggests Emery. Maybe it says, okay, I have a removal spell just in case you have Ragavan, so don't even try it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Could also just be holding for the information. If there's no cards that you could possibly draw yet, you could also just want the game to develop a little bit, get a little more information. Plus, like you mentioned, Emery, a reasonable card to call out. Jessie draws an Emery, then second land, Emery is able to be played with that bobble, allowing for a little bit of cost reduction as Anderw leads off on just a Springleaf Drum and a passing of the turn. Both players you see, Giganthas off to the side in the companion zone. Once again, it is a 75 card mirror, so they both do have access to that as the game progresses. Easy to forget about that one. And if you're just joining us, if you look at the bottom between the players, that 1-0 record between Jessie is specifically for this series. We are in the top 4. These players playing for their slot in the finals, best 2 out of 3 matches, and Jessie finds herself up a match right here as we begin game number 1 of the second match, now playing Modern.
So Jessie has a very combo-oriented hand with Underworld Breach and Grinding Station in hand and no board presence at all, but that may not be a problem. Although Anderw does have the Haywire Might.
I think both players looking at a ton of removal spells. So any kind of creatures that are going to be deployed here, likely not going to stick around for a long time. And I think both players have to understand that that's part of what this matchup's about. Cards like Ragavan, not as good, very easy to kill. And the cards that maybe matter a little bit more are things like the Wrenn and 6, as we see Anderw does deploy the Haywire Might, a card somewhat weak to Wrenn and 6. But if you look at it there, gains 2 life, gives you a little bit of life back, but also exiles a non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. So that can do a good job getting rid of early played grinding stations. It can get rid of a Underworld Breach mid-combo. So that card is going to be kind of a problem. And we see Jessie right away, Unholy Heat, put that one in the graveyard. No, thank you. None of that. It also represents a little bit of mana, of course, on Andrew's board because of Springleaf Drum. So likely just good enough Jesse willing to go ahead and fire off the breach to get rid of that one.
So Jesse here fetching and leaving the Mistress Bauble on the board. So she clearly wants that on the board, as you would often see Bauble check your top card, whether you want to fetch or not, to adjust the top of the deck, at least get some selection. But Jesse would prefer keeping it in play, wanting to potentially have an artifact to sacrifice to maybe Grinding Station, but really it's probably just in case an Emery's drawn. Or maybe it's for
it does a lot of things, right? It grows the constructs that can be made off this Saga. I think we're going to see her play here in a second. And it also indicates that, like, there's no rush. She does not expect this game to end quickly. She doesn't need the card to try to power out a combo kill. There's no rush here.
Yeah.
As we see Grinding Station put in the yard and 3 cards going to the graveyard, getting ready to breach. I think this definitely signals that there's a breach in her hand.
Absolutely. I mean, cashing in that Bauble for a card is something that we see on the regular, and sacrificing it to just mill 3 cards is really a departure, which I don't think this is, this is a random error. I think this is Jesse Robkin having a plan in mind, knowing what she wants to do, and building the graveyard up being prioritized over cards drawn. Here's a Ragavan that connects, finds a Bauble, which, well, I mean, that's sort of good for Anderw. We'll get him a card if he wants it, but it also puts another card in Jesse's graveyard.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Putting more cards in graveyard seems to be something Jesse wants to do. So if you're Anderw, kind of the question becomes, how do you check this breach that I think is kind of somewhat face up in Jesse's hand? Or at least that's kind of her plan, even if she doesn't have one yet. But like, I think both removing the Haywire Might aggressively and like sacrificing Bauble to the Grinding Station very much indicates that she is looking to get a breach kill sooner rather than later, not looking to rely solely on these constructs that can be made off of this Saga, as the Saga does roll up to Chapter 2 and get its ability to make constructs in the first place.
Now, you might be wondering, well, what kind of defenses do these decks have game 1 to the combo kill? And Drake, I'm looking at the deck list here, and I think the answer is not much.
Haywire Might.
Well, that's
the card
already
that is now in the graveyard.
Right, that's already been expended. So it's going to be a matter of mana, perhaps, but Anderw is not going to be the one that stops Jesse.
There's no mana producer, so Jesse can start going through her deck. If she deploys Breach right now, right, she can start going through her deck with the Grinding Station and building up Storm. We already have the Grape Shot available to us, but we're a mana short, I think, from casting Grape Shot, but otherwise we might be in the clear if we just play land. I think she has an island in hand, so we can play Breach. Yeah, we can play Island. And then we can just do the Bauble thing a bunch of times and then escape the Grape Shot. We might be done here. The question is, does Anderw have any kind of response? And I don't think there's a lot that he can have, right?
No, I don't think there is much he can have. However, Jesse does not go for it here. Maybe there are not. So Anderw at 17, that does take, obviously Storm of 17, and it's going to cost Jesse, it looks like 3 cards in the deck for each, Bauble activation. So maybe
was Beseju potentially now? I mean, that's a card I spy as a 1 of in the deck list, and if we can play around that one, maybe it's free to do so. And that's probably one of the only ways I see left, really, for these two to interact with each other in the main deck games. As far as once the combo's going,
yeah, it may be. Well, maybe there's not quite. Well, now I guess you could just Grape Shot twice if you had enough cards in the graveyard, so you wouldn't ever really run into a problem of decking yourself before you can kill the opponent. But that
right now she's taxed on mana, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, what's the rush? If Jesse could just win the game doing the fair construct thing and then do the breach thing, she can play around everything. I can play around Beseju, I can play around any kind of weirdness as far as deck count goes. And like I said, Jesse literally more or less put this archetype on the map. So whatever it is she's playing around, she feels it is worth it to do so. And I'm gonna hedge my bets toward Jesse know what's going on here. As a construct being made right here, right away for Anderw does make mana thanks to Springleaf Drum. We're gonna see that happen right away. And a Ragavan Dash happening once again. Now, construct can be made to go in the way, but have to imagine Anderw knows that, has a removal spell at the ready. He sure does. Here comes Unholy Heat. Maybe thinking about it for a second there. Yep, Unholy Heat does work. And we get to Grinding Station that one away for 3 more cards. Fable the Mirror Breaker, Emery Looker the Lock, and an Underworld Breach to the bin.
All right. So maybe another reason Jesse may be waiting, maybe in a stronger position when her Urza Saga gets to Chapter 3, being able to search up another artifact that she may want to kickstart this combo. As I suppose anytime Ragavan attacks, there is some risk that your combo could be shut off if the grave shot is hit, but since it's already in the graveyard, Jesse doesn't have to worry about that. So Saga will...
Here goes Saga to 3, floats some mana.
Mhm.
Oh, sleeves are getting rolled up. Is it time? Is that what it means? Is we time?
so.
Is it time,
Yep.
Jesse? Here comes Mox Amber.
All right, so the
Mox Amber
Mox...
with Emery means we can start making some mana, and I think she can play around everything, because Beseiju is not 1 mana. It is 2, because there's no legendary creatures in play.
Mhm.
And the Halo Armor's already gone. So let's see what Jesse does. Going to go ahead and Grinding Station that one away. I think we saw a shortcut there. Like the trigger enters the battlefield, activate Grinding Station, then untap it. So we're going to see a little shortcut there. And 3 cards go to the bin alongside the Mox Amber.
Now, if this was just a lock, Andrew might just concede here. He knows there's no secrets in these deck lists. So
Yeah, they're the exact same deck. But once again, Andrew, he's a Pro Tour caliber player. He might see if someone makes a mistake. It is a high pressure environment.
Mhm.
I mean, both these players obviously work together, but Andrew, you can see doing a little bit of math here. Might just let Jesse play it out. I don't think the time restriction, the time spent is, really anything to him. So,
No.
whatever. Let's see what her plan is. Let's see how she moves. See how she plans on winning the game, as some card is being escaped here. That'll be Mox Amber. It's more or less free to do. See if she makes a mistake.
Yeah,
And then, okay. She explains, here is what the rest of this turn is going to look like, which certainly involves a lethal grave shot that we saw already in the graveyard and casting zeros over and over again. And Jesse, I mean, a lopsided series so far for her as she picks up game number 1 in Modern after a very quick 2-0 in Pioneer, putting on a little bit of a clinic here at the very beginning of this series. But it is, of course, not over. Andrew's still able to battle back. I guess we should take a look at the sideboards here and see exactly how players are going to sideboard for
I guess
the
we should,
breach.
yeah. I mean, yeah, Andrew Elenbogen, you're proclaimed by you as the so-called Pro Tour champion. Lost the first 3 games here in this match. Now, again, both players having full information, both players knowing it's a 75-card mirror. There are a variety of forms of interaction here that we can likely see boarded in. I mean, the Urza Saga targets seem appealing. Pithing Needle, for example. I mean, Shadow Spear maybe for these construct battles.
Yeah, there's 2 angles we have to think about when we're coming to the sideboard, right? Like we saw in game 1, there's not a ton of ways to interact once the breach thing gets started. That can change here in the sideboard games. You can have cards like Pierce, Gust, Negate, even Tormod's Crypt, able to do some amount of kind of checking the combo and having a little bit of recourse for that. But also, if you just spend all your time focusing on that, you are going to die to the Ren and 6 plus Saga stuff where you just get Expressive Iteration ground into the ground without Grinding Station. You're still getting ground out. And you find yourself kind of sitting there holding the bag with a bunch of interaction. So I'm not, totally sure. I do not have the same level of expertise Jesse does. I would take a guess that we want a little of column A, a little of column B, things like Beseiju that are fairly free to include likely. And I think actually we get to see Jesse fanning him out here. Negates, maybe Pierce's, Tormod's Crypt, the Beseiju Indeed, and Shadow Spear all kind of being pulled out of the sideboard and being held right now. I think those are the cards she's looking at. So yeah, that makes sense. And we do see that, right? Like you called out Shadow Spear, allows you to win those like construct battles a lot better, but also you need some interaction for the combo wins. So little column A, little column B, able to fight both plans and figure out how you want to do things. And Fable does a lot to glue that together, but we may be cutting them, as I think those are the cuts in her hand.
Yeah, I was wondering there when we're looking at it, is Jesse contemplating how she's sideboarding, or is she showing us how she's sideboarding? Unclear, maybe, on what her
I'm gonna hedge
intention is
toward the
right
latter.
Yeah, right, sure.
Yeah. She's no stranger to sideboarding with Breach. And so I think maybe there's a little bit of consideration to how things change when the player across from you both is playing the exact 75 and you have talked about how to sideboard against each other. But,
I mean, okay, so your teammates, or you work together at least for this event. How far does that go? You're playing in the semifinals here. You're like, okay, we agreed to board like this, but now what if I make this change just to throw you off? I mean, does that happen? I mean,
it's worth thinking
how
about.
much is
like I said, you can go one
side
or the other, right? Like you could favor trying to beat combo, you can favor trying to beat the fair plan. And I'm sure you talked about which one happens more reliably in the cyber games. You could maybe try to pull a juke. I don't know how effective it's going to be, with a 60 card deck and all that stuff. How likely is it to even come up? But so I would lean towards just doing the same old and executing the best game plan you can. But maybe there's a little bit of equity, and if nothing else, it's certainly worth thinking about.
Sure. I mean, maybe if the pre-tournament practice suggested, well, Spell Pierce isn't that good in the mirror, so you don't bring it in. And then now you're like, well, now they know I'm not going to bring it in. That makes it good. I'll bring it in now. I mean, something like that,
Yeah.
maybe, but probably both players can present the same 60 here after boarding and get underway. And Anderw, I mean, he's got to break serve here. He's got to win a game.
Yeah, I mean, he's back against the wall. If he loses another game in this match, it's over. His tournament's over, and Jesse's going to find herself in the finals. So Jesse, a dominant performance so far at the start. But part of the cool thing about best 2 out of 3 matches is it's not over yet. Anderw could rattle back and still win this one from here, but he is going to have to start the winning right now.
Right. Okay. So players still working on sideboarding here. If this match concludes and the other one is still live, we'll jump over and see how Roger Sulaiman and Zoe Riederman are doing on the other side of the bracket. But we're getting ready to present here in the primary semifinal, Anderw Elenbogen and Jesse Robkin playing for a berth in the finals of the NRG 2022 Championship. We've had a long history of having great results and great events, exciting stuff. Players really looking back on these events as something once they've played in them, they really want to get back. And we had a lot of turnover this year compared to previously. Kind of new players, maybe the pandemic break contributed to that, or just a rising new generation of players in the Midwest. But I imagine a lot of these players I've been following on Twitter, a lot of the players kind of talking about, hey, I really enjoyed this tournament. Even though I didn't win it, obviously, for the players that are eliminated, I really had a good time. Hopefully those players want to be back. If you at home are thinking, hey, you know what, I can handle this. Jesse Robkin doesn't seem that great. I think I could beat her. I mean, as Drake was saying, you're wrong, but you are very welcome to try. Come on out.
You're only wrong till you're not, Joe. But I'm telling you, the one thing, like you mentioned on Twitter, the one thing that all these players are saying, every single one of them said, this has been the most competitive year on the NRG series, getting to this championship event. All of that has been the hardest, the most tightly played events, matches, all of it to date. And I think next year we're looking to step that up even more. When we went over some of those events, we should be getting some formats for those soon. If you want to test your luck and you say, hey, Drake, you're wrong. I'm better than Jesse. I'm better than Andrew. I'm going to show up. I'm going to beat him. I don't care if they're playing White Weenie, Breach. I don't care. Then, do so. Show up. Prove it. And this year, a lot of players, you mentioned that turnover, a lot of new faces that we've seen showed up, proved their worth, found their way here. And some of those have found their way all the way to top 4 here as these players getting underway. And Anderw, going to need to prove it here once again. Back against the wall, as I believe we're on a mulligan. Jesse seems to have found a hand she likes. A lot of lands in this one for Anderw. We'll see if he's willing to keep it anyway.
Yeah, these games aren't, they can end quickly, but okay, going to 5. I was going to say, in keeping a hand with that's, somewhat land heavy, that's not something I honestly would see you shy away from. If you have an answer to Ragavan, I feel like that's the primary thing you want to keep, even if it's 7 or it's a 5. I want a couple land, and I want to deal with the early Ragavan or Emery if there is one.
Yeah, certainly. And I think while we're doing a little bit more shuffling up, let's talk about the commentator picks.
Do we have to?
We get that slide up real quick. But I believe I'm eliminated as Connor did find his way felled to the rematch to Jesse Robkin for the Player of the Year race. Did lose in Pioneer this time, piloting Lotus Field instead of Mono Green. But let's talk about the rest of them. Matt, gone, but Raja still in the running for Honorok, Dom, and Julian. And Anderw Elenbogen, you see right there for Becky, back against the wall. Becky's pick, not doing great. And Joe, your pick was eliminated a long time ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Derek Davis let me down. I picked Derek Davis partially on the merits of the Elementals deck. Seems to win every event in your rage where it does well. Derek went 0-3 in Modern with Elementals, and thus is no longer with us in this event. So my pick is certainly not going to win. But we're all winners here, right? Because we get to enjoy this great Magic. So we're all equivalent. Let's just ignore the fact that my pick got this right.
Okay, we're brushing that under the rug. See, Joe, yeah. I love that's what I love about you is when I call someone a so-called Pro Tour champion, you make sure to remind me at every moment. But, you make a bad call or whatever. We sweep it under the rug.
That's exactly right. I'm glad you understand the rules. All right, so we are underway here in game 2 of the second match of this semifinal. Anderw on 5 cards with a Scalding Tarn and a bobbling himself there, probably looking for. Well, when you're at 5 cards, you're just looking for, Like I referred to, I guess it's still the same. You need a couple land, you need a way to deal with the legendary creatures, and then the rest will just come as it goes.
Mechanics too, right? Like
Yeah.
things like Ren and 6, Expressive Iteration, like these cards are what's going to recover you from this mulligan. Because like once again, it's not super easy to just bust out a kill super fast like other combo decks. It could be like, okay, I'm on 5, but I don't care. My cards are so powerful, I'm gonna kill you anyway. This match has some amount of fair game that needs to be played so that you don't just die to that plan before you can even start to look to the combo type strategies. And I think we're gonna see that begin for Andrew here with the Saga. That's one of the cards that's gonna help. That can produce a lot of value in one card, and Andrew needs those kinds of effects if he wants to stay in this game and this series.
Yeah, and Jesse Lee on an island is very interesting to me. As island, I mean, well, for one thing, it shuts off any possibility of running 6 coming off the top. So I wouldn't think you'd make that choice I wouldn't think you'd make that play if you had a choice. There's Tormod's Crypt, and yet does Jesse have colored mana? I don't think so.
I don't see a ton, but it may not matter, as we see her plan kind of seems to revolve around this Emery Lurker of the Lock, able to be played on turn 2, thanks to the help of Tormod's Crypt coming out of the sideboard. So now we have some of the angles checked, right? We have a Bobble in the graveyard, so we already got the a great hit, by the way, off of Emery, which is quickly going to have to be dispatched by that lightning bolt. Otherwise, she's going to start to run away with the game in a fair way, but also just has the unfair plan from Andrew checked, thanks to this Tormod's Crypt. At least for a short period of time, as Andrew's Saga is the first to roll up to 2 and begin to start making some constructs. Misty Rainforest deployed. Yeah, so I think Jesse's turn 2 looked real good, despite Ren not looking as castable.
I think it's pretty clear that Andrew does not have another land, unless it's maybe another Urza Saga. And I think Andrew has drawn the Haywire Might again. And this time, that might be a little more useful than it was previously.
I think it might be. Anyways, yeah, we have a choice now between making the first construct or just blowing up Jesse's Saga, right? It seemed Andrew made his choice with no spell played there, able to still deploy it next turn, and doesn't have any confirmation that Jesse has no further lands, and we do see her deploy a land.
So she does have a land, it's just not one that you ideally want to commit to the board either.
True.
In the Baseichu. But we can see a bunch of red cards stranded in hand right now.
Yeah, a lot of red spells stranded in hand, but that may not matter quite yet, as this game currently seems to be about activating sagas, as Andrew is the first to do so. Going to make a construct there on the end step. Untap. We'll see if he's interested in making another one before he gets to go a-searching. And doing a quick think. There is a trigger on the stack you can't see yet, but that saga does need to roll up to a 3rd chapter. Making some decisions now, and we are going to activate, make another construct. Response. Jesse makes her first construct.
All right. So this game already looking a little different than the last one. We played that last game. No Red and 6 was found last game. Really, the creatures didn't do much either. The players both had reactive hands, and then Jesse comboed out. This game already looking different.
Yeah, and Jesse, certainly, if she could deploy any of these Ren and 6s and begin to start chaining these Urza sagas, I'm sure that's going to be a huge problem for Andrew to overcome. But Ren and 6, that splash of green is not free, as we see, a little bit of mana color issues for Jesse Robkin here. And despite being able to play all the good cards, they're not always the most castable. And so we're going to see exactly how much that's going to matter. Jesse can make the same trick Andrew's doing here, go get her own Springleaf Drum, but the defenses are down a little bit as far as being able to block for the Red and 6, these construct tokens of Andrew's, because he is on the play and gets to attack first and is doing so here for 4.
I mean, are we even playing Modern if there's no fetch lands for Jesse? Like, what format? That's like the defining aspect of the format. And yet, short of fetch land here, and it is showing. I mean, this.
Certainly. And Saga's kind of like a fetch land. It just fetches artifacts,
Yeah, I suppose that's.
Come on.
It's a land that fetches. I'm talking about yeah. All right. Fair enough. Anyway, you're right. Springleaf Drum would turn on other colored mana here for Jesse. I guess I say the lack of colored mana, it's really just red. The problem is that she doesn't just need like one red. Right now she could use about 3.
She needs a lot of help for sure. And Andrew being ahead on artifacts here is going to potentially come up. Having the bigger constructs does matter. Each artifact kind of representing a glorious anthem for these constructs. Part of why they're so powerful. It's very easy to do. But, maybe having to tap one to deploy this Ren isn't super exciting. I think Jesse already has another saga dialed up in hand. So not really even that interested in deploying one to begin with. So yeah, Jesse, instead of floating me out or do anything like that, gonna go ahead and make a construct, go find her copy of Springleaf Drum. And we'll see exactly what she's going to do, if anything, with that. Card construct's now the same size.
Yeah, that
Across
is
the
certainly
board.
significant. And attacked by Anderw. Yeah, this Ragavan. I mean, treasures obviously help grow the constructs, but Ragavan unlikely to be able to get through. And
Yeah, that's true.
another
And Jesse with
saga,
another saga follow up
Right.
does put some pressure on Anderw, right? Because now Anderw gets to be the first one to attack with these constructs. But the problem is he doesn't have another saga already. He has all the colors. So if you just something like a red and six, maybe you could change that. But Jesse's the one with the red and sixes and the sagas. So if this game goes on for a long time from now, it currently looks like, if we're just doing the fair thing, that Jesse's going to win. So now Anderw needs to decide, either he needs to get aggressive with the attack force he's assembled, or he needs to start to look towards, okay, I need to get a kill going. As this Mox Hammer does actually tap for red mana right now, thanks to Ragavan over there on the other side of Springleaf Drum.
I wonder if his
Gonna use that
Haymire
right
White. Yeah, so Andrew's gonna play expressive iteration here, looking for a land drop and something else to further his game plan. But the Haywire Might here actually able to pick off the Springleaf Drum or potentially the Tormod Script. I mean, or there's a saga.
Everything. It can even pick off. Yeah, I mean, it can pick off the saga, right?
Yeah, but
non-creature enchantment.
But hitting the drum obviously shrinks Jesse's constructs, but even just the Haywire Might itself existing grows Andrew's. So it doesn't even have to sacrifice in order to potentially enable an attack here. Jesse contemplating a response to this iteration.
I think now Jesse has loudly declared, I have Spell Pierce. And so now, even if you don't cast it, it's lower equity to even cast it now. But, even if Anderw knows about it, it does constrict part of what he can even do with his turn. It's like, okay, I've already tapped a lot of my mana. If I want to get a nice clean 2-for-1 out of this iteration that isn't just more lands, which we know he already started with a ton of them, then he's going to have to run into the Spell Pierce anyway. And it is expiring, so, having it be face up at this point is also a lower impact. But, that's what that pause does. And that's part of why the pause was so long, because once you start thinking about it, it's face up. As Mishra's Bauble able to be played around Spell Pierce.
Okay, so Andrew's construct's now already larger, and I think the only 2 cards left in Andrew's hand. I thought Haywire Might was there. Maybe I'm wrong.
I have to imagine if he had that card, it'd be deployed. Yeah,
here
it is. I was like, I think we have to be playing that one this turn. This is the spot where it's going to be really good, and it certainly is, as these card constructs are now growing out of control. 7 sevens, I believe. Right? 3, 4, 5, 6 sixes. 6 sixes.
6 sixes versus Jesse's 4 4s. So even a double block here isn't okay. There's a double block there, so Haywire Might can be sacrificed, but that will reduce Andrew's size as well, and thus not be very beneficial.
Yeah, it's the same, right? You're removing one from both sides.
So, okay, if Haywire Might takes out Springleaf Drum, let's just say, so Andrew's becomes a 5 and Jesse's are 3s. So I would actually trade 2 for 1 then, because both of Jesse's constructs would die in that scenario. So maybe that is still something that's worth considering from Andrew's side. We'll find out. The attack is on the board here.
True. That is true. But Jesse also actually has a lightning bolt too in hand to finish one off. So maybe, I don't know. There's a lot to think about here as far as the combat math goes. It looks like no moves have been made, which I think makes some amount of sense. A lot of tricks represented on both sides of the table here. Haywire Might and then Spell Pierce Bolt, all the like for Jesse. So with Andrew kind of just winning on the current status quo, I don't hate, his move of saying, all right, I just don't have to move here. You're the first one that's going to have to start doing stuff because I'm winning. But once again, I can't understate that saga that's sitting there at 1 right now. Starts taking up to 2, and Jesse can start to flip the script.
Yeah, well, maybe Andrew's going to take out the saga here. I mean, that would also be reasonable.
What it feels like we have to do here. And I think, he agrees that you just can't let that one go. And that's going to help swing the life point race a little bit too. A little bit of life, of course, always good. Life gain is at its best when it is incidental. And being able to go ahead and exile, not even put in the graveyard for breach, exile that Urza Saga is huge. And Lightning Bolt going to be a little bit mana efficient and go ahead and take that one out on instep. Ragavan and Unholy Heat, the draw, which I believe does take care of the last construct that Andrew Elenbogen has. Jesse able to clear the field here, or can play Ren finally and then pick up a red source in Stomping Ground that's in the graveyard and still clear the board. And that's going to be a great spot for her to beat.
Yeah, and this is going to be, Andrew has only just 1 card left in hand, plus the Jonathan Companion that's, available, I guess. But That's not going to put up much.
Not worth a whole lot when this
Right.
construct can start getting really big with Ren buying back the other 2 sagas that are in the graveyard. And this is what I was talking about, right? Like the combo is not really even in the zip code of either player's radar right now, right? This game is 100% about the constructs from Urza Saga. And that's why this deck is so powerful. It's like, okay, great. Good for you. You boarded in all these interactive spells. They don't matter. But Jesse kind of has it all anyway with Andrew's really low mulligan. He's had a little bit of help, but Jesse's card is certainly more powerful now that her mana issues are unlocked. And Stomping Ground was shocked in. We are indicating that. And we know about the Unholy Heat that can happen at literally any point.
So we'll see. I mean, there's certainly some temptation, I would imagine, to pick off the construct now because of the Springleaf Drum. It does add a mana source to Andrew's side. Okay, maybe it was just let Andrew bobble. She anticipates Andrew's going to bobble something, look at his card, and now she's going to fire this off.
Yeah, it feels like a spell piercer negate. I like having the mana be required to be tapped on the main phase.
Sure.
Jesse does have another Ren and 6 dialed up. So next turn, thanks to that Stomping Ground, she can play one with her own construct back as protection if things go wrong here. So I actually like waiting quite a bit there and doing it in response. And that way, if he does have it already, you get to make him use his mana on his turn. If not, then, whatever, it's all the same. As here comes a Saga for Andrew Elenbogen, which could help. Now, we know Jesse's getting one back next turn, but Jesse's already ahead of Construct. And with this game being about constructs, that one construct Jesse has in play is huge right now. Gigantha goes to hand.
You laughed at Gigantha. Andrew's like, I need Gigantha. Pick it up.
Nobody's casting that. He's going to activate Saga for the rest of the game.
Gigantha's going to... I mean, we saw Gigantha last night do all kinds of work. It actually kept her mana twice. I don't think I've ever seen that before in Constructed Magic. But it did happen. All right, so here's a fetch land for Jesse, an actual fetch land, Drake, not a land that fetches artifacts. But that is the play here. That means that Saga's not going to be entering the battlefield this turn.
I think if you're Andrew, that has to be a really bad sign.
It's scary, right? Because it means Jesse's going to unlock more of her hand, and we know there's been red cards stuck in there for a while.
It could represent just dying here.
Yes, that's certainly true.
That Grinding Station plus Breach is straight lethal. And with Andrew tapped out, I think this might just be lethal. If Jesse's not fighting on the Saga axis anymore, we see him rubbing his hands together. I think it's prayer time as Andrew's entire tournament is on the line right now, already behind a match, already behind a game in this match. If Jesse has a kill here, that is it. That is it for Andrew. There's no more Magic to be played. And we'll see exactly what Jesse is doing with her turn. But, oh, man, it is not looking good for Andrew. And there is Underworld Breach.
There's the Breach. Yeah. No, Andrew not entirely tapped out. It does have a Scalding Tarn and 2 mana-producing artifacts that are of questionable value at the moment.
None of them Tormod's Crypt, which is the most relevant part of the equation right now, as 3 cards going to get exiled. Emery going to dump 3 cards in the yard. And like I said, if Grinding Station's hit, I think we're all done here. We might just be done here anyway, but it is not clear to me. As 2 Underworld Breaches, Lightning Bolt, and land added to the graveyard.
Well, yeah, with a 0 mana artifact in the graveyard, or alternatively, the Tormod's Crypt is in play, it doesn't make a difference, really. There is a lot of work to be done here, just the Grinding Station and the Bobble to just sacrifice and dig 3 at a time. Jesse amusingly losing track of where her exile is almost twice in the last 10 seconds. But
I mean, there's a lot going on in this.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot. And there's also, I mean, this is the moment where that you're very, very close to the finals. So even if you're not normally battled, influenced by butterflies, nerves, whatever you want to call them, here, I would think almost any player is really starting to feel, if you're on the verge of winning, it's easy to freeze up and just be like, okay, I don't want to mess up. I got to be really careful. What can we do? And
I like the little white die there. You see that actually represents the number of cards that Jesse's going to be drawing. And we see Ren ticked up to return that Saga to hand. Jesse smartly left that one around. Breach going to go to graveyard on the instep. Upkeep, Jesse's going to have 2 cards coming. So we kind of get to see the fair mode of Underworld Breach there. Bringing back Emery and drawing 2 cards off of Bobbles is extremely powerful. And of course, it had the ceiling of if Jesse just flips over Grinding Station to Emery, the game's just over. Yeah. So being able to split the difference there where it's like, okay, you could try to call that a disaster and you just be completely wrong. Like Jesse didn't win the game with Underworld Breach, but she just put herself even more ahead and still picked up the Urza's Saga by having a turn like that.
Yeah. So this was an optimistic breach. So like maybe I can win the game. And if I don't, I still generate card advantage, which is what we actually saw happen. And yeah, certainly still, and passing and shields are not down for Jesse with several cards in hand, and looks like Stomping Ground plus Springleaf Drum available. So there is room to interact in case Anderw gets up to some business here on his turn.
Oh, wow. And she picked up another piece of interaction, too. We see Spell Pierce and Unholy Heat both able to be played on this turn cycle. And, those are just going to be so big for keeping Anderw from being able to steal this game from underneath Jesse with something like an Underworld Breach turn. If she didn't already have that covered with the Tormod script she played on turn 1, I think, all the way back at the beginning of the game there on the right next to her deck. So she's kind of has all angles covered here. She already is ahead on the construct race, having one in play. She has Unholy Heat if the game does start to become about that. She has Ren plus Saga going. Andrew's going to have to find quite a mixture of cards in order to be able to punch through this lock that Jesse has put together on this game.
Yeah, he's behind on basically every element, every way that you can be behind. And here's the 5th land. And is this going to be Jagantha? I mean, Jagantha does, does turn on the Mox Amber and the Springleaf Drum, so he would actually have 2 mana available in that case if it didn't get picked off immediately to Unholy Heat. But I think that's what we're going to see.
Jagantha bigger than a construct here, so Anderw foregoing the first construct creation and instead deploying his Jagantha. So, me entirely wrong, you smart as always. Jagantha, big part of the mix here for Anderw. And like you said, 2 mana available. Jesse decides not worth it to Unholy Heat. Don't care yet. My Saga token is going to be bigger than that anyway. And so you can have your Jagantha, nothing matters. As Saga is deployed finally by the Ren and 6. I'm sorry, picked up by the Ren and 6, deployed, of course, by Jesse.
That'd be so scary for Anderw. I mean, thinking, all right, I've only got 2 cards. My opponent's got about 6, and they have a much better board than me. And yet, Jesse picks up Jagantha. So, okay, maybe you take a breath, and you're like, oh, I'm likely to live another turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Anderw, you can't beat really anything else. Jesse can't have more good ones because they are so far behind at this point that you really need her to have a weak turn finally. And I'd argue this is about the floor on the turn she could produce, which is just like a Ren activation, an Emery activation, and buying Jagantha. So, unexciting and exactly what Anderw needs if he's trying to find a hole in this game for him to be able to start to flip the script. Jesse on a low life total, so maybe we could try to sneak an attack in eventually. This construct, of course, holding down the fort. And Crypt actually cracked here on upkeep. Maybe a little bit of extra insurance against any kind of Underworld Breach turn that could be assembled. And, of course, can be bought back at basically any time with Emery.
It is interesting that I wonder what her reason was for doing it right there instead of waiting for the Urza Saga to hit the graveyard, which is going to happen immediately. Oh, you know what? It's because of
Pithing Needle, Joe.
Yeah, she doesn't want to get Pithing Needled from the Urza Saga, so it fires it off right there. Okay, makes sense. And knowing that the Haywire Might is already gone is probably a little comforting, as that is another way for things to get broken up from Andrew's side. Jesse's is still in the deck somewhere.
Yeah, and she does have sagas that can start tutoring up these artifacts. I mean, we know about probably Shadow Spear being in the mix. We know Haywire Might being in the mix. And, as soon as her sagas start working, that's just more problems for Andrew. The construct's already a big problem. Then the whatever artifacts are being searched up, an even bigger problem. And Pithing Needle coming into play. Have to imagine that's naming either Urza's Saga or Red and 6. We'll see exactly what kind of confirmation we can get on that. But if I'm a gambling man, I have to imagine it's Saga or Ren. I think those are the 2 most problematic things going on Jesse's board. But hey, could be something like Emery.
Production, give it to us again. Okay, Needle did name Urza Saga. Okay, so that makes sense, certainly, especially with Ren 6 unplayed. So Jesse's never going to run out of sagas. Are we going to have Jagantha attack here, or is it tapping for mana? Come on, Andrew, make my day.
You have to attack.
All right,
right? Like, and Ren at 5 going to go ahead and get taken out by the Jagantha. We'll see what else. I mean, that's step 1. We do know Jesse has another one dialed up, so not even that big of an issue. But whatever. A win finally, and Spell Pierce coming down. That's going to check the last 2 mana sources. And there's maybe a second Spell Pierce. Oh yeah, how about the second one?
Wow.
Counterspell the hard way. Going to take care of the Unholy Heat. Only 1 mana left available because of Springleaf Drum. No further mana. Unholy Heat not going to work. Emery going to stay in play. Continuing. We're by that bobble. We're by
So another land post
the
Spell Pierce with the Springleaf Drum in play, which could have tapped the construct from mana. All right. Jagantha gets picked off here. Now that Jesse has found Delirium once again.
And we'll see what Jesse assembles for
I mean,
the
that
turn.
was-
It might be yet another Underworld breach.
This was a pretty good couple minutes
No.
for Anderw. He was looking pretty dead in the water, and now, interacted quite a bit, and Jesse's still ahead, but probably by less.
Of course, if you're watching here right now and you're just joining us, there's a little bit of information going on in the Twitch chat. You can see a little pinned message by the NRG Series, giving you a little bit of update on the backup match. And of course, if you're joining us now and you haven't been here the whole time, this is the top 4. Anderw back against the wall looking to win. If you like this kind of paper magic coverage, please follow, subscribe, support NRG in the work that they are doing. As we see Bobble once again returned and sacrificed.
All right, Jesse is just... Okay, so we know Urza Saga is not going to make any more constructs, at least for the moment. But plenty of card advantage to be found. Here's an iteration for Jesse. I think there's another copy in hand as well. Finds? Well, that's not super exciting. It's a Shadow Spear.
Shadow Spear has to be decent, right?
Yeah.
Like the board state is beginning to matter again as far as power, toughness, and what have you.
Yeah.
Another Saga deployed, not able to make constructs thanks to that Pithing Needle, of course. You see that. That's going to prevent Jesse from making any more constructs. Is not going to prevent Jesse from searching up artifacts. And she taps a ton of mana, and it's Gigantha time.
I can't believe we had Gigantha on both sides in this game. This is insane.
And let's take a look at the companion. No cards can have the same mana symbol as Wooburg, but you can't spend it on generic costs, which actually is a huge downside. Can't activate Sagas or anything like that with that mana. But if nothing else, a 5-mana 5/5 is obviously worth something in this game, as both players have paid 8 mana to both buy and cast theirs. Jesse, last one standing with one.
I think they're just doing it in order for Mox Amber to be able to tap for anything. I mean, that's just a pretty cool thing. I mean, yeah, that's the sole
it's
reason.
Extra sugar. Right? I mean, Springleaf Drum, Mox Amber.
Actually, it's not even anything.
That matter a lot.
It's not even anything. It's just red or green. I was thinking because Gigantha taps the rainbow, Mox Amber would too. That's kind of, shouldn't it do that? Shouldn't we have an adjustment to the rules so that
does it need to do more, Joe? Does it really need to do more? I don't think it needs to do more, Joe. It makes 5 mana on its own. Amber really only normally makes red with Ragavan anyway, so come on. I mean, it works. It works. This is a Temur Breach deck. It makes 2 of your colors. You're fine.
Are we going to see Haywire Might here? We are. So Haywire Might off Saga can...
And that can take care of the Pithing Needle,
right.
And then the Sagas are back online, and that's a big problem for Andrew Elenbogen.
Yes, it is. So once again, falling further behind on the board. Andrew maybe still... I mean, he's got a decent graveyard there, even though he's been hit by a Tormod's Crypt once. Maybe if he draws a Breach, he can get something going here. But Jesse's already used a couple Spell Pierce. I don't think they have any more, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
I think Jesse may want to start looking to use Emery to buy back the Crypt. She's already ahead on cards wildly. So, if you're just looking to check the other ways that Andrew can still get you, I think the Crypt becomes appealing. And I think we're actually going to see that right now. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. That she rebuys Crypt here just to check all angles. Keep that lock on. That lock she's had the entire time, where she's winning the fair mode and she's winning on stopping the unfair mode. That's what this mirror is about. And that's what Jesse has masterfully executed in this game. But of course, Andrew was on a low mulligan, had a few things come up his way, drew a few good ones to help, get him in this game. But now, I mean, Jesse firmly in the driver's seat with multiple Sagas running, Emery running, the board checked, and a Tormod's Crypt in play. I'm not even sure what Andrew's looking, but I'm sure it has to start with something like Expressive Iteration to start to look at more cards.
I mean, that's a pretty good thought. I mean, what else can he do here that matters? A lot of things that you would normally use to generate advantage. I mean, Urza Saga is currently locked out by his own Pithing Needle. I suppose if you drew one, Jesse maybe could just leave it alone. But here's an Emery. All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's going to flip over a Breach, which is unfortunate, but what are you going to do? I mean, 4 cards go in, so Emery available, but is the Emery going to survive? I mean, Jesse can't currently kill it, I guess, but she does have this recurring Tormod's Crypt, so that makes it tough for the Emery to get much done.
True. Yeah, exactly. Like the Emery's just kind of checked. It's definitely a little late to the party. Even if it did work, like Jesse gets to activate hers first, is already way ahead on the bobble cards. Like Emery does probably helps the most by putting more cards in the graveyard. But once again, Jesse having the Crypt just has all angles covered as we have 2 Sagas that need to roll up here. We'll see what she wants to do with those. Potentially the option to just activate both of them this turn, and that may just be good enough. Jesse maybe doesn't even need to cast another spell for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, these
constructs activate Crypt plus.
I mean, these 2 attackable constructs here are already very large, are getting bigger, and then there's also Gigantha. So Andrew's going to be forced to block if he's even given the privilege of being able to do that. And there's a Shadow Spear also as well. Yeah, this is
looking bad.
This is bad,
Andrew,
yes.
he maybe gets one more turn to try to find an answer to what's going on here. But I mean, like I said, I think it has to involve expressive iteration into multiple good ones, because I don't even think there's a single card that gets him out. So it has to involve multiple cards, which starts with something like expressive iteration. We'll see exactly what he can come up with. But Jesse, very, very proactive, activating that Tormod script. Get that out of here. Maybe he's willing to rebuy it right away. She sure is. Don't want to lose the power toughness on the creatures when you go to attack. Mox Amber was found off of that first, that saga, running out of targets, actually. I think she was fanning through. It was like baubles, basically, were the only things left. Can rebuy things like Haywire Might as well. And yeah, I mean, maybe Andrew doesn't even get another turn. I haven't done any of the math here, but if we can get rid of the creatures and all that stuff, then we're just done.
I mean, he can block with his construct here to stay alive, or with Emery, but he's going to need to block something. It's two of these constructs, as well as the Gigantha can swing in here if she wants. And there's, how many artifacts does Jesse have right now? 3, 4, 5. Looks like 7, maybe.
It's a lot. Yeah, they're doing a lot of pointing, a lot of math, a lot of artifacts in play. These creatures are huge. The thing is, I don't think they're 15 on their own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I count 7 sevens.
Okay, so we have an 8-8, a 7-7, and a 5-5. That's 20. Andrew has how much toughness of blockers? 5. So he would have to block.
Well, he's just not blocking that one. That's enough. Jesse wins this match and is going to advance thanks to winning the previous match, a clean sweep, 2-0, 4-0 of Andrew Elenbogen in both formats. The 150-card mirror, Jesse showing prowess with both decks and able to advance to the finals of our championship event.
That was something. That was, whether you're rooting for Andrew or whether you're rooting for Jesse, I don't think you thought there was going to be anyone thought there was going to be a 4-0 sweep in either direction.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, that was really something else. So Jesse Robkin, congratulations to her. Andrew Elenbogen's run ends in the semifinals, an impressive showing. I don't know if we have the other semifinals still running. Okay, we do. We're going to go into the other semifinal right now. So we have Raja Sulaiman and Zoe Riederman. Okay, we're getting information on where we're at. This is game 2 of match number 3. So this is best. Nope. Okay. All right. I'm being corrected. It's game 2 of match number 2. So Raja Sulaiman up a match. Zoe Riederman up a game in match number 2. All right. That's where we stand. We're playing Pioneer, obviously. And this looks like Thoughtseize being played from Raja Sulaiman. Zoe Riederman has kept a 1-land hand. I don't believe that force is in play. I believe that's in her hand. And it's just not selectable by the Thoughtseize. And so, yeah, here we are. If you're wondering why we're switching formats in the middle of a round, well, it's best 2 out of 3 matches, and both formats are in play. So we saw Pioneer and Modern in the other semifinal, and here we are in match number 2. We're playing Pioneer here.
Yeah, and this is actually interesting too, because there's some things that can be derived based on what we're looking at, right? Mm-hmm. So Raja, I believe the higher seed, had to have chosen or chose a format first, and obviously was able to be victorious in whatever format he chose. I believe it was Pioneer. Zoe, this go round, was, I think, the seed 2 player and chose to be on the play in Pioneer again. So after, I think, losing the first go round in Pioneer, we have her choosing Pioneer again, but this time on the play. And of course, with Modern Green Devotion, was able to win game number 1. So have to imagine she thinks that this matchup, likely very play draw dependent, likely means that the match they just played was fairly close, and she still likes her chances. So I actually like the confidence in your Pioneer play, your Pioneer deck, to just run it back after losing right away, being like, I can win this, run it back again, and starting off, being rewarded for it with a win the first go round as Duress, another discard spell coming down, looking to hit one of the 3 non-creature spells in Jesse's hand. Going after the mana is Raja.
In Zoe's hand, yeah. And Zoe did draw a forest off the top there. It looks like Raja down a card, so probably took a mulligan. Here's a Fatal Push. So fortunate for Zoe to have drawn that land. And then here's an Oath, so that's great. Certainly drawing the tools to just establish a mana base as Raja does his best to wreck it preemptively. All right, and there is a Nykthos. So Zoe will not.
Normally a good find later. Not doing a lot now as the board is fairly clear.
Well, it's a land. That's something.
It is at least a land. I think Zoe did need some of those in order to start casting some of her more expensive cards that were not taken by Raja's discard spells. A big part of the equation here is moving to the late game as Blood Tithe Harvester deployed for Raja was moved to Jesse's turn 3. Kiora coming down.
Zoe, again, this is Zoe Riederman playing against Raja Sulaiman. And okay.
Zoe Riederman,
yeah. Going to use the blood right away to for the Bloodhead Harvester. Throw away the extra swamp. And more discard. And Raja sees, well, I don't think he's taking another Kiora. So we've got Cavalier and we've got Vivian, both 5 drops, both playable with a land, but currently uncastable.
Yeah.
Maybe a tough decision here for Raja. Obviously, it's not an instantaneous choice on his side. He's giving this some thought.
Yeah, the question here is, right, land off the top, right? Like, that's kind of the question here, I think. So what's the biggest problem if a land comes, and what's the biggest problem if a land doesn't come? The answer may be the same, but yeah, we're going to have to get a read. This does not kill my Blood Tithe Harvester, right? It does not, but it does have a lot of loyalty, and it's going to be hard to kill with just your small 1 Blood Tithe Harvester that you have access to right now.
I wonder, I mean, if it's actually like in Raja's mind an equivalent decision, then maybe you choose Cavalier based on the fact that we know Duress is imported in. If you draw another Duress and you take the Vivian here, then it's not worth very much, assuming Zoe doesn't draw land. So I don't know that would play into the decision process at all. It is the Cavalier that's chosen. And yeah, Raja's empty-handed.
Yeah, Raja empty-handed, facing down Jesse's. I mean, even if she bricks, she just has a series of good spells, right? So, like, if she finds mana before Raja really assembles anything at all, then this could start to get really nasty. But I think she needs a single land to start it up.
Drake, Drake, you're killing me, man. Jesse won her match. This is Zoe Riederman.
Zoe, I'm sorry. My actual screen is flickering a lot, so I am having to play catch up while we're doing this, and I absentmindedly am saying Jesse because we just said Jesse like 9,000 times. Zoe Riederman needs to draw mana in order to be able to cast her powerful spells, which are going to do a good job of catching her up, provided that she can literally ever cast them. Like things like Storm the Festival can undo basically all of the work that the discard spells have done this game if Raja can't close the distance in the meantime. Like he has to assemble enough attacking force to end the game before Zoe can cast any of these powerful spells. And really, it only takes like 1 or 2 of them because Vivian can snowball it. The Storm the Festival by itself can snowball the game. Both of these cards, problems on their own, and that's irregardless of other things that Zoe could draw off the top of her deck.
So Raja appeared to give quite a bit of thought on what he wanted to attack there, which is interesting. I guess you could think, well, I'll just attack the Planeswalker later, and since there's another copy in hand anyway, here's a Bone Crusher Giant to join up.
Bone Crusher Giant does add a lot to the attack.
And there's a land. Okay.
So we found the land, though. So that was, I think, on time because Raja did find a little bit of pressure. Gonna make 5 mana here and deploy the Vivian Reed.
All right. Well, now having 2 creatures on their side, makes it quite a bit harder for it to survive. Let's see. What do we find here? Okay, a forest.
Yeah, making sure. I think we're rereading Vivian Reed to see what happens to the bottom cards. Yeah, those are going to get put on to the bottom randomly. Forest added to hand, but that doesn't mean we can cast Storm the Festival's next turn. So, I mean, actually, and another Bone Crusher Giant for Raja. That's a big pickup, I think, because adding that much more to the attack force when you can already clear the Vivian, and then you can have another Bone Crusher Giant dialed up in order to finish the game before Zoe can actually cast the Storm of the Festivals. Like I said, this attack force is actually almost exactly what Raja needed.
All right. So, Bone Crusher could just attack Vivian, and then Stomp could take it down, but no, he's just going to preserve the cards in hand, it looks like. Or maybe he'll just commit to the board. Yeah, okay. He's just going to put all the clock out there, not worried about having to bring out creatures, just hoping Zoe continues to miss somewhat. Old Growth Troll, however, seems ideal.
Yeah, that one's going to help a lot because I think we can play both that and the Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner, to untap some mana. Yeah, got to do a forest in order to cast the Old Growth Troll. That'll even give Zoe another card for her trouble, just a little extra sugar on top. But being able to deploy a very relevant blocker and get a little bit more like mana going on her following turn, a big pickup and Fatal Push, a pretty good card. Not actually online just yet. Do need to enable Revolt.
Yeah, no, this is going to be tough now. Raja might be somewhat stuck. I mean, attacking into Old Growth Troll actually increases Zoe's available mana. He could kill. I mean, if you send in the whole team to kill Kiora, that doesn't seem very appealing.
Yeah, I mean, because Kiora dies literally no matter what the blocks. So, Zoe is incentivized to just eat one of your creatures, which doesn't feel good at all. And, then you get to keep 4 devotion still in play. That Nykthos starts to look really scary on the following turn. Yeah, this attack, Zoe's still at 20. That Storm the Festival, I believe that Raja knows about from early discard spells, still lingering. And he makes this attack, but I don't think he can be super excited about it. Certainly didn't snap it off. Put some thought into it before making this attack.
So Zoe can trade with the Bone Crusher here, or just eat up the Blood Tithe Harvester, and it's going to be eat the Harvester. So we know that the Fatal Push now could take it out. Although obviously Zoe doesn't know that, and Russia's not going to mess with that either.
And is that another Storm the Festival? So man. Oh man.
All right. Well,
that's just going to be really hard to beat. I mean, for the rest of the turn, Zoe gets to just cast these, and if it's not complete blanks, then Raja has to be in big trouble. Yeah, let's see what we have. This one's looking pretty weak. Okay,
that wasn't the best. In fact, it was probably considerably lower than even that much. So Zoe can pick up a land here and a Kiora. All right.
Kiora,
Wolfwell Haven, sure.
Wolfwell Haven, okay.
Yeah.
Adds more devotion and mana, so definitely better than a land.
Right. No, this is, okay, she's not done for the turn. She taps the land. She's got a Caryatid, I think. Okay.
Ooh, Caryatid, another good pickup. That means it's going to be pretty easy to preserve this Kiora around the removal spell that we know about from Raja. Of course, Caryatid having hexproof mattering a bunch here, and even more so with Liliana the Veil to draw. You can't even clear the whole field and clear Kiora. If you could, then that would be great. But gonna look at Caryatid there. Standard all-star in its time, defender, hexproof, and adds a mana of any color. Bolting the bird, a big part of Magic heuristics. This bird, unable to be bolted. And so mattering quite a bit right here, right now in 2023.
This Liliana here. Okay, so Liliana plus push. I mean, Caryatid would probably get sacrificed. How? Ugh. This is not the greatest Liliana of all time.
No, it's not. And if Zoe elects to clear the old girl troll, then she gets to choose. Like, it's not Raja that gets the decision with Fatal Push, right? She gets to choose which object to keep in play. And I think that's giving your opponent options traditionally not great, but maybe either one's good for Raja. He's definitely putting some time in the tank as well. And I'm very glad it's him that has to make this decision under high pressure and not me. He is doing a big think. Yeah, we're going to start here with Liliana. I think that's where it has to start. It's the only card with text. Now we have to decide, is the card in hand better than the Edict? It is not. So we're going to get rid of Caryatid, and still not willing to Fatal Push, willing to just offer the trade. And the trade is going to go through. Have to imagine that was at Kiora? Maybe not. I don't see Kiora updated.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Well, Zoe with all sorts of mana this turn, and we know Storm the Festival in the graveyard, Storm the Festival in hand.
Elvish Mystic, I think, free to deploy the pickup.
Sure. I mean, if that's the Fatal Push, I don't think Zoe's going to mind too much, knowing Raja would be empty.
I think if that's getting Fatal Push, you have to be pumping your fist. That is a really poor target this late in the game when Zoe's mana situation is more than solved.
All right, taking a count there of how much mana this Nykthos is going to make. Looks like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if the mana is available, do you flash back or do you cast a fresh one from hand, knowing there's Liliana in play? I suppose you go from the hand, even though
a little bit of math, right? Because if you hit another Nykthos, is that good enough to go again? If the answer is no, then you want to be the most mana efficient, which involves using one out of the graveyard. But if you're going to lose it anyway to Liliana, maybe the answer is just go out of the hand anyway. And that one is a hit.
Yeah, so he has options here. It's just going to be Karn plus Old Growth Troll number 2. And okay.
Karn plus Old Girl Troll added to the mix, and a card coming thanks to the Kiora before anything else really even happens. Karn sitting at 5 loyalty. We'll see if there's any way we can go again. Zoe doing a little bit of Nykthos math, I think, because Kiora not activated yet, can untap this Nykthos and make a whole Boo-Koodles amount of mana. Let's see what we got. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 3. Oh, geez, this is just so much. And we are going to fire off the Fatal Push now on the Elvish Mystic. No longer has Revolt, so cannot actually push the Old Girl Troll to cut off a bunch of mana. Had that option last turn, chose not to. And now maybe a little bit punished because you're constricting less mana by fatal pushing the Mystic versus the Old Girl Troll now that you don't have Revolt anymore?
Did he have that option last turn?
Yeah, I mean, we lost the Bone Crusher Giant, right? We had Revolt.
But then there was nothing. But there was nothing left to kill at that point, right?
Well, she sacked the Caryatid, right? She down-ticked on Caryatid. Oh, I see. We didn't have Revolt until after.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm just wrong. Yeah, so Fatal Push actually just looking embarrassing.
Yeah. So Fatal Push, Fatal Push just didn't look. I don't think there was even a window for Raj to use the Fatal Push in the last couple turns to much effect. Now,
we lost that Blood Tithe Harvester 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
And that would have given Revolt. And if he saw that Blood token hanging around, maybe we had that option. That's not really great either.
Maybe we can find out from the spotter. I feel like the Blood token was used almost immediately for a swamp, and I think that one is just kind of
it's like hanging out there next
resting
to
there.
Hard
but
to tell
yeah,
exactly
maybe we can find out from the table, but I don't think that's actually in play. Yeah,
I don't know that any of these roads led to Rome anyway.
No, I don't think so
all
either.
Of this is literal semantics. When Zoe just has a rain of Storm the Festivals coming down both from hand and graveyard.
Yeah, so that elf had to have been the draw from the Kiora to replace the one there. Yeah, so Raja's like, okay, I'll use my one removal spell to kill an elf. And Zoe's like, cool, I just get an elf for free to replace it. And in the meantime, Cityscape
Leveler, sure.
Good luck.
Yeah, all right. Maybe we don't even need to Storm the Festivals. Maybe we just put this giant artifact in play, and that's going to be good enough. I think most roads lead to Rome. There is maybe some draw steps you need to consider that Raja could if he could just tutor a card every turn for the rest of the game. But gosh, I'm not sure there's any outs from here. Raja agrees. We're going to pick him up.
Okay, so Zoe Riederman will win the Pioneer match, or will win this Pioneer match. Okay, and we are going to go ahead and now present decks for Modern for match number 3.
So most matches possible being played here.
Yeah.
And as a requirement, the format has to flip. So we can't do Pioneer again. We have to play the Modern matchup. And I believe Raja is going to get to choose play draw once again. So hard to hate Raja's spot here. But, clearly both players, for better or for worse, interested in playing Pioneer on the play. Maybe that's a little bit of a downside. But either way, Azorius Control versus Living End is what we're going to see. Living End, of course, been Zoe's weapon of choice throughout a lot of the year in the NRG series. We've seen her at least one top 8 with the deck and playing it very, very proficiently. And the only player showing up with it here to the NRG Championship. Meanwhile, Raja, one among many of control players in our very, very control-laden Modern format here at the championship event.
Yeah, you see there at the bottom of the screen, a judge or the spotter showing Raja asking for the text of Colossal Sky Turtle, looked like, which is one of Zoe's list. All right, Raja's going to take a mulligan. If we have the deck list available, let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list before we get started on the Modern match. Here we have Bant Control from Raja. We know the opponent playing Living End, Chalice of the Void, and Teferi. I mean, those are some serious obstacles.
Yeah, Chalice of the Void, certainly one there, and they know the matchup, right?
Yes.
So Chalice of the Void, the best of the bunch. You can deploy it on turn 0. There's no way for Zoe to really get around that one. Like, it's like Force Negation or Bust, basically right there on turn 1. But Teferi, just as good at shutting down the cascade effects. So like you called out, those are going to be the most important cards. But the counterspells matter too, right? Like being able to just fight the Living End on the counterspell axis is harder, but not nothing. It's not impossible.
Right. All right. Let's hit Zoe's deck real quick, as it looks like Raja's contemplating a 6-card hand. And you see here what he was looking at, asking about the Colossal Sky Turtle. That is something that can channel and bounce, as well as there's a pair of Otawara. So there are ways to get Chalice off the board if it lands. But clearly, Zoe would prefer to either have Force Negation or for Raja to just not draw those cards whatsoever.
Or just her to be able to catch them with grief, right? Like, just don't
that would work too.
1 or whatever, and let me grief it.
Yeah. Okay.
And there it is. That's exactly what's going to happen here.
All right, so it is Zoe on the play here. And again,
Zoe on the play, yeah.
Can we update the archetypes, please, on the screen? We are playing Modern. We are in game number 1 of Blue Eye Control versus Living End. Yeah. So this will be the determining match to see who faces Jesse Robkin in the finals. And the choice with grief is, well, the cards that Zoe doesn't want to see are not there in hand. They're not present right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Zoe Riederman, I feel like you have to be really excited to see that hand. No Teferis, no Chalice, and your first counterspell now is going to come down on turn 3. You're more or less in the clear to just play your game plan. And we'll see, exactly if Zoe can leverage that fact before Raja finds a way to draw out of it. It doesn't look like Zoe had too many cyclers in the hand, but maybe just a pair of of Griefs is going to be good enough to bring back and flip the game. We'll see exactly how that plays out.
I mean, drawing another black card, or maybe there is one already in hand. I'm not sure. Is there a Street Wraith? Yeah. So, okay. Well, another Grief followed by 2 Griefs coming back into play. I mean, that is pretty huge. Raja does have a Solitude, I think. So he wouldn't get completely.
Raja does have a Solitude. I don't think he has a white card to pair with it. So right now, it's going to be slow to operate.
Mm-hmm. And the draw was
Leyline. Great look at the draw.
It was a Leyline Binding, I believe, which isn't going to help much either. Also, it's not going to be in hand very long.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens here. Maybe there's an argument to Leyline Binding the that's about to come down, but we're going to see a cycle instead.
Yeah, so interesting. Zoe's not going to bother with the Grief. It's just going to cycle the Street Wraith. And like you're saying, trying to put more cards in the graveyard. And now Waker of Waves is the draw. That would be ideal to already have in the graveyard, but that's not the case. So
it's an interesting spot here. Do you just go for it knowing that Archmage's Charm is on the horizon, or do you Waker of Waves and try to start fighting on the counterspell axis? I think this is the question Zoe's going to have to answer right now as she looks at her hand, including Shardless Agent.
And it's hard to fight because it's Shardless Agent and not Violent Outburst. She can't just hope to find Force of Negation and then, fight and get the Living End through. That doesn't work on her own turn. So it is just going to be Shardless Agent here.
Yeah, Shardless Agent indeed. And we're seeing, I think there's a Cascade trigger on the stack. Raja doing a little bit of thinking.
Yeah.
No, we know he has access to Solitude and potentially Leyline Binding. You can fetch the tap land and make it cost 1, but I don't know exactly what we're going to be thinking about here.
So if you're
Grief, certainly a problem coming back. The rest of it's kind of slow.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not the best Living End of all time. So what Raja's maybe contemplating here is if you just pitch cast Solitude right now, which has nothing to kill, at least be in the graveyard, and it'll come back in from the Living End and pick off one of the creatures.
Yeah, and stay in play, right?
And stay in play, right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, well, it looks like the rest of the card he's like, okay, go ahead and Cascade. That's not going to make any difference. May as well let you do it now while I think about this. And I do like that. There are, on all sorts of, Magic formats and games where it's like, okay, I'm having trouble making a decision. I'm going to let you continue with something that, doesn't really impact it so I can buy more time to think about this.
Well, also, you also want to make sure Zoe puts it on the stack, right? Like, if you go hemorrhaging cards left and right,
I suppose,
just preparing for this Living End, they can just be like, oh, Zoe can be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to cast it. You don't want that to happen. So just make sure it goes in the stack too.
Mm-hmm. All right, randomize the flip over cards there. They go to the bottom. And then, so this Living End will enter the stack. And then it's decision time for Raja. And it looks like this Living End resolved.
It sure did. And Living End happened. We brought back Street Wraith Grief. I assume that trigger is on the stack as we are fetching. Likely going to make a move here.
All right. So the options based on what cards we know, it could be Leyline Binding. It could be, it wouldn't make much sense for Raja to decide to Solitude now. So he's clearly chosen not to do it.
Yeah, I think we might be Leyline Binding here.
Sure.
I think we're looking at Rafine's Tower and Ketria Triome, which means that we do have all 5 types and it is a 1-mana spell. So we're going to go ahead and cast the Leyline Binding. I think the best, Swamp Walk is active, so it is unblockable if that's part of your plan, but Menace is also hard to block. Both 3-power creatures. Not sure the best one to hit. Probably the Wraith. That way, if there is some way to remove the binding, you don't get another ETB trigger.
That is certainly true.
But it's close. It really depends on what you're how you're trying to answer the rest of the board. Because now that they're in play, you have to find a way to answer the creatures that are in play. We'll see exactly what that's going to look like.
All right. So Archmage Charm, Solitude, and 2 lands. Zoe likely to choose the Charm here, not wanting to put free creatures into Raja's graveyard, right? Well, unless she thinks she can win with this without casting.
Yeah, this is just good enough, right? Yeah. This is a 4-turn clock. We might just be done here. Be like, okay, take your Solitude. I'm not going to cast a spell for the rest of the game. Please never draw something. Yeah, draw no cards that matter. I'm going to kill you.
That's a reasonable thought process. That's not what Zoe's going to choose. She is going to choose the Charm.
Probably better. Hedging your bets, I think, makes a lot more sense. Not either way, I think Raja's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But something like a Teferi into a white card could start to add to the mix. And a white card was drawn, Prismatic Ending.
All right, Prismatic Ending can take out the Shardless Agent. That's not, the way you draw things up when you're putting your deck together, but it's what
It does take a lot off the clock.
Yeah, it's what Raja's being presented with right now. So Living End not generally great at following up by hardcasting additional creatures. Although Curator of Mysteries sometimes occasionally does make into play. And instead he's going to pick up. Oh, never mind. He's just, I guess, putting. No, he picked up Kahira from the companion zone.
Kahira.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Kahira was in the companion zone announced. It was off screen a little bit.
Yeah.
We went ahead and picked that one up to hand and solituded right away. Now a lonely Shardless Agent left behind. The shields are down. If Zoe can assemble like another small Living End or what have you, but Solitude being in the graveyard for Raja could pose a big problem to that particular game plan. And maybe we're going to see hard cast Curator of Mysteries.
I think we are. I think that would be an excellent decision here for Zoe. It also makes, the seldom seen actual ability on Curator of Mysteries would. Oh no, she's not going to do it. I'm sorry.
She has good options, right? Awaker of Waves for a little bit of cantrip action can start to overpower the Solitude as far as getting a big enough Living End for it to matter. And I think another white card drawn for Raja looks like. Oh no, it's the same one. We still have Prismatic Ending. He just pulled that to the front, so didn't get a great look at the draw. Yeah, it looks like 2 lands the rest of the cards. So board clear, but Raja's sitting on 2 lands and no tricks, right? No companions, no things in exile, no more resources. We literally just lands in the top of the deck. Meanwhile, Zoe, quite a bit more than that, as Waker of the Waves going to get cycled, and that gives that powerful ability to look at the top 2, put 1 in the yard, the other one in the hand.
One of those was a Force. Okay, Force goes to the graveyard.
Interested. Shardless Agent picked up.
Interesting. There's
Shields are down, so maybe it's just time for. Shardless Agent's so tough. Waker Waves.
It is going to be Shardless Agent. All right, so imagine we're going to cycle this Curator once Living End's found. She doesn't want to actually draw the Living End the last second.
Yeah. I was like, I wonder if we're supposed to cycle first, because what if we had another cycler? But yeah, no. Zoe, obviously much better Living End than me. It's like, well, if I draw Living End, that's really bad, especially this matchup where you can run out of Living Ends. If they all get countered, you start playing Draft Chaff Tribal here, trying to beat down. So instead, going to wait to cycle until after the Living End's already on the stack, and you still have the same kind of option where if you draw another cycler, you're good to go.
Right. Okay, so currently we're bringing back Waker, which is probably going to get tagged by the Solitude, and then this Curator that will be coming in. And is there another card in the graveyard under the Living End? Actually, I'm sure there isn't, because that wouldn't make any sense.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think the graveyard is otherwise entirely cleared out. Let's see exactly. Raja getting a good look at the cards that are now gone through. Of course, the deck lists are open, but what's important here is that these cards are going to get shuffled and put on bottom. And we see the Colossal Sky Turtle being noted there by Raja. I like looking at the cards anyway. I like that a lot from Raja, noting that Sky Turtle not in hand and specifically not in the top 10, 20 cards of her library either.
That is a one-of. So that he does know now. There's no reason not to pick up all information you can, and he knows that she does not have and is unlikely to draw. In fact, cannot draw Colossal Sky Turtle for the next, 15 turns.
And here comes that cycle that you called out, post Living End being on the stack, land the draw. Not exciting, but some big monsters coming back. Certainly cards that can overpower the Solitude, which is going to come back and probably remove the Waker Waves. I think that one's like a 7/7, going to be the biggest by far. Have to imagine. But the flyer also kind of relevant. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that Waker Waves. That thing is so big. And effectively have put a Curator of Mysteries, a Shardless Agent, and Solitude back into play. We'll see exactly that's going to work out for Zoe Riederman as Teferi picked up. So good thing that Zoe did not wait on that Living End, because this Teferi going to make future Living Ends, if there are any left, hard to work. As here comes the Teferi. And picking up either of these creatures is just kind of fine for Zoe, right? Like, you just recast it. It just doesn't matter. So maybe Raja picks up his own Solitude. Nope, Curator back to hand.
That's the Curator. Now Raja could attack, I suppose. Well, now that you're giving up to Teferi, you're definitely not going to do that. So yeah, I'd probably just hang back.
Yeah, definitely want to hang back here. And it's weird to say it, but Zoe having resolved 2 Living Ends, Raja feels ahead.
Yeah. Well, these were not impressive Living Ends, really. There wasn't that much stuff in the graveyard. These weren't games where Zoe was able to cycle half a dozen times first. All right, here's the trade-off for the Solitude, which goes back to the graveyard, which is not really where Zoe, I mean, you don't want it in play, obviously, but you don't really want it in the graveyard either.
I mean, I think if there are any future living ends, it's going to be a living end for so big that Solitude
Yeah.
no longer matters. We kind of already did the short up small living ends, and Chalice is going to shut down all future living ends. I think with 6 lands in play for Zoe and multiple problems for the actual living ends themselves active, that even if she has more living ends available, we're just still on hard cast the creatures mode. We're just casting the mopey creatures for the rest of the game and hoping that Roger runs out of stuff before Zoe does.
I mean, I think
And Charlotte's Agent to pick up.
is the last card in hand. I think is it the Leyline Binding. I mean,
It sure is.
This is Zoe's now, 2 levels of defense for Raja. Zoe, you're right, is on hardcasted creatures. That's all she's gonna be able to do.
Yeah,
And-
well, I mean, she has 2 Charlotte's Agents, so the board's clear. Raja once again empty-handed, but Zoe is going to be able to put enough power to clear the Teferi next turn into play this turn if she chooses to cast both Charlotte's Agents. Of course, living in not going to function, but even if you had one, I'm not sure you'd even cast it here.
Yeah,
Zoe's
I mean,
graveyard very underwhelming.
You're right, and yeah, she does have 2 Charlotte's Agents. Yeah, I don't think she has a choice. I guess there is the Grief in hand still. So, but yeah, that just doesn't seem. I mean,
Yeah,
Raja's
I think we're shortcutting here, saying
Yeah.
maybe
All
there's
right,
no more
so-
living ends too. So she's like, I'm shuffling my deck twice, and Roger's going to take a whole look through the deck, and I think that means there's no more living ends at all, which doesn't matter. But I mean, I guess it's actually good. They're bad draw steps here.
Well, there could be living ends. Zoe's just gonna. Oh, you're right, because otherwise it would stop.
No, yeah, he's looking at the whole deck,
you're right.
which means the whole deck's revealed.
Yeah, you're right. There
Yeah.
are no more living ends. So we're on a pair of 2/2s and attackers. And Zoe's like, yeah,
Versus
it's
Teferi, huh?
this is the way I planned it. I don't want living ends because I can't resolve them anyway, so they may as well not even be in there at this point. I was just like, all right, let me just get a look at everything you have available.
Yeah, just kind of doing counts on what's left. I mean, if the main deck games, so you can basically calculate. I think you could actually try to figure out exactly what Zoe's card in hand is, which is what Roger's doing here, because deck lists are open. All of the cards in her library, play, exile, what have you. So we're trying to figure out what exactly the last card in Zoe's hand is, given that it is more or less face up. I don't know if Zoe's, I can't hear what the players are saying if she's going to reveal what that is, but that's why Roger's taking so much time looking through information he theoretically already knows. There is some stuff that can be derived here. And a land to pick up for Raja, that's really good if you're a Zoe fan.
Yeah. Nobody's playing Celestial Colonnade anymore. So lands are not a problem. I mean, Celestial Colonnade would dominate the board right now, but
so big. Sarah Angel on a land? Are you joking? Draw step for Zoe. Didn't get a great look. And I have to imagine that's coming at Teferi. Yeah, no more cards for you, please. Also, maybe some of my cards actually work, things like Force Negations and what have you. White card picked up of some kind. Have to imagine that's a prismatic ending. Okay. 3 mana answer a 2/2. Gray Ogres versus Maelstrom Pulse. So this is tough.
all right, land.
Vindicate.
A land would get. I think Zoe has Striped Riverwinder in hand. Didn't cycle it, hoping to draw a land. Didn't. Also has Architects of Will just drawn. Can't cast that either.
Yeah, I have to imagine we're interested in cycling that one.
Curator
that
works.
Not yet castable.
Curator of Mystery is definitely castable.
So big.
Yeah, that's like a legitimate creature. A 4/4 flyer. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Scries can help find your next land. Yeah, look at this thing. This is one of the cool cards in this deck that you can cast actually very easily. It is only 4 mana, and it's a 4/4 flyer, really big. You mentioned 4/4 flyers looking good here. Archmage's Charm found and immediately cashed in for 2 cards for Raja Sulaiman. And yeah, no, you also get that little bit of scry action, which you have plenty of cycles and discards to do with that. Cool stuff.
All right. So does Zoe cycle and get the scry bonus, or do you just hope to draw a land and get that Striped Riverwinder out there? That may depend on the remains of Raja's turn, which I think I looked away for a second. It looked like he considered fetching with those double flood strands and then may have changed his mind. It would take a fair amount of damage, and maybe he's going to save. If that is a prismatic ending, he might be thinking maybe I should save that for the Curator next turn.
Yeah. God, this is tough. Because, hitting the Curator is big game. It's by far the biggest thing on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
But, who knows what Zoe's going to add to the battlefield next turn and how much mana you're going to have to tie up on the next turn, too, based on, because you have to draw something, right? Raja's going to need help from the top of the deck in order to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's going to require mana, whatever that help looks like. So cashing in mana now, that's why you want to be mana efficient in any game of Magic the Gathering, but particularly so for Raja right now. It's like, all right, if I move now, my next turn, I could end up taxed on mana, even though I have 6 lands in play. And that's never really where you want to be. As I think I didn't get a great look at what was actually picked up there. Is attack for 6 is coming across.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Violent Outburst. We got a trumpet blast ready to go.
Hey, I mean, that might, it may come down to that.
It comes up all the time,
Yeah.
actually. I feel like every time I watch this deck get played, it's like, all right, yeah, this Trumpet Blast going to be huge.
All right. If you're wondering, if you weren't here when we went over the deck list before, and you're wondering on the Supreme Verdict count in Raja Sulaiman's deck, it is 0. So
That's a big game.
the best draws for him at the moment are probably copies of Solitude, maybe Planeswalkers, but Solitude seems like the ideal pickup during most points in time of this game, and maybe even of this match. Charles, are the Living End already locked out and actually already gone? I suppose if
it's not even in the equation anymore.
Yeah.
And Subtlety picked up, it looks like.
Okay. All right. That can well, that's going to be an unfortunate surprise.
Deploying now. Here we go. Yeah, here comes Prismatic Ending. That one's going to munch up that Curator of Mysteries. And a passing of the turn. Charlotation can untap. Once again, life total still very high.
Another Striped Riverwinder, I think.
Maybe it's time to start cycling those. Not totally sure. Nope, not interested, says Zoe Riederman, as another land drawn for Raja. And the subtlety is going to be worth a little bit, right? Like being able to stop the Striped Riverwinder onslaught as soon as it starts.
Yeah.
You can keep one of them out of
what would
play
be
for a turn.
It'll be interesting to see when the next Shardless Agent attack here, because the subtlety could come in to block it, and then in that case, the Trumpet Blast would be able to dispatch it. So he draws the land. Yeah, so Raja, there's no information available to him on what might be going on here, but okay, here is the subtlety. So now Zoe
cashing it out. Wow.
Does Zoe cast the Outburst? No, she's going to let the Shardless Agent die in order to get these Riverwinders on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, right?
Yeah.
Just like you have 2 of them. Start this, like Raja, it's actually really low, right? Down to 8. So over the next 3 turns, these Riverwinders, I mean, don't they have hexproof? Like once they're in play, they're basically just going to stay in play.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a huge problem for Raja.
Yeah. In fact, they cannot be, I guess, dressed down in combination with something else. Otherwise, this draft playable is going to start being very threatening for Raja Sulaiman here. This is not going to be easy to answer.
Yeah, hexproof, a very annoying mechanic for the 0 sweeper blue-white deck, and another land certainly not helping. Top of the deck being pretty brutal to Raja here. Game number 1 in this matchup is Subtlety gonna get aggressive.
Yeah, I'm sure
Declaration, he's not blocking.
Zoe is thrilled. She's like, whatever you have, the fact that you're attacking me is tremendous. Please do that again. Couple
Raja takes one of the 3 different lands in hand to play, does so, passes the turn back. Zoe quickly untapping. Have to imagine she's excited to untap with this monstrous 5/5 that's going to rumble across the red zone, putting Raja down to 3.
Yeah, and with another Riverwinder to come, I mean, you can concentrate, like, okay, how many sweepers are in your deck? Well, I've seen your deck list. As long as I was paying attention to this aspect of it, I know there's no sweepers, so let's run out the other one. Do you have a counter?
Yep.
You do not. Raja Sulaiman, you're done.
You're dead. And another land. Raja's like, yeah, are you kidding? I just drew all lands the entire game. And Zoe, despite resolving multiple living ends, looking like it wasn't going to be good enough. Raja, at the end, we said it multiple times, going to need help from the top of the deck. Did not find it. Zoe able to pick up game number 1 and match number 3 here in the semifinals of this NRG Championship event.
And that could have gone either way there for a while. Zoe took a couple turns to draw land number 7. If Raja had found a counter before that, that could have gone differently. If the subtlety hadn't been committed to the board to trade off to eat up the Shardless Agent, I mean, that play made sense. He could have waited for a creature. He could have waited to play at the end of the turn and had mana up. Almost the troubling aspect was with no other spells in hand, it's hard to justify to yourself, I should keep mana untapped. And it went badly. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the deck list back up again so we can see the players consulting their sideboards. Again, after those 75 card mirrors in the other semifinal, it's nice to see actual, different cards
to look at
play against each other here. So for Raja, it's got to be somewhat discouraging to lose game 1 when, I mean, you basically have 6 super strong hate cards for your opponent in the main deck.
Yeah, it definitely. I think Zoe definitely very interested in winning game 1 here. I mean, we mentioned there's a ton of hate already in the main deck with the Chalices and Teferis, but I mean, look at these. You got 4 endurances and additional help with counter spells and removal spells in the sideboard available. It's going to be tough to navigate through these sideboard games, I think, for Zoe. She's going to have to come very prepared with her sideboarding. But the 4 endurances, maybe. I mean, look at the green card count of Raja's deck. Definitely going to have to look to buy Kahira as his turn 3 play. in basically all of these sideboard games. Otherwise, these endurances are not likely to have a green card to pitch.
No,
That's
yeah.
specifically Kahira, which ties him up on turn 3.
Yeah, buying Kahira or hard casting. That's the way that I guess you could draw more than one endurance. But yeah, these are not going to be cheated into play very often.
Which is way better on the play than the draw. But I imagine they're coming in either way. So that's basically, I'm sure, what they're here for. Some of these planeswalkers that are a little higher on curve, maybe you're a little less interested in. Broker's Charms, Dress Downs, those cards also seem a little bit weaker than some of the other options we have here. So, like I said, Dovin's Veto, additional counter spells, Endurance, definitely the big key card out of the sideboard for Raja. So some relatively large adjustments being made, but nothing like warping as far as the strategy goes. There's no sweepers coming in. There's no, we're still very much looking to interact in this 1-for-1 basis, but Endurance is going to help level the playing field as far as graveyard interaction goes.
Yeah, how good are these 1-for-1s? I mean, maybe Raja would take out some copies of his targeted removal. I mean, Prismatic Ending and Leyline Binding aren't super here when you're facing down.
Yeah, the Subtleties and Solitudes are great because they come back.
Yeah.
But the cards that don't, especially Prismatic Ending, when the creatures cost like 7 or whatever, maybe a little underwhelming.
All right, let's go ahead and look at Zoe's deck list and sideboard. More copies of Endurance here, same as her deck, less valuable. Although, I mean, maybe there's a scenario where she wants to Endurance Raja to get Solitudes out of the graveyard. Maybe she wants to Endurance herself to shuffle Living Ends back in the deck. As we saw, they can run out, but
yeah, I mean, I don't hate either of that. Like, I don't know if you want both, but like having one just to be like, okay, you're definitely boarding in the 4th Living End because once again, you don't want to get taxed out of counter spells and all that kind of stuff, what have yous. You want to be able to keep the Living End train going turn after turn after turn. And eventually, like you mentioned, Raja could start to build up Solitudes and stuff in the graveyard to where the Living Ends don't look as good. So Endurance, a fine flash attacker anyway, also can represent bringing your Living Ends back or clearing the graveyard. I think that has to be above the bar. And things like the mystical disputes to fight on counter spells, definitely interesting. But the problem here for Zoe, and this is something we brought up, is you don't want to dilute your game plan.
Yeah.
But also you're being fought on 2 axes. You're being fought on the 1-for-1 counter spells in your Living End axis, but you're also being fought on the permanent based axis with things like Teferi and Chalice. So you have those 2 different things to cover, and you don't have any one card that covers all of it.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to pick, how much of this Foundation Breaker, Brazen Borrower, Beseiju stuff do you want? And what angle do you want to take? Deck lists are open. She knows about all of it. She just has to kind of pick her angle. And, Zoe has done a great job of that throughout the NRG series. And, maybe we can get a little more insight after the fact, what have you, as to how she's sideboarding. But I think it's a tall task. And certainly play draw is going to depend a lot on what she does, because Endurance, like we mentioned, is on the table for turn 3 with Raja on the play. But maybe Zoe can get underneath Raja when it comes to Raja being on the draw, because he won't have his Endurance up quite yet until turn 3. So she can go for that turn 3 Living End.
Yeah, no, that's totally reasonable. And yeah, I mean, I agree. This looks very tough for the Living End deck. However, game 1 also looked tough, and she got that one.
Yeah.
So
just cast the creatures, whatever. All this unfair stuff, fine. I won't fight you. I'll play fair. When I play fair, you still can't beat me. So let's do it.
Yeah.
And Zoe did a great job of that in game 1.
She only needs 1 out of 2 here. I mean, she doesn't have to win both. And which means Raja, you're talking a lot about how picking up Kahira to enable Endurance. Raja has to win a game where he can't do that.
Right.
So, yeah, that is the ability that Zoe has earned by winning game 1 here. And we are in match number 3 of the second semifinal. We'll see. Looks like sideboarding is still going on. But if you're enjoying
a lot
this,
of looking at deck lists, and so it makes sense.
Okay, one of the players has gone to the restroom, so this is going to be a couple minutes here. But while we're waiting, thank you for being here. And we'll put up the schedule for the beginning of next year again. If you want to mark your calendar, if you want to come out to some of the NRG events, if you want to watch here on twitch.tv/NRG Series, you can see the upcoming March, May, and June events. A couple in Mundelein, Illinois, and one in Minneapolis. Formats will be chosen fairly soon, and that will be locked away. I think you can expect to see a decent amount more of Modern and Pioneer. Those are the formats that the NRG Series has primarily shifted towards. We did have some Legacy this year, and we had some Sealed, but Constructed Magic appears to be what the players are looking for. Modern and Pioneer seem to be primarily where that's going on. So you can expect the formats are likely to consist of that. A change for next year's events from this year. This year, the quarterly showdown events directly qualified players to the championship. Next year, every Saturday main event will qualify the winner for the championship at the end of the year. That will be different. Yeah. So there will still be at-large points bids at the end of the year to fill out the field, but there are more opportunities to directly qualify next year. So just throwing that information out there. If that puts you over the fence, if you're not sure whether you're going to go, like, okay, I don't know if it's worth the drive. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Anyway, lots more. There will be more exciting announcements. I'm not allowed to talk about them yet, but the series next year, there are going to be some cool features. So stick around, follow us on Twitter, follow us here on Twitch, and stay apprised of all the goings on at No Rage Gaming. Drake Sasser, semifinals, match number 3 of the semifinals.
Match 3.
I mean, these players have got to be feeling this at this point, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this tournament is a marathon. You had a ton of Magic to play day one. Then you had to go to sleep. High level Magic. You have to play your best every single round. You're not playing against, you get no freebies. There's no freebies in any of these rounds. These are the best of the best. So, playing against all these great players day one. Day two, it's more of the same. And now your top 4 is even more of a marathon because you can't just win one match. Mm-hmm. You need to win 2 out of 3 matches to proceed. And we know that Jessie Robkin has already done a great job of that. Gets a little bit of a break because she was able to 4-0. That's a little bit of the value of being able to just run your opponent over, is you get a little bit of a break to rest. And, the winner of this match here, because we are down to the final match of this particular set, is going to advance to the finals, where Jessie is waiting to face them down and is going to be freshly refreshed after her break. So
you can't do that to the English language.
It's tough. Look, English language and me, we already don't get along great. And as soon as you start doing that kind of alliteration stuff, everything breaks down. Nothing works. I just don't know what you want from me.
But yeah, so Jessie has been able to rest, maybe get something to eat, just spend time. Maybe she's birding this match right now. We don't know. But these matches did start at the same time. It was considered whether the semifinal start should be staggered. The decision was made to start them at the same time. Jessie's match just took that much less time. I mean, she just 4-0 swept Anderw Elenbogen and was out of here. She's probably been done for about half an hour now, waiting for the outcome of this match, which, okay, the players are presenting. Let's go back down to the table.
And here we go. This is game number 2. Of course, Raja losing game 1, going to be on the play. And I think in this particular matchup, post-board play draw matters a ton. I mean, we called it out. Look, Endurance already in the hand. That one's going to be online for turn 3, but just being able to buy Kahira, which we see over there in the companion zone. This, and Teferi too, right? Like all these 3-mana hate cards are now functional, whereas on the draw, Zoe can get underneath. And that matters so much. Now, of course, Zoe, not dead in the water, has some free spells of her own, things like Grief, things like Force of Negation that can certainly still play, but it is a lot harder for Zoe to be able to just, 2-0 sweep Raja here. This is going to be an uphill battle, and Raja giving it a big think here. I think he may need a 3rd land.
Oh, okay. Zoe, he's keeping Zoe's going to 6. So it'd be interesting when Raja gets to turn 3, assuming he has the 3 land, he can cast Teferi. He can just pick up a Kahira. Casting Teferi is probably easier for Zoe to deal with, as in addition to Force of Negation handling it, also subtlety gets both Endurance and Teferi.
And even something like Grief, right, doesn't do a great job of handling Endurance either, where you can clear it out the way, but Raja can still just cast it. And then your plan of living it is just way worse, because now Raja also gets an Endurance and, you only get a Grief back. So I think Endurance probably going to be the play that Raja's looking for on turn 3. But if you're Zoe and you see Raja just put Kahira in his hand on turn 3, I think the gig's up. You kind of know what's going on. You don't even need a Grief to know that the Endurance is there.
Yeah, and it's tough here for Zoe. Okay, Zoe looks like she is keeping 6. It's tough, I imagine, because it's a hard matchup, because you need so many things, and there's so many things you're afraid of. Like, you don't want to mulligan too far because you need a lot of cards to win, but you need answers to things. So it's hard to keep. I imagine the mulligan decisions in this matchup in sideboard games for Living End deck are fairly difficult.
Absolutely. I can't agree with you more. Part of me kind of wonders too, is if Zoe is going to start prioritizing in specifically this game, just having a bunch of lands. Because if you're that far behind on trying to cheat, trying to, be able to do your powerful Living End thing, maybe you just abandon it entirely. And you're like, whatever, I'm not going to make a move ever. I'm just going to make land drops. And I'm going to cast a big creature every turn until you die.
Yeah. I mean, that is, especially because Raja doesn't have access to sweepers, that is certainly possible. It's tough though. I don't. Let me consult Zoe's deck list again. I don't know if she has the ability to hardcast any of the black creatures. I think she may not. Well, let's check.
Usually they play like one filter land or one herb org in order to make that happen.
She does not. She has no ability to make black mana, so she's not going to be casting the black creatures unless maybe Raja, or maybe your opponent, not in this case, but maybe your opponent throws out an herb org once in a while. But not here.
Helps you out a little bit. Sure. I mean, I've heard many Living End players complain because, you know, some of your hands are functioning on very low lands. When you draw that herb org or that filter land, it's really bad. And so Zoe, you know, choosing to have more functional hands, but less, you know, ability to just fire off the black creatures cast mode, thinking that equity is a little bit more worth it. As Teferi coming down on turn 3, maybe signals that Raja did find a green card to pair with the Endurances, or is just not super worried about, you know, the graveyard status yet. But either way, Teferi coming down first, putting Zoe to the test. All right, you know, if this one works, then your Living Ends don't. And I think we see a subtlety that may be responded to this Teferi with. Yeah, there comes subtlety.
There is a subtlety. Is there a capability of Living End this turn? Otherwise, it's going to be tough. I don't know. There's maybe another Street Wraith in hand, maybe looking for the possibility. Raja's hand certainly has.
Is there no green card for Endurance?
I don't think there is.
If Zoe has it here, maybe we could just have a Living End right now.
Well, we don't have. We do have red mana, but Zoe does not appear to have a Cascade spell yet. So this draw step finds one.
Did not.
No.
Okay. Well, I think if you're Raja, you have to be pumping your fists on that.
Certainly.
And another Teferi drawn. 2 Teferis in hand alongside the Endurance.
Well, I think that's the same one.
Endurance? No, I think there's 2.
No. I mean that's the same one that was.
Oh, sure, that was redrawn. Yeah. But there's still 2 Teferis going on. And Zoe's gonna have to answer alongside the Endurance, which can also be hard cast. I think this is the part of the game where winning gets hard.
Yes.
For Zoe.
We've already reached the
really
point.
needed to find that Cascade spell off of that cycle or the draw step.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you just see how things could work. You know, a pitch cast ability to stop the initial Planeswalker, and then if Zoe's got, you know, the business here on turn 3, then she floods the board. Unfortunately for her, it's not present, so Raj is able to deploy here. And now we need to think through, all right, it was Teferi last turn. Is it Teferi again?
And now it doesn't look like it was. That was my hand gesture. And if you're Zoe, that has to be red flags. Teferi's one of the best cards in the matchup. And she just had to 2-for-1 herself to get it off the table. And Raja doesn't deploy it at all. And with the stop here, I think we're going to be proactively going for Endurance.
Interesting. So this would be vulnerable to if. Well, okay, so what are the chances that Zoe has Von Outburst and did not play it at any point?
Right, I think that those chances are basically zero, right? Yeah, so Raja knows there's no Cascade that's going to happen in response, which is why we're doing it on upkeep, Raja being very proactive about it. And the good thing about this Endurance is it is able to start going to work immediately as far as doing damage, right? Like we talked last game about how Zoe can just start casting these monsters eventually if you just do nothing, and will eventually win via that way. So Raja, under some pressure to actually put pressure on Zoe's life total.
Yeah, so, okay, the draw there might have been Mystical Dispute for Zoe, which is great for stopping the first Teferi.
Sure.
Well, unfortunately for her, there are 2, if that even was the draw. But Courier of Mysteries in hand, not cast. So, yeah, I think it is Dispute. But, yeah, this Endurance will start cracking away.
And Spar's Headquarters fetched 3 different Triomes. In play, the Leyline Binding is going to be worth 1 mana for the rest of the game, I believe. Otawara in hand alongside Jace and plenty of other options. Not as flooded this game is Raja Sulaiman, as I believe a Teferi being reached for.
I mean, he's flooded on Planeswalkers.
Yeah, sure. I think that's the one you'd much rather be flooded on in this particular scenario. And that one's going to be answered with a Mystical Dispute. Endurance laying the smackdown.
All right, so Zoe does have Waker of Waves and Stripe Riverwinder. So a cycle, I mean, a finding a Cascade spell here does have potential.
Yeah, it could be really good, actually. I mean, the Teferi answered for the moment, and Zoe's going to be able to put at least 2 creatures in graveyard this turn. We see Curator of Mysteries. I think we're going to cycle that one as well. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and crack. Life total getting a little concerning, going down to 12, but not quite enough to be relevant just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, if she manages to get off a Living End, then her life total is probably going to be fairly well protected. And if she doesn't, she's dead anyway. So I don't know that that's a prime concern here. Yeah, go ahead and shock in a Breeding Pool and cycle again and see if she can find one of the payoffs.
I have to wonder here too if Raja maybe is going to get a little punished for his aggression. Like firing off that endurance as proactive as he did is, yeah, it's great for putting pressure on Zoe. We know she didn't have a cascade spell, so just getting the graveyard cleared right away. But I think he did that with the expectation that this Teferi would eventually resolve, and he would be able to pass back with both angles checked. Pressure on the life total, Teferi to pick up anything, as well as stopping the living ends. But with the Teferi not working, there's once again kind of another hole for Zoe to punch.
So it's 2 more cyclers in hand, I believe.
Yeah, I think 2 street race too. So life total will get real low if we just cycle these. We really need to find it here. But if she does, she's going to be in a commanding position.
Still 3 more cyclers and a land to make that. So wow, Zoe slams the brakes on cycling. Even before, is that, I think it's a street wraith in hand. Maybe you got a little concerned about the life total.
Yeah, concerned about the life total. Zoe also has an Odawara. So if Teferi does end up happening, she can set up a cycle, like a turn cycle, where she does answer the Teferi uncounterably via Odawara, and then can go for the living end once again. Maybe, and this also checks the aggression or life total. So if you're concerned about the life total, this does a good job of kind of splitting the difference. Your cyclers from here on out are going to come with a scry, and you can get a little bit more selection as far as setting up for maybe multiple living ends in the same turn kind of thing, while still proactively advancing your board state.
Yeah, I don't know. This is tough. With the land drop available and another street wraith and 2 curators, that's 3 more cards that we could look at for a cycler, for a cascader. And while maybe that doesn't give you an intense win percentage here, it does give you a reasonable shot. Whereas here, giving Raja another turn, now this is kind of the worst possible. Okay, was that a subtlety?
She found subtlety.
All right. That's certainly not bad.
That's not bad at all. I mean, that gives her another turn and another opening, I think. And she's thinking about it real hard. But I feel like you have to slam this subtlety. You can't let your curator get bounced. You can't let your living ends not work. And Raja, I don't think has a response necessarily. Needs to think about it either way. Yeah, pulling the creatures forward. All right, how much power is the living end if she finds it? It's quite a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's probably too much to handle with no creatures in Raja's graveyard to bring back.
Wow. I mean, there's so much that we've been through. This is so tough. I mean, the Teferi, Raja has put Teferi Time Raveler on the stack. I think we're up to 4 times, something like that. And Zoe's done a great job of weathering the storm. And this is why we called out some of the other effects, things like Endurance, Chalice of the Void, a little bit better against Living End, despite all of them kind of shutting down the strategy entirely. Because Teferis, you can check those with Mystical Dispute. You can check those with subtleties and stuff like that and have them actually be very effective. Whereas some of the other cards come down earlier and are a little bit harder to line up with these responses that Zoe can have.
So what is Raja doing? And I'm curious what Raja's actually information he's trying to understand here. Zoe has 1 card left in hand. He's trying to figure out, well, if there's living end, how screwed am I? I mean, that's
also she did a cycle of Street Wraith in response to the Teferi, but before subtletying. So I think he's kind of trying to derive what that last card in Zoe's hand is and what her plan is based on the previous turn she took, right? Like we were kind of confused, like, oh yeah, we should just keep going, la da 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 da. And this Curator of Mystery is actually working out fairly well with the subtlety found.
Yeah,
I think that's influencing his decision.
He's trying to figure out where he wants to put that Teferi, top or bottom. He does choose bottom and puts Zoe dead on the board on 1 more attack step. And is that a Stripe River Wonder? That's not going to do it, but it'll give her another redraw.
Do it. We do a redraw, at least one. I think Odawara can bounce Endurance, but that's real tough. I don't think you want to do it. It could save you. You won't die, but it's tough.
I mean, it could bounce late line. Yeah, one more. Yeah, it's got to be cycle here and hope. So by passing up the opportunity last turn, Zoe basically ended up in the exact same spot anyway. And I believe found a fetch land. So yeah, okay. So fetch land, you're right. Could bounce Endurance here. So Raja bottoming Teferi does make sense. He figures he draws his own subtlety. The last turn, he's either going to win here or not. So drawing Teferi isn't going to make any difference either way. And he's probably correct about that. So good decision making.
Definitely. And we mentioned a few times about the Endurance play right on upkeep, very proactive, and it's mattering a lot here. Zoe going to have to actually bounce that one, be able to use it once again, but she does get to live for another turn at the very least.
Well, that is the very least. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it still can just be pitched, and Raja also has subtlety at the ready, just multiple 3-power lethal attackers at instant speed. Despite this being way closer, Zoe did a great job of weathering the onslaught of hate cards that Raja has had. I think we're still going to be looking at a game 3 here, provided nothing goes wildly wrong for Raja.
Yeah,
here.
we may just see, hardcast endurance right now. That seems pretty safe for Raja.
Definitely. Yeah, I think we do want to just fire it off main phase. There's not, a whole lot of punishment for doing so. Proactively hitting the graveyard is clearly something that Raja's already been very interested in, especially as stacked as it is. And now Zoe's best draw actually involves not just living in, but some cyclers into living in.
Yeah, and that's tough. Look at okay, she's at 2 lives, 3 wraiths are dead. So it's got to be, 2 1-mana cyclers into living end. And even then, it's not great.
It's not great, but it's not bad either, especially if one of them flies. Like Curator of Mysteries is an important part of the mix. Let's see what she did find. 4 mana.
Another Curator?
Yeah. That's going to be a Curator of Mysteries and Subtlety, Pitch, Jace, or Leyline Binding. Yeah, all of it. Multiple ways to answer just one creature. That's going to bring us to game number 3 in what was a kind of a nail biter.
Yeah, that was
turns Zoe had outs.
That was close. That was, Zoe had multiple draw steps to hit a Cascader, and if she had found one, I think she wins.
Absolutely. And this is honestly, this shows not just the skill of Zoe Riederman, which is clearly proven. She's in top 4, she's fighting for her spot in the finals, but also the power of this living in deck and how resilient it is. Multiple times we've been like, she's in trouble. She's in trouble. Look at all these hate cards that Raja has access to. But Zoe in all of the games really has managed to kind of weather those and put herself in positions to, have living in and win the game with it. And I think that's really impressive. It speaks to how resilient that living in deck really is.
Yeah, and as for Raja, having built his deck, having chosen his modern deck, probably anticipating, this is an event where you know the field going in, and you're looking at, okay, Zoe Riederman, even if no one else does, Zoe Riederman loves playing living end. I want to make sure I have a shot against it. I want to have my 75 just packed to the gills with cards to make it tough for her if we play. Super rewarded for that, playing her in the top 4, trying to get into the finals in a spot where he's got just maybe 10 hate cards with Teferi, with Chalice, with Endurance. It is so much. And yet Zoe almost got that game, like you said. This is all the way through. This is what we're hoping for when we set these tournaments. We want to have exciting stuff. We want to get under the wire, and we certainly get paid off here. Now, Jessie Robkin's been waiting for a while at this point.
I'm sure she's watching this match, rooting her friend on. It's no secret, Jessie and Zoe, friends, as many players in this NRG Championship event are. Hard not to become friends when you see each other basically every other weekend or whatever throughout the year, playing these NRG Series events. And, no matter the matchups, I know Jessie's watching and rooting for her friend Zoe. No hard feelings to Raja, of course, but they're very close.
You don't know that. Maybe she's thinking,
I do know that.
I don't want to have to beat my friend in the finals. I'd rather she lose now. It could be.
That's one way of looking at it. Joe, I think you're one of the only people that looks at situations these strange angles.
I don't want my friend
to root for your friends, Joe. It's okay.
I'm just saying. Okay, so but as far as for Jessie Robkin, sure, loyalty to your friends is one thing. I'm sure she's we know she's close with both of them, probably.
True.
As far as just how does she rate her chances against each of these matchups? So Raja is playing black, so it's black, red, or green in Pioneer, and Jessie's playing mono white. I think we'd probably rather play against green.
I think so, by quite a bit.
Okay. And then in Modern, we have Temur Breach versus either Living End or the control deck.
The control deck.
Yeah. So
I think you're more ready to play against Living End still. I haven't reviewed exactly how much hate she has, but we do know she has like a Tormod script that you can find with things like Saga, has access to a lot of different counter spells and stuff like that, especially cheap counter spells, which are the ones you want against Living End. So I think both decks, whatever, they're probably about the same as far as win percentage wise, but overall, I think Living End's the one you're maybe a little bit more excited to play against.
Also,
either way, we got an update from Matt that Jessie, who worked with Andrew Elenbogen and actually clean sweep defeated him to earn her spot in the finals, is actually reviewing the matchups for both players right now.
I mean, yeah.
As we speak, with her downtime, a very smart use of that
Mm-hmm.
time. And Andrew and Jesse, you asked, how far does that teaming go? Well, clearly very far. Now that Andrew's eliminated, no hard feelings. Let's get you prepared for the finals.
Yeah, no, and I think another thing to consider as far as the modern matchup would go is that Zoe's deck can do exactly what she wants, and Jesse, the team of Reach that could still win.
Right.
So yeah,
like you put all these creatures in play. All right,
Yeah.
good for you. Untap, Underworld, Breach, kill
Right.
you.
Yeah.
It's not a creature-based strategy.
Yeah. So I think Jesse would probably prefer Zoe win, whether the friendship loyalty
On matchups,
when,
too.
yeah, on matchups, yeah. And like I know back, it's been a while now, but in the Players Championship that I won 6 years ago now, which is amazing to think it was that long ago. I certainly had my eye on all the matchups for the formats, looking at like what the potential opponents could be and everything. And so that's something it's a lot of, counterplay, this and that, this matchup, this format, whatever. But like, it's something that when you're there, especially when you're waiting, you've got to think about something right now. It's hard to just tune yourself out entirely. Maybe some people are able to do that. I don't know that I am. And so, yeah, you're probably obsessing over like what matchups, how do I sideboard against, even if you know the matchups intimately, you're still thinking, did I miss anything? Does this specific list change anything? I've got an hour here. It turns out, may as well spend it getting ready for the finals. But whoever wins this match, in fact, whoever wins this game, Jesse Robkin is waiting in the finals.
Final game, final match, a lot on the line. And one thing, if we were talking about decks that I think is consistent across the final three competitors in our championship event, is they played the decks that they are best with, the decks that they were the most successful with.
Mhm.
And they showed up with tuned versions. Yeah, a little bit of sideboard changes and stuff like that. And I think Jesse before the event even called out that she has a blank rest in peace in her sideboard of her Pioneer deck, because it's good against nobody. But, covered all the angles, hedged a little bit. But for the most part, nobody made any wild metagame calls and succeeded at a high level. Everyone's still in competition, showed up with the decks that they are the most proficient with, and have played tight Magic, just good execution across the board, and have earned not just a lot of money, but a chance at winning the whole tournament here right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as players are getting ready to present, Jesse Robkin, don't feel bad about having a dead card in your sideboard, though. That happens. I mean, I went through one of the Players Championships, Tom Ross and buddies all going to play Infect. I played 3 Submerges, Drake Sasser. Nobody played Infect. There was none in the tournament.
That's tough, bud. That's 3 Submerges. 3 blanks is a lot worse than 1.
Yeah. So
that's tough.
1 recipe, I wouldn't feel too bad about that if I was Jesse. All right, here we go. Game 3, match number 3. Zoe Riederman on the play, or at least with priority. Presumably choosing to go first.
Looking at opening hands. Zoe, she put up a good fight last game, and I think she's in a lot better shape in game number 3 here. And I think Raja looking at a pile of lands, Chalice, and Endurance. If that's not it, I'm not sure what is, but is a little bit at risk of just having the Chalice forced and dying on turn 3, right?
I mean, conceivably,
or griefed, anything.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's true also. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that having Chalice is so good because all his other things basically cost 3. And, well, there's a grief. Okay.
Oh, no. This is a disaster for Raja.
And so he has a force, too.
So she has it all?
Well, I don't know.
Dialed up? Yeah, I can answer everything. What you got, Mr. Raja?
She does have a blue card. It might be Charlotte's agent, though. She might have another Cascader. I think she's going to take Endurance. So leaving Chalice for Raja. Okay, well, no secrets there. And in fact, nothing that costs mana. He's going to start turn 1 with no cards in his hand that cost mana.
Raja, a ton of mana, nothing that costs it.
Yeah.
So not a great spot to be in. Like I said, this is the risk of keeping a hand like this. Yeah, you got a few hate cards, but this Livian deck gets to stay around because it is so good against these hate cards. Chalice, a counterspell to draw, that could be a really big one for certainly. Raja, especially now that Zoe does not know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Chalice not played.
Well, Zoe's not cascading this turn anyway, but although if she griefed again, then it would look pretty embarrassing. But okay. Here we go. Zoe, actually, I'm not sure there's even cyclers in hand. So,
yeah, I don't think there is. It would I would assume that we're looking at a potential, just like shored up Cascade, where you just really get your Charlotte's Agent and your grief back, and kind of do like we did game 1, where if that's not good enough, whatever, we'll start casting the big creatures. If it is, well, okay, great, you're dead.
I mean, we can do that. Charlotte's Agent grief versus Endurance. I don't know.
I mean, grief has menace.
I know, but still, you're Yeah, you could race, but like that's I think oh boy, I think we need a lot more than that. At least one additional creature. And Zoe doesn't
Maybe
currently have
so.
that. Yeah, I don't know that we're in a spot where this actually might work out in Zoe's favor since she doesn't know Raja drew a counterspell, that she may not cascade on turn 3 even if she can because there's not enough stuff.
Right. And, Raja definitely, I think, held this Chalice in part to hold up counterspell. Like now we can go into turn 2, cast Chalice, and then if, there's a fight, maybe you can counterspell protect it a little bit. But I think Zoe just flushed with answers. I think there's like a Beseju. I think there's no Notuara. It's just like, we got answers to the hate. And just trusting the top of her library to give her all of the pieces she needs to win the game. Things like Cyclers, of course, into Livian, and another Grief picked up. I don't think we have a black card for that one. Notuara deployed as the 3rd land.
Yeah, I think this is okay. So we might be in hard cast.
Solitude.
Yeah. Both players have no relevant cards they can deploy right now.
Yeah, this is really strange, right? I feel like we've seen this before. Both decks just kind of on their C- draws.
Yeah, is that a Waker of Waves? That would be a big pickup for Zoe to get the graveyard going.
Well, you don't really want to play this Beseju, right? There's a face-up Chalice of the Void. You need to get off the table. You have an answer to that, but you kind of also want to hit your land drops. Do you main phase this Waker Waves as a result?
That's what she's going to do. You might want to leave the green untapped, though. And, yep.
Just wait. Just wait on it entirely. And I don't hate this, too, actually. You're in no rush, and if you get to hard cast the Force of Negation, that's actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
Like, if something like Teferi's coming down, Force Negation that, and then, you're just kind of trading a little bit on resources. That way you're not hemorrhaging all your resources just trying to answer the hate pieces. You get to answer them as they come, and, still be able to execute your plan at a later date.
Okay, so Raja, fetching a land out. Thinning the deck may not be worth much, but he'll take it because he doesn't need any more lands right now. Dovin's Veto.
That's a relevant pickup. Counterspell and Dovin's Veto going to be available for Raja as he just passes the turn back. That does allow Zoe to use her mana, though, as Waker of Waves going to get cycled here. One on top, one to the graveyard. Can't counter that. It is an activated ability.
All right, so just looking for bodies in the graveyard, although Waker of Waves is a pretty big one.
It's so big. And honestly, like something like another black card would be excellent as well. Just being able to start firing up the second Grief and clear the way. There's a lot that Zoe can assemble, and it's very much like there's no pressure. Like we saw in game number 1, in game number 2, where Raja just ran out the endurance, respecting the fact he needs to put pressure on Zoe's life total, or she will amass enough resources to beat all of the hate. She is more mana efficient than Raja is. I think we're kind of in that same spot. Like Raja is ahead. He's got counterspells. He's got a lot covered, but I think we may see something like a Solitude cast just for 5 mana. Here's a 3/2 that can start attacking. We really need to get to work. Otherwise, Zoe's going to build up enough resources to power through the counterspells and the permanent-based hate.
Maybe. I mean, that is. I mean, I don't know. It's to me because of Violent Outburst. Until once the Chalice is off the board, Raja's probably going to be fairly frightened of tapping out, fairly resistant to tap out. But while it's there, he does have some protection. But even now. I don't know. I don't see the real. Well, that doesn't actually help.
Chalice on 0 number 2 doesn't do what you want it to do. That's not going to go your way.
Yeah, that's a pretty amusing one. Lots of hate cards double up. It's great. Chalice, not so much.
Yeah, I don't think there's a universe you want to put it on something higher, like 2 or 3 or whatever, because then some of your cards start not working. Right. So probably just going to hold that one.
Yeah. But that does mean if Zoe tries to blow up the Chalice and then cannot actually penetrate Raja's defenses, then he can redeploy the other Chalice and she'll then need to find the answer. And there's the Kahira. And even though that's not relevant right now, there goes the Chalice.
Zoe does make a move. Going to blow up that Chalice. Now, this does allow Raja to grab any land with a land type, which could represent untapped mana.
Yeah. That is, I mean, most of the counters cost 2 or 3, so that's not going to probably make Zoe shy away. If you think this is any more hard to get through than it would be otherwise, it should be correct on that, unless there is an Endurance, which gets turned on.
Endurance, Archmage's Charm, probably the two cards she's thinking about. The fact it's entering tapped, maybe just a great sign for Zoe. But, we do know that Raja has Dovin's Veto, has Counterspell, so no matter what, is going to have both of those Counterspells represented as Raja rethinks his land selection here, and it's Hallowed Fountain instead.
All right. So Zoe does have another living end in hand. So this second grief is castable. But yeah, as we know, that's not going to be enough.
And it's dead silent in the room at Nerd Rage Gaming. There's a lot on the line. Game number 3, match number 3. We move into Zoe, untapping 3 mana. It's enough for a living end. Grief coming down, exiling the living end she drew. Not probably going to like what she sees at all.
No,
we'll see exactly how she navigates this.
She might have to take the chalice here.
Yeah, because she has multiple Charlotte's agents, and only 1 living end's gone. So maybe we can start to power through these counters.
I think 2 living ends are gone. I think 2 have been pitched to Grief. Now we don't know whether
I didn't see what was pitched the first Grief. If the second one's gone, I don't think we can do both Charlotte's agents. We're gonna have to find some help.
Maybe we can get confirmation from the table, but I think living end was pitched to both Griefs. So yeah, Roger thinking this over here. He's gonna.
I like no move.
Yeah, let it resolve, and he's got. Well, we can see here: Island, Chalice, Dolphin's Veto, Counterspell, Kahira's Solitude, and for Zoe, this has to be a little heartbreaking. You're thinking, I have a good chance here. I'll take the counter, whatever it is, and I will put somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 power on the board and then take 2 more cards. And that's not going to happen. So
does the plan now then become take the chalice, right? And then play the first. No, because if you play the first one, he gets a counter spell and then it just works. You need to draw a violent outburst so that the force works.
But even then,
still in trouble.
When Roger untaps, I mean, he's never gonna.
Yeah, you need to line up the force and negation with one of the counter spells.
Yeah.
Living in with the other one of the counter spells, and then untap and Shardless Agent. That's kind of the sequence she needs to assemble from what we know right now.
This is with half a dozen living ends in the deck. This would be maybe she could fight through this eventually by taking the chalice, but since that's obviously not the case, there's at most 2 more. Unless she brought in her own.
She's doing the math now. This is so tough.
This is very hard. It's hard to see a way through no matter what you do. So in that scenario, you just have to do
Okay, what if you take one of the counter spells, plan to force of negation, take like Dovid's Veto, plan to force negation the chalice, that gets counter spelled.
Yeah.
And then you can try to draw one of your removal spells instead.
Yeah, and at least Raj is out. At least Raj is out of stuff at that point. I like that. I'm with you on that. That seems like the way to go.
It's really tough. The Dovin's Veto is such a problem. I think that may be selected. Yeah, she actually arrives at that conclusion as well. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
that Dovin's Veto is a huge problem.
Yeah, good for her. Okay.
2 living ends exiled.
Yeah, there are 2 living ends gone. Okay, so we do know there was a 4th one in the sideboard, right?
Correct. And that one always gets boarded against the control deck. So I think we can safely assume there are 4 in Zoe Riederman stuff.
Okay. All right. So, well, I think she's got to go Shardless now, right?
I'm not sure you can, right?
I think
you have to pass.
Why?
That way, because you have to maintain your living end count in your deck, I think. So, Raja, very likely to go Chalice here. You force, it gets counterspelled. You have to draw a single removal spell, which will be uncounterable via likely Otawora's Besiegers, what have you.
If Zoe goes Shardless now, Raja has to counter. Then he goes Chalice. She forces the Chalice. Raja's out of everything.
Well, her last card in hand is her last living end. She is out of gas.
No, she has 2 Shardless.
Oh, there's a Stripe River. Yeah. Okay.
No, I think if the play is Shardless, Raja has to counter. He has no choice. She passes. He plays Chalice. She pitch cast Force, pitch the Riverwinder. Raja's done out of stuff. She untaps, plays the other Shardless. I think that might have been the way. Oh, she's going to go for Hardcast Force. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted to do Hardcast Force, maintain the cards in hand, and then use the Stripe Riverwinder to find things. But I think you might have been right.
Yeah,
I think you might have been right that it might be a little bit more equity, but Zoe seems to be thinking about something else. Maybe the Solitude or whatever throws a little bit of a wrench in that mix.
Raj has got so many cards in hand. There's a lot of factors to consider here,
right?
And Raj is not even sure what to do here. So
yeah, this is tough.
Yeah,
he's not even sure if he's supposed to use the counterspell. Yeah.
Right.
Wow,
he's not sure. Yeah,
we have all the information. Yeah. Raja does not, and has to try to derive.
We're not sure. We know everything, and we're not even sure what to do. But yeah. So I think if I'm putting this together in my mind correctly, if she goes for Shardless last turn, although it does require her to have boarded another living end, which you think she did,
right?
Then it doesn't require her to draw anything else. She has everything she needs. Now with Chalice on the board, now she needs the deck to be, considerate to her.
Stripe Riverwind to the draw. I think that's actually a draw she's fairly happy with, given that she most likely just wants to spend her time looking at new cards until
Yeah.
she finds a removal spell.
Yeah.
Going to start with a cycle, I'm sure. Land drop she can play. Otherwise, whatever, no harm, no foul. Another cycler picked up. We'll see if she's interested in cycling anymore.
I don't see why
Appears
not.
to be yes. Another card picked up. Is
Okay,
that Foundation
yeah,
Breaker?
it is.
Well, that'll do it, huh?
Yeah, it will. Yes, indeed. All right, so now do you cycle again? Hope to hit a land drop. I think you do.
I think so.
Because
Yeah,
if you hit 2 lands in a row, then you can do
do it all in one
Oh
turn.
my gosh!
Right. But we missed.
Yeah, we missed.
But we get to try every turn for the rest of the game. So if this Foundation Breaker resolves, we get to just try like basically every turn for the rest of the game. But Jace, the Mind Sculptor, the draw for Raja Sulaiman, and that's going to be a big problem if he decides to cast that one, looking for some more help. Things like Endurance, all those kinds of things that you could find off the top of the library, suddenly available draws off that Brainstorm ability from the powerful Planeswalker.
Yeah, and with Teferi also being 3 mana, I mean, with 3 mana available, everything is live here for Raja.
Jace, the Mind Sculptor. All right, gonna Brainstorm. Let's see what he finds. Oh, Endurance, Broker's Charm. So a green card to pitch. Solitude still available. That's a lot of help from Jace the Mind Sculptor.
It sure is. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So Raja, I mean, probably a little nervous there with just the Chalice and no counter magic in hand. Finds a Jace. Now he's got his hand stocked up. Probably breezes
Endurance available.
Yeah, probably breezes a sigh of relief here.
Can use Broker's Charm to power through the 2 cards on the top of the library if he decides to pitch cast Endurance, exiling the Kahira. There are a lot of different sequences available, given that Zoe may try something next turn, as he thinks pretty hard on the last 2 cards on Brainstorm. Notably, one of the harder effects to resolve. You have done it many times in your life. I'm sure have spent plenty of time thinking on your Brainstorm selections.
Dude, my reputation, as far as I remember, was that I was a lightning fast player who made all my decisions instantly. Did you hear differently?
I made a little bird, if you will. Violent Outburst, a pickup for Zoe Riederman. Foundation Breaker coming down. That one won't be answered with a counter spell that we know of. I don't think we saw any in Raja's hand. So that one's going to work. We're thinking about the responses. No response. Ooh, okay. Still thinking. Yeah, that one's going to get taken care of.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about, do I have to Endurance in response? But he doesn't. He realizes that because Zoe doesn't have 3 mana available anymore. So now he's just going to throw it out the end of the turn, get rid of her graveyard.
And another proactive Endurance from Raja. I like this a lot. Zoe's still at a very healthy 20.
Yeah.
And, being able to start getting this game over with is what Raja needs. Zoe's done a great job of managing the hate pieces. He needs to close the door on this game.
Well, Kahira is, helps in that. That would increase the clock significantly. Endurance cocking for 3 right now. And then with Jason on the board is the big thing. So does Raja have enough here to just... Does he need to Brainstorm again? Can he scry? He's probably not going to Fate Seal. Zoe has too many unknown cards, so that wouldn't be effective.
You could Broker's Charm before Brainstorming. We do know the top card. You could also just do it in the other order. There's a lot to consider as far as sequencing your cards to see the most cards versus have more mana up. We do know that Raja kind of low on interaction. Now, Zoe doesn't have a graveyard at all, and he chooses to pick up Endurance with Jace. So that's probably just the best thing you could possibly do, huh?
Right. Yeah, that's nice. So now this probably
up play.
Yeah, that's nice. So this probably means that he's going to hardcast Solitude at the end of her turn. I would imagine to continue having attackers on the board because you do want to have a clock. So he finally draws a 4th land.
Is it just Shardless Agent time? Put pressure on the Jace? It seems like it is.
I don't think that mana works. I think we need to tap differently there.
Yeah, small mana adjustment needed there. No green mana was tapped, but doesn't really matter. I don't think she has anything going on for 1 mana.
No.
And this Livian almost certainly not going to be cast. There's literally no reason to do so. Literally just a Grey Ogre to pressure Jace the Mind Sculptor. And maybe try to make Raja redeploy something.
Yeah.
Be it Endurance, Kahira, whatever.
All right, so if we can radio over to the table and have them adjust her mana there, as this is
while we're resolving this cascade.
We're over it. Yeah. Okay.
If you are here and you're watching NRG for the first time, thank you very much for being here. We bring you Paper Magic coverage definitely monthly, sometimes multiple weeks in a month. And if you want to see that, get notified when we are live, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe. Of course, we'll clear the ads out the way. Can't really control those too much, but also help support the channel. Please follow, subscribe, support Paper Magic coverage. There's a really depressing lack of it, I think, compared to what we've had in the past. And NRG puts on a great show here, and I'm here to tell you right now, this is some great Paper Magic coverage we're seeing as well. Tight play from both players in a really tight spot. Game 3, match 3, it's all on the line. Thousands of dollars these players are playing for. And you really can't get this anywhere else right now. So please hit that follow button, support us, support NRG and everything they do. And we appreciate your support and appreciate you being here, if nothing else.
And the re-invite too. I mean, playing for like we talked about this earlier, playing for the money is great. Playing for the re-invite to next year's championship. I know Ivan Espinosa very much enjoyed having the free ride back to the event this year. All right, so there is the Solitude cast, takes out the Shroudless Agent. Raja Sulaiman will continue the aggression and take a look at some cards.
Wow.
That's another
Jason
endurance.
Mind Sculptor.
Yeah.
Jason Mind Sculptor really kind of showing why it was once called Better Than All. I'm not sure that that's true anymore, but certainly still extremely powerful. Finding help, counterspell, endurance, now among other cards that Raja can cast. And
it's kind of on the comeback, right?
Mana.
It's
certainly.
Jace on the comeback. I feel like I've seen more Jace in Modern in the last month than I did in the previous 10 months. It's
fair enough. I don't know how much that's hopium because you like the card a lot.
So, I know, but I still don't see enough.
I think you just watch a lot of energy. There's a lot of control decks.
I don't see enough plussing of Jace though. I gotta say, bouncing your own endurance though. That's nice. I'm in favor of that. That's a nice play. Jace bouncing your own stuff.
This is tough here. Cool. Speaking of, this is Raja putting pressure on Zoe's life total, but literally here once again can just pick up the Solitude and just redeploy that, exiling the Curator of Mysteries and basically undoing Zoe's entire turn.
Mm-hmm.
And with a Planeswalker that still just gets to wants to be in play turn after turn, keep getting advantage. It's just a really tough spot for Zoe to be in. She's going to need to assemble some Living End with backup fast.
Yeah, and she has to start at the beginning. There's not even a graveyard right now, and Raja is just going to accumulate more counters. Now Zoe knows there's no more chalice left. There's only 2. They're both gone. So she doesn't have to worry about that anymore. But there are 4. Are there still 4 Terry Fairy Time Lovers in the deck? I think there are. I don't think we've seen one yet.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think we've seen any of those yet as endurance added to the mix. And now a real attack force actually being assembled here. I mean, and maybe we just downtick Jace, play Kahira. We can start laying the smackdown and putting Zoe dead in 2 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, that certainly seems like an option on the table. And holding up 1 counter is probably sufficient for Raja because even if Zoe resolves Living In right now, what does he care? There's no graveyard.
Yeah, there's nothing to go in place. So Zoe likely going to have to do some cycling, if for nothing else than to get creatures in the yard to get Living In started to begin with. And we might even just be approaching Living In just to clear the board. You don't see that happen too much anymore. But I mean, definitely getting there. And 2 more counter spells into Fairy picked up. Jace the Mind Sculptor showing really how powerful it is as it takes over this game. And I think that may just be the door on everything.
Yeah, and Raja also showing, there's a reason why he put this matchup favored him. We knew that going in. He did drop the first game, but looking strong here, looking poised to head towards the finals. Zoe Riederman, incredible run here. Top 4, very impressive in this field, but it's looking like she's going to come up 1 game shy of the finals.
Yeah, definitely. And it's still an incredibly impressive run from Zoe Riederman, finding herself here in the stage 4, the top 4, and brought it down to a single game. And there was multiple spots throughout this match. If she had drawn, maybe a little bit differently with, the top of the deck, she maybe could have put herself in a spot. That's part of the game of Magic the Gathering. Raja also has had some pretty bad draw steps across some of the games. Either way, both these players have played some of the best Magic I'm sure they have ever played across the course of this tournament and have been very handsomely rewarded for their play and their resiliency in this performance. And that endurance there alongside a bounce with the Kahira appears to be more than enough. And Raja's explaining that. Players shake hands. Raja is your second finalist. Jesse Robkin waiting for him to arrive. And we are going to see. I mean, a lot of commentators picked Raja to win this one. And, we had Mason picking Jesse to win this one. Though a lot of commentators still in the running to be right as we get our finals prepared. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Didn't make it.
All right. So we talked a few minutes. Actually, when we were killing time during sideboarding, we talked about Jesse's preferred opponents. We thought she probably had she had an advantage against Zoe, maybe not so much against Raja. It is going to be Jesse Robkin and Raja Sulaiman playing for the NRG 2022 Championship title. We'll be back in 3 minutes to the finals. Don't go anywhere.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Series Championship. I am Appamonte. I'm going to tell you, I'm hanging out over in the feature match area, and it is super tense over there. We can hear keyboards clicking, mouses clicking, pens dropping, you name it. We can hear it. It's super tense over there. for our top 4 match, and we're getting ready to get started on the finals match here. But I wanted to go ahead and just express my gratitude, obviously, to the players who made our tournament series a success this year. And I wanted to bring up those 16 players, all who qualified for our end of the year championship. So again, we'll get them all on the screen here one more time. Big thanks again, Maxx Kominowski, Derek Davis, Adam Wasburn-Moses, our MVP, Connor Mullaly, Nicole Dubin, Ivan Espinosa, Zach Allen, Zoe Riederman, and then we're going to have our finalists are actually going to both come from Pod B, which I know there was a lot of talk about how strong Pod B was in the beginning, and that how it was going to be tough for people to make it out. But one of our finalists from Pod B is Jesse Robkin. The other is going to be Raja Sulaiman. And congrats again to Piper Powell, Joseph Bernal, Will Kruger, Andrew Elenbogen, Theo Jung, and Mac Andrus. All had amazing years here on our tournament series. And I want to go ahead and bring up the tournament structure here, the prize pool, so you can see what these players played for this weekend and what they're still playing for here. So again, you can see 3rd through 16th has already been decided. Second place, so the loser of this finals match is going to walk away with $2,500. First place going to walk away with $5,000. And another thing that we've briefly touched on, they get an invite back to the championship, regardless of how many events they're going to play next year. I know Ivan Espinosa, obviously, again, was our defending champion, had that reinvite. Also had a pretty decent year on the series as well. But it's a nice burden to be lifted off you. You start off the year, you're coming back to the 2023 championship. So once again, congratulations to all of these players. Now those final 2 blanks. We're going to show you again the finalists for this event, Jesse Robkin and Raja Sulaiman. I know big favorites as far as the commentary team for picks. Joe and I, not necessarily. We did not necessarily pick these. I'm not going to say who we picked, but not necessarily our picks on the day. It sounds like also with our unique structure here, we're going to have the first format being played is going to be modern. So Jesse kind of staked her claim early in the year on these breach style decks, and she's bringing Temur breach, and Raja is no stranger to Bant control, these more controlling strategies. Definitely really well versed. And with that, we're going to watch Temur breach versus Bant control, but I'm going to send it back down to Joe and Drake. Once again, I just wanted to say thanks for the entire year. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here for the day. We'll see everybody in March, and I'm going to send it down to Joe and Drake to get us started here in our finals.
All right, thanks, Matt. And yeah, here I am again with Drake Sasser. The players aren't quite ready yet, but we've got 2 formats coming up for the finals. We got Modern and Pioneer. Raja is the higher overall seed, has the first choice. He says, we're going to play Modern when I have the choice of priority in match 1. So it's Bant Control versus Temur Breach. Since we have a few minutes, I guess, let's go ahead and put the deck lists up so you can see what we're going to be featuring here. Bant Control and Modern, able to answer pretty much everything. No sweepers. And unusually for a control deck, I would say, Drake, no dress downs either.
There's 2 dress downs.
Oh, there are 2 dress downs in the corner. You're right. I just, my eyes strayed.
Very good in the matchup. Yeah, good call out.
Yeah. So basically it has everything covered. Creature removal important, but Jesse's deck able to win outside of combat. So you can see here, and then we'll look at Jesse's deck, the Temur Breach deck that she worked on with Andrew Elenbogen.
I think, like, as we transition here, I think the Broker's Charms are actually just like genius, right? They're basically for this matchup. If you think about the most important cards in the matchups, Underworld Breach, it's Urza Saga, you see those here. There's even copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and Broker's Charm, a card that hasn't seen a ton of modern action to date, is a great answer to all 3 of those pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see here Jesse's Temur Breach deck. So Jeskai Breach for most of the year, Temur Breach for this event, adding Renin 6, adding in green mana for Haywire Might and some sideboard cards in place of Teferi. We'll see how it plays out. The players are ready. Let's go ahead and go down to the match. This is game number 1 of the finals. Raja picked Modern.
Game number 1, match number 1. Look at that trophy right there. It all comes down to this. I really can't stress enough. I mean, we're talking $2,500 secured for both players, but it is double your money time because winner gets $5,000, a reinvite back to the championship, and that sweet trophy you see in the middle there as players are resolving mulligans. There is a lot on the line, and it's not just one match of Magic. It could be up to 3 because it is first to 2 match wins, not game wins. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities to prove themselves. We saw Jesse in the semifinals, that top 4, absolutely steamroll her teammate for the event, Elenbogen, in the 150 card mirrors, and we will see if she can get it done one more time against Raja, who is, I'd say, the commentator's favorite. There's probably more people picking Raja, I think, than Jessie.
There were.
But either way, Jessie has put on quite a performance so far today. So she kicks it off with a Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, out of our 7 staff picks, Raja was the only one to receive more than 1 vote. He got 3. But Jessie Robkin did receive Mason Clark's. She was Mason Clark's choice to win the event. And we see on the board here with Rag Event early. So regardless of the outcome of this match, Jessie will have choice of format for match number 2. So we'll just throw that out there right now so you know what's upcoming next. But obviously,
the start here has to be really good, right, for Jessie. Like, that one's going to get underneath counter spell. And of course, Raja has multiple removal spells for it. Things like Leyline Binding and Prismatic Ending that can take care of it. But if he doesn't have one of those, he's put to the test right now. If he doesn't have one of those, things can start to snowball very quickly with the powerful little one drop. Band and Legacy.
Right. I mean, yeah, Raja's not going to be blocking it with anything. So removing this thing is kind of crucial. This is, the ideal opening, I think, for any deck that has Ragavan in it. You want it on turn 1. And we see that here. Maybe not the scam deck, but, that's not in play here. So don't worry about that. Anyway. So, yeah. So Ragavan turns on Mox.
There is that very important Prismatic Ending.
Makes
a
treasures,
huge card for him to have.
But not this time. All right. Is there a backup? Is there a dash Ragavan to follow? Let's see. What does Jessie have in store for us? I mean, there's also Red and 6 available. There's all kinds of powerful early plays in this deck.
Right. And Jessie clearly has some kind of options, right? Like, she's doing a fair bit of thinking here. Maybe a Bauble among the mix. I think I see a Red and 6. Mm-hmm. That one got to be pretty attractive to get down before Counterspell mana is available. Maybe thinking about Bobbling first, but then maybe your fetch land's wasted. I'm not really sure. Oh, no, it's a Maxx Amber instead.
All right. That's always nice when you have free additional mana early game, especially if you can drop Ren and 6 here and then still have a mana up. That's excellent for Jessie. Although I think there seems like Unholy Heat in hand, which are certainly not a priority in this matchup for creatures anyway. I guess picking up Planeswalkers is nice, but again, we'll see if
picking up Planeswalkers is huge. I mean, we've seen Raja flushed with Planeswalkers multiple times. I imagine Heats are going to do a good job taking care of those as Jessie does a quick fetch and shock. Have to imagine the Ren and 6 coming down here. Going to be a potential problem for Raja, as that card very well known for its ability to accrue card advantage via picking up lands. And if you can get to picking up sagas, then you're in a great spot. We saw that happen to great effect against her teammate in the semifinals.
Mm-hmm. All right, here is Ren and 6. It's in play. It picks up the Scalding Tarn, so Jessie is +1 card already, and does actually have mana for. There is another Ragavan, so the Mox Amber does make itself useful.
A huge turn for Jessie, being able to have that Mox Amber. I mean, literally functions as a, it's Mox Ruby / Mox Emerald, right? Able to immediately make mana with Red and 6 in play and cast Ragavan with Raja having to fetch yet another tap land just to kind of make Leyline Bindings and stuff work. Rafine's Tower, Spar's Headquarters, the 2 lands in play. I believe missing red, so Leyline Bindings will cost 2.
Yeah, well, 2 is not too bad of a price. The issue is, what do you remove? I mean, Archmage's Charm is a nice way to deal with Ragavan.
Take it. You don't need to remove anything. You could take it, but then of course Red can pick it off, and then you're really only removing a single loyalty. So maybe not the best approach. But if you play something like Teferi and pick up the Ragavan, it just gets dashed and kills it. So you have to maybe Teferi tick up. The options get kind of awkward here for Raja.
Yeah, they do, certainly. I mean, when you're the control deck, obviously you're not, you want to be able to defend yourself, but turn 2, turn 3 is not your ideal spot. Raja wants to get to turn 6, turn 10, and really take over the game, where his more expensive cards can limit Jessie's opportunities. Here, she's capable of casting basically her whole hand. Raja's still limited by his land drops, and determining whether he's got a castle. It is the castle. It's going to pass. Okay, so Archmage Charm at the ready.
But this Ragavan a real problem. I mean, if Jessie just goes to combat first, what do you do? Do you let the Ragavan through and then try to Archmage's Charm on instep so the Ren can't take it? Then you're letting a trigger through, and if a Planeswalker comes off the top, you're suddenly in a ton of trouble. Yeah, things can go really badly for Raja if he doesn't move in combat. But then again, moving in combat also doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, this is so dangerous. There are a lot of very unpleasant things that can flip over here. Solitude, that's okay. That doesn't matter too much.
If Teferi Time Raveler or something like that came off the top, that would be disastrous. Solitude, whatever, maybe slightly annoying. He would have liked to have drawn that to take care of the Ragavan, but not super interested. Now we'll see if Jesse has any follow-up. No Saga here has to be a good sign for Raja,
Mm-hmm.
but he already kind of has his mana tied up for this turn cycle with answering just the Ragavan. So if Jesse presents anything that's like truly scary here and he has to counter it instead, the Ragavan's going to be allowed to keep going to work, and that's big, big bad news for Raja.
Yeah, so Jesse here contemplating, okay, Raja hasn't done anything yet. If she can present a threat here that he has to counter, then obviously the Ragavan maintains on her side, because she's got to be aware that Archmage Storm is a possibility among the cards in Raja's hand. He does have 3 blue sources in play. Also, if
4 of them in his deck, right? This is very likely for him to have it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also maybe she wants to hold off on using the Ren 6 until after she can play something else to see if she can get him to commit mana. Treasure is going to be used. Okay, so Grinding Station is the play off the treasure.
Yeah, Grinding Station is in play. Don't think we did any milling there with the trigger. So, and then, oh wow, Boseiju targeting the Spar's headquarters.
That's interesting.
Oh, I think we may be starting to go off the lands right away, because we can
Right.
pick that one right up with Ren, and we just start downgrading all of Raja's lands until he doesn't have any triumphs left.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty.
All right, so he's going to float a mana. Jesse will pick up the Boseiju. He will still be able to grab the Ragavan if he still wants to.
Right.
And the Ren 6 has been used, so she will have to use Unholy Heat if she wants to get rid of it, which honestly I don't feel like is that much of a cost for her. There's nothing else for it to kill right now, but it does make his Planeswalkers more likely to survive later on.
Yeah, the real cost is when the Planeswalkers start coming down, right? Like those Ren 6 is a powerful Planeswalker because it costs 2 mana. But if this game goes on for a long time, Raja's Planeswalkers that do cost more mana are more powerful.
Mhm.
So Ren is going to start to kind of fall behind those other Planeswalkers that Raja has access to, as Katria Triumph is put into play. Not sure the total number of Triumphs that Raja plays, but I don't think he can keep doing this forever.
No, I suppose that's true. We can find out in a moment. But in the meantime, so yeah, she's picking up this Boseiju, which she can actually fire off again right now. She may want to wait until the mana clears from the first one. Yeah, okay, here is the Archmage Charm to draw.
And we may just be responding to that, like, okay, yeah, here's 1 mana, blow up your Rafine's Tower. All right, we can keep doing this. We're just going to keep blowing up the lands. And I mean, this does put some pressure on Raja. I mean, he doesn't have infinite lands. If she's just doing this every turn, eventually Raja's going to have to like take some action, or it's going to start becoming Stone Rain.
Yeah, I can tell. I'm counting up, looking at the deck list here. The Triumph count appears to be 3. So,
Okay.
Yeah, so this
We
is...
did see him grab a shock land here. I mean, he's
Yeah.
out of Triumphs.
So this is this is a plan that Jesse must have, she and Andrew may have come up with this beforehand that Raja's deck may be vulnerable if she draws the right sequence combination of cards to go after the mana base here.
Yeah, the thing is too, like if with Jesse not really having a whole lot going on,
Mhm.
it doesn't even really cost her a lot to start doing this.
Mm-hmm. All right, here is Teferi.
Archmage's Charm notably drew 2 cards. Like the Ragavan was still on Jesse's side of the battlefield, so instead of taking it, chose to draw 2 cards and then deploy Teferi, bouncing the Ragavan.
All right, so we know that there's options here now for Jesse for sure. Dash Ragavan can take out Teferi. It could also just attack Raja because Ren 6 can take out the Teferi if she's willing to go off of her land
It does
destruction
attack
plan.
Raja. Look at that.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
finds the
land
land.
flipped off the top.
Yeah. Finds another treasure. So now, does she recur the Boseiju or go after the Teferi? She also has Unholy Heat, so there's other options for dealing with Teferi.
I have to imagine dealing with Teferi seems pretty free. Not that you interact on the counterspell axis that much anyway, but just getting it off the board like eliminates some of the tricks that Raja has, and eventually it'll be worth another card, more tempo and the things like that. So it's just a very low cost to really do. Like blowing up Raja's lands, there's no rush to do that. Like you're doing it because it's somewhat free to do while you're sitting here going through more or less a failed draw. Like we don't have a ton going on. We're not really close to comboing until we draw Breach. So we're just kind of weathering the storm as we see a Giganta picked up as well. 2 treasures available for Jesse. Just accumulating resources so that when we do draw something like Underworld Breach, we're good to go. But the Ren Boseiju stuff, there's no rush on it.
Right.
There's no real, that 1 turn cycle of activation, not what's going to make the difference in this game, most likely.
All right, so 1 Solitude got flipped by Ragavan. Raja does have another one in hand alongside other options. So that is a way to get rid of Ragavan if it does venture into the combat zone again next turn. that does also take all his mana for the turn.
he's-
And yeah, Jesse is doing, more than one thing a turn so far. And Raja is not.
Well, I mean, Planeswalkers certainly help with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is kind of part of the power too of these decks that accumulate a lot of mana, but all their spells are very cheap. You can do a lot of game actions per turn as long as your cards are doing things like replacing themselves and what have you. And Ragavan does do some of that. Ren does some of that in somewhat unconventional ways. None of these cards strictly say draw a card on it, but do accumulate more resources in their own right.
Mhm.
So Jesse taking all these game actions, it's hard to hate her position, but it's undeniable that Raja's hand is powerful.
Mm-hmm. All right, Raja's rethinking his breeding pool, and maybe he looks over at Jesse. She's like, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, he has a basic island in hand. No game actions were taken. He was more or less, he could just be revealing it as Solitude is now available. No life paid with Raja's life total down to 14. Maybe he begins to become a consideration. As we see expressive iteration in Jesse's hand. That was a good one. If she decides to go for the Ragavan attack again, and that requires that Raja make a move, then the iteration is going to be unchecked. And then maybe we can even assemble a kill this turn, finding something like Underworld Breach.
Well, I suppose that's possible. Alternatively, she could lead on iteration, because then Raja would either have to let this go or, not have Solitude. It's just going to resolve. This turn's already basically a win for Jesse. If she's getting iteration and she's activating Ren at 6, Raja's not going to do anything compared to what's he going to draw 2 at best. That's not really. He's falling behind on the board.
Yeah, able to keep up with card advantage is Jesse for the time being. Like I said, that will change if some of these powerful planeswalkers end up entering the mix in some way or another. But for the time being, Jesse's doing a great job keeping pace and even I'd say getting ahead. She's certainly ahead on board as Ren going to go ahead and pick the Boseiju back up. Emery hit the Exile Zone. That one does cost 1 mana thanks to Grinding Station and our 2 treasures that we see there next to the Ren. And here comes Dash Ragavan. And we'll see if Raja wants to make a move here. If he does Solitude in combat, that Emery may start to look unchecked with a Bobble already in graveyard. That one's certainly problematic.
Yeah, this is a lot of stuff Jesse's presenting here for Raja to have to deal with. And she's going to continue to take down. We saw her pick up Boseiju again. These Leyline Bindings are about to cost 4. That is not the plan when you sign up for this deck. When you construct this mana base, you're planning on playing 1 or 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the reason for playing these triomes, having these lands that enter tapped. And Jesse's done a good job of spending her, I'll say, off time, her extra mana, her extra resources that she has, just kind of downgrading some of Raja's cards. And that could very much matter here as Raja more or less flush with spells, but not flush with mana, as Dress Down happening as we enter combat.
Okay.
The classic Dress Down plus Dash Ragavan.
All right, so Dress Down is in here. This will also make Emery not mill when Jesse chooses to cast it, which she presumably will anyway. So
yeah, with the Bobble still in the yard, I'm sure she'll cast it.
Yeah. But this does allow...
Does still get the cost reduction, though, as it is not a creature. It's like just a card. It's not a creature yet in play, so Dress Down. And we're going to Boseiju the Dress Down. Still before attacks. I love this.
That's aggressive, because unlike the other Boseiju activations, this one is going to give Raja a free land. Well, maybe.
Yeah, we're thinking. I'm not sure how we can interact with Channel. Notably, one of the harder things to interact with, but maybe he wants to do something before the creatures are unlocked once again. Let's see exactly how we're going to navigate this. I really like these little tricks. If you're talking to me about how I expected this matchup to play out, I expected a lot of the marquee cards to be involved. Things like Underworld Breach fights, things like Urza's Saga fights, fights over Ren. But Ren hasn't really been able to do too much. I don't want to underestimate what's going on with this Boseiju right now, but overall, compared to the things you could do with, sagas, I think it's certainly a power tick down. And Jesse's doing a really good job kind of leveraging the little pieces of value on cards like Boseiju and things like, and Broker's Charm flipped. And we can cast that one right away if we want 2 cards. Does cost 3 mana, and you lose your ability to do Emery, but not if we spend our turn playing Wooded Foothills.
Yeah, not with another land coming here. No, Jesse will continue to be able to play everything. All right, Steam Vent's fetched up. So yeah, it could still be Emery plus Broker's Charm if she wants. And that's
a great turn.
It is.
Expressive iteration. Managed to get a hit in with Ragavan. Activated Ren. Is going to be able to play Emery and still have a draw to with all of this mana. This is an incredible use of mana.
Yeah, this is really good. It was a good turn for Raja also. He got a 2-for-1 on Dress Down. He basically played Growth Spiral for free there. And here is Emery's going to find Solitude, which he's able to hardcast.
Subtlety.
Yeah.
Hardcast subtlety yeah. Raja. See where she wants this. Yeah. Well, none of these modes say counter a subtlety, right? Destroy enchantment, draw 2 cards, and a creature gets +1 power and fights. Okay, yeah, that's not it. I'll put the Emery on top, says Jesse. That one's still going to be a problem next turn like it is this turn.
All right, Jesse's reading Broker's Term. Let's go ahead and bring that up on the screen if anyone else is unfamiliar with exactly how it works. It is going to be cast here.
And I believe that's the first mode there. I believe we gave Ragavan +1/+0, and then until end of turn, and then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. So that was the mode used there to pick off the subtlety with that Ragavan, and then Ragavan went back to hand. So a nice use of resources there. Didn't really interested in the 2 cards. Wanted to keep pressure off of her Wrenn, which I think is really smart. And I imagine we're going to see Boseiju, if nothing else, Boseiju picked up and start to go after this Castle Vantress. That's like part of Raj's plan, I'm sure, to get ahead while still holding up mana. Yeah, we've seen Jesse do a ton of things each turn, though, so I'm sure it starts with Ragavan and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, sure does.
Yeah. Going after Castle first would be interesting because then Raja will be forced to, not that he's likely to play it anyway this turn. This is going to be, here's a Solitude, hard cast. But Jesse's got, so Ragavan goes down.
But that was a ton of resources spent by Raja, just answering some of these like mopey creatures. Jesse, all spells left in hand. We see Bolt, Unholy Heat, Gigantha, Emery, all cards that I think are arguably fairly powerful on this board.
So Emery's going to cost 2 now because the treasures are all gone into the Broker's Charm.
No, we got a Mox Amber and a Grinding Station. Cost 1.
But where? Oh, I missed the Mox in the line pile. You're correct.
4 cards coming. Another Ragavan. There's the Saga, and that's a huge hit.
Yeah.
Waiting on that Wrenn is going to pay off big time as here comes Saga right into play. Yes, thank you, Jesse, wasting no time getting that one into play.
No, she was clearly looking for that. Didn't have to think about it at all. It showed up and her probably eyes lit up. Was like, yep, there we go. Right.
That is what the doctor ordered.
Yes, indeed.
And certainly why I'm sure she kept that Emery on top, because as soon as she can find a Saga at all, this Wrenn starts to turn up the heat in what it represents quite dramatically. What? I'm not sure what we're talking about here. No. Looks like she's tapping mana.
I think she's determining whether to use Unholy Heat or Lightning Bolt to take out the Solitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, there's a little bit of question. I think Bolt is the worst card, but we are close enough to winning on a life total race with Saga tokens that maybe there's some consideration to this Bolt going face. But I think Unholy Heat just representing clearing a huge Planeswalker is worth quite a bit more. Something like a Jace come down, uptick, you can clear that right away without having to do any kind of finagling stuff and letting Raja untap with Jace, because as we've seen multiple times, that is disastrous.
Okay, action has slowed down here.
Raja might have access to Counterspell, thinking about whether he wants to keep that pressure in play to pressure Wrenn. Still going to take multiple hits to take care of the Wrenn, but at least gets to start pressuring it. You got to start somewhere, and I think that's what Raja's thinking about. Is are we going to try to just clear it with something like a eventually drawn, removal spell, or do we just going to have to try to get the Solitude going to work here? And Counterspell coming after Lightning Bolt, I think, makes a decision on that. And now Jesse has the decision if she wants to fire off the Heat as well. And I have to imagine if Roger's willing to counterspell Lightning Bolt, you probably want to fire off the other removal spell right now.
I agree.
Sure does.
Yeah. And so now hand size significantly depleted. Roger with 2 left, Jesse with just 1, but a lot of powerful card advantage permanents on the board versus Roger's board of just land.
I'll tell you what, watching Raja draw Archmage's Charm in this matchup, it has looked kind of underpowered in basically every opportunity. I think that's an interesting dynamic to this Temur Breach deck is it doesn't feel like Archmage's Charm is very good against it, like it is good against things like Hammer and other decks in the format like that. I think that's mattering quite a bit in this game.
I mean, we also saw, Jesse has generated a lot of card advantage, and Raja used instead of trying to steal the Ragavan, he just drew 2. And so it didn't impact the board again. And I feel like that's kind of been the issue is that Raja has not, done anything to the board that Jesse's had to deal with, aside from putting out some Solitudes that she wanted to pick off. She did do that. And there is another one now. There's Wrenn 6 threatening ultimate already. Saga's on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Wrenn a problem whether it ults or not. I mean, she just picked up, I think, she just picked up the Boseiju. She has Springleaf Drum in hand. Not really the one you want to draw, but has a Gigantha to check this Solitude. But even if, whatever, Wrenn can take a couple hits from this Solitude, even if you don't protect it, just picking up the Saga again and again is going to be very powerful.
All right, Springleaf Drum.
And that's before she even draws Underworld Breach, the card the deck's named after.
Yeah.
Doing a good job once again, covering all angles. I'm going to win the fair plan. And you know what? If I ever draw Underworld Breach, I'm going to win the unfair plan too. So you better start figuring some stuff out, Raja, says Jesse, as a fetch and shock happens here, putting Raja down to 7 and representing maybe 2 cards coming for this Archmage's Charm.
Yeah, Archmage's Charm drawn empty-handed, but life total low enough now. I mean, this red 6, I mean, he has to deal with it anyway, but yeah, with the Lightning Bolt in the graveyard, just a few lands would be enough to finish Raja off here. So he's going to need a way to get through the construct that's going to try and block this.
How about another Archmage's Charm?
Well,
looks like Counterspell Archmage's Charm to ferry the 3 cards. Normally pretty good 3 cards.
Yeah.
Kind of awkward here. Picking up Saga doesn't feel awesome. She hasn't made a construct yet, which is really, I think, the thing you'd like to be picking up.
No, but
make one in combat and block.
Right. Well, Raja can grab the construct, right? So that means that the Solitude can get through. He does have mana.
Yeah, then the construct's like a 1/1. Ren down tick takes care of it, and Jesse gets to pick another, or she can just pick. I mean, it's just problems.
But it's better than Ren Ultimate.
True. Okay, fair. I guess that's step 1. And Raja agrees. Step 1 is keep Ren from ultimating. And Jesse says, I don't know. I'm willing to spend a construct keeping you from doing that, especially because it profitably blocks right now.
He's not even going to get it either.
Like, well, can't have that.
She can sacrifice it to Grinding Station. Yeah, so he doesn't even get it. It's just a removal spell. But still,
that's nice.
That's good enough, as at least he connects with the Ren at 6. So that problem is put off for a few turns. Even if even cost him some resources just to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue, a 3-mana spell just to answer a token from Jesse is not where you want to be, as here comes Teferi. Have to imagine that's returning something to hand. Saga looking to be the best target. Raja agrees. And passes the turn back. Counterspell up. No fight available thanks to Teferi. We'll see. I mean, Jesse just turn after turn doing a great job. And Beseju, not a spell. Able to activate that one right now. And if there's no lands for Raja to grab, Counterspell, not up. Well, there is Basic Island. Grab that one.
There's plenty of lands in Raja's deck. We are out of Triomes or 3-color lands.
How many more shock lands do we have left? We got 2 Breeding Pools in play, 2 Hallowed Fountains. I feel like we're beginning to run low.
All right, let's
here comes Beseju back to hand.
There are 2 Breeding Pools and 2 Hallowed Fountains in the deck.
Yeah, so, I think Raja has a lot of lands.
All right. But let's get a count on the rest of it.
It's starting to get nasty.
There's 3 islands. There's 1 plains. So
we have 1 island left. It looks like.
Okay, then this is really starting to take its toll. Now, he's got some lands he could live without, certainly, at this point.
For sure. I mean, he's got plenty, right?
Yeah. But he probably won't be, at this point, his land total will probably be decreasing as the game progresses, and he won't be able to replace any colors. Here's Counterspell and Giganta.
Counterspell answering Giganta is nice, but once again, Solitude can't take care of the Ren, and token production is back online for Urza Saga as early as next turn, and that's still a problem. So despite Raja doing a good job of kind of treading water, he really needs a big top deck, something like a Jace the Mind Sculptor, or I don't know, any kind of way to get any kind of card advantage going.
He needs to get this Ren off the board. Because this Beseju thing that we're kind of giggling about is going to start mattering over the next, that's still going to take a few turns. And she may actually be preoccupied doing other things at this point.
Looks like Dress Down and maybe Odawara. The 2 cards, Dress Down, a big one. That does clear constructs.
Yeah. I mean, the life total, Jesse at 13. So it's hard to imagine Raja's going to prioritize attacking her instead of. Like, all right, let me
Raja, take all right, what can you blow up? Stop it. Stop blowing my stuff up.
Yeah,
and at one point too, Joe, and this is a real long shot, but I mean, Jesse's just under so little pressure. Is there a chance that Grinding Station just like mill you the fairway is ever on the table?
I mean, that's not something I've seen happen, but I suppose it's possible. I don't know. I don't see it.
Okay, all right. I mean, there's a lot of cards that Raja's churning through. Lands getting out of the deck with Beseju, cards being drawn with Archmage's Charm. Eventually, deck count's going to be...
If she milled Raja and the island flipped over, that would be relevant. I will grant that, but that's fairly unlikely. Here we go. Kahira being rebought. So this allows another point of damage to come through on Ren, probably.
I think it gives Vigilance, too. Not entirely irrelevant.
Yeah, no, it does. Certainly relevant in the future. Raja may be attacking Jesse. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse to 13 and Ren not dying to this attack makes it fairly appealing to start turning the corner and being like, all right, this Ren is annoying, but I'm just tired. I'm tired of playing this game. I need to get you dead, and I can put you to dead on board with this attack. So we'll see exactly what he decides to do. Kind of hard to get confirmation when cards have Vigilance, because normally, people like turn it sideways and point with the card or whatever, but here you just kind of, visualize or verbalize rather what you're going to be doing. And it looked like Jesse. I think I saw
No, it
finger
was
pointed at Jesse.
Yeah, indeed. So she'll drop to 9. Raja up to 14, which doesn't matter too much, but
and if you're Jesse Robkin, I think that couldn't be a louder signal that I have an answer to your token.
Yeah, perhaps. All right, Boseiju takes out a tapped breeding pool for an untapped island. So Raja turns on Archmage Charm if he's got one. And Jesse picks up Boseiju again. She is obviously selected her plan of attack this game.
Let's see exactly what else she can assemble. I think she needs a little bit more. I was incorrect. I think Kiera's only a 3-power creature. Solitude only a 4-power creature. So going to be too shy of killing Jesse this turn is Raja. But the tokens can be cleared by that dress down we know about basically at any point. And then the saga thing is going to start to look too slow. But honestly, I mean, based on the composition of Raja's hand, Jesse's now in the territory where we haven't seen a single Underworld Breach through all of these cards so far. The second she draws one, I have to imagine it's game over.
Yeah, but that's probably true. But she doesn't have too many seconds left. I mean, this has been... Now, this like when the Ready 6 Cliff picked off the Teferi, now it hasn't mattered yet that she didn't do it, and maybe it won't, but it's building back up in loyalty. And Raja is, let's see, what's he got to play with here?
We may be thinking about bouncing Urza's Saga, forcing the action now, then dress down proactively. I don't think that changes much. See exactly what he's trying to do here, but I imagine this is a Channel Otawara. We do have a legendary creature in play, so it does only cost 3. And yeah, that one's going to go after the Urza's Saga, which is going to get activated. Here comes a Construct, only a 3/3.
I don't know. I think Raja is constructing a line here, and there's a Teferi. That's nice as well. Doesn't necessarily even
Time Reveler?
need it this turn.
So do you play the second one, cash out the card, get rid of the creature right away, or do you use the dress down and forego gaining life and having vigilance and stuff like that?
I mean, maybe you play the dress down and then play the Teferi and bounce the dress down because you need more. I mean, you're finding another counterspell would be nice for Raja. You'd be a lot safer,
right?
As Raja,
maybe it changes if you draw one, and here comes Teferi, number 2. So the legend rule out the first one.
Raja knowing that there aren't any more fetchable lands left in his deck at this point. So leaving the basics untapped so they're guaranteed to be available, not get picked off by Boseiju.
Yeah. And we do know Jesse has Boseiju available, so maybe that interrupts part of like the dress down plan, like picking it back up, not really something you can do. Boseiju does still work underneath the Teferi protection.
You're right.
So now, yeah, we might just be doing it all. Just draw more cards. Like what Roger's thinking about here, of course, has to be the Boseiju. Jesse really can't have any other responses. Let's see if he wants to go to combat first. He does attack. Keeping vigilance, so attack first, but during attacks and after the attacks before blocks, we're going to go ahead and do the dress down thing. Creatures stay untapped, life not going to be gained, and a little bit of a smaller attack, but is going to be the play here, and that's going to clear that construct out of the way. We'll no longer have the text that gives it power and toughness, so the 0/0 will go to the graveyard, and a card will come for Raja's Trouble. Not leaving Hall of Fountain untapped as a respect to Boseiju, so going to keep the islands untapped. Those work because there are no more fetchables, so if he wants to draw Archmage's Charm and have it work, he needs to leave up the islands.
All right, Teferi bounce. Does he pick up dress down? Yeah,
I think so.
All right, and okay, there is a Boseiju.
She's going to respond. Yeah, I like that. Prevent that card draw.
All right, so that was
land found.
Let's see, how much damage came across there? 6, because this Solitude lost its boost. Jesse appears to have drawn a land, and Jesse appears to be dead.
Yeah, Jesse to 3. This looks dead. And Raja maybe kind of getting away with one here. No other breach drawn across the entire game.
Yeah, Raja may have grabbed a game here that he certainly took less game actions, did less things, but Jesse unable to stabilize the board, and this Solitude plus Kahira may be enough.
So we have a judge pausing the game. Looks like we're talking about Beseju here a little bit. But either way, I mean, I think the writing is more or less on the wall. I don't really know what we're talking about here, but like I said, the writing more or less on the wall. And Raja chose this format. And I mean, you're never really going to get any free rides when you're talking about the finals of the NRG Championship event. These are, two star-studded players, very, very talented in what they do. But, it did feel closer than comfort would allow, I think, for Raja.
Yeah.
In that first game, but he does get away with it and is able to break serve here in the first match. Of course, his best 2 or 3 matches, which is of course modern. He was on the play. He did choose that format and got to be on the play. Is able to get a win for his trouble. And let's have a look at what changes in the sideboard games.
Yeah, that was a very interesting game to watch. That Jesse's plan almost was enough to tilt the game over on her side, just wiping out Barrage's resources. Didn't quite get there. All right, Temur Breach deck. Obviously, we never found the namesake card, the Underworld Breach, which would have probably made a significant difference on the outcome of that game. I think unquestionably so. But we saw basically everything else. We saw the Ragavan and the Saga. Emery also didn't quite get to do its thing. But tools out of the sideboard. Against the control deck, well, Drake Sasser, Veil of Summer is pretty good against blue decks.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Like we saw Beseju be kind of part of Jesse's plan. I don't know if you're interested in reaching with another one. Obviously, the Veil of Summer's protection for your counter spells is huge. The negate, I think, obviously also very much for this matchup. You have to expect if you're playing in the NRG Championship event, you're going to be playing against quite a bit of control. So a lot of these counter spells, I'm sure, are there in part to respect those control decks. The question kind of becomes, how much of the other stuff is she interested in? Pithing Needle for Planeswalkers, for instance, any kind of stuff like that. But I think the Spell Pierces, the Veil of Summers, and the negate are kind of the slam dunks.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And there are other, like, Torpor Orb. Would you ever want to shut down, it shuts down Solitude and I guess Subtlety.
Shuts down your own Emery Mills, though?
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't sound worth it to me.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth a card. If you just told me your Emerys don't mill and your opponent's elemental incarnations don't function, I would take that deal. Is it worth a card? Maybe not. I would give up like a scry and a half for it. But,
is that an approximation value there?
Yeah.
Anyway, I think
a scry is worth less than a card, right? I'm not willing to give up a card. Sure. I'm willing to give up less than that. So yeah, I would be willing to let Raj scry. To start the game in order to have that effect.
Stay back. Let's have a look at Raj's deck and see what he has available to him here in the sideboard games.
Okay.
All right.
Veil of Summer on both sides. We see these flashback disenchants.
Array of Revelation. Have to imagine that card. I mean, I don't know what else it's there for, if not the Underworld Breach decks, right? 1 mana Stone Rain with flashback against Urza's Saga, I guess it's 2 mana on the front half, 1 mana on the back half. You get the joke. Nasty. But also just being able to have it, at the ready to cover for Underworld Breaches, I think is a pretty big appeal for the card, and I can't really think of any other reason he'd want it.
Yeah.
So I have to imagine those are slam dunks. Maybe things like Dovid's Veto or things you're going to reach for as well, that way you're not getting fought back with counter spells. And like Wear Tear, stuff like that, being able to hit like a construct and an enchantment gets to clean up a Urza Saga pretty cleanly as well. So the disenchant effects appealing to me. Maybe some of the counter spells, things you're going to reach for as well. Don't think you're interested in like fighting with the endurance axis. Maybe you could do a little bit of it, but I'm a little more skeptical on those.
Me too. And I think Rave Revelation is just a much easier answer to the Underworld Breach combo than endurance, because wiping the graveyard doesn't always
checks Ren. There's that.
Yeah, sure. I guess that's true. But yeah, Rave Revelation. Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice sideboard card for Raja Sulaiman, both here and against the Hammer decks. That seems like a real clean winner. As far as boarding out, we saw that game. I mean, he was able to use all his counters when he had them. All Archmage's turns were just drawing. Broker's Charm drew for Jesse. But maybe you trim out some of the slow cards, some of the cards that don't impact right at the beginning of the game. All right, we're going to take a brief moment here while players use the restroom. But we'll summarize where we're at. If you're just showing up, this is the finals of the NRG 2022 Championship. We are 1 game in, which is won by Raja Sulaiman. This is best 2 out of 3 matches, so we still got quite a bit of work to do. And the formats are modern. We're starting with modern. That was Raja's choice. Match number 2 will be Jesse's choice. And then match number 3 will be the opposite of match 2. So both formats are guaranteed to be played if we go through all 3 matches.
But we do have to get to that third match. And Raja, obviously off to a great start with winning the first game that he did choose. But like I said, a little bit hairy. And I think that really goes to show, obviously Jesse, the breach master, somebody that kind of more or less put that card on the map. But I mean, Team RIW always is going to show up at their control decks. They're insanely proficient and is a big part of what got Raja here. And a lot of commentators, they're no strangers to the talent that Raja has with the control deck in his hands. So hard to bet against them here. These matches are going to be close. And, I'm rooting for a third match, and I think personally it's going to be fairly likely to happen. This is going to be some tight magic, razor thin edges, and I don't think there's any runaway matchups that we're talking about in the matchup spread here in our finals match.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Raja might be a little favored in Pioneer, but yeah, it's not a landslide like you're suggesting. Now, and so here's something. If let's hypothetically, let's say Raja wins this match, wins in Modern. So then Jesse has choice for the second match. If she's slightly behind in the Pioneer matchup wise, if you're sitting there, do you feel confident choosing the same matchup you just lost, or do you want to switch? I mean, that's also. I mean, this is day 2. We're getting late in day 2. The players have played a lot of games. This match is going to be lengthy. Jesse played a very short, a comparably short semifinals where Raja's went all the way down to the wire. So. Of the two players, she's probably fresher than he is right now. I don't know, just lots of different factors to consider here.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're getting at. If the question is like, are you behind in Pioneer versus, Modern? Do you want to select the format that you are rather less behind in? That way, when you're on the draw, you don't have as much to make up. Yeah. So if you lose, maybe just pick the same matchup again, and then you get to flip for the time when you're on the draw. So I don't know. I imagine it's going to end up the same either way, because I think Jesse, no matter what, wants to pick the match, like the matchup on the play where she's most likely to win no matter what. Yeah. But ultimately that's up to Jesse. I couldn't tell you what the exact percentage of this matchup spread is, or what Jesse's comfort level is, play versus draw in any of them. So I'm very actually interested to see, no matter what happens here in this match, what, she picks for the second match. Both formats seem like she's maybe a little behind. So
I think so too. And so maybe she chooses whichever format. Yeah, right. She just chooses for her pick whatever format she feels less confident in, because she's got to win the other one going second.
Right.
So
exactly.
I mean, even though it feels like, that gives you a lesser chance of winning match number 2, it gives you a better chance maybe of winning the whole tournament, which at this point is all that you should be concerned about.
Yeah, definitely. Right. I mean, we're in the finals match. All that matters is getting to that next win, giving yourself the next opportunity to win, because it's Magic the Gathering. Anything can happen. So, while we're sitting here, while the players are shuffling up, let's talk. We are in the final match. Let's talk about what they're playing for. Let's get that on the screen. Yeah. This is the finals match. You see all the rest of the positions. We get to see where every other player that was in this tournament has finished. These players have both locked up $2,500 for themselves. That is what the loser's going to get. The winner gets $2,500 extra dollars, so playing for doubling their money. But of course, I think truthfully, the more important aspect here for these players is that requalification. That is worth so much to all of these players that worked so hard to get here in the first place. Getting it, basically more or less on the house. I mean, they obviously had to work for it here, but getting that re-invite right away to be able to come and compete again for the 2023 championship, I think is worth the world to both of these players, and we will certainly see them there. And I think that's a lot of what they're playing for here. And they're certainly going to have to earn it no matter what, as I think both players here now sitting down, still in the process, resolving mulligans. If you're here watching the finals, thank you so much for joining us. This is the final match. There's been a ton of awesome magic, and there's more coming to you very, very shortly. And if you like what you're seeing, you want to support us, you want to support NRG, please hit that follow, hit that subscribe button. I've seen a few subscribers roll through on Twitch chat. Appreciate y'all's support so much. It would not be possible without the support of the fans of Paper Magic. And of course, the fans of Modern and Pioneer, played in a paper form by some of the best to ever pick up decks, which you are going to see more of right here as the players consulting deck lists. Thank you so much for your support. Please follow, subscribe, support NRG and everything they do. And then, hey, if you just want to support us, me and Joe, maybe you're a Joe Lisette fan. Maybe you want to see more.
Wait.
Beautiful things.
Maybe they're Joe Lisette.
It's a big question. A so-called Joe Lisette fan.
I don't know. I think I have some people that are rooting for me. I think I have people that would rather wish anyone else was in this chair than us. But that's okay. We're happy to have you here too. If you're watching on mute, that's fine. Also, plus, you're not hearing what we're saying anyway. That's okay too. All right, opening hands being drawn. for game number 2 of match 1.
Jesse, gonna take a look first. Raja. All right. I'm not even making this. I'm not even gonna look at it to make a decision. That hand looks really good.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I didn't see it go like look at the lands. I saw Veil Summer Expressive Iterations. It's hard to hate those cards. I wish I could have seen more of the hand, but Jesse hates it either way. Raja hates his even faster, so we're shuffling back up for mulligans. Yeah, I think that brings up a good point too, is what are we looking for? Is Jesse, interested on the play here, just firing off that turn 1 Ragavan with Raja really wanting to develop his mana with tap lands?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's certainly reasonable. It's tough. Jesse had a pretty good start last game, I think, all things considered. Ragavan into Ren at 6, and it wasn't enough. So
yeah, I feel like she was drawing live to like Underworld Breach through. I mean,
yes,
all of that mid game.
Yeah,
to just immediately went on the spot, and she just never really saw it, but did a great job treading water with her strong start. And Raja had to come back from behind, hoping that Jesse would brick on quite a few draw steps, and she certainly did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the cards I'm looking for, if I'm in Jesse's seat, I think I want Ragavan, I want Emery, I want Ren at 6. If I don't have one of those, and if I have interactive cards, I can do better. At least on 7 cards. I want to be something.
Absolutely.
I want to be on the board. I want to get underneath the counter magic. I don't want to have Spell Pierce, Veil of Summer, and some lands. That's not good enough, I don't think.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you there as well, as the players get a look at another one. There is a Ragavan. I see a red land. We'll see if that's good enough for Jesse to want to keep. Mm-hmm. Expressive Iteration also among the mix.
That's nice. 2 Unholy Heats. That's not great, but she does have the privilege of dumping one of them. So there you go. That hand becomes more keepable. We didn't see any of Raja's hand, or at least I didn't.
I see a little bit of it now. Prismatic Ending is going to do a good job covering. Mm-hmm. We do see a Hollowed Fountain to be able to power that one out, not relying on a tap land for white man. I think that's a big game as well. Putting another land on bottom, as here comes the very powerful turn 1 Monkey Ragavan Nibble Pilfer. Immediately answered, of course, with Prismatic Ending.
Putting the basic on the bottom also is nice, because if Jesse takes the same approach this game as she did last game, Raja's going to want those as many fetchable lands at the bottom of the deck as possible.
Yeah, I think so too.
That was
I wonder. The decision here is whether to deploy Saga or wait a turn. How quickly do we want to get on the Saga plan? Especially knowing, Raja has Ray of Revelations. If he just has one of those dialed up right now, then your land just gets stone rained, and that is a disaster. I feel like for Jesse.
Yeah, that would be hard to recover from. I think even already on turn 2. But we'll see. I wonder if the approach Jesse took with Basay shooting the lands, I wonder if that's something that Raja anticipated as being a possibility, or if that caught him by surprise as it began and developed over the course of the middle of last game.
Yeah, not entirely sure. It's certainly something he had to take into consideration. We saw him, adjust his tapping for mana multiple times just to it. So if nothing else, it was at the very least an annoyance as Jesse deploys 3rd land, no play, representing, of course, the activation on Urza Saga. Some consideration potentially to fetching now. That way, if there is a Ray of Revelation involved, you can't fetch to activate on the end step and then get caught still with the stone rain. But I think if Raja had it already, it would have been fired off. So maybe not really worth your time. Can think about how you want to sequence your mana. As Raja fetches a Spara's Headquarters tapped.
It's tough to spend like multiple turns on construct creation when it's so easy for Raja to clean them all up. But I still think it's probably worth doing every time for Jesse.
Yeah, using your mana on something uncounterable is just so appealing because, like, Raja, it's no secret. His hand's full of, his deck's full of counterspells, his hand's probably full of counterspells, and that's definitely the case right now. Counterspell, Archmage's Charm, Dovin's Veto, all cards included in his current hand setup. And even if he goes to deploy something like a Teferi, it's like, okay, end step, make a token, make another token, attack your Teferi. That doesn't feel great.
Yeah, now we could also see if the Pithing Needle came in, which I don't know that there's a guarantee that it would have, but it could come in named Teferi Time Raveler here, which would be relevant now since Raja does have one. But I don't know that that's something that Jesse would really be interested in over the sum total of all possible games play out. How relevant is Pithing Needle for her? I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure either. And I don't know. I really don't know who it's more important for as well to like use their mana every turn. Like Jesse's cards are in general cheaper. And so I would initially say Raja, but at the same time, like Raja has spells that are just so powerful that like using mana isn't necessarily what he's about. I don't know. It's tough. And we see Urza Saga being ticked up to 3. Going to see if she's going to make a token here. If Jesse wants to make a token or wants to float some mana. We saw her do multiple spells a turn very effectively with the help of Ren and 6 hitting all of her land drops in game number 1. Did not ultimately convert to a victory, though, as here comes a second construct and a search.
All right. Is there another green source in Jesse's hand? There's a Veil of Summer, although that's not as relevant since she clearly doesn't have any intentions of casting much this turn. But it could still
something like an Archmage's Charm Steel or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. And also, even if Teferi gets cast for Raja, Jesse could respond. At least it can't bounce a token that turn. That still basically guarantees that Teferi dies. So having green mana available, even if there's nothing to have countered, is still relevant.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Let's see if Springleaf Drum is the find. It's pulled to the front, but Shadow Spear the find instead.
All right. So that is certainly a more aggressive leaning option. Worse in the face of Dress Down, but if Raja doesn't have one, then maybe these tokens can really get to work here.
Yeah, we can look at the very powerful equipment. On release, I think it didn't quite get the fanfare it needed. Saw a little bit of play in sideboards just as like a aggro matchup breaker, but with the printing of Urza Saga has exploded into multiple formats now. Just the ability to equip your tokens, make yours both bigger, and when the life point swing thanks to that lifelink, huge boon for all the Urza Saga decks. And of course, the ability can come up sometimes.
How rough is that for burn players? I mean, you don't even, not only did they have, now they get a life link equipment, but you don't even have to draw it. It's so rough. As if they
should tutor up this matchup breaking single card. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it has to be rough, but thankfully, I mean, Burn usually plays stuff like Smash to Smithereens and what have you to stop that. And with this land drop, here is an Archmage's Charm to draw 2 cards. So she still has Veil of Summer up. She did not need to grab the Springleaf Drum in order to keep that up. So that's going to be a big part of the thing. And no attack from Jesse. Also fairly interesting.
Wow, you're right. That is interesting. So playing around Endurance Hardcast?
Endurance Hardcast, Archmage's Charm Steel. I feel like there's a few things that could go wrong.
Archmage's Charm Steel you would want to play into right now because she has a Veil of Summer.
Yeah, but that may not be what you actually want to have to Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer at a premium in this matchup at, allowing you to force through some really important cards. And if you feel kind of more or less taxed into just using it on the first thing, that may not be where Jesse wants to be.
Maybe. I'm not sure I agree with you there because that would you're basically Time Walk Raja in the process. Okay, there goes a token, there gets dropped by Prismatic Ending. And also, it's no guarantee. Like if Teferi comes down, this Veil of Summer is not going to do anything. So I feel like I would be willing to, cash it in basically at a reasonable opportunity. And countering Archmage's Charm counts as far as I'm concerned.
Sure. Well, either way, Jesse fetching here on end step, and no Teferi deployed either. So these players on a level here that I'm not totally sure what's going on. But what I can tell you is that Jesse still has 1 construct left over, Shadow Spear in play. And is fetching a land, most likely going to be tapped. Not sure how many more shock lands are left in her list, but I think if she wants mana development to be as good as possible, every land here producing red, and shock land is what she needs.
Also, planning using Veil to stop Archmage's Charm. If Raja now had 2 opportunities in this match to steal something, has chosen to draw cards both times, so he may not even be looking to potentially run into something like Veil of Summer here.
I think so too. I think that's a big part of how Raja's navigated this game. I mean, obviously, Raja, control master, is no stranger to being Veil of Summered. I'm very confident in that. And, as we play these games, he does a good job playing around it and kind of understanding that Archmage's Charm, the 2 cards you're going to draw for Archmage's Charm are probably going to be better than whatever, the effect of you stealing something is in general. So might just be the ability you want to activate anyway as we equip Shadow Spear to the remaining construct token. Smackdowns.
All right. That's
gets through.
Yeah. That is not an especially impressive turn for Jesse, but it does get things going, and maybe she'll benefit in the future turns from having the Shadow Spear already equipped.
I mean, she has all her cards up, right? She has Unholy Heat still represented, still has Veil of Summer going on, has pressure in play. Like, no real sense overextending into things and letting Raja assemble some kind of mana-efficient turn where he gets to cast multiple spells, answer the things, and you're kind of left on empty. Whereas you could just kind of keep your hand close to your chest, develop your mana, and as long as you're developing mana, you can eventually just beat Raja on mana efficiency in a pretty important turn. But Teferi may start to complicate matters, as here is the powerful Planeswalker, Jesse, Immediately shuffling some cards around. Veil of Summer going to be deployed. That one will replace itself, Teferi being blue, and will prevent the construct from being bounced. We'll see if Rogers has any interest in stopping that from happening.
I feel like he might. Yeah, he might just burn off the Dovin's veto here or whatever other counter he has, because getting this construct off the board is certainly
it could be really relevant.
Yeah.
It seems like Roger agrees. Grabbing an untapped basic here seems to signal either veto or counterspell. I think he has the option of both. Counterspell probably the better one to deploy. Chooses veto instead. Less flexible. Takes care of the Veil of Summer. Get rid of your construct. Thank you. Card coming. Land. Fine. Not great. Draw from Jesse is Beseju.
All right. Well, we saw a lot of action with Beseju last game. We're going to see iteration here, I would imagine. Yeah.
You have to imagine that one's.
Yeah.
Definitely time to cast that one. Your board has been answered. The onus is on you to produce more good things. Land, Fable of Earbreaker, and Maxx Amber. The cards. Fable, pretty appealing. The rest of them, not super exciting. Yeah, Fable going to hand.
Yeah, that's in there. I don't think it's tough to. Okay.
It was the top card. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters. I think she picked up a 0-mana artifact anyway. Could just play it. I just don't know what really matters in that. Is Land Fable going to be deployed? I guess if you want to deploy the artifact to the second chapter of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, you may be very interested in keeping that one in hand. And that seems to be probably the reason Jesse did it that way. As we pass the turn back with a new Goblin Shaman token made. Thanks to Fable of the Mirror Breaker, our somewhat new innovation card that has been making waves across basically every format it's legal in, now suddenly finding its appearance in Modern in this Breach deck.
Yeah. Fable of Mirror Breaker, super well designed card, I think. I mean, on the pushing the bounds of Pioneer, but I think correctly not banned so far. But really cool card. Does a lot, gives a lot of play, puts a lot of stuff on the board, as we can see here. And
there's so much rate.
Yeah.
Like none of the things in and of themselves are like super game breaking, but just there's so much text on that card that eventually, something's going to matter. I don't know what chapter, what side, whatever is going to matter on this card, but no matter in the average game of Magic the Gathering, you're going to play, some effect on that card is going to matter. As we get a look at Fable of the Mirror Breaker, going back to Jesse's turn, made its 2/2 Goblin Shaman token on that first chapter already. Now up to chapter 2, get to discard up to 2 cards, draw the number of cards you discard. And then, of course, the third mode flips it to the non-legendary enchantment creature, Reflection of Kiki-Jiki. There's your backside there. Does kind of mimic Kiki-Jiki in effect. Able to pay 1 mana, tap it, and make a copy of a non-legendary creature. Sack of the next end step. As you mentioned, very nice card. I also agree. Very smartly not yet banned in Pioneer. Maybe will eventually, but not right now. And I don't even know if it will eventually. It's somewhat innocuous.
I don't think so. Well, we'll see when the new set drops in a few weeks. But I think Pioneer doesn't need a ban right now. I think they're wise to not do anything. All right, so we're out here. We're taking out Fairy Time Raveler.
Fairy could have attacked that with a Shaman token.
Could have,
maybe thinking that combat tricks may be on the table for Raja to keep the Teferi around.
I suppose there's the option of attacking first. If something happens, then you can unholy heat. But go ahead and equip again.
Now, when we were yapping, Jesse did discard, I believe, both the Beseju and the Maxx Amber. So got 2 new cards off the Fable. Didn't get a great look at those. As here comes a treasure with the newly equipped Goblin Shaman. Have to imagine if she's equipping and attacking, not a whole lot that Jesse intends to deploy this turn. But that doesn't necessarily mean any of the cards are weak. And yeah, we do see an Underworld Breach, and I think Heat number 2 and potentially even an Expressive Iteration available in hand. Really powerful cards. Maybe waiting for Roger to make a move before something like the Underworld Breach will slam the door on this game.
All right, so down to 7 here. This damage, I mean, while it's been rather insignificant pieces one at a time, it is adding up. And draw 2 from Raja here, finds a Solitude.
Notably electing to draw 2 cards over killing the Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Raja is flush with goodies.
Yeah. Getting rewarded, I think, for all the 3-mana draw 2s. And it is interesting. Kind of 3-mana draw 2 didn't used to really be a thing in Magic.
Win with the Breach if she manages to get one into play. Yeah. I'm not sure that she does, actually.
Not yet. The Amber allows you to keep going. Well, and if you have enough mana, then you get to...
Before it can go a long way towards catching you up.
Yeah. As Teferi is deployed here. That one potentially problematic. We know Jesse has another Heat available to her. And if this just bounces the token, you can't really just clear it with the creature you have in play.
Into play here. So Unholy Heat shut down for the turn. Well, I think I either lost Drake or Drake lost me.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Unclear
I
at
think
this
I'm
point.
good. I think Joe
What
lost me then.
happened?
Dang.
But I'll stay with you as long as I'm
Because I hear everybody as
still
well.
here.
Oh no. Me?
Just figure this out.
I don't think he can hear you either. All right. Well, we're resolving some technical difficulties from Joe. I'm going to try to keep things going here. Joe may do some talking over me because I don't believe you can hear me right now.
Our reflection does flip over. It does convert into. Yeah. Okay, it was me.
Yeah. All right. Joe's figured it out. We got reflection, the Kikijiki flipping as Unholy Heat going to dispatch of the Teferi Time Raveler. Of course, not a hasty Kikijiki. Unlike Kikijiki itself, Reflection of Kikijiki does not have haste, not able to pick off the Teferi, although we've seen Jesse be a little reluctant to try to beat the Teferis in combat, given how many combat tricks are available for Raja with so many cards in hand. All right, here comes Expressive Iteration. We'll see if Raja wants to bite on that. I don't think there's much downside to biting on that. It seems like Raja agrees because, I don't think we can assemble an Underworld Breach kill right now if Raja counters this. So this is certainly a good catch-up mechanic for Jesse to be able to use this Expressive Iteration and get both cards off. Her card's very cheap. Does choose to counterspell that one. 2 mana left over, and that's going to be an equip on Shadow Spear. In-step fetch from Raja does put him down to 6. Life total beginning to become a real factor, although I believe Raja has, a fair bit of interaction pieces left, using life total as a resource throughout most of this game. And back to Raja's untap. See exactly how Raja wants to sequence his turn. All of his cards work at instant speed. I imagine we're likely to see a land and a passing of the turn. And that is exactly what we see as we untap Jesse with 5 mana. Raja with all 8 mana untapped. Quite a bit. Probably more than he needs. And 2 mana. Gonna start with Underworld Breach. A bold statement of, hey, look, put you to the test right now. Do you have any left? What's left in the tank, Raja? And Raja, reaching for mana, has something, and it is the Archmage's Charm we know about, which I think is the last piece of counter magic. 2 lands and a Solitude, the pieces left. Gonna counter the Underworld Breach. We'll see if there's any follow-up for Jesse. Raja nearly out of resources. Only a Solitude really left in the tank. We'll see exactly what Jesse wants to do about that. If she can do anything. I mean, she's spent a lot of resources. It might just be by Gigantha time. As Jesse takes a look at the graveyard, sees exactly what Raja has gone through. Gigantha, not worth a ton, but with Raja's life total getting very low, basically any creature could represent quite a bit. Now, that Solitude is going to do a lot to slam the door on any kind of winning via combat damage stuff that Jesse can do. And Underworld Breach, certainly, I think, a more scary card. Does she have another one? She has a second one, deploying it right now. 2 mana left over. What can we assemble with that? And yeah, Raja does the exact same look. You see him lean forward a little bit, look into the graveyard to see exactly what that's worth. Looks like the answer might just be some Expressive Iteration stuff. Can put Mox Amber into play. But with Reflection of Kikijiki not being legendary, does not yet make mana. And we are doing a big think. I think we're thinking on, once this one resolves, what we're going to do. And like I said, I think for Jesse, it has to start with Expressive Iteration. Yeah, we are going to tap 2 mana here, and there is Expressive Iteration. Have to escape 3 cards. Going to do that right now. Looks like land, and heat. going away, maintaining some of the cards that matter in the graveyard. Cards like Beseju, Mox Amber. You want to keep those in play, I think, or in your graveyard. As we resolve the first spell post Underworld Breach. That is Expressive Iteration. Red and 6 among the mix. Negate and potentially a land. I think we're short a second mana source to be able to actually cast Red and 6 right now. So we'll see how she wants to sequence these piles. Yeah, I think you need to play the land. And then you can actually go to combat with that Unholy Heat / Veil of Summer available. So that's what we're going to do. Underworld Breach still in play. Attacking for 3. It's going to put Raja, I believe, down to 3. Give Jesse a few more life points to work with. Not that Raja's really anywhere close to winning the game via life total quite yet. And we're going to play the Scalding Tarn and Fetch right now. Let's see if there's anything we want to do second main. Maybe pulling the Mox Amber out of the graveyard is something that matters. I can see that potentially being the case, especially with Ren and 6 put into hand. Giving yourself a little bit more mana seems relatively free, but I don't think we're really going to be able to send any kind of kill here. And we'll have to see if Roger's going to finally pull the trigger on the Solitude after the Underworld Breach goes away in instep. That way it doesn't get immediately picked off by an Unholy Heat. Hey, Joe, welcome back. You are back. It's nice to have a co-commentator again. Oh, of course. Well, here's a Veil of Summer. Gonna go ahead and be cycled. I think that's really heads up from Jesse. Escape that. And there's a Missioner's Bauble. Actually, Missioner's Bauble's a big pickup. Now she can cash out that Bauble for a few more cards if she wants. And it looks like she wants. She's reaching for it very quickly.
All right, so it looks like I missed Equip, Attack, and then Breach cantripping. All right.
Yeah, Breach number 1 was attempted. Kind of failed to go off. Breach number 2 attempted, resolved an Expressive Iteration, among other things. Solitude, the last card left in hand for Raja, alongside a pair of lands. Likely waiting to pull the trigger on that one until Underworld Breach goes away at instep, I would guess.
All right, so it looks like Jesse is solidly got a handle on this game now.
I mean, yeah, the bobble was huge. I think she kind of just pulled herself a little bit ahead, but as soon as she hit that bobble off that Veil of Summer, I mean, things started to heat up very quickly because she's going to have a couple extra cards coming here, and you see her reaching for those right away.
And Roger's down to 3, so a Bolt is a live draw here to end the game.
Well, Solitude is going to be able to attack, put Raja up to 6. And then we're going to need 2 bolts. But certainly life total becoming a factor. Hey, make that 7.
Yeah.
Kira bought and added to the mix.
All right, so maybe Raja has the same idea. Well, doesn't want to get burned out here.
I do think that is the case.
And you're saying that Raja's remaining cards aren't so hot in hand, so...
Don't think so. I didn't get a great look at what the draw step was, but going into that turn of Jesse's, his hand was 2 lands, Archmage Charm, Solitude, and used both spells. It looks like maybe another Solitude. Like I said, didn't get a great look at what the pickup for the turn was. As we go back to Jesse, see what she has. You get a great look at that either. Looks like land, Ren, among other cards. Ren being able to pick up Saga could be good. However, there's suddenly a reasonable attack force on Raja's side of the field.
Yeah, at least one Unholy Heat for Jesse, though. So she can clean up her choice of creatures, and it is the Solitude, so it goes down. So now the Ren 6 Plus will now survive a turn.
Yeah, Ren 6 being able to survive a turn is really big. Be able to get Saga to start.
Oh, no Delirium, maybe.
No Delirium. Oh, no. Solitude getting the buff from Kahira. No Delirium, only enchantment, land, artifact as the 3 types means that Heat not going to be very good. Now, we can just use the Ren to do the last point, but I don't really think that's how you want to use it.
No, that will, I mean, it's almost, a forced play at this point, but yeah, losing access to Urza Saga to be on the board this turn. And yeah, this is, Jesse's going to be kicking herself over this one.
Yeah, it's tough.
Because the rest,
I'm not sure.
The leftovers in her hand don't look exciting either.
No, they do not. I mean, I think I saw like Springleaf Drum. I saw Ren 6, which is kind of exciting, but now somewhat priced into just almost immediately dying.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like a land is the other card. So we'll see if she is going to kind of pivot to trying to pick off that last point from Solitude instead of picking up the Saga. It's actually still, I think, a tough decision.
I mean, given that she already played a land for the turn, I feel like it's getting Saga now is too late.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, then I think the down tick may just be where we have to land. And then, I mean, like I said, I didn't think Raja's leftovers were too exciting.
Mhm.
So we might just end up in a top deck war. Now, I think Jesse could have maybe been in a better position, but it's not disastrous. This game's not just over right now
Yeah.
as a result. But I don't.
Okay. Well,
Well, Aether Gust
yeah.
take care of Ren anyway. So maybe it never actually mattered. And now Roger gets to untap with all of the creatures. Once again, did not get a good look at the draw. Maybe another Aether Gust, as here comes an attack for 7. Put Jesse down to 11.
11 is a pretty significant number. If you're right about it being Solitude Aether Gust, then that's a lethal attack next turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now. But here is Gigantha, picked up a long time ago, now being deployed. Can actually put, here we go, put Shadow Spear on that to make attacking very much a dead end for Raja without getting that one off the board. But if Raja has either Aether Gust or Solitude at the ready, that one just goes away basically whenever he feels like it.
Mm-hmm. And if he has both, she's just dead because the Solitude adds 4 power to the board. There's 7 there now. And Aether Gust to take out Gigantha and put it on top of the deck. So let's see if he decides. Well, there's not really free interaction in Jesse's deck. So if those are his cards, he can just go for this. So maybe he doesn't have one or both of those cards in hand.
All right, we'll see exactly what's going to happen here. Going to consult the graveyard. I think we may be thinking about various numbers of cards in deck. Yeah, looking at the sideboard too, seeing how many of each effect are left. I have to imagine if it was just a kill right now that we would be doing that.
Yeah.
So I can only assume that Raja does not have a removal spell right now to Gigantha. Do we have maybe a Cycle Triome available? No. Endurance picked up. All right.
Well, you're right about the Aether Gust. There it is. So get Gigantha out of here.
Gust.
And it's going to go to the bottom. So there's the problem with the different colored sleeve. As if there's a shuffle, judges are going to make her change that sleeve out.
The location's known, not actually relevant yet, but may not matter at all. Didn't get Emery. Emery's a draw.
Emery with Shadow Spear. No, that's something.
And I think a Ragavan as well.
All right.
Got some cards that can block. Yeah. And here, and even just blocking for turns is fine as long as Roger's having more counter spells in the tank, because Jesse can start to look to draw Underworld Breach yet again. I think she's been through 2 of them. It looks like draw an Underworld Breach and then just propel herself into finding a win somehow with that.
All right, it's going to be Dash Ragavan. Was that hard? Yeah, it is dashed. Okay, so here it goes.
Dash Ragavan.
With
Cash out on the lifelink as soon as possible.
Ouch.
Endurance. That one's not great.
Okay.
And I think Jesse just wanted to pick it up with Underworld Breach no longer being an out. I think that we are very much done here. You just lose the Ragavan, die on board to the creatures, and very much I'll say punished by the Unholy Heat. Not sure she was winning that game anyway, but it's also interesting that Raja did bring in the endurances in this matchup. That's something that we thought, wasn't necessarily going to happen. And it mattered there.
Yeah.
I mean, having that attack force just to get Jesse dead mattered there. And Raja, who chose the modern format, a very quick 2-0 over Jesse Robkin to be up a match here in the finals of this NRG Championship. An impressive performance.
Yeah. I mean, definitely off to a good start here. And now, I mean, knowing he can't lose unless he gets to play Pioneer one way or another, whether it's match 2 or match 3, Pioneer will be played. So it's up to Jesse now. Which format does she want to go first in? Does she want to go first in Pioneer or go first in Modern? And that's if she's slightly disadvantaged in both formats. She talked yesterday about wanting to go first in playing in White and Pioneer against basically almost anything. So maybe we'll see that be the choice. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. Yeah, like I said, we brought this up in the semifinals match where Jesse was talking about how against her teammate, Andrew Elenbogen, she was going to pick Pioneer because like in the mono white mirror, having the play was so lopsided, but it seems like we just got an update. It seems like she's actually going to pick Modern again.
Okay.
And I really love this. This is awesome dynamic. It says, okay, all of the games we've played so far have been close. I've been close one way or another. I think this matchup on the play is good for me, and Jesse's willing to run it back and be able to have Pioneer be the final match. If she is going to win this event, she has to win in both formats now, Modern and Pioneer, and we're going to start with Modern after this break. If you're sticking around, thank you. Please follow, subscribe for more magic. Until then, we'll be back in a bit.
All right, quick recap of the NRG structure for the championship 2022. All right, we're starting stage one, Saturday, the bulk of Saturday, round robin. The players are split into 2 pods of 8. They're going to play the other 7 players in their pod, 3 rounds of Modern, 4 rounds of Pioneer. At the end of that, the bottom 2 players in each pod are eliminated from the tournament. The top 2 advance into Sunday morning to stage 3.
In stage 2, the remaining players are going to play 3 rounds of Modern. 2 wins advances you to stage 3. 2 losses causes elimination of the tournament, and you are out. Seeding is based on the results from our Modern rounds.
Okay, stage 3, Sunday morning. Second set of double elimination, 3 rounds of Pioneer this time. We have the 8 players remaining in the event. 2 wins pushes you through the top 4, 2 losses, and you exit in the top 8.
The finals is exciting. We have top 4 players playing a best of 3 matches. So they're going to need to win matches twice. Players alternate formats, choosing play and draw choice, starting with the highest seed, 1-2, 1-2. Winner is our NRG Champion of the Year. We'll be right back with more action in just a few minutes.
All right, we're back here in your Rage Gaming 2022 Championship. 1 or 2 matches left in the year. Drake Sasser, we've got Modern coming up again. Jesse Robkin on the play, looking to turn around the result of the match that she just played. What do you think? We saw game 1, the main deck game, the Bosechu try and run Raja out of lands attempt. Didn't work. Do you think we'll see that again? If the Ren 6 and Bosechu
Not totally sure. Like I said, Joe, I think the power of the breach deck is really the flexibility.
Sure.
The ability to, okay, I'm building this fair plan. Oh, suddenly that's not going my way. Pivot to a combo. And we saw that's kind of what Jessie was doing there in game number 1. She was doing a lot of kind of treading water a little bit. I think Jessie knows that her fair plan isn't as good as what Raja's bringing to the table with his powerful, expensive planeswalkers. It's going to be tough to outpower those, even with something like Ren and 6 coming down a little earlier. And so she was very much kind of buying time, doing a good job of, kind of disrupting what she could of Raja's. But I think overall, that's not really the thing she wants to be doing. It's not the best game plan she has access to. And as we, she's taking a mulligan here, I don't think that's the thing she's most excited to be doing, but it is really heads up of Jessie to see that that's an angle she can take if the draw's not quite coming together.
Right, definitely. All right, and for Raja Sulaiman, playing this Bant control deck, just kind of read and react to what your opponent's doing, and then we see it's able to turn the corner with these elementals and start attacking for significant chunks of damage in the later game, but really not looking to put creatures on the board until, turn 5, turn 8, something like that.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem, right? With any kind of control deck, you just give opposing decks so much time. Mm-hmm. So you really need to be able to cover everything that deck has going on. And as I mentioned before, the Breach deck has a lot going on.
Yeah.
From things like putting you to the test right away with turn 1 Ragavan to, turn 2 Ren plus Saga stuff starting to loop. So based on the texture of what Jessie can draw, you have to really make sure that your answers line up. And Raja so far has done a great job of doing so. It seems to think that he has come prepared this weekend in cards like Broker's Charm, which, like I said, a little bit of a metagame call, I think, have looked excellent so far across the entire weekend. And certainly in this matchup, is Jessie taking a look at a 6 on the play in Modern. Now, Raja up a match. Raja wins any of the next 2 matches. He is your 2022 NRG champion. But Jessie still in it. Coming back from behind, an impressive sweeping performance in the semifinals. See if she can do something like that again. She needs to right here.
Yeah, she only has to win 2 matches in a row, but winning 2 matches in a row is something that Jesse Robkin has probably done dozens of times this year, if not more than that. So this is an achievable obstacle that she needs to overcome here. Is certainly a strong possibility. Raja Sulaiman, however, from his perspective, well, he's gotten all the way here, and all he has to do is not lose twice in a row. Notably in matchups where he's probably slightly favored in both. So
sure.
We'll see.
I'm sure Raja being up a match has to like where he's seated. Now, of course, no excuse to get sloppy. And Raja, good enough, probably not going to get sloppy, but eventually, the endurance required to play these tournaments and so much on the line, it can really work on people's nerves. And some of the people that succeed consistently at the highest level have to be able to manage that. As Jessie draws her card post shuffle from the bobble and is able to mechanically shortcut here a little bit, keep the magic flowing for you as Ren and 6 coming down right away. No Ragavan, but Ren and 6 worth quite a bit. We saw it do a lot of work in the first Modern match we watched just a second ago. and we'll see if it can do so again. Maybe this time convert to a victory, but I think Raja has a lot of removal spells going on here as we are doing some shuffling. Fetch shocking once again.
Safer than, well, actually, yeah. So we have Prismatic Ending, we have Leyline, Binding.
Right.
So multiple, safer than in sideboard games where there's also Ether Gust to take care of it. But on turn 2, it's always going to hit the board, isn't it? So that's something. She's always going to get a free card out of it.
Yeah, and the question does become, too, what is that card worth?
Wow.
If it's something like an Urza Saga, quite a bit. If it's something like a fetch land, well, a little less so. But the thing is, Jesse's able to use her mana efficiently here either way. You know, if Raja untaps, goes, okay, remove your thing, she gets to untap, go, okay, Fable the Mirror Breaker, and every spell that Jesse's playing is getting some amount of value immediately. In Ren's case, it's a land. In Fable's case, it comes with a token. And so we'll see, you know, exactly what she can snowball those little advantages towards as Raja has to, you know, kind of react to all of these things that Jesse's going to be doing.
Yes. Okay. So we'll see. I mean, you don't want to fall too far behind her. We saw this Ren 6 do a lot of work in game 1 last time. We'll see if Raja's able to get it off the board right away this time. There might be Prismatic Ending in hand, and that would be a clean way to do it. So was that Rafine's Tower and Breeding Pool? So also Leyline Binding mana available. I suppose you play the Sorcery Speed. Yeah, there it is. Prismatic Ending gets rid of that. We know Jessie has a third land she picked up. We saw Fable the Mirror Breaker in hand, so that's a reasonable follow-up here on turn 3.
True. And Raja, actually, interestingly, doesn't have another land. We see over and over again, his deck kind of seems to have more of the opposite problem, where he draws too many lands, and maybe why he was willing to keep this hand. But I think if Raja stumbles here on a land, it's going to be big game. Raja really needs to hit his third land drop.
Interesting development. Yeah, we see with Teferi in hand. I mean, if Jessie just plays Fable and Raja follows up with land, Teferi bounce the token, I mean, that's tremendous for Raja. But you're right. If you can't deal with the Fable token, then Jessie can get all sorts of advantage out of this.
Yeah, you start getting not just any kind of card advantage from the Fable, but also, you know, mana advantage from the token, and things can start to get, you know, out of hand very quickly. And part of the power of Fable the Mirror Breaker is that kind of multi-pronged attack as a draw, and it is Castle Vantress, a land, definitely what the doctor ordered for Raja. Shuffles the hand up a little bit to indicate that he's not playing the land he just drew, going to deploy it anyway. And here is Teferi Time Rattler, like you mentioned, going to yeet that token back to the Shadow Realm, aka the hand. You can see, get a good look at the very powerful rare from War of the Spark. That static ability, you know, powerful, but not even the only thing it has going on. Lets you play sorcery speeds though they have flash. The uptick, downtick, returns up to 1 target artifact, creature, or enchantment to its owner's hand, gives you a card for your trouble. As Jessie deploys the Saga, a great follow-up to a Teferi that's already been spent.
Wow, and Raja, you know, there would be certain, okay, well, scratch that. I was going to say there's plenty of hands that he might have where he's not able to take advantage of Teferi's plus ability, but he does have 2 more prismatic ends in hand. So all kinds of
Jesse not interested in playing around with that at all.
Yeah.
Immediately Unholy Heats that.
Yeah.
Get that Teferi out of here. Thank you.
Which feels so bad, but it is something that we see the community has decided is a must. You have to get rid of Teferi Time Rattler. You can't let it stick around. Just the advantage gained by the opponent is too much.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And Raja found a Plains off the last few draw steps, so gets to keep the land drops flowing. Definitely the draw has panned out for Raja. We'll see if he's interested in doing something like blowing up the Saga before I can get any value. We have another Teferi that we know about. Of course, Fable the Mirror Breaker is going to flip into Reflection and Kiki Jiki here momentarily. So kind of a few problems going on the board right now. And we'll see exactly what priority order Raja is going to have for removing them.
All right. Certainly, yeah. Full grip of cards here. Jessie just waiting. Raja with some cards that are currently useful, some that are kind of down the line. Like we see this Dress Down already in hand to deal with the future constructs that may be made.
Absolutely. The Plains is deployed. I think we might even have something like Subtlety available to us too, although I doubt that's the angle we're going to take. Saga, I feel like Saga is the thing we want to get rid of right now. It's the one that disrupts some of her mana, is part of the primary game plan for the Breach deck in general. And you certainly don't want the, you know, the third chapter going off and getting some kind of artifact advantage as well.
Yeah.
But maybe Raja's, like, now that we're here in this kind of mana setup, the graveyard's somewhat stocked. You have to do a little bit of respecting Underworld Breach off the top with Grinding Station already in play.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do anything really on its own, but it's so threatening because it does allow Breach to come in and just, do wonders all at once for less mana commitment. And yeah, Raja unsure what to do here. He's taking his time on this one. We'll see. Decisions should be imminent, and he's maybe going to ask to
no
play a
decision's been
different
made,
land.
so wanting to take the land drop back. Yeah, we want to go ahead and Teferi first since we've decided to play Teferi. Return Saga to hand. If we draw a tap land, may want to play that one. Let's see. Draw a basic anyway. Don't think we can play any spells from our hand no matter what. So Plains is the known information. I think we're going to redeploy that one and pass the turn.
All right.
And
nice turn
coming from Jesse.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Got to flip the thing. Reflection of Kiki-Jiki in play. No haste. That's so unintuitive to me.
I know.
Kiki had haste. Why doesn't the Reflection have haste? I guess, too many words. It already has enough words, but come on.
I agree with you. It is, it's a good enough card anyway, but it does seem it's just unfitting that it isn't able to do that. It isn't able to be actually the other creature. It's namesake on the way in. All right.
It is just a reflection after all.
Jesse counting permanence. That's frightening if I'm Raja.
Oh, yeah. And Breach is definitely frightening me. I think this is the nightmare scenario with something like Broker's Charm available. Able to get to work right away. Grinding Station plus Bobble allows you to start things up right away. And if something like Emery is found, maybe Emery to Mox Amber is just it. We might just be dead here.
Yeah, I think, there's 2 mana available for Grape Shot, and Grinding Station can just recast the Bobble and then escape those 3 cards. So there's no real need for anything here. It's just Storm Count and
I think
Grape
Jesse's
Shot.
Jesse's signaling that right now. I'm just going to keep going until I hit Grape Shot. Raja thinking if any of his cards do anything. I think the answer is no. And so Jesse's saying I'm just going to shortcut until I hit Grape Shot. Raja has seen enough. No sense wasting time making you move your cards around. We are done here. And wow.
All right.
Really demonstrating the power of the Breach deck.
So Jesse's on the game. Jesse's on the board for the first time in this series. Up a game, and all right. Well, now we've seen that's the first time we've seen really her deck do what it's designed to do.
Yeah, that's true. I think it has done some amount of what it is designed to do, at least in fractions, each time we've seen her play it. But here, I think we're really seeing her get paid off, too, for her bold decision to run back the modern format, saying, okay, on the play, you were able to get me. We still played a close game. I think it's close. So on the play, I think I'm favored. And she sure was. She was able to kind of tax those both angles, making Raja respect that Urza Saga with the Teferi, and then able to untap and slam the door shut with the Underworld Breach, really showing that kind of being able to pivot back and forth as long as you eventually draw your Underworld Breach.
As long as you hit it, it still works. And we see this Grape Shot fly out of the graveyard and wipe out Raja's life total. All right, so game 2 upcoming. The players re-sideboarding. Likely same as what we saw before, but if you just joined us and if you weren't with us half an hour ago, we'll go and put the deck list up again, even though this is a repeat matchup of what we just watched in the first section of the finals. Raja Sulaiman's Bant control deck. It's not inconceivable that you learned something in the first match and you want to make a change now, right?
Oh, definitely. I think we saw Endurance come in. That was a question mark for me. It was not obvious, how many Endurance, if any at all, would come in. Jesse did get a little bit of information from game number 2 of the previous match, where Endurance was part of the mix. And so, getting that information, you saw the Gusts, you saw the Endurances. Like I said, I think we even saw Veto. So, you got a ton of information about the cards that are already coming in. Maybe you can adapt your plan. And this might be part of Jesse's confidence to do better this time around. Now that she's seen a little bit of the sideboarding, Raja has a lot of cards that could come in. The question is what? And we got to see some of that already ourselves.
Yeah, and since we assume with great deal of confidence that Rave Revelations are coming in as well, that means Raja's boarding a lot of cards in. Right. And so now Jesse, with confirmation of that, can now try and pick out what he might be boarding out and maybe be able to target that in some way or another. So
maybe you lean more on the Breach, less on the Breach. The deck being able to pivot back and forth so much, and we can get Jesse's list up so we can kind of talk a little bit about that too. The deck being able to pivot between its plans so much means that you actually have a very flexible approach when it comes to sideboarding. How hard you want to go on the combo versus rolling it back a little bit, and how hard that Raja goes into the sideboarding strategy, I think is going to play a lot into giving Jesse information on how much, which direction to lean. And overall, I think leaning more towards the fair stuff seemed the way to go. You can get underneath the counter spells with things like Ragavan and Emery and Ren. All of those cards can pretty easily get underneath some counter spells. And, Breach, there's just a lot of ways to check it as the game goes on. And if he's bringing stuff like Endurance too, maybe something even as dramatic as cutting down to 1 or 0 is the way you want to reach. Not totally sure if she has the cards to bring in to do that, but it's simply, she has a lot of cards she can bring in too. Counter spells, Veil of Summers, Gust of her own, that kind of stuff. Maybe not so much the Gust, but, you get the idea. There's green cards, Broker's Charm. You can bring stuff in.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Yeah.
How much she wants, who knows?
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get this right. Players still shuffling up. I'm ready. I'm sure the viewers are ready.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Wait a second.
What? I know you're not a pile shuffle.
After all of this, Russia
gotta count
decides
the deck.
the time is now to pile shuffle.
I pile shuffle after every sideboard. Okay, Joe, here's the tech. Every time you do heavy sideboarding, or even no sideboarding at all, you should shuffle your entire sideboard in, right? It's easy to make mistakes with cards when you do that. You should pile shuffle between every game because you're shuffling your whole sideboard in, except Kahira.
No. If you're an up and coming tournament player, if you're getting started, you're starting coming at Magic, do not listen to what Drake Sasser just told you. Do not do that.
Every game, just don't put it one card at a time. It's so slow. Go faster.
Even if you're in the sideboard all at once, you still don't need to pile shuffle. You can just count your sideboard and then look at the floor. And there's nothing on the floor and your sideboard is 15, you're good.
Oh, that's a little sus. If I saw my opponent looking at the floor after every game, I'd be like, Judge, please, what is happening here? My opponent's got stuff going on.
Looking at the floor is important. I once had in a Grand Prix, a judge walked up and was like, is your deck 59 cards? And I was like, no. And they counted it and it was. And I was like, what happened? They're like, you left a Jace under the table of the feature match area last round. And I was like, okay.
An expensive card to leave under the feature match area.
I know, right?
Too. That's not one you'd want to leave behind.
But even then, and then my opponent's like, is that a game lost? And the judge is like, no.
Oh, really? That's fine. Yeah, I like game logic, especially when you told me no. Yeah. Like, you can tell me no? All right. Yeah. Prove it then, tough guy.
I thought for sure I was going to lose the game on that one. But, all right. So Raja is now shuffling regular style, we call it riffling. Yeah. So, okay. Pile shuffling completed, riffling, shuffling on the way, presenting. And now we are ready for game 2 of match number 2 of the finals. We're
finally ready for some more finals action. Hey, also it gives you a little bit of break. I can't understate how much of a toll playing at your highest level every single match takes. It's so hard. Plenty of, couch coaches want to be able to say, oh, I could do that, or why did the player make this, or whatever. You have no idea the mental strain that goes on at a high stakes tournament like this, playing all day, having all these players around you watching, having, the multiple thousand people that are watching right now on Twitch watching you. There's so much on the line. Mm-hmm. And so, some of these situations you get into, you need just a quick breather. And Jesse had one coming into the finals. Raja, not so much. So giving yourself a little bit more time to, cross your T's, dot your I's, all that kind of stuff, and give yourself a little bit of mental break. Playing control decks every single round is immensely taxing.
No, I agree. It certainly is. I don't know if you saw this or not. I remember during the World Chess Championship, I think the previous cycle, an article was written that super high level chess players during those events, they can burn 10,000 calories a day sitting in a chair playing chess.
Yep.
Yeah. So
a lot.
I'm surprised we didn't have to have a dinner break in the middle of this match.
I'll tell you what, I left every single tournament hungry, very hungry. Did some damage at some restaurants.
All right, we are
passing
underway.
The turn. Wooded Foothills, the crack for turn 1 for Jesse.
And it's tapped. Okay, stomping grounds. No Ragavan here.
Maybe Ragavan, maybe shortcut Ragavan.
Yeah.
Oh, Haywire Might.
All right,
Hello.
All right. Well, that's a pretty anemic attacker, but it's something.
What is that for? Dress downs?
It hits Leyline Binding. Could hit dress down. Yeah.
All right. I mean, it attacks, pressures planeswalkers, adds to the artifact count for your constructs.
Sure.
I don't know. That's kind of what I did kind of expect to be sideboarded up, but I guess there's enough cards that it does hit incidentally. Plus, it's just an attacker that Jesse's like, sure, why not? You can get the job done. You carry a Shadow Spear just fine.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Obviously, it's not an ideal opener, but it can get in some points.
Yeah, I can't even hit dress down. Yeah, so it has to just be like Leyline Bindings and Chalice if it's still in the deck. Jocelyn's here, I guess, is pretty good. as a Scalding Tarn deployed. No Ren and 6 this game. It's been a big part of the fair plan for the Temur Breach deck. That's been the big innovation for this tournament. Jeskai Breach was kind of the name of the game previously. Jesse did a lot of tearing up NRG events and other events with the Breach deck all across 2022. And now for the NRG Championship, we have brought green into the mix for Ren and 6, help out with the fair plan, knowing there was going to be a lot of fair matchups. And they've been really, really good. Extremely impressive across every game we've seen them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Raj, again, passing, but with Archmage Charm available, I guess he does have green mana. If he can snag the Haywire Might, maybe he can blow up something of Jesse's later on. That would be kind of brutal, especially if Urza Saga comes into play here.
Yeah, that's part of the strength of the card, right? Part of the reason I think it was even included to begin with is Jesse is fetching. Also, this Temur Breach deck, this splash, I keep talking about how the splash is really powerful, but certainly not free. We've seen Sagas struggle to help cast stuff alongside basics, but also the damage Jesse does to herself with her fetching. This is one of the matchups where it matters the least. Yeah. And it still feels like it has mattered with some of Raja's plan flashing in things like endurance and the various elementals and just starting to lay the smackdowns. Jesse's lost full turns off of fetching and shocking. Definitely not a free splash.
I suppose. I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you don't get your turn 9 and die in turn 8 instead, I don't know that we've really lost all that much. But okay, it's certainly there are times it's going to matter. I can't disagree with that. Yeah.
You heard it here first. Joe Lissette, not a Time Walk fan.
I mean, if you have the cards to win the turn before, you don't need an extra turn. No.
Okay, just win, forehead. Why take more turn when win do just good?
Yeah, precisely. That is exactly the mindset I'm trying to convey here with my play. Right, yeah, Joe, we don't need this stuff.
Maybe that's why. One day I'll be like you, but for the meantime, I need multiple turns to win the game. If nothing else, as here comes the very powerful 2-mana Planeswalker, Rin and 6. We'll see if Raja has any interest in allowing that to happen. Plenty of options to counter it. Card has been annoying in the past, somewhat innocuous now with only fetch lands in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. It is in there. All right, he lets it in. So yeah, that's a sign of respect there. Certainly, just that he wants to be prepared for future cards, as he is not going to expend his mana here. He may just be looking to draw 2, though.
Yeah, I think so. That's something we've seen Raja prioritize really heavily with his mana, is just getting the card advantage going. And I think that's what we're going to see here as well. Right. Yeah. Wear Tear picked up. Woo.
Yeah. Nothing doing with that yet, but there is a Urza Saga in hand. So picking off Haywire Might and Urza Saga, I mean, the Haywire Might is just kind of a free. Although, how easily do we even have red? No, we do have red mana, don't we? Yeah, okay. No, it is there.
Well, blowing up, it's weird too, because blowing up the Saga isn't exciting with a Ren in play. Like, sure, cards to do that, not really where you want to be.
Yeah, it's a setback though. If you do it before the chapter 1 trigger resolves, then it does basically wipe out most of Jesse's turn.
Extremely true as well. And Raja doing a big think on the turn. We see he has a land drop for turn in the form of an island. Can cast, I think, his entire hand, including the Fuse of Wear and Tear. So kind of just trying to map up the next few turns and see exactly what kind of threats Jesse may be posing and what kind of mana he wants to have up to answer it. Mm-hmm. Don't really want to fumble it with this many options in hand, seeming like you have most angles covered. Tough spot. Flooded Strand. This is a prismatic ending. Likely why we let the Ren resolve. Yeah. Fetch land not worth a lot. Removal spell may be worth less if you counter the Ren.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems reasonable. Get that sorcery speed removal spell out of the way. Save the counters for other things and things that can be kind of dastardly, like stealing this. I don't know. I'm interested. This Haywire Might. I mean, I'm worried for Jesse from Jesse's perspective. This seems like a liability just having it in play. As it can be stolen, and then, if an Urza Saga goes down to that, that's
we've seen Raja with more juicy targets than a Haywire Might with Archmage's Charm, and still electing to draw cards. I feel like you have to feel pretty safe on that one.
Yeah.
Also, notably, not running the Haywire Might into the 3 open mana last turn. I think there's a lot of respect for some potential flash elementals in the form of endurance. Now, with only 2 mana up, does get busy.
All right, here's Saga. We only see 2. Let's see. We have Saga in play, and then we're going to see Fable as well.
Yeah, could have responded, like you mentioned, to the trigger, elected not to. As a result, going to be able to play Fable. 1 mana left over, representing potentially something like Veil. Don't think she has it now, but haven't gotten a great look.
Yeah, but she doesn't necessarily have to have it because Raja has to respect it. And he knows it came in last match. So even though he has Dovin's veto, I mean, he may not be willing to run this into it.
Yeah, it's really tough. With only 1 counter spell up, I think even something like Dovin's veto, like she doesn't need to have Spell Pierce or whatever. Veil still just stops the Dovin's veto. So maybe willing to take the risk anyway.
Yeah, he may just not want to give up. I mean, the Veil's gonna. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to argue. Well, Veil's gonna get me at some point.
Exactly. So, yeah, it's going to be good. Like Veil of Summer, good against control. Getting it out of the way sooner rather than later has some merit.
Yeah, and so here is the veto, and she
does have it. Dovin's veto going to be stopped thanks to Veil of Summer. A counterspell usually pretty hard to stop. Veil of Summer going to get the job done, and a Goblin Shaman added to the mix. Wow.
Okay.
Timely Veil of Summer.
Yeah, productive turn for Jesse Robkin for sure. And now Raja, I mean, had to know that was a possibility, and just decided it was worth, his expensive mana. He's got plenty of cards. Losing the Dovin's veto, it doesn't cost him all that much. And unless you have a Teferi in hand, the Veil of Summer is, going to be good eventually. So running into it now versus running into it later.
It could be worth it. The problem is now all of these cards, have some amount of into this battlefield effects. Like Fable has gotten, work taken care of. Saga now representing to go to work, making constructs. And with those sweepers available for Raja, Dress Down kind of functions as a sweeper as far as construct tokens go, but there's plenty of other relevant cards that are not construct tokens in play right now.
I mean, Wear Tear,
don't have land number 5 for Solitude.
Wear Tear is almost a sweeper right now. Gets 2 things.
Kind of. Sure. There's more than 2 things that are problematic on the board, though, Joe.
Yeah.
And Raja agrees, dealing with kind of a tough one. I can't get a great look at the left 2 cards. Island, and I just don't know what that farthest left card is, but we do know Solitude, Wear Tear. I think there's a Broker's Charm too.
Mm-hmm.
All these cards are very expensive. Basically, he has to kind of pick which card he wants to play. Not really in double spell territory just yet. Maybe I'm wrong, as here comes a 1 mana card, and it's going to be Tear.
Oh, the Haywire Might's right there. You don't want to just kick up and take down the Haywire Might? And Raja says no.
No, leave up Archmage's Charm, Broker's Charm. But, I mean, that does tell Jesse something, right?
Yeah, you're right. It does. There's certainly information that she can pick up from there. Discards 2 lands, or rummages 2 lands to the Fable. That's certainly nice.
Yeah, that rummage mode's so powerful. Yeah. And reaching for mana, looks like Expressive Iteration pulled to the front. Maybe looking to do a little cantripping.
Mm-hmm. So do you Expressive Iteration pre or post combat? I'm not sure that it makes a huge difference, but you force Raja to spend mana. I suppose if you're worried about running into an Endurance, casting Iteration first makes a lot of sense.
Unholy Heat gets turned online to the Expressive Iteration going to the graveyard. So if Endurance comes down, I want to be able to Unholy Heat that one with the trigger on the stack.
Yeah. And Iteration does resolve.
Iteration resolves
through counters. So that's always nice when you can run something like this into a counter and you get to resolve. Because your opponent is afraid of
Saga what you have. Put into exile. Yeah. Well, all right. Yeah, it's the first one. Here's number 2. Saga enters. Ability on the stack. Could respond here. Based on the posturing, maybe will. Broker's Charm could go after that Saga right away. Raj did a good job of keeping the first one in check.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to allow that first ability to resolve. I think negate. Wow, Jesse's hand. I got like a brief glimpse there. It looks pretty freaking good. Yeah, there's the negate. No, thank you on taking my token. Instead, I would like to get more mana, please, and more smackdowns.
Yeah,
through
nice.
Both the Goblin Shaman and Haywire Might.
Yeah, just one negate in the deck, but certainly Jesse got value for that one. And Raja drops
draw step, another Solitude. And okay. I mean, now do we have to start considering like things like Bai Kahira and start pitch casting? I mean, we're behind if you're Raja Sulaiman. Patience is something that Raja has no shortage of. So yeah, we're just going to see a land pass of the turn, but it's hard to deny it. With these sagas, multiple sagas ticking up on Jesse's first main phase here, it's a tough spot if you're Raja.
Yeah, it's worrisome. I mean, obviously hard casting Solitudes would be great right now, but I agree with you. Right. It is a little precarious unless you're doing an end step.
Yeah, and there's just more going on for Jesse. Like, she has more in the tank. It's not like, oh, I'm behind and Jesse's out of gas. Jesse just has a handful of gas as here comes the first Solitude. Going to see exactly what this decides to do. Did wait till combat, so a treasure did come. That one flashed in for full retail. 3 white. Powerful elemental incarnation from Modern Horizons 2. Has lifelink on its own. Gonna exile Reflection of Kiki Jiki on ETB. That's gonna go to exile there. 2 life points for Jesse's trouble. And we'll see if she wants to remove this Solitude before blocks. Looks like she does. Solitude gonna hit the bin. And 3 points coming across. So no lifelink, huge if you're just on the beatdown plan, right? If you're Jesse and saying, all right, like you're at 8, I'm very quickly assembling a lethal attack force. I have to imagine that keeping these Solitudes from blocking is going to be an instrumental part of her game plan here.
And here's another Urza Saga. So Raja really in the market for dress downs now in the future. No need quite yet, but
very soon.
Yeah, very soon.
on order, please. Back order for dress down. As here's Broker's Charm, potentially looking for that exact card. Aether Gust land the Broker's Charm cycles.
Wow.
I'd be excited if you're Jesse to see that one cycled main phase, huh?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Roger's going to pack it in. Okay, well, we are going to see Pioneer.
We sure? Well, no, yeah. I mean, you have to switch formats. That's right.
Yeah,
so
you do.
Even though Raja able to pick the play draw, we're going to rotate to Pioneer. And Jesse, a reverse kind of sweep on that matchup there. As far as Modern goes, like Raja chose that format first, was on the play, got rewarded with a match victory. Jesse did the same, rewarded for a match victory, potentially speaking to how close that matchup is, and potentially also speaking to some of the information that Jesse might have learned about how that matchup plays out, adjusted and rewarded with a very quick 2-0 as we shuffle up for match number 3 of the finals of the NRG Championship. I mean, could it go any other way, Joe?
No, I mean, it certainly could have, but we're trying to do our best to provide value to the viewers. And so, the players probably cooperating without even knowing it. But yes, excellent. Pioneer on tap. So if you haven't been with us, it is going to be mono white humans in the hands of Jesse Robkin versus a black red mid range for Raja Sulaiman. We will have the finals, third match of the finals, the final match. Of the
final match of the finals, final everything. It's determined by this match. One match of Pioneer. All of the work so far has brought it down to this: an NRG Championship 2023 invite, $2,500 on the line in one match of Pioneer. I tell you what, the nerves that they would be getting to me if I'm sitting in that seat. If I'm either player, the nerves would be starting to get to me. And we will have that match for you very, very soon. If you are sticking around, thank you so much for watching. We have some exciting magic coming for you soon. Please hit that follow button. And in the meantime, we're going to go to break and get these players ready to play their final match. This is it. Final match.
Yeah. It's all on the line here. Tell your friends, tell your other Magic. Tell people that don't even like Magic. They should come in here and watch. It's all on the line. We'll see if we can break the NRG viewership record. We'll see who takes home the trophy, Raja Sulaiman or Jesse Robkin. They're at the table. I think they're ready to go. We're playing Pioneer, best out of 3 games to determine the 2022 NRG champion. Drake Sasser, you're here with me. This has been exciting. I think we agree that Rakdos mid-range is a little ahead. But
with the caliber of player we're working with here, I mean, a little is all that you have to work with. Raja, truthfully, being on the play, probably a little bit more valuable than any kind of like deck building advantages he's going to get. But of course, being the higher seed due to his performance in this tournament, going to allow him, I believe, to play in this match of Pioneer. Did not get to pick the format, does get to pick play draw. Certainly going to pick the play if able to do so against this mono white humans matchup. And Jesse Robkin, teammate of Andrew Elenbogen this weekend, who she felled very, very earlier, I guess a little bit earlier in this tournament, able to potentially take it home here on this match. One match of Pioneer determines the 2022 NRG champion. And, you wouldn't want to have it any other way. Clean sweeps, boring. Give me that final match. Give me that tension. Let's do this.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 2-0s in both of the first 2 matches. No one has won a cyborg. No one has won the main deck game on the draw. No one's won a cyborg game on the play.
Yeah, it's strange, right? Like you're talking about, okay, they've been clean sweeps, but it's been the same matchup.
Yeah.
So like, what happened?
Yeah. All right. Well, that just goes to show the margins are slim, and we are underway. Blood Crypt versus the Plains 1 trap. Okay, 2-power 1 drop. Good start for Jesse. Her creature's likely not going to be too long lived if Raja has anything to say about it.
Oh, for sure. And I think I see a Bone Crusher Giant right there at the ready. See exactly what we want to sequence the mana. Gonna flip this pathway to the black side. Fire off the Stomp, targeting Recruitment Officer. Adventure Zone, thank you, Table Spotter. Appreciate that. Second Planes deployed for Jessie. See exactly what her turn 2 looks like. Turn 2, a really critical turn for the Mono White Humans deck, and a great turn for her. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, worth quite a bit against the Rakdos mid-range deck, taxing all of these removal spells that Raja has access to. You see right there, First Strike, no slouch, able to attack through quite a bit, but non-creature spells costing 1 more is certainly the draw to this card. If we want to remove it, it can get quite expensive. We'll see exactly
and
what Raja wants to do about that.
Having a capable attacker on this turn is nice for Jessie, because with the Adeline follow-up, you really want to be able to have something you can send in the face of something like a 3/2, a 2/2 from the Fable, or from the all of a sudden I forgot the name of the blood creature. Blood
Tithe Harvester.
Blood Tithe Harvester, there you go.
Well, I think Raja actually had a potential turn of like Fatal Push into like Misery Shadow, just get a blocker going.
Yeah.
Like had the ability to do a 2-spell turn, but Thalia really showing its power can't actually, do that quite yet. But so I think, as a result, Raja decides to just play Bone Crusher Giant instead, which could halt the assault. But if Jessie has something like Luminarch Aspirant, Thalia's Lieutenant, any of those cards, the attack is still on the table. As Hopeful Initiate, first card deployed, 2 mana tapped, and it is Thalia's Lieutenant.
Nice.
So an attack once again in the market.
Yeah, so Adeline has to wait, but Thalia can attack through the Bone Crusher Giant, and the first damage comes across. And Jessie's board already, 3 creatures wide. Thalia's Lieutenant can certainly grow, especially with Adeline. And Raja's going to have to get going here. This Bone Crusher Giant, it's a big body. It trades with most things, but damage is going to start piling up.
Blocks things well, like Hopeful Initiate 2/3, not able to really attack through that one too well. Now, Adeline would allow Thalia and the Thalia's Lieutenant to attack into the Bone Crusher Giant without it being a disaster. But, Raja has access to a lot of removal spells, so it's not really clear exactly if Raja's going to tap all of his mana on his main phase here. Might. A lot of Sorcery Suite things going on. I think I saw Blood Tithe Harvester. It's probably worthwhile to get into play, but, has some options. A lot of spells here. Fatal Push going to come down right away, targeting the Thalia. That one's going to hit the bin. Blood Crypt going to be shocked.
That is nice. That keeps the Hopeless Initiative from being able to attack next turn. And here is the Blood Tithe Harvester, like you said.
And back to Jessie we go. Now, you have to bear in mind, both creatures in play right now, red. So even if the attack is halted for the moment, there's a universe where Jessie could just build, that something like a Brave the Elements could just kill Raja in one huge sweep as Adeline is immediately played. And we'll see if we want to send any amount of the creatures.
Yeah, so let's see. So Lieutenant attacking in would trade for either creature, and then the token would get swallowed up by the other one. So is Jessie willing to trade Lieutenant for whichever creature Raja thinks is worse? And she's giving us some thoughts.
Yeah, it gives Raja a lot of options, which as a result kind of inherently feels bad. As soon as your opponent gets to make all the decisions, I think you're in a little bit of trouble. So I wouldn't be surprised to see no attacks here. The attacks just give so much leverage for Raja to be able to decide how he wants the game to go. And that's not at all what I think Jessie wants as the turn is passed back. Raja untapping. Another Blood Tithe Harvester among some other spells in hand. Can't get a great look.
Second Blood Tithe Harvester is pretty nice because it will allow the first one to take down the Adeline as the first blood is still there. Now, maybe Raja respects the possibility of Jessie having Brave the Elements. Maybe not. Also, Misery Shadow in hand. So a pair of 2-drops joining the board would certainly not be a bad turn.
Not at all. And especially with Misery Shadow, kind of giving you some amount of insulation against Brave the Elements, able to at least block the biggest thing if that does come down to it. But if nothing else, Blood Tithe Harvesters do kind of just represent removal spells. They're blockers, they're removal spells, they kind of do it all. And with 2 blood tokens, now we're in the market. To go for the Blood Tithe Harvester on Adeline. Gonna use the Brave the Elements defensively.
So that will,
respond with Doomblade, the full art one from the Magic Player Rewards. Going to take care of the Adeline anyway, but that does cost Raja quite a bit of resources, his entire turn, and quite a bit of resources just to trade with a Brave the Elements and an Adeline. So kind of players going back and forth here.
Yeah, so we're where we were last turn. And whatever Jessie commits to the board here, the Blood Tithe Harvester probably can remove in the future. Here's a Thalia. All right, Lieutenant gets bigger.
Yeah.
And so now with the 3-card creature, Hopeless Initiate can swing in also.
A little bit of
So,
trading action.
yeah.
How about that mechanic? Hopeful Initiate gets another counter. And now blocks start to look a little bad for Raja. Probably interested in playing off the Blood Tether Harvester anyway, as that one can be sacrificed at any time for a removal spell. Seems like that's something Raja was interested in, at least in the previous turn. But what to do with this Bone Crusher Giant is still a big question mark, I think, if you're Raja. And that's maybe what we're thinking about here.
I think you can't block both because then you get decimated by another Brave the Elements. So I think you block one.
I think so too. And that seems to be where Raja's landing. Block the better of the two, which seems to be the 3/3 instead of the 3/4. Of course, Thalia's Lieutenant's ability to grow bigger does make it worth quite a bit. So you're blocking their best creature with your worst creature. And that way, Brave the Elements is mitigated a little bit. Jesse thinking here.
Yeah, I think Raj is the one that's still thinking. Yeah, Raj is still.
Oh wow!
How he
Yeah,
wants
Raj is still thinking, and maybe he's just saying, whatever. On second Brave the Elements, maybe attempt a block. But no, see, you can't block like that if you're doing it.
No, I think the priority changed. Well, I think Blood Tithe Harvester is worth a fair amount with 2 blood on the board. So maybe thinking if I can save that to kill anything really. So let's trade off the Bone Crusher for this Lieutenant.
Yeah. And Raj's life total at 15, still relatively healthy, so can afford to use. And there is the Brave the Elements. Wow.
Okay.
Still willing to cash that one in as a removal spell. Get to continue to push the advantage. And Thalia going to be worth quite a bit now with Raja having to use, a lot of mana. I mean, even right now, look at that Dreadbore, right? Like cost 3 mana. Can't play that and Misery Shadow in the same turn. This Thalia is going to be a thorn in the side of Raja going into this turn. Now, Blood Tithe Harvester could take care of it, but that's another removal spell you have to use.
Yeah. Although Blood Tithe on... let's see, Blood Tithe on Thalia, and then Dreadbore Lieutenant, and then cast Misery Shadow. I mean, you're going to take some damage next turn, but you stabilize the board, and Jesse has no cards.
Right.
And with 2 blood on the board...
has a Mutavault dialed up.
Yeah.
Raja, I mean, fairly low resources too.
Yeah.
Like if you exchange all your resources, everyone's down to nothing.
Right, but Raja should draw better because of having 2 blood on the board. So...
there's potential for that.
Trading everything off seems... decent if that's something he can make happen.
Well, I think he can. We'll see exactly how he wants to navigate that. May start with Misery Shadow here. 3 mana. Oh, maybe gonna cast a Dreadbore. Maybe actually trying to say, I think Thalia is your worst card, and I want to kill some of your other larger creatures. Because you can pick off all of the big creatures, leave just the Thalia, and then that leaves the least amount of power in play.
That's true. That's true.
Then you get attacked with that and Mutavault 4, go down to 8 on a 3-turn clock, but have Misery Shadow dialed up for the following turn. Can crack a blood too. I don't know. A lot of options here. As we see Dreadbore going after Hopeful.
This does not feel like a very clean decision for Raja. He was even thinking about as the card was on the board. Okay, so
the slow-mo Dreadbore, kind of a dead giveaway there. And Misery Shadow, the last card in hand was a land. So Misery Shadow, Thalia, and Mutavault kind of going to face off here. Now, you did mention the blood token is going to be worth quite a bit here when it comes to top decking time. That's where we're at right now. Land drawn. Going to have to imagine that one's going away quick.
Misery Shadow's a 2/2, correct? That was...
not totally sure.
I believe it's a 2/2, not a 2/1. I think Raja gave away an attack there, or a block by casting... Well, I don't know. We'll maybe that's incorrect. I guess no, since he didn't want to kill the Thalia. I was thinking the Thalia got killed anyway. It didn't. So yeah, never mind. He didn't do anything wrong there.
Yeah, Misery Shadow. Yeah, and plus you can pump it up later, block basically anything. And Blood Tithe Harvester, a great pickup for Raja off of Blood here. See exactly. Yeah, Thalia's Lieutenant.
Nice.
Activate in response to the trigger. We got to see that happen. And Crunch.
Yeah.
Now this is a big attack. Wow. So Thalia is hard to block. The question is, are we trading with Mutavault? Because you have to give out the Blood Tithe Harvester, which is one of your best answers to the Thalia, and you don't want to do that. Misery Shadow is the thing you want to exchange probably with the Mutavault, given the current board state. I mean, it's such a tough top deck. Thalia's Lieutenant, very much what the doctor ordered here, I think. And yeah, this is just a tough spot. Raja does a great job of preserving his life total so far this game. Going to block. Yeah, and then we're going to be able to pump.
Yeah.
And then we trade, but Thalia gets through, go down to 5, and something like an Adeline could potentially represent a enough to get over the line here. We have
Yeah.
one blood token left. Raja has draw steps, but Bone Crusher Giant. Wow.
Oh, that is a nice one.
That's
Certainly.
another good one.
So do you Blood Tithe Harvester the Thalia Bone Crusher Lieutenant and then play Bone Crusher on an empty board?
I like that, and I think so does Raja.
Yeah, that's going to be the decision.
Yep. There you go. Bam, bam. All right, back to top deck mode. 3 lands left for Jesse.
Yeah.
Draw and just a pass of the turn.
Give Jesse a lot of good draws either. Like you're saying, Adeline would have been great if there were still creatures on the board. Now it's not even all that significant. And here's
Ganjo, see ya. Bone Crusher going to hit the bin. And back to Jesse. All right, getting a little more equity out of her lands. Able to remove what is actually a pretty big threat. Not sure if you're ever supposed to hold black and block, but I think you do need to end the game at some point, does Raja. But that feels a little tough getting your Bone Crusher Giant picked off by the Ganjo, seat of the Empire. And looks like Brave the Elements, one of the cards in hand. Don't get a great look at the other one.
Well, something with the power and toughness of any number would be ideal here. Raja did not immediately blood away his card, so it's certainly.
I think it's a removal spell.
Okay, yeah,
it looked like a Fatal Push.
It's unlikely to be a land if.
For sure, yeah. Let's see exactly what she wants to do. 2 mana here, going to be worth. I feel like if you're thinking this much, it has to be something like a Thalia's Lieutenant, something that could get better later.
Sure, that would be reasonable. Although it's hard. I mean, an empty board I don't know that you hold back even. I mean, Raja's at 5. So
right, and there is Dauntless Bodyguard. Okay. Follow up is the Thalia's Lieutenant. So choosing to make a 3/2 and a 1/1 versus the other way around, making a 2/1 and a 2/2. I think this is kind of the right way to do it. Dauntless Bodyguard is the worst card, and you want that one to be the one removed first. But of course, Raja's top decks do not stop, as I believe another Blood Tithe Harvester picked up to pair with the current removal spell he still has. So staying alive here. I mean, been bleeding life total, using it as a resource, but Raja, like you mentioned, more likely to have better top decks, but the top deck's been pretty nice to Jesse too. Despite drawing a few extra lands, was able to cash out the Mutavault and the Ganjo so that she's not flooding out, still on 3 lands, but gonna need to keep those good top decks coming, I think, if she wants to turn the corner and actually slam the door in this game.
Yeah, so I mean, Raja's only at 5, but it seems, I mean, if Raja has much of anything here, this 5 seems far away. And he has to, the blood token on the board, Raja still has to have meaningful cards here. You're right, it is Blood Tithe Harvester.
Blood Tithe Harvester number 1. Get a good look at this powerful uncommon from Crimson Vow. 3/2 ETB, make a blood token, and of course, sacrifice it only as a sorcery. Give a creature -X/-X, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. Extremely powerful, multi-format staple, I'd say, as Blood Tithe Harvester going to trade away for the Dauntless Bodyguard. 4th land, the follow-up, not the one you'd want to see. Thoughtseiz's picked up, not what Raja wants to see. Have to imagine we're going to see that one hit the pin right away.
What
there
format,
it goes.
What other format is Blood Tithe Harvester and All-Star in?
I think, isn't it busted in Standard? Alchemy?
Standard isn't a format anymore.
What, Joe? Okay, look, Joe. A lot of people play on Arena. I know we're not watching Arena. I know you don't play Arena. A lot of Magic players play Arena. And we draw and Castle Ardenvale.
That's nice. Oh, wow.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
if you're gonna draw a land, I have to imagine that's the one you want to see. As the token was made after blocks, gonna make a token. Raja, not messing with it. Get that one out of here. Not going to take 2 damage. No, thank you.
Yeah, the power of the utility lands. This is the 3rd one for Jesse Robkin. The Mutavault and the Ganjo both did work, and now getting in there for with the castle tokens, Raja's down to 4.
Attacking is just still going on.
Yeah.
Jesse's flooding out, I'd argue, and attacking is still happening. Really showing the power of these lands, and more removal spells drawn. Not going to be very good against Castle Ardenvale, and Raja really needs to find a creature and fast.
Yes,
Jesse very quickly making another token and untapping.
And for 2 is too good. Oh,
this
feels token.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do it, but wow, that sucks.
Ooh,
as here's Hopeful Initiate the follow-up.
And that's a 1-drop. So this is lethal attack presented next turn from Jesse if Raja has nothing.
And it looks like 3 lands in hand.
Oh my goodness.
I think he's just dead. Wow. Just expertly navigated by Jesse, using every single resource.
Oof,
look at it, all lands. Despite the blood tokens, all lands, and Jesse able to pick up game 1 on the draw against Raja, despite all of those removal spells, these utility lands. Wow. Honestly, wow. Ganjo mattered. Mutavault mattered. Castle Ardenvale was broken. It's just an incredible performance from the mana base of the mono white humans deck.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Really, it looked a little dire at the beginning, but then sure turned around at the end. All right, let's go ahead and pop up the deck list so you can see what is in store here, sideboards and everything. Raja Sulaiman, Rakdos, Midrange. Didn't see much of the top end of his curve that game.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, something like a Shieldred right at any point is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah.
Was not able to find it. I'm sure those are going to be staying in. As for sideboarding, looks like that Ray of Enfeeblement, it has Jesse and Andrew's name on it. Of course, Jesse no longer in. Ritual of Soot has to be pretty attractive as well. Rending Volley, plenty of removal spells that you can board in for some clunkier removal spells. Checking things like Thalia, going to be part of the mix. Extinction Event. I mean, you have options, right? Like, I don't know if you want Liliana of the Veil as much, but a lot of sweepers, a lot of really cheap removal spells you're going to use. And I think overall cards like discard spells and some of the more expensive non-creature spells, things like Fable of the Mirror Breaker, are less exciting in this particular matchup.
Perhaps. All right, let's go ahead and look at Jesse Robkin's Humans deck list, the one that was brought by herself and Andrew Elenbogen. You see
Absolutely.
there.
What do you like here?
Yeah, let's see. We like wedding announcements. I know that.
Sure. Yeah, that card seems good. A lot of value to be had there.
Yeah.
Outside of that?
Yeah, I feel like that's the only guaranteed winner. Certainly there's other things that we could see.
Yeah, the question is, how much do you value your own removal, right? Like Brutal Cathars. I mean, certainly cards like Shieldred are just backbreaking and going to take over the game immediately if you don't have anything to answer. So maybe you reach for Brutal Cathars. I don't know how much more you want to go on that versus just blowing the doors off of Raja. But especially on the draw, I mean, you're not really going to be able to do that as much. It's tough. I'm sure Jessie has it figured out. Has played infinite matches. She's the expert, not me. If I had to guess, I think the wedding announcements are winners. Probably not going to reach for too much else.
All right. Players are shuffling up. Yeah, I mean, maybe you want more outs, like you're saying. Maybe you want more Roster Shieldred or Graveyard Harvester. Maybe you have some things you want to trim. Maybe you don't want as many 1-drops. Maybe I don't know, Extraction Specialist seems like a winner. You definitely want to keep that. Keep the
yeah,
Avalanche.
definitely think that card's good.
Yeah. So if you're going to cut something, is it Hopeful Initiate maybe? Is that if you're going second and you're having a harder time attacking, maybe that's not as easy to get going. And Raja's going to power shuffle again, so we'll have more time to talk about this.
Don't sound so tilted, Joe. I'm telling you need that little bit of break. Take a breather.
Yeah.
Calm your nerves. And we got full elbows on table action from Jessie too. So basically she's unbeatable. Look at this posture.
Unbeatable. Maybe she's taking a nap while he shuffles. I mean, this has been a long weekend.
Is that what you do when you have no room to talk? You were the slowest player in the universe.
What? No chance. No way. I mean, yeah, maybe that was true 10 years ago, but come on, things have changed. I'm at least 8th slowest nowadays.
Oh, okay. There's competition. Either way, I mean, definitely going to be interesting to see exactly how this matchup plays out. Jessie was able to steal the first game of the final match on the draw. Thanks in part to her utility lands. We'll see if she's able to accomplish something like that again. Your players looking at opening hands.
If she's going to win longer games, that's probably leveraging those lands is going to be a big part of it. And she does have Iganjo and Mutavault in her opening hand here, I believe. So we'll look at what Raja's looking at. Raja, this is the first time in the overall match, that Raja's been behind.
Yeah, absolutely. He came out strong. With that first win in Modern. Jessie has done a great job battling back, as we said she would need to, and Hopeful Initiate, the turn 1 play, stomp available for Raja this turn. But yeah, for the first time, Raja suddenly has to be thinking, dang, I'm not ahead anymore. As here comes a very powerful turn 2 play in Luminarch Aspirant.
Yeah, and Raja being on the play in this game, already spending 2 mana to kill a 1-drop, so really ceding the advantage right off the bat.
For sure. We'll see if he continues to push the advantage. Something like Fable the Mirror Breaker available, but does not trade at all with the Luminarch Aspirant. Something like Bone Crusher Giant might prevent an attack for a turn, but we'll see exactly what Jessie can assemble. She has, potentially multiple spells that can be deployed starting as early as turn 2, certainly on turn 3. Raja giving his turn a very, very long think.
Yeah, so last game we saw Bone Crusher come out on turn 3. Here it's going to be a second Bone Crusher going into the Adventure Zone, so keeping Jessie's board clean for now. Ooh, I think Extraction Specialist might be in hand.
Oh, a Saxon specialist. Let me tell you, I don't know. Have you heard about this card with Luminarch Aspirant? Have you heard of that synergy? Like good deck building?
I think it's pretty solid. I think it's pretty solid indeed. Growing up a lifelinker, getting a backup creature on the board, 2 Mutavaults.
One that doesn't have to attack or block to get value.
Yeah.
And doing so as early as turn 3 is nasty in the red-black matchup. We'll see exactly how Jesse wants to sequence his turn, but if there is indeed an extraction specialist, that one pretty darn good card. And I think a big part of the decision to have that one in the deck was to get a little bit of extra value against fair decks. And we are going to see Wedding Announcement deployed. This is out of the sideboard, one of the big ones.
Yeah, this is certainly a nuisance on both halves of the card, front and back, making tokens or potentially drawing cards later in its existence and then flipping over into an Anthem effect. And there's no answer to that for Raja. He's just going to have to deal with it.
And this is another one of those cards, just a ton of text and 2 sides of text. And the Fable of Mirror Breaker, kind of the first one we talked about. Wedding Announcement worth a ton. Going to make up to 3 different tokens. If Jesse elects 2, she can choose to attack with 2 creatures, get a card instead. But have to imagine getting the board something that she's going to prioritize very heavily as we tick up on the Wedding Announcement. And then eventually, like you said, you make every single one of the creatures it made quite a bit bigger by flipping over to a Glorious Anthem, an extremely powerful effect as Fable of the Mirror Breaker deployed for Raja. That'll stop the march of these little 1/1s made by Wedding Announcement for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly we'll see temporarily. If there was an extraction specialist, then maybe this token would want to actually get in there with the Luminarch counter. We'll see.
We'll see. Indeed, a lot of spells in Jesse's hand, so have to imagine there's quite a few options this turn. Maybe a little more white mana intensive than others. The 2 Mutavaults in play might be hindering some of the development.
Mm-hmm. I thought I saw Aganjo in the opening hand, so she may just be trying to avoid playing that and give herself a chance to draw planes, but I could have been incorrect as well. We'll see.
I mean, for sure, we've seen her use of the utility lands be a big factor in this matchup in the first game. So, I'm sure that's going to continue to be the case as Aganjo is deployed as a land, decides she does need that mana. Has 2 mana tapped here for a Thalia's Lieutenant.
Ooh, well, okay.
Activate both Mutavaults. Let's grow those on up.
These are going to be some big Mutavaults once this Wedding Festivities comes into play, comes out the party.
4/4s in the mana phase. And here comes a rattle for 2. And now Raja, who had a great blocker for 1/1s just a second ago, no longer does. This is a trade.
Yeah, kind of a free card for a free card. And both enchantments going to generate more value. But Jesse's certainly building a bigger board presence than Raja at this point. And yeah, the late game with those 2 Mutavaults that are going to be 4/4s, have to figure the late game is going to maybe favor Jesse.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you have 4/4s hanging out in your mana base, and I mean, Raja has creature lands too, but those take like 4 mana to activate. Mutavault cost 1. And is a big part of the power of these low to the ground creature decks is having these cheap creatures you can get out of the mana base as well, and growing them up with something like Thalia's Lieutenant. And of course, the Wedding Announcement is going to grow the Thalia's Lieutenant as well. This is just a ton of board that is just growing as the game progresses naturally, which is nasty. And Raja, choosing to preserve his life total a little bit, going to trade off tokens as we move to the second chapter of Fable. Jesse, of course, making a token, growing the Thalia's Lieutenant. Not going to miss any of that. This is high stakes time. Can't miss that. And she says, hey, your thing rolls up. Raja says, yes, it does. Yeah, it does. I'm thinking about what to discard.
So these Bone Crushers can like trade with the Mutavaults later on, but it's just going to take an awful lot of mana and time for Raja to get all that on the board. And Rending Volley gets discarded. What
does it say when Rending Volley hits the graveyard? I think that means those Mutavaults are scary.
Right, it can't kill Mutavaults. No good.
Jesse looking to be ahead in what might be the final game of the finals. I mean, Raja wants to force a game 3. He's going to have to find an answer to these lands very quickly as Bone Crusher Giant is deployed.
Yeah.
Now, if he has time for reflection of Kiki Jiki to come off the backside of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, he can start making copies of things like Bone Crusher Giant and blocking. So Jesse going to need to close the door in this game, I think, over the next few turns if she wants it to end soon.
Yeah. Declaration in Stone in hand. That would be pretty brutal if Raja spends another turn deploying Bone Crusher Giant. See if she even wants to wait that long. Maybe want to just fire it off now.
I mean, yeah, firing off now, firing up one of the Mutavaults would be brutal. And at work here is Luminarch Aspirant. That grows up the Thalia's Lieutenant. And of course, can grow once it goes to combat. See if she wants to deploy more creatures. She sure does. Here's Hopeful Initiate.
Well, that's an answer to the reflection if that becomes an issue at some point that she can't deal with. But yeah, this board presence is mounting. And this lieutenant.
Counter to Lieutenant from Initiate. And then Luminarch counter should make it a 5. And
Yeah,
we'll
I mean-
see. I think there's some kind of conversation about where we're at.
Okay, I mean, Raja, I believe, has a Fatal Push in hand, but that doesn't even begin to solve his problems.
Yeah, there's problems in the mana base. There's problems in the enchantment area. There's problems in the creature zone for sure. And Fatal Push does not that much. And we're talking about, I think there was some communication about what exactly Luminarch did. When it entered, you said counter for Luminarch maybe or something like that. And yeah, it looks like we got it all cleared up. Counter for Luminarch entering, and then of course counter for combat and attack. And that's where we're at. And now we're going to do a chump block. And is that it? No Fatal Push? I mean, Rending Volley would have been good here. Take care of that, but God, there's just so many problems.
How could
Raja now suddenly kind of back against the wall?
Yeah.
He needs a sweeper, but even a sweeper leaves you taking 6 off of the creatures.
how
8
could,
if this thing flips.
I'm astonished that that's the block. It just maybe it's not a Fatal Push. Maybe he's still got some cards in hand. Maybe he's got, I don't know. He's still at 20. Both players are still at 20 actually.
20.
All right, Reflection is in.
Reflection flipped. Yeah, Raja has very, very highly valued his life total. And I have to imagine there's got to be a sweeper somewhere in the mix to be making these kinds of trades. You're just in so much trouble if there isn't. And even something like Reflection of Kiki-Jiki plus Blood Tithe Harvester, those 2 cards, I mentioned before, they very strong in multiple formats, and that synergy very strong in multiple formats. Not going to begin to solve the problems.
Yeah, and that's great and everything, but that's okay. There's Ritual of Soot.
There is
All
Ritual
right.
of Soot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
So
that
the sweeper
explains-
had to be involved
it
for
had
that
to
block
be.
to make sense,
Yeah.
and there was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so now your Ritual of Soot, okay, great. Now you're going to get smashed by these Mutavaults, although the Fatal Push being safe for the Mutavault now makes a lot of sense. Jesse did not, still has the Decoration Stone in play. Here's the Extraction Specialist that was in the opening hand, I believe. So this is going to rebuild the board fairly quickly.
And the patience on this Extraction Specialist as well, going to bring into play a Thali's Lieutenant, going to respond by activating a Mutavault. Putting a counter on Specialist and on Mutavault. We'll see if Roger wants to cash in that push now. I think he does. Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah,
that Mutavault going to hit the bin.
Gosh, I mean, okay, gets rid of the bigger Mutavault, but he's still got plenty of work to do here.
Oh, yeah, there's just more problems. And Jesse's not even out of cards yet. She's used her mana base once again to very good effect, exchanging those with some of Roger's cards. And yeah, the Extraction Specialist looking awesome here alongside, the Mutavaults and various of the cards she has in hand. Go for the throat. Looks like it's about to go for one of these creatures' throat. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, Raja with plenty of life total to play with and cards in hand still. Certainly, or we're talking like Jesse's on the verge of winning this, but yeah, he may have something to say about that. He's still got plenty of resources to work with. Bone Crusher Giant in the Adventure Zone.
And shout out to Roger, right? Like Roger's cards have looked way worse than Jesse's. Just turn after turn, Jesse's had impressive turns, and Roger's done a good job weathering the storm, maintaining a high life total, and kind of just exchanging resources. It helps too that he's more or less stopped on 5 lands, hasn't really drawn a land again after hitting 5. But Jesse in the same boat. Players going back and forth here, making Jesse earn this one if she's going to win it. And we'll see exactly what Roger comes up with here. But that sweeper, that Ritual of Soot basically had to happen, right?
Right.
There was just so much going on, but Jesse's leftovers are still very powerful.
Okay, here is another Blood Tithe and the Bone Crusher. So board rebuilt.
Recruitment Officer looked to be the draw. Recruitment Officer Adeline and Declaration in Stone, the leftovers. And when it comes to attacking and blocking, I feel like this flipped wedding announcement here is going to be a big deal. Because normally Bone Crusher Giant, Blood Tithe Harvester represent pretty good blockers. That high power represent quite a bit. But with Adeline, for example, having 5 toughness, big deal. As here comes Extraction Specialist.
Yeah, this is
going to make a human and grow the
this lieutenant. If this Extraction Specialist ever dies, which seems likely to happen, this lieutenant is going to be massive by the time that happens. It could trade off this turn. It almost has to, actually.
I think maybe not. Maybe Roger can look to draw more sweepers. He's got blood tokens and stuff. Can start to use the life total as a resource. Has done a good job preserving it thus far. But yeah, I do feel like you need to start doing some trades here. Maybe Roger disagrees. Looks like maybe just blocking the token profitably and taking that first hit. See if there's any more effects. No more
Yeah,
effects.
that's pass.
All right.
Yeah, let Jesse will gain 5 life. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
bonk.
Yeah, that's a good chunk. That's a 10-point swing right there, just on that one creature connecting.
All right, and a draw step. Didn't get a great look from Raja, but yeah, I mean, I think there's another Blood Tithe Harvester that can help solve some of the problems. But I mean, there's just so much toughness on Adeline, and now that Go for the Throat that he saved, very patient with. So shout out to Raja. I mean, the patience is just immense on all of the spells he's cast in every single format we've seen him play. His patience with his interactive spells is why he is here. It's why he's sitting with the ability to be your NRG champion. But first, he's going to have to flip the script on this match so far. Jesse already up a game, been looking ahead all game. He's done a good job treading water, but once the hits start rolling in, as we've seen with that 5-power extraction specialist, they come in big.
All right. Well, certainly spent a minute pondering his turn here, trying to figure out, I mean, not just what to play this turn, but what sequences of stuff, what cards need to be played in order to recover the next few turns. Even sweepers here are still leaving him behind. Here is the other Blood Tithe, like you mentioned. This first one can kill what? Thalia's Lieutenant, and that's it?
Yeah.
With wedding festivities? I guess extractions. I mean, extraction
I think
specialists
you
are
kill
still
extraction
vulnerable
specialist
this
too.
time.
That doesn't
Yeah.
feel great.
Yeah,
It just,
no,
I mean,
no.
it doesn't really solve any problems. You still have the same number of attackers.
Yeah.
And maybe you just kill them both. No, we're going to go for the Throat the Adeline. Okay. Now we have good blocking force. I think attacking is on the table. Maybe need to get frisky with the first Blood Tithe Harvester. You have another one if you want to block. And you do need to start winning this game at some point. But with Jesse at 25, it feels somewhat risky to start going to business with that.
Oh, if
now.
Raja doesn't expend one of these harvesters, and he's going to do it. Okay. I was going to say, with Jesse having been holding this Declaration of Stone for a few turns, and then potentially getting paid off for Raja doubling up on a creature, but no, he's going to sacrifice here, so that's not going to be an option.
Yeah, that definitely part of the mix, I'm sure, is playing around with the Declaration in Stone that Raja does know about in the deck list. Does not know that she has it in hand, I don't think. But still some good attacks here. I mean, if we Declaration in Stone the Bone Crusher Giant, and if we have like a land too, we can maybe get Mutavault involved. I don't know. There's some good turns available here. Chefnet Dunes, the land for turn. Another utility land for Jesse. 2-mana tapped. See if Declaration in Stone time. Kind of feels like it has to be. Get that Bone Crusher Giant out of here and get a big attack rolling through.
Yeah,
that is what's going to happen.
So she can shrug off the life loss here without any real difficulty.
yeah, at 25. Yeah, okay, I'll take 2. We're good to go.
And attack
and there's Mutavault. Bonk. That's a 4/4 Mutavault. And that's the 5-power extraction specialist. And Roger's like, yeah, no blocks. Bonk. And attack for 8 down to 6. Can't take another hit like that.
No, indeed. And
Bone
Jesse whenever Jesse draws another land, she has a recruitment officer that can get played and then activated immediately.
Yeah, and the first activation may just be the one that determines the winner of this event, as Blood Tithe Harvester going to pick off the extraction specialist now and Shieldred the card for Raja. That seems to be what the doctor ordered indeed. Jesse going to take a draw step. Damage doesn't matter as much as the life gain.
That's for sure. Is that an Adeline?
That's an Adeline.
Okay,
that's a recruitment
that doesn't
officer.
I guess drop them both. I mean, holding them doesn't do much good right here. There's no attacks.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to deploy both of them. Start looking at Brave the Elements as a lethal attack. But with 2 blood available, I mean, Raja, and 2 blood and a clue, Raja can actually just gain a bunch of life out of his random innocuous artifacts that are off to the side there.
Yeah, there's certainly, he can catapult his life higher at any point here. He looks, I mean, it's still going to be tough to survive at Brave the Elements if he doesn't kill anything because of that wedding festivities. But it's possible. And if it just stalemates here, I mean, I guess Raja will just gain life and Jesse will activate Recruitment Officer. So,
yeah, I think he still has that Bone Crusher Giant. Stomp on Recruitment Officers appealing. The question is, do we want a Bone Crusher Giant afterwards? Not sure. I mean, Shieldred, if it left in play, I feel like it's just going to begin to take over this game. So the question kind of too becomes, if the Shieldred's removed, what leaves me just not in a lot of trouble?
How likely is the Shielder to get removed? I mean, it could get Skyclaved, it could get Cathard, and that's it. Probably, unless Destroy Evil came in, which that's pretty.
I feel like if you're
iffy.
already maxed out on Cathars,
Yeah.
you have your Skyclaves, and you're bringing the Deck and Stone, maybe
Yeah.
not interested in the Destroy Evil, but I
Yeah.
mean, once again, not the expert here. And Shieldred is one of the more relevant cards in the matchup. We did call that out during the Cyborg games. What are we doing here? There's a lot to think about. And I mean, I think Raja's kind of piecing together the same thing. It's like I mentioned before, these artifacts off to the side worth a little bit of life gain if needed.
Mhm.
So that might help mitigate something like Brave the Elements.
Boy, the emotional swings in this game or in this match also. I mean, Jesse,
It's been an incredible match, to say the least.
Seemed like she was on the verge of winning, and now this Shielder is kind of slamming the brakes on that. And now Jesse, empty-handed, looks kind of stuck at the mercy of the deck or of And here's
Bone Crusher Giant. So a little bit of insurance against Brave the Elements. Two different colored creatures on the other side of the field. Adeline still in play. Probably one of the better creatures in Jesse's deck. Does need to get this Shieldred answered and fast, though. So we'll see what she drew. Thinking about the turn at the very least. What was the draw? Jesse doing a lot of thinking here. Currently, the attacks look pretty bad. Castle Ardenvale. We saw that one basically steal game one. Looks good here, too. I mean, being able to make 2/2s matters quite a bit as we pass the turn back. Of course, Raja's still gaining life. And Rending Volley and Takanuma, the two cards in Raja's hand, not irrelevant. If we manage to answer this Shieldred in some way that leaves it in the graveyard, Takanuma can buy it back. But might be time to start going to work with these artifacts, giving Raja time. He's going to recover his life total.
Right, he certainly is, and quickly too. And I mean, with Takanuma is discounted right now. Maybe he wants to crank that off, but just drawing off the clue is also okay. It's going to actually blood. And
Fable the pickup. 2 life coming. I didn't see a life total adjustment. Did we miss that? Oh, no, we didn't. Stack was not empty. Raja at 12.
Yeah, putting Fable out there just to continue to grow the board, put more stuff in the way of potential Adeline attacks with a flood of castle tokens. I mean, I don't know. This is the longer this takes, the more Raja can just hold off Jesse. Obviously, he's going to gain 2 life a turn. Like you said, her losing 2 life a turn is almost irrelevant, but padding his life total is certainly good news for his chances of winning.
Absolutely. Yeah, the question is, too, is when does Raja start attacking? Jesse's still at an extremely healthy 23. We know that there's like ambush attackers that face up via Castle Ardenvale that come in as 2/2s. And the question is, you start attacking, Brave the Elements gets more scary, but your life total is already being recovered quite a bit. Where do you strike that balance of starting to turn the corner and attacking when it's correct to do so? And it looks like the answer might be right now. Of course, Shieldred can attack into the 5 toughness Adeline because of Death Touch, because that card needed more words on it as well.
But he plays the Fable. Yeah, I mean, that Shieldred could attack there, but it was if Jesse decided to try and kill it, I think it would have died. I don't know that Raja's last card in hand is a removal spell. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I thought. Let's see. Attacking land drawn for Jesse, but of course, we've seen plenty of help out of the mana base already. Think attacking is still a dead end for the most part. You do get another 2/2 thanks to the Adeline if you attack, but still there's not great blocks with the Shieldred Bone Crusher thing going on. Are we attacking anyway? We sure are. Hello, here's another human.
Well, so this Bone Crusher can't get in front of this Adeline, right?
And she can trade with the Shieldred because she can make an Ardenvale token, animate Mutavault, and then we're good to go. And I think, Raja sniffs that out, sees what's going on there. Going to put the Shieldred in front of the token, and then what? Take 5? Yeah, I mean, Raja has more life to work with now. Or not 5. Obviously could be up to 5, but Jesse deciding maybe not to move. Hard to tell.
Yeah, with her hand, or she could also just animate Mutavault, I guess, to get through another point.
Yeah, I think we're explaining here. After blocks, I have effects before damage. And we may be unclear where the priority is. Yeah, animate the Mutavault with itself. And yeah, make the Ardenvale
so
token.
Maxx
And there we
out.
go. Full 5 coming through.
Is that 5? It might be 6, right?
Oh yeah, with the 6 with the
Yeah.
wedding announcement. I totally forgot about the glorious anthem that's been an incredible part of this game. Totally slipped my mind as the board is once again filled with creatures for like the 3rd time this game.
All right, so that's half of Raj's life gone, although he obviously will get some back. Jesse does lose a token.
Yeah, getting quite a bit back. I mean, if you just discard both cards, and yeah, the last card in hand was a Rending Volley. It looks like a land there too. Can't imagine we're discarding the Rending Volley, but yeah, you never know. We'll see. Second trigger. Yeah, looks like just the pathway hitting the bin. Card coming. And we're going to gain 2 life for that. Still have a blood and a clue. So 4 more life at the ready right now. So virtual 14. And we're going to cash out on some of that. Draw a card, gain some life. Don't get a great look at that one. Maybe a Graveyard Trespasser.
This is quite a game.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah.
We're into the late turns where Raja feels like he should be in a commanding position. He's had Shieldred in play for, I think, 2 full turn cycles now.
Mm-hmm.
And still, Jesse has found a way to stay in this game. Just truly masterful work, really.
All right, so if it is Graveyard Trespasser, that's additional life gain, additional points off Jesse's life, which still looks pretty comfortable. And Shieldred looks like it's going to attack again.
Yeah, I'd hate to be either of these players' notepads in this game. Life total changes abound. As Shieldred maybe finally getting busy.
And it'll slip through. So Jesse will take 4.
Blocks.
Yeah.
Only a 4 power Adeline right now. Offered the trade last turn. Did not accept it this turn as it looks like, yeah, it is a Graveyard Trespasser. Added to Raja's field. A good blocker. And as you mentioned, going to be able to gain a little bit of life from the Interest Battlefield ability. And with Jesse kind of on the I'm activating Ardenvale every turn train, also very likely to flip. And then it becomes a great attacker that does even more life gain and all that stuff. Yeah, give a good look at the front side here. 3/3, ward, discard a card. Not sure how interested Jesse is in targeting it anyway. Enters battlefield or attacks, exile a card from graveyard. If it's a creature, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. And of course, the backside is Graveyard Glutton, same ward ability, but this time you can exile 2 cards from graveyards. You can split it up, and for each creature exiled, you lose 1, gain 1. So a 4/4, much better attacker, a little bit more life gain available as Adeline comes rumbling across the battlefield once again. Human token coming across. Dauntless Bodyguard deployed. Have to imagine that one named Adeline. Not a lot of other good targets.
And that allows potentially Shieldred won't be able to attack anymore because Adeline could just block right at that point and kill it.
Yeah, and with Mutavault up to activate as well. Ardenvale Tricks still available. Yeah, it's just tough. Yeah, the Shieldred's going to be put on the defense once again. And with Dauntless Bodyguard on Adeline, you kind of have the Abyss running, right? Just being able to, the creatures are going to have to get in front of this Adeline eventually. This thing is going to grow and grow and grow. And then
Raja has to block. And also, Jesse's board is slowly growing. The Adeline tokens keep getting killed, but the castle tokens are there. And there's a Chef at Dunes. So at some point, all these tokens can get bigger permanently, which, I mean, that has to take, obviously Jesse would have to take a turn off, but there is, more additional damage available at some point if she thinks she can break through.
And this Reflection of Kiki Jiki does threaten to be a little bit of a problem if this game continues on the course it has been, which is Jesse, of course, slowly rebuilding her board, slowly trying to overwhelm these extremely powerful creatures on Raja's side of the field. Reflection of Kiki Jiki does threaten to, be able to produce duplicates. I mean, thing like a Blood Tithe the Harvester has ever created, that's a big problem. Graveyard Trespasser can start attacking and doesn't actually have to get through to deal damage as another cycle happens. Shieldred number 2 picked up. Thankfully, Legendary. Can't deploy that one if you're a Jesse Robkin fan. You got to be excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, boy, it does. What are we? Okay, Raja's at 10. Jesse's at 14. Still has time left, and Raja's life total is kind of just not really going anywhere. Who's winning this game?
Tough. Attacking seems, I have no idea. Attacking seems like a dead end for both players for the most part right now. I mean, Jesse has been rattling across with Adeline, but I think that's going to come to an end here shortly.
I mean, Raja could conceivably attack with Shieldred. Jesse will maybe block, and then Raja will trade the Shieldred for the Bodyguard, and then deploy the new Shieldred. I mean, that seems possible. Because
the thing is, if he has a Rending Volley, I feel like you just want to clear this Dauntless Bodyguard sooner rather than later.
Maybe.
And then you can just have the Shieldred represent to finally get this Adeline off the board.
Sure.
Not really sure, though. We'll see exactly what he wants to do. Looks like a land enters tapped, and we're going to pass the turn, and day will flip to night, and Graveyard Glutton will be on the battlefield. Card drawn from Jesse. Did get a great look.
It's another Chef at Dunes. So
are we in drawing to brave the elements for a kill territory?
Well, there's 2 of each. There's 2 black and 2 red creatures on the board. So I think Raja could survive if it happened now. 3, barely.
Activate Chefnet Dunes. Attack, make tokens, then
Oh,
brave.
no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. The Adeline token would be enough.
Chefnet Dunes number 2.
Yeah. That's kind of a blank.
Okay. Is it? Because maybe we can do 2 Chefnet Dunes turns back to back.
Maybe. That's hard to, yeah, that's possible. Okay, maybe that is what she's thinking.
I mean, I don't hate it.
Yeah,
like just make a bunch more things and just clear this board on up. Mutavault fired up. 2, 3. Chefnet Dunes number 1 gonna get cracked. And yeah, now there's a lot of power on the battlefield.
Now we need more dice.
It's not even dice, it's not even counters. You just have to know, Joe.
Yeah.
Just figure it out. As these humans now 3 3s. Adeline, a 6 toughness creature, going to produce a 2/2. That one doesn't get the Chefnet Dunes buff, which may matter. Haven't done any of the math. Jesse says, I mean, math is mostly for blockers. Thinking on attacking with a Dauntless Bodyguard? And maybe that's the beauty of this attack. It's all just kind of scraps. It's all just tokens that you've made, not really cards, and you just get to keep the Dauntless Bodyguard in the background to keep the Adeline alive if things start to go wrong.
Maybe, but if the chance the Bodyguard needs to get sacrificed anyway, then may as well attack with it, right? I guess by existence, maybe Raja won't even bother killing the Adeline, so it doesn't matter.
And you make the block happen of Shieldred on Adeline this way, right? Because like you can just chump block the Dauntless Bodyguard, and then maybe you get to line it up a little later turn. Whereas the Shieldred, if you're going to make that block Adeline, like if you want at least for Raja to start to get through the Adeline Dauntless Bodyguard problem, it needs to involve a block with Shieldred. But it looks like we might just be blocking to keep Shieldred alive. There's a lot of conversation going on, and this is just a nasty board state. These are the kind of board states people referencing when they were talking about, Arena on a phone sounds like a nightmare. It's like exactly for these kinds of scenarios.
You know what? I'm impressed. Jesse didn't think about this for all that long. She drew that Chef at Dunes, thought about this for probably 20 seconds, and was like, okay, I feel like I'm confident. I know what my plan is, and I'm getting in there. And we're gonna see Raja sort out the blocks here. Looks like
this is an attack for 3, 4, 5 plus 3. I have 8. Dauntless Bodyguard maybe making the difference here in what matters. Now we do know Raja still has a Rending Volley somewhere. Says, okay, been so patient with this Rending Volley.
Well, it kills a token, and that's it, really, for most of the.
Now with this block, right?
Well, no, I know.
Kill the Adeline.
No, it's different now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Jesse thinking about Raja thinking about something. See if he wants to move and go down to 2.
It seems safe for him to go to 2 at the moment. I mean, he'll go back to 4, and then potentially, yeah. Okay.
Oh, Raja was explaining that I think he has lethal on board. So with this block, with the block, he actually could just Rending Volley the Dauntless Bodyguard away, which is why we left it back actually as a blocker.
Yeah.
And that allows Raja to actually just win on the crackback, which incredible. I wasn't even there yet. I wasn't even trying to figure out what Raja should do. And he's already like, yeah, no, you're dead.
No, yeah. It definitely was. There was some risk there, certainly. With the Shieldred trigger still happening, with Graveyard Trespasser being on nighttime and attacking in, being able to drain 2. Yeah, it looks like that was enough. Jesse was at 12. Dropping to 10, I guess, on her next turn. So yeah, that was
exactly. You only need the Trespasser and the Shieldred, and that's it. That's 12 right there. So masterfully navigated by Raja, able to, instead of just using the Rending Volley to tread water, able to use it to specifically win the game. And nasty. And as a result, we get the final game of the final match of the finals.
We maxed
Everything
out.
comes down to one game of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
And absolutely, I'd love to see it. Can't be any other way.
It's super exciting stuff. I don't know. Do we need to see the deck list again? Does everyone know the deck list already? I don't even know that we need to see them.
Well, let's look at it one more time.
All right.
See if there's any adjustments that need to be made. We got to see a little bit of sideboarding as these players are shuffling up for a very high stakes game of Magic. We got to see some of the sideboard cards come into play big time for Raja. Ritual of Soot, Rending Volley among the mix there. We did still see Fable the Mirror Breakers in the deck, so not entirely sure what we shaved on. Maybe Cruxes, Misery Shadows, things like that. Not totally sure, but the sideboard cards coming up huge. Ritual of Soot came in right on time. And of course, Raja navigated the board state beautifully to take full advantage of that. I imagine we're going to see more of the same on the play. But I think where we could see some more changes is in Jesse's deck. If we transition over there, we saw cards like Declaration in Stone, like removal spells, stuff like that. I have to imagine the wedding announcement's still good. Right?
Yeah, I would think. The Shieldred kind of, the Shieldred derailed the entire game for the Ritual of Soot and the Shieldred were really the significant cards for Raja. Everything else was just kind of staying even, and then those generated the advantage, allowed him to win. So there's no answer to the Ritual of Soot, but are there additional answers? We don't know how much she boarded, but are there additional answers to Shieldred that she might want, she might have access to?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Gosh, Brutal Cathar is once again the only one I would really even reach for. And even then, I feel like my answer for Shieldred personally feels like it should be Brave the Elements. All right, you played Shieldred, good for you. You spent your 4 mana on one creature, Brave the Elements, name black, kill you. And if you can't line that up, the games have been really grindy. Castle Ardenvale's been an overperformer in both of them. Maybe that's not realistic, but I just don't know how much you can commit to slowing your game plan down to have the removal spell at the ready when Shieldred does come into play.
No, that's totally reasonable. All right. Well, we've got one game left. We will await Raja Sulaiman's pile shuffling festivities and then get things rolling. Now, I guess while we're waiting, we can put the price pool back up online. If you're just joining in, you can see what we're playing for here. There's $2,500 on the line difference between first and second. So we don't know whether the players are playing for all of that or if the split has been softened somewhat. But we do know the winner is going to earn an invite to the 2023 NRG Championship. And I think everyone watching can agree that both of these players would very much like to have that wrapped up.
Oh, absolutely. I think both of these players that have made a deep run in this tournament so far, definitely interested in coming back next year for the 2023 championship. And that is quite a bit of equity to play a single game of Magic the Gathering for. So the stakes are high, and both players have worked immensely hard to get where they are now, to put themselves in the position to play a single game for such high stakes. It's very rare in the average Magic player's career you get to play one game of Magic for so much equity, and it is a really cool thing to be here for. I'm glad we have everybody that has been watching. If you've been watching all weekend or you're just joining us right now, I'm glad you're here. You're here to watch the finals. And if you enjoy what we have put on for you here, please make sure you follow, subscribe, support NRG so we can continue to have this awesome event and all this awesome coverage that Norm, the team at NRG have put together for you. But thank you for sticking with us either way. It has all come down to this one game. And based on how the first two games have played out, I couldn't even tell you, who's going to win. Jesse lost on the play, won on the draw. I have no idea who's going to win. The games have been razor's edge close, and in some spots gnarly, hard to navigate. And for these players to be able to do so after such a long day is extremely impressive. Again, I can't really understate that at all.
Absolutely. No, fatigue is definitely going to be playing in here. And also in addition to, the invite and the money we talked about, there's also just the pride that goes along with, winning an event. Obviously making the finals of an event like this is an impressive achievement, but the difference, in the future, when you're looking back, the difference between getting first and getting second is significant. That's not something that when you're polishing your trophy shelf or something or other, it's what, I did this. I can look back, maybe, in the future. So for some players, not going to be nostalgic about things like this. Some players, don't even care about keeping the trophies. I can see you have yours in the shelf behind you there. And I
definitely agree with you. I think hoisting the trophy is a big difference versus not. Mutual friend of ours, Tan and Grace, can attest to that more than anybody else, I think. Has quite a bit of complete equity that he makes sure to flex when the time is appropriate. And so, like you said, getting so close. It's often said, I think, that making the finals and losing is almost as bad as scrubbing out, if not worse, because you get your hopes up. You're like, I've made it this far. I want to win. I want to host the trophy. I want to win all the spoils. And you fell short by one game in some cases. And that's going to be the case for one of these players.
I'm not with you on that one.
I am. I'd rather scrub out and enjoy my day than make the finals.
Okay,
event.
well,
no, I'm good. I'm good.
But
it ain't worth it if you're not hosting a trophy, Joe. It ain't worth it.
Well, okay, sure. I mean, so yeah, all right. I mean, there are going to be people that feel the way, and I understand that. But no, yeah, certainly whoever loses this match played great this weekend, played great this year, and certainly has an achievement that is worth being proud of. But that's for the loser
in front of so many people here in the Twitch chat, everybody, the awesome show and all the work that all the players in the championship have put in, really do come down to this final moment. And that's part of what makes it so special. This isn't a 1-day thing. This isn't a 2-day thing. This is an all of 2022 thing. All these players have put their blood, sweat, tears, travel, all that. You hear the stories nonstop. It's such a big part of what makes, tournament series so special. It's what makes this event so special. And yeah, like I said, it's so cool to have it all come down, all funnel down to a single game of Magic, a single match, a single game of Pioneer. And, it's a lot of work to get here, and it's well worth it. I think you ask both these players, they've got to be stoked to be here. And as they shuffle up for their final game that they're going to play of the day, max total games they could play for the most part, impressive stuff from both players, playing tight even now at the very, very end. It's been incredible to watch. It's been an honor.
Yeah, no, it's been very cool. All right, now Drake Sasser, I have a question for you.
I have answers for you.
Do you think a player who pile shuffles should forfeit the right to take a break to go to the restroom? I mean, come on.
Joe, we're talking about anarchy here. This is ridiculous.
We're waiting.
I'm sorry. You pile shuffled for exactly 4.8 seconds. Do you think you're going to go to the bathroom?
No.
Here?
You can't do both.
No.
You can't do
Absolutely
both.
No.
We need societal standards to account for Roger Sulaiman. But
the pot kettle, please. I'm begging you.
Drake,
a little
again,
bit of self-awareness.
I don't know what you're All right, we do have both players.
Gets out of the match for Joe.
We do have both players back at the table now, so we can go ahead and go down there, I suppose. Now they're going to consult each other's sideboards. All right, we're still not ready to go.
We got to get look. There's a lot on the line, Joe. There's a lot.
There absolutely is. All right, so
let's give the players some time that they deserve.
They can take as long as they want.
No matter how many pile shuffles there are.
Let's bring up the schedule for the first part of next year while they're still working on sideboarding. So. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you want to make a mark in your calendar, whether you want to come out and join us or when you watch at home, we appreciate you either way. First 3 events next year. NRG is taking 2 months break after this championship. We'll be back in late March, Mullaly, Illinois, then in May in Minneapolis, and then June back in Mullaly. So those are the first 3 events next year. If you want to put a mark on your calendar, now the pile shuffling marathon begins. All right, so. Question from the chat. What airport is closest to Mullaly? It is probably O'Hare in Chicago. It's not really too far away. It's probably on the verge of 15 or 20 minutes. It's really pretty convenient. It may be even less than that. So while Drake composes himself, and
we're taking questions from the chat now. Fire it off.
We have got time, okay? We have got time. What else do you guys want to know?
You have any questions? Ask us anything. AMA, pile shuffle's happening. Joe's losing it. Just ask us anything. What you got?
All right. How about this? Who chat? Who do you guys have as the winner of this? We got 1 game left. Who are you taking? I want to see some responses in there.
Look, not to be biased, I put all of my channel points, which I have a lot because I keep Twitch chat open while doing commentary. I have a lot of points, not to, I'm channel rich, but I did put them all on the line for Jesse. So I got a horse in the race here. I got a little bit of equity here. Jesse, do me proud here. I got a lot of points on the line.
All right. Here we go. Opening hands have been drawn. I've been corrected. Apparently, it's not 15 minutes. It's more like half an hour. Whatever. It's not that far. It's not that inconvenient. Just except in the winter when it might be snowing.
An hopeful initiate deployed on turn 1.
Excellent. We're underway. Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Save us from our own sanity. Goes back to Jesse. Turn 2, critical turn here. What's the play? It's Athalia's Lieutenant. That's going to upgrade the hopeful initiate. See if there's any responses. Handful of removal has Raja.
Yeah, well, that is basically the way this deck operates, is it not? Does he have a turn 1 removal spell? He does.
He does, and that's a great spot to be as another land picked up. A lot of black sources.
Yeah, do we have red?
Yeah, if we don't have red, then some of these removal spells just don't
I
work.
think we do.
Oh, we do have, yeah, okay, we have the Haunted Ridge there, so we are going to have an untapped red source on turn 3, and an attack with Folly's Lieutenant with nothing pre-combat, maybe representing. I would say Wedding Announcement is the card, I think, that is the most scary if you see that.
Yeah, so the way that Raja dealt with this in game number 2 was basically by having Ritual of Soot to clean up the mess that it left behind. Here's a Thoughtseize. Well,
so those Shieldreds, let's talk about those. Yeah, and how they are not staying in play this game. Boy, 2 Destroy Evils, 1 Declaration in Stone.
This is probably not the way that Jessie planned on drawing up her cards, main deck versus sideboard. We're seeing 4 sideboard cards already. Okay.
And how late to the party is this Thoughtseize? If you could tag that Wedding Announcement, God, I'm sure, Raja would have loved that. Instead, it's going to do a lot of work to carry Jessie's offense as she is able to put up a good defense here with the Destroy Evils as the first human token getting busy, doing a single point of damage. Follow-up play is a Recruitment Officer.
Okay.
1 land away from activation there as another token joins the fray.
All right. A lot in plenty of scenarios, the tokens from Wedding Announcements are probably equivalently valuable to the cards. In this scenario, I'm sure Jessie would love to be able to actually attack and pick up a card at the end of next turn, although we'll see if Raja allows that to happen.
Yeah, well, Shieldred's not getting in the way. I'll tell you that right now.
No, it's certainly not. You would be unwise to play that, to commit that to the board right now. Okay, Bone Crusher takes
Recruitment Officer hits the bin thanks to another stomp. Can't play the Bone Crusher Giant, maybe even somewhat constricted on red source. I mean, I'm sure Raja would have loved to have a red land there, deploy one of the Bone Crusher Giants and start blocking. Not able to do so is Raja. Now, Jessie kind of has the option on board if she wants card or another token. Yeah, we're thinking about it. Pre-combat, no card for you. Yeah. Not going to give you the option at all, says Raja. Go for the throat, targeting a human token. Can't be super excited about that, as Dauntless Bodyguard's going to protect the other human token as the final one is made, and the Wedding Announcement is going to flip to the festivities. +1/+1. Going to Glorious Anthem the entire table. 2 removal spells. She's leaving those revealed. They're face up. Wait, what you got? I dare you. Put a creature in play. Let's get a look.
This is about as this has got to be at the bottom of the range for Jessie opening hands here, but we're still in this. She's still got chances. She's still got live attackers. As Dauntless Bodyguard. I mean, you can trade
offering the trade here.
Yeah, trade a 1-drop for a 3-drop. Not too bad. Another land drawn. That's not ideal. Maybe we'll see a Castle Ardenvale would be. I mean, there's plenty of good draws here. Castle Ardenvale is good. Another Wedding Announcements is good. However, Raja's, well, if he's stuck on removal and Shieldreds, I guess he's kind of not going to be doing anything either. Maybe we'll just see their Bone Crusher Giant make his way in.
But yeah, Bone Crusher Giant does not have more than 4 toughness, so able to interplay and not be at risk of dying to the Destroy Evils. Apparently, Bone Crusher Giant not evil enough to be destroyed. As we go back to Jessie, didn't get a great look. Maybe in like Ganjo?
I think it was an Adeline.
Oh, Adeline's even better. Yeah, wow. Okay, so yeah, that one replacing the token that is lost on the attack. So easy attack here.
Nice.
Yeah, block 1, sure. The other 2 get to get through.
That is that looks like a pretty anemic attack, and 4 damage just came through.
Yeah, not anemic at all. Thanks to, of course, the Glorious Anthem for the Wedding Festivities. And now suddenly, Jessie looks like she may have assembled a little bit of an offense. Now we know Raja has, I think, both a Ritual of Soot and a Dreadbore at the ready. So she's going to need quite a bit of help from the top of the deck is Jessie Robkin. And the game that we saw just a second ago, game 2, where Ritual of Soot was involved and then both players needed to recover, Raja was able to eke that one out. But of course, Shieldred was a big part of that equation. And with Destroy Evils already dialed up for Jessie, it's not really going to be worth too much right now.
Okay, so Raja lining up. I mean, if he's lining up an attack, it seems almost certain that it's going to be Ritual of Soot. And I'm sure Jessie will be able to identify that as well, though there's nothing she can do about it to take advantage of it. I guess she could block.
She could
block with Adeline on Bone Crusher. I mean, that feels pretty miserable in plenty of scenarios, but it would be the right decision.
That feels good here, right? I mean, if I toughness, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Block.
Losing it
does. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because like Raja has to exchange like basically a full Bone Crusher Giant to kill Adeline. Like, is that worth it versus firing off the Dreadbore, especially when you're cut on red sources a little bit? We'll see exactly what Jessie decides to do. Kind of trying to sniff out what's going on there as well. Looks like, okay, sure, whatever. You want to race? I'm winning the race, so we can race. Ritual Soot, the follow-up. Going to blow up all of the creatures.
All right.
Is that another Adeline?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
I didn't either.
I'm sure if it was, it would be on the board already.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Well, I feel somewhat confident.
It's pretty likely. Well, maybe not, as no play past the turn, land drawn. Red source for Raja, not irrelevant. Still, Jesse, plenty of life to work with. Can't be super ecstatic. Oh, and here's Graveyard Trespasser. That's a big ad for Raja. Deciding which creature to munch. No shortage of food for it. Now, yeah, we get to look at Graveyard Trespasser again. This one, a 3/3, but does flip to a 4/4, so it will die to destroy evil if it flips, but then you still have to do the ward, discard a card, and that sucks.
Yeah, that's unpleasant. There's another wedding announcement.
Another wedding announcement?
All right.
Hello. Right. Okay. If first wedding announcement's so good, why is there no wedding announcement too?
Yeah, you can't get married twice. What is this?
True. And the human immediately dispatched to the Bone Crusher Giant token. I think Raja may be looking to turn the corner before the second Glorious Anthem can become online and attacking suddenly gets very difficult. This may be the spot where Raja needs to really turn up the aggression.
I agree. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see. Okay, so here is Trespasser coming in for
3, deal an
plus
extra
a point,
I'm sure, on the attack trigger. Is that a bank
It
buster?
is.
Did not call that one coming in, but a 4/4 blocker worth quite a bit.
Well, a 4/4 blocker is worth effectively nothing because of the Destroy Evils, but the ability to draw a bunch of fresh cards is nice. And I'm sure
it cycles.
Raja will take
your
advantage
creature
of that.
if you get it long enough.
Well, yeah, I think he'll have time. And here's
Bone Crusher Giant plus Bank Buster is a pretty darn good turn. Get a good look at that one. Yep, there you go. 4/4 vehicle requires a crew of 3. Enters with 3 charge counters, and of course, you can remove 2 charge counters and do a wall of text. You get to draw a card. Then if there's no charge counters on it, you get to create a charge token and make a 1/1 colorless pilot that gets to crew the Bank Buster. Can crew as if it had power 2 or greater.
A lot of text on that card.
So much text. As we pass back, and Graveyard Glutton is flipped thanks to the day-night transition.
Yeah, another Graveyard Trespasser drawn for Raja. So that's a lot of outside of combat damage available here. This Mutavault can trade with Bone Crusher.
Yeah, Mutavault, not irrelevant, especially with one wedding announcement already flipped, and the second one looking like it's going to get flipped next turn. Really, I mean, Jesse needs to just kind of live through this turn, and the Destroy Evils are going to help with some of that. You know, being able to dispose of the Graveyard Glutton, maybe not at the rate you'd like, but it does get rid of the Graveyard Glutton. But there's still other problems. Bank Buster, going to draw some cards. Bone Crusher Giant still does pressure the life total, but a reasonable defensive force assembled for Jesse, I think.
We'll see. I don't know. This is a pretty intimidating attack here. And it's not just this attack. It's the one next turn as well that Raja's going to have. That seems... I mean, this Mutavault, if he attacks this turn, this Mutavault's going to get expended to trade with something. And here's a draw incoming. All
Activate the Bank Buster. Another Graveyard Trespasser built up. And yeah, if you play those, they're immediately 4/4s. And I think that outside of combat damage matters quite a bit. We're going to combat right now. Going to target that with Destroy Evil, discarding the extra land that was picked up. It's going to mean Graveyard Glutton number 1 is going to hit the bin.
Okay. Well, that means Raja doesn't really have as good of attacks this turn. Trading off with Mutavault doesn't seem wonderful. I'm not even sure Jesse would do it, actually, because it would allow...
Yeah, she doesn't know about these extra Graveyard Trespassers representing quite a bit of life and damage. And Raja not even sure if he wants to attack. And yeah, I don't really know either, frankly.
Yeah.
Raja kind of ahead if this game continues as is. Bank Buster going to provide plenty of card advantage, plenty of blockers dialed up, but also, Jesse has some swingy draws that are available to her. So maybe you do need to just get her dead. And he elects not to. And here comes the second Graveyard Trespasser. ETB going to munch 2 creatures and 2 life points gone for Jesse. 2 more coming for Raja.
Swaps from the graveyard to flipping the sleeve. All right, makes sense. And the turn is passed, and Jesse draws. Well, that was not a basic land. That's about all I can tell you about that.
Well, the floor on this turn is another Destroy Evil hitting the second Graveyard Glutton and discarding the card that was drawn if it's nothing. If it's something, maybe you could flip them. I mean, you could flip back if you're wanting to get your Destroy Evil counter. Doubt we're going to do that. If it's like a Thalia's Lieutenant, we could assemble a decent attack force. Looks like we are. Castle Ardenvale. That's pretty good with a second wedding announcement looking like it's going to flip soon. The problem, once again, seems to be like maybe these Graveyard Gluttons are just going to be able to win outside of combat. But Jesse assembling quite a bit of card advantage via these Glorious Anthems and Castle Ardenvale. Like, once again, mana base coming in clutch.
All right, so is Jesse, did we get the Glutton triggers last turn? Is Jesse at 11 still? Or is it 9?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
She's at 9.
Yeah, let's see if we can get an updated life total there. But okay, so we have 3/3 tokens. We have the ability to make additional 3/3 tokens every turn, or Destroy Evil plus Mutavault can be activated. But Destroy Evil only valid currently on the Bankbuster if it's animated, not or accrued, not on the Glutton.
Yeah, Glutton next turn potentially. But I mean, even just right now, I mean, activating Ardenvale is worth quite a bit. 3/3s are these human tokens now, and those block the Bone Crusher Giant just fine. And we can try to get busy with double blocks and stuff. And we just got an update. The life totals are accurate as represented right now. So Jesse actually has a little bit more life to play with than we had originally thought, which is going to actually be extremely relevant. Every life point mattering here, as Raja has to decide, you know, once again, back against the wall, and this combo of wedding festivities plus the Castle Ardenvale representing to just grind him out, no matter how many cards he gets in this Bankbuster and stuff. I mean, there's just 3/3s coming out of the lands every single turn. And that's worth so much.
All right, Roger trying to determine where an attack gets him, or potentially where not attacking gets him. And choice has been made. It's to draw another card.
Draw a card right away. Yeah, I like, if you're going to draw a card anyway, do it first. That way you have the most options. And oh gosh, this is so tough. Once again, we're at these. This is where really the skill of these championship finalists are going to come into play big time. Is navigating these sticky board states. Each life point could represent the last one that you're going to die with. You know, if you take too much damage, whoopsie daisy, you're dead. But you know, if you don't take enough, maybe you get behind on board and just get overwhelmed later. This is a really tough spot.
All right, so if Raja were to attack now, it's likely he would trade off. That Jesse would trade off a freshly made token and just kill everything Raja has, right? There's no way you're letting anything through. And so Raja would know that.
Right. But yeah, you can't Ritual of Soot because that just blows everything up.
Yeah.
Including your own stuff.
Now, Ritual of Soot seems quite bad now with the castle and the Mutavault.
Your own creature lands can animate Bankbuster. That's not worth a whole lot. This is so tough. And I don't know what the question is. It looks like he wanted.
Okay, now the life totals have been updated again to where we thought they should have been before. So okay.
Oh, I think there might have been conversation about life total updates, and Rending Volley, one of the pickups. That one's actually worth quite a bit. Taking out one of the tokens. Dreadbore can take care of another token.
Wow.
But that will flip day back to night. And so both tokens gone, can make a token or block with Mutavault. Cannot do both.
All right, so this will drop. This trigger will drop Jesse to 7.
She takes 4 to 3, and potentially could be facing down lethal with Hive of the Eye Tyrant, and or I think there might have been one more Graveyard Trespasser involved. If that one enters, that can represent the final life points as well. As she lines up Mutavault. And then, we do make a token. So we're able to do both, but you can't block with both. So 4 damage just come through. Jesse down to 3. Raj had a very healthy 17. Big draw step needed for Jesse. Didn't get a good look at all. Day is flipped. Your night's flipped to day.
All right.
And of course, Raja just has
that's a shuffle
that Ritual of Soot in the tank.
Well, yes. I guess we could. No, the Ritual of Soot, how would that even get deployed? I guess he could cast it preemptively and then send in the.
We'd have to play a lot more Magic.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah,
anticipating that this Hive of the Eye Tyrant would be the final point.
Right. Yeah.
Fatal Push helps, but not enough, I think, to get Bone Crusher through right now. Animate Hive and Fatal Push the token. Actually, no, that might just be good enough.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, and here it is.
Here's
It's going to be
attack,
Hive the Eye, and that's going to
it.
be good enough. Jesse shakes hands, and Raja is going to be your NRG champion.
Wow, impressive stuff. That was a battle. Those Pioneer games to end the tournament were so cool, so back and forth, very, very tight. We'll bring Raja over here to talk to us in a few minutes once things have calmed down a little bit over there. But Raja Sulaiman is the 2022 NRG Championship winner. Congratulations to him.
Incredible series from him too. And I mean, just constantly, I would say throughout the entire course of the tournament that, I was able to watch, and that is basically all of it. I think the most striking thing about Raja's performance is his patience in both formats, playing extremely fair decks, Rakdos midrange and, a Bant control with some innovations of his own going on there. And every single spot where it was like, I'm a big cast your spells guy, and I want to cast my spells. I want to play Magic. Raja was so patient with all of his removal spells, all of his counter spells, making sure that it was the absolute most value you could get out of each and every card. And I think it's no secret that converted nearly directly into a victory here today and becoming an NRG champion.
Yeah, and really, and this was especially apparent, maybe more so to me in Modern. He really knew what he wanted to have happen. There were multiple opportunities where modal cards, it was like, oh, you can steal this thing, or you could kill this enchantment, but you know what? I know what's relevant. Those cards don't matter. I can deal with the other things. I'm going to draw more fresh cards instead and just build up overall resources. And I feel like that's a decision that I feel like we watched a player who really had an idea, had played enough games to understand what winning looks like in different matchups, and was able to kind of angle the game to get to that point. All right, and Raja's ready for us. So let's go ahead and bring him in here. Raja Sulaiman, 2022 NRG
Congratulations, Raja.
Thank you, guys.
You had to fight for that at the end. So we'll have some other questions, but let's go through the Pioneer match at the end first. I mean, that was pretty tight. What was just kind of go over your mindset? Were you stressed? Were you nervous? Were you excited? Were you calm? What was your mindset?
I wasn't nervous. Actually, I was just having a lot of fun.
Okay.
All the games were just like super interesting. Obviously, there's a lot at stake, but Jesse and even Zoe, all my opponents were just like pleasant, and like we were all pretty jovial the whole time. So like it took kind of the edge off, and
Okay,
it was
sure.
a lot of fun. But yeah, that last match was intense. Game one, I thought I was kind of setting myself up for a good end game, and then I just kind of flooded out towards the end, which happens. Game two was also pretty scary. She had the wedding announcement, which is terrifying. I had to ritual set pretty early, and then I was able to kind of just pull away with Shieldred, despite there being a large life discrepancy at one point.
Yeah.
And then game three, I think just her hand was a little bit clunky because she had like triple removal spell when I thought she was there. So I was able to kind of be the aggressor because honestly, with wedding announcement, especially double, the end game starts to kind of favor them, especially when they have a castle that can just generate a card every turn. So I wanted to make sure to kind of turn the corner as soon as I could, and luckily I was able to pull that off. So
yeah, and you did pull it off. So once it's over, relief, elation. What's the? I'm sure. I mean, a lot of the people there. It must have been a lot of good vibes there once you finally get the match over with.
Yeah, it felt good. It was a lot of magic, a lot of fun matches. But part of me is kind of glad it's over. It's been a grind. So
I'm sure.
Talk to me about what this win means to you. I know you and the RIW team put quite a bit into playing all these series events. Yeah, we see RIW Hobbies rocked there, and we see a lot of your players show up, do a lot of winning in our events, and there's a lot of collaboration there. I think there's a lot of collaboration going in. Talk to me about your process and talk to me about what that win means to you and your team.
It means a ton. I have the best sponsor in the world. Pam from RIW is just amazing. I love bringing trophies back to her, and I'm glad I have one to take home. As far as what it means to me, it means a lot. Played a lot of these energies this year. Had success at different types of events, a couple of team events. Shout out to my teammates then. It was a lot of fun. And then as far as my preparation goes, I worked with teammate Zach Allen to kind of build decks. Even though we didn't end up playing the same decks, our modern decks are pretty similar, just subtle differences. We landed somewhere different on Pioneer, but that's kind of one of those things where me and Zach have different comfort zones when it comes to certain formats. And I didn't. I thought Black Red was a better choice than Blue White for what it's worth. But yeah, he was great for helping me prepare. Um, doing some testing while I was working, and also shout out to a couple of other friends, Max Smith and Steven Dykeman, for helping me test. But yeah, those guys helped me test. I did a lot of cube drafting over the holidays. I didn't want to think too much about the event, but I made sure to make a point to start testing about a couple weeks before this. So yeah.
All right. Well, it certainly paid off. All right. So you played just 2 fairly long days of Magic. Give us, and the viewers at home, give us a story that kind of like, aside from just winning, what's a game or an incident, some kind of interplay that happened that you'll kind of just look back on this and remember? Like, what stands out to you, a memory from this weekend?
Oh man, quite a few. If I had to choose one, I would say my first camera match with Will, where I kept a non-white mana hand on 7 in a really good matchup, and never drew a land for like the first 5 turns, but was able to just use pitch spells to kind of survive long enough to like squeak back into the game and then win the match. That was one of those things where it was just like there was a lot of maneuvering both games, especially game 1, and it felt very rewarding to pull it off. So.
Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of interaction on Twitter about that very game you're talking about. Multiple people calling it a masterclass on playing Control due to how well of a job you did navigating that game around some adversity. And, I think we talked about this a lot. You could put a lot of players in your seat with the exact same decks, the exact same matchup. You put 1,000 players in the same seat, none of them come away with the win but you. You picked, decks that play to your strengths. You were extremely patient all through the tournament. And, I think that was a big part of you being able to convert to a victory. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel playing decks that you felt very comfortable with is exactly where you wanted to be coming into this tournament?
Yeah, all that was really flattering. I appreciate those words. Yeah, it's important to me to play decks that are in my wheelhouse. I generally tend to favor fair decks, and I've played a lot of this Blue White deck over the past 2 years, basically since MH2 came out. I've been playing a lot of it. And then if I'm not playing a control deck, I love playing a Thoughtseized deck. So both decks were definitely decks that I enjoy playing, decks that I try to leverage whatever it is I'm good at. I don't know what it is, but whatever works for me. Usually
Magic the Gathering.
Thanks. Whatever the things I've picked up over the years from playing the game, they usually fall in line with those kind of decks. So yeah, that was yeah.
What were did you have any expectations coming into the event? Obviously winning is tremendous, but we had you had the most votes among the commentary staff on who was going to win, take home the crown. You actually delivered on that. You can see here, Rakdos, Dominic Harvey, and Julian Knab all chose you. So what were your kind of expectations coming in?
I appreciate the confidence. I didn't really have any. I just wanted to do Magic. I chose my Pioneer deck the day before, so some people know me for playing like Orzhov, which I played at the RC. I played Gruul a few times at like some energies, and I tested it on Moto a couple times. I wasn't really feeling good about either one of them, so I kind of just last minute no rep audible to Red Black, knowing that like I could probably figure out a field push Thoughtseize deck.
You can't say stuff like that, because now people are watching and they'd be like, "Oh, I don't have to practice. I'll just pick up a deck and go win tournaments."
To be fair, if your name's Raja, that's probably true.
Well, I've been playing Magic for 20 years now. So when you hit the 20-year mark, you can pull stuff off like that.
You can do whatever you want.
I would recommend it. But no, I also had like great advice, and like some people that I know that have played the deck or that know the deck well, even if they haven't played it as much, really chimed in, helped me map out a good sideboard plan. Kind of clean up some of the last few slots in the deck. Did some scouting for me. It was a team effort for sure. So yeah, it was. For as far as expectations go, no, because if you set your expectations too high, you'll just set yourself up for disappointment. So you just gotta do your best, and then if it works out, then it's awesome.
Well, your best was certainly good enough. Raja Sulaiman, 2022 NRG Series Championship winner. Congratulations to you. Impressive work.
Any final shout out you want to give? Congratulations again.
Thank you. Shout out once again to Pam Willoughby from Livonia, Michigan, RW Hobbies, best sponsor. Shout out to my family for being awesome to me, the best family anyone can ask for, my friends, my girlfriend Razan, everybody. So And shout out to you guys. I appreciate all the love. I appreciate the vote of confidence from the people that picked me for to win this event. That was really cool. So yeah, everybody shout out for NRG for setting this all up. It's a huge one. Sorry, I almost forgot that one. This is awesome. This entire series has been sweet. This tournament's been sweet. Everybody here has been so cool, so nice the whole time. It was a blessing to be here. No hyperbole. They're just amazing. So shout out to them for sure.
All right, Raja Sulaiman, thanks for talking with us. Go enjoy your celebratory dinner or whatever you've got lined up next.
Will do. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Drake Sasser, that was quite an event.
Incredible.
Before everyone runs away, let's bring up the next NRG events one more time. If you enjoyed watching this, if you think I want to participate in this championship next year, how can I do that? How can I get started? Well, here are the first 3 events in March and June in Mullaly, Illinois, and in May in Indianapolis. Each of those Saturday main events auto qualifies the winner for the championship next year. Somewhat change in the qualification procedures, so you're aware of that. Meanwhile, back to us, Drake Sasser. I mean, we saw a lot of close games this afternoon.
We sure did. Incredible Magic. And this is why you do it, to be able to watch the really tight games, what Magic the Gathering as a game looks like when played for high stakes at the highest level, when people are trying their hardest. It's truly a special thing. And that's part of what makes competitive Magic so great. And, Roger said it best. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to be able to be a part of this entire operation. And definitely shout out to NRG, shout out to you and, everybody involved in making this happen. There's so many. I'd be sitting here all night trying to rattle it off. And I think everybody's ready.
I'm ready to go. No,
okay.
So here, yeah,
you're
right.
Fire it off, Joe.
A lot of people go into making these shows work. Nerd Rage consists of a staff, many people contributing, putting this together to make it everyone for be able to play in it, person to watch at home. So I want to acknowledge Mapamonte, our producer and our host this weekend. Dakota Clark was a table spotter. Haviva Goodman monitoring the chat. We have a head judge, Joe Klopchik, assistant judge, Mark Mason, and tournament organizer, Landon Libby. We had a broadcast staff this weekend, probably the most we've ever had in one event. We had Anurag Das, Julian Knob, Becky Bell, Mason Clark, Dominic Harvey, Drake Sasser, myself, Joe Lissette. All of us represent Norman Cohen, the owner of Nerd Rage Gaming, and we thank you for watching this weekend. We'll see you in March.